Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 647, Chapter 646 Air Raid on the Capital of Fasak Empire. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In Hobert's study, he briefly told Zio about the battle. And finally concluded, I got some information before that the Aurora Order has a total of 5 saints. We have now killed 4 of their saints. If they haven't replenished their strength, then the Aurora Order now only has 1 saint left. But regardless of whether they replenish their saint-level power, this secret organization composed of lunatics will definitely disappear for a while. Thinking of the organization's purpose, Hobert felt that the true Creator Church would definitely replenish some saint-level power. Zio smiled and said, Before, I never thought that I could contribute to cracking down on this evil Beyonder organization. We must continue to crack down on the Aurora Order, Hobert added. You must use your intelligence network to publicize tonight's operation, portraying the Aurora Order as very embarrassed, even begging Duke Hobert for mercy. Zio was slightly stunned. This will expose you. It doesn't matter, Hobert smiled. I just want to anger them, preferably so they will come to my door. In tonight's operation, Hobert didn't even wear a mask, because with his current strength, an organization like the Aurora Order should be hiding from him, not him hiding from the Aurora Order. Even with the addition of the Iron Blood Cross Order, with the Fasak Empire's royal family and many extraordinary families in the Intis Republic holding the Hunter pathway, this organization is not a match for the Creator faction. At least it is much weaker than the Demonist sect, so if they want to seek revenge on Hobert, they have to weigh their options first. After Zio left, Hobert habitually reviewed tonight's battle and then entered the Nation of Disorder to count the spoils. The biggest trophy was, of course, the Box of the Great Old Ones, this Grade 0 sealed artifact. Its abilities are still okay. It is divided into 3 layers. The first layer can exchange the internal space with a certain area in reality. The area that enters the box will become a delicate toy. If life enters the box, it will be like a clockwork doll, with jerky movements and difficulty forming coherent thoughts. The second layer records places such as the abyss and the cosmos. The holder and the surrounding targets will randomly enter a certain space recorded in the second layer. The holder's only advantage is being prepared and more likely to escape from those places. Basically, it is an ability to perish together. The third layer seals a dangerous corruption from the cosmos. This layer has a certain probability of opening on its own, and all creatures within a certain range will be consumed and digested. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert sighed, only the first layer is safe. The ability of the third layer is actually a negative effect. Suddenly being stared at from the cosmos is quite terrifying to think about. Another negative effect is that the holder may suddenly disappear. This is another difficult negative effect to guard against. So Hobert simply sealed it in the Nation of Disorder, to be taken out when needed. Finally, it was time to name it. This time, Hobert didn't need to use too much brainpower, because the name was already there, 0 to 72, Box of the Great Old Ones. Longtail Island, in the Governor's Mansion. In the early morning, Hobert came to the bedroom here. Furs was indeed still in bed. Get up, I brought you a gift. Furs lay there motionless, using practical actions to interpret what is meant by unmoved. Hobert sat on the edge of the bed. You will definitely like it very much. Furs didn't even lift her eyes, simply covering her head with a blanket. Yesterday, Dofus and I killed Bodis. Furs paused obviously, then suddenly sat up. Which Bodis? The Bodis who defected from the Abraham family, as you said before, Hobert replied with a smile. Don't you feel immediately awake? Furs was stunned for a while before yawning, as if she had only completely woken up at this moment. Your and Zio's operation was successful. Hobert had mentioned before that he was having Zio investigate the Aurora Order, of course, a complete victory. Furs leaned over and kissed Hobert. Great. That's it. Otherwise. Of course, we have to continue. Hobert jumped onto the bed and pinned Furs down. Ahaha, don't kiss my neck so hard, it will leave a mark. After a round of lovemaking, Hobert held Furs in his arms and lay on the bed. Later, I'm going to take people to the Air Force Base in the southern part of the Mid-Seashore to prepare to bomb St. Millen. Furs urged, don't be too reckless. Of course not, Hobert smiled. After all, I'm just an outside helper. Furs added, I'm going to Pritz Harbor to give Bodis his head to teacher. We have to share the benefits we get equally, Hobert said with a smile. You can't hoard them all. Don't worry, it's all for you. Furs said generously. Hobert left after 9 in the morning. Furs struggled for a long time but failed to complete the process of getting out of bed, so she simply went back to sleep for a while. Close to 11 o'clock, Furs finally got up, put on a long dress, and set off for Pritz Harbor with a wide-brimmed hat. Because this time it was a meeting without any prior notice, she still had to follow the previous procedure. Furs asked someone to send a letter to Dorian at the Fisheries Connection, marking the safe code in the letter. Then they came to a pre-arranged hotel, a pre-arranged room, one after the other. Furs waited in the room for more than 20 minutes, hiding behind the curtains, watching teacher Dorian stroll into the hotel. She knocked on the door according to the agreed code, opened the door, and exchanged the code with gestures, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Some time ago, Furs had talked to Hobert about the code between Beyonders. She felt that the Abraham family did a very good job in this regard. But Hobert said that this kind of code is only useful in Zio's intelligence department. Other official Beyonders, except for some simple codes, don't need codes much. Because they are official Beyonders, the residence of official Beyonders is not a meeting place, but a place for office work. They must be upright and not sneaky. This thought flashed through Furs's mind. She smiled and said, "Sorry, teacher, I'm here to see you suddenly again this time." Dorian, with very broad shoulders, also smiled and said, "Every time your sudden visit brings me some surprises." As an astrologer, with keen spirituality, Dorian had already sensed that this time his student would bring him another big surprise. "Just as you expected," Furs said, "I brought Bodhi's head." "Who?" "Bodhi's," Furs replied, "the Bodhi's you mentioned to me before." "Oh, my God, you actually killed Bodhi's," Dorian said in surprise, sitting in the chair with a look of disbelief. He paused for a few seconds before saying, "Was this also killed by Hobert?" "That's right," Furs said frankly, "when Hobert was attacking the Aurora Order's forces, he and his companions encountered Bodhi's and others. Because I had mentioned this person to Hobert before, he and his companions killed Bodhi's." As Furs spoke, she opened the bag she was carrying, revealing the head that had already been processed. Dorian didn't know what to say for a while. In his student's mouth, killing a secret sorcerer was as simple as pinching a chick. He looked at the head and saw the unwillingness and surprise on Bodhi's face, and he was filled with emotion. After a long while, Dorian said to Furs, "I don't know how to thank you, how to thank Hobert." "You're welcome," Furs said with a smile, "I just want to do something for you." But Dorian smiled and said, "I must thank you, otherwise my companions will suspect that you have other purposes." He thought for a moment before saying, "I saw a description of your recent situation in the newspaper. I know that you are not short of money now, and you have a lot of power. Hobert can also provide you with excellent extraordinary resources. But I still have some information about our pathway here, which should be very useful to you. Well, let's do this. I will give you the Traveler and Secret Sorcerer potion formulas one after another after you advance. In addition, I will help you prepare the ritual for advancing to Secret Sorcerer. I think Hobert should have the Beyonder characteristics of Traveler and Secret Sorcerer, then I will provide you with all the auxiliary ingredients for these two advancements." Furs was about to refuse, but seeing Dorian's firm expression, she had to say, "Thank you, teacher." She sighed in her heart, "Hobert can't use the things the teacher gave me. How should I share them with him?" Dorian sighed and said, "The newspaper said a few days ago that Hobert was ennobled as a duke and can also establish a country in the southern continent. Is this true?" "It's true," Furs said, "I also went to see his new territory. It's very vast, but the level of civilization is not high. It's rare to see such a promising young man," Dorian said with emotion, "speaking of which, we only met at your wedding, and we haven't had a good chat yet. Please help me tell him that I hope to express my gratitude in person." At this time, Furs, who already had some political awareness, realized that teacher Dorian must have noticed that Hobert's background was unusual and wanted to gain a deeper understanding. "No problem," Furs said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, it was October 16th. A few days ago, the Fasak Empire had just experienced a heavy snowfall, but after the cold wave passed, the temperature rebounded somewhat, and the snow just began to melt. In the early morning, Hobert, in the airship command room, saw the vast expanse of white on the ground, feeling the harsh cold of this northern country. "Your Excellency, favored, the sun is about to rise, and we are about to enter a densely populated area," Malva, the iron-blooded knight from the Tony family, reminded him. Hobert smiled and said, "I told you, you are in full command of this battle." As he spoke, he simply sat by the window, as if continuing to admire the scenery outside. Malva was Raymond's choice for advancement to War Bishop. If they could successfully raid St. Milan, it would definitely complete the advancement ritual. After several days of planning, this squadron of 24 airships set off in the first half of last night, first heading west to bypass the southern coast battlefield of Mid-Seashire. Then, the airships turned off all their lights and crossed Mid-Seashire in the dark. After sailing through the darkness all night, they finally quietly entered the Fasak Empire. The airship squadron began to advance towards the northeast, heading straight for St. Milan. Winter in the Fasak Empire, especially when the ice and snow melt and the temperature warms up slightly, is also a season with a high incidence of heavy fog. Although not as severe as the fog in Backlund, it can still effectively cover the airship squadron before sunrise. Now the sun is about to rise, and there is still about an hour's journey from St. Milan, especially near St. Milan, where the population becomes dense, making it easy to be discovered at this time. However, Malva had already discussed this issue with Hobert. Seeing that Hobert had completely handed over the command to him, he cleared his throat and ordered, "Begin the prayer." The signal officer immediately used light signals to convey the order to each airship. For a time, on every airship, people were praying to the Creator. These people were basically the Tony family's Beyonders, as well as the prayers designated by Malva. The soldiers piloting the airships were indifferent. They knew very well that this mission was a suicide mission, and they had long been mentally prepared to die. At this moment, their hearts were very calm. After all, they knew where the end of their lives was. Hobert seemed to be looking out the window at the scenery, but in fact, he had already entered the nation of disorder. According to the swelling stars in the pool, he projected a certain amount of power into the real world, tampering with the appearance of the airship squadron. From the ground, one couldn't see any airship squadron at all, only a cloud floating north. Hobert could distort the position of the squadron, allowing them to reach the designated location as soon as possible, but that would easily alert the enemy. If the Faysac Empire's royal family mastered the arbiter pathway, Hobert would never have agreed to participate in such a sneak attack mission. Because the high-sequence Beyonders of this pathway can establish some subtle connections with their territories, making it easier to detect their sneak attacks. And the high-sequence Beyonders of the Hunter pathway have various practical abilities on the battlefield and can easily dominate the war, but they do not have a corresponding connection with their territory. In addition, the target of the 24 airship squadron was small, making it difficult for them to be discovered. Moreover, according to the information Hobert obtained, the Angel of the Faysac Empire's royal family was currently supervising the battle on the southern coast of the Mid-Seashore, while the Angel of the God of Combat Church was confronting the angels of the Evernight Goddess Church in the Amantha Mountains. This created a gap in the defense of St. Milan. At least before the bombing, this airship squadron was difficult to detect. Because the Creator has a very high level, under his tampering, demigod-level Beyonders can only detect something wrong at a relatively close distance. If they were still far from St. Milan, and a demigod happened to fly through the sky not far from the airship squadron, or passed by the road below the squadron, it would be purely bad luck for Hobert and the others. The sun appeared on the horizon, and the sunlight shone on the earth, quickly dispelling the mist. Hobert saw the villages of the Faysac Empire emitting smoke, and the day's work was about to begin. The Faysac Empire basically can only produce one season of grain per year, and after the harvest in August and September, the cold winter follows. Before the heavy snow seals the mountains, enough firewood must be cut down, and the entire winter will depend on them for heating. In previous years, October had already entered the resting phase for people. But this year is different. The war has begun. The young people in the village were conscripted into the army in the summer to participate in military training. Now they are all on the southern coast of the Mid-Seashore and the battlefield of the Amantha Mountains. The middle-aged people, children, and elderly in the village have to go to the workshops in the town to produce military products. The entire country will continue to operate in this harsh winter. This made Hobert suddenly think of a theory about atomic peace. The theory roughly says that it is not that everyone is afraid of destroying the world after having nuclear bombs, so they do not conduct world wars. But rather, the decision-makers who make war plans, and the capitalists who hope to profit from war, like the children of farmers and workers who are sent to the battlefield, are easily killed by nuclear weapons, even more easily than the soldiers at the front. So world wars cannot be fought. Hobert took a deep breath, looking at the countryside full of the atmosphere of life under his feet. Originally, I thought that the gods were the nuclear deterrent of this world, but now it seems that there are still considerable differences between the two. Most of the time, the gods can deter each other, but sometimes, they are the biggest destabilizing factors. As the sun gradually rose, the view became better and better. When the fog completely dissipated, St. Milan could be clearly seen with binoculars. Malva carefully observed it and began to order the airship squadron to make the final adjustments to its flight direction. Because they were afraid of being discovered by the enemy's flashing lights, the airships communicated with each other using flag signals. Everyone held their breath, not even daring to speak too loudly. The palms of Malva and other commanders were already full of sweat, not only because of nervousness but also because of excitement. The bombing target was in front of them, getting closer and closer. They could already clearly see the ins and outs of the carriages in those factories and the figures of workers carrying goods. At this time, the urgency in their hearts reached its peak, hoping to appear above the bombing target in the next second. Suddenly, a fire snake rose from the ground, sweeping towards the airship squadron. Malva shouted, "Block the fire attack." The Tony family's demigod of the lawyer pathway, who came to assist in the advancement, distorted the fire snake to the rear, and it did not hit the airship. They were still discovered. This also meant that the raid had begun. Malva ordered, "Sound the electric bell, no longer hide anything, full speed ahead. Prepare to drop bombs. If we are unfortunately hit, drop all the bombs we are carrying before crashing." The commanders of the other airships could clearly hear Malva's orders. This was a very practical ability of a demigod of the hunter pathway. Within a certain range, he could convey orders to his subordinates without any obstacles. Ding-ling-ling. The electric bells of the 24 airships rang almost simultaneously, and all the officers and soldiers of the entire fleet were in place. The lookouts had already opened the viewing mirrors of the observation windows, ready to guide the bombing at any time. Wah! The ground sounded a long air raid alarm. Amidst loud greetings to the ancestors of the lone people, the ground air defense forces were the first to react, running to carry ammunition, preparing to fight back with anti-aircraft machine guns. But they did not immediately find the target, because at this time, from the ground, the airship squadron still existed in the form of clouds. Even the demigods who noticed something was wrong were not sure what was hidden in that cloud, only guessing that it was something like an airship hot air balloon. At the same time, the demigod felt that the power forming the cloud was very high level, so he did not dare to continue attacking, but while alerting the air defense forces, he prayed to his own angel. In the command room, Malva, after issuing a series of orders, said to Hobert, "Please help us reach the top of the target as soon as possible." Hobert nodded. First, he magnified the speed of the airship squadron's advance, and then, by constantly distorting, he reached the top of the St. Millen industrial area in 3 or 4 seconds. If the Creator took action, the time to enter St. Millen might be even faster. But that would likely attract the attention of the god of combat. According to the previous agreement between the gods, he might directly descend. The Creator is just an empty shell, it's okay to fool the angels, but in front of the gods, it might be exposed immediately. In order to avoid the situation from becoming uncontrollable from the beginning, Hobert still chose to take action himself. On the ground, the soldiers of the Air Defense Force saw more than 20 airships, like arrows leaving the string, rushing out of the clouds and entering the industrial area in a blink of an eye. After a second or two, under the loud orders of the officers, everyone seemed to have come back to their senses, turning the anti-aircraft machine guns and firing at the sky. The Beyonders on the airships either distorted the bullets like fire tongues or summoned fire walls to block the bullets. But they could still only defend against a part of the attacks. Bullets still swept onto the airships, piercing the wooden structure. Several soldiers on the airships who were unfortunately hit were torn apart by the anti-aircraft bullets, and blood splattered on the floor. Drop the bombs. Malva didn't care whether the position was suitable or not at this time and immediately ordered, "Don't aim, drop the bombs immediately, drop all the bombs." Streaks of flame shot up from the ground, as the opposing demigods launched their attack. 5 airships hadn't even dropped a single bomb before being struck by the flames. They burst into flames and exploded, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. The remaining airships quickly released their bombs. To expedite the process, some Beyonders simply jettisoned the entire bomb bay at once, scattering them across the ground like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The flames on the ground began to sweep across the falling bombs, detonating most of them in midair. Boom. As Hobert warped the position of 3 bombs, they exploded in the streets of St. Millen. Marva immediately ordered loudly, "Retreat, full-speed retreat. We have already achieved victory." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 648, Chapter 647, Developing the Founder's Followers in the Air Force. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. As long as 1 bomb detonated on the ground in St. Millen, the purpose of this raid would be achieved. Therefore, Malva ordered, "Retreat immediately." Some airships hadn't dropped all their bombs yet, so they turned while dropping them. The retreat route had also been planned in advance, retreating in the direction of the slums, where there was little anti-aircraft power. Hobert once again magnified the flight speed of the airship formation. The airships shook violently. During the initial design, most of the airship structure was made of wood and alloy to reduce weight. Any faster and they would fall apart. Soon, the airship formation was out of range of the anti-aircraft machine guns, but everyone still didn't dare to be careless, because the Beyonders stationed in St. Millen were still closely chasing after them. Battles between Beyonders were constantly occurring in the sky and on the ground. Immediately afterward, Hobert continued to use his distortion ability to make the airships leave the city as quickly as possible. Just at this moment, fireballs like meteors pierced through the clouds and attacked the airship formation. They were extremely fast, and Hobert and the other demigods only had time to block a portion of them. Rumble. Explosions rang out one after another in the sky. Most of the airships were pierced from top to bottom. The airships' large bladders were like deflated balloons. Before the hydrogen inside could even leak out, it caught fire and exploded, falling rapidly like a burning leaf. After these meteors passed through the bladders, they accurately hit the gondolas, and the officers, soldiers, and Beyonders inside basically died instantly, with no time to rescue them. Commanders like Malva fell silent, and in the blink of an eye, only 8 airships remained in the airship formation. Hobert knew that the Fasak Empire's angels had returned to help. Not caring about any agreements between the gods at this time, Hobert immediately entered the spirit world, appearing in a forest in the southern part of St. Millen. According to the previous agreement, Malva saw Hobert leave and immediately ordered, "Pray." The Tony family members immediately began to pray, while the lone officers and soldiers on the airships had completely given up on escaping and were using the airship's machine guns to attack the ground. Some officers and soldiers even laughed madly, firing their pistols and rifles aimlessly toward the rear. Today, they had done something extremely crazy, avenging the enemy's bombing of Backlund. They knew that their mission was complete. Although many of them didn't know about Beyonders, nor did they quite understand what those fireballs and fire snakes from the ground were all about, they all knew that they would definitely not be able to return. This was the enemy's hinterland, and they only had 8 airships left. They couldn't escape the pursuers and the airships deployed by the enemy in mid-seashore. In order to make the airships lighter for this operation, they hadn't even brought too much fuel for the return trip. Therefore, the officers and soldiers had completely given up and were prepared to die in the next second. Hobert, who appeared in the forest, instantly built a spirituality wall, entered the Nation of Disorder, picked up 0 to 72 on the handrail, opened the first layer, and projected his power toward the surging stars in the pool. At this time, the second round of attacks from the Fasak Empire's angels began. This time, the fireballs were even denser than the previous round of attacks, and the demigod's abilities couldn't protect the airships. Just when they were very nervous and didn't know if the Creator would abandon them, a tall figure sitting in a sword forest suddenly appeared in midair. The solidified dark light around him was very sacred and exuded an aura that made people dare not look directly at it. He had a silver-black jewelry box in his hand. After opening the first layer, the 8 airships immediately disappeared. The extremely fast fireballs collided with each other and exploded in midair, without attacking any targets. Immediately afterward, the tall figure disappeared. St. Millen's Industrial District. Vasily, the director of the intelligence agency, sat in a carriage, watching firefighters and workers putting out the fire. The fire had been brought under control, and the search and rescue operation had begun, but the public was still somewhat panicked. Many people on the streets were looking blankly at the bombed factory, at a loss for what to do. In addition, faint cries could be heard, the voices of those who had lost their loved ones in the bombing. Vasily, with his high nose and light yellow hair, had a cold expression. No one had expected that Lone would launch an air raid on St. Millen because, theoretically, their air power was being contained. An air raid with only 20 or so airships was ridiculous. After all, that little amount of bombs couldn't cause too much damage to the Fasak Empire. But what was even more ridiculous was that the Fasak Empire actually allowed 8 of those 20 or so airships to escape. This result was very difficult to accept, but what was even more difficult to accept was that a godlike existence had covered their escape. That was not William I, nor was it any god familiar to Vasily. Although there was no definite information yet, Vasily already had some guesses. It should be the Creator. Last year, when the Balk family broke out into a Beyonder war with the Rose School of Thought, Vasily obtained information about the Creator. But what he didn't expect was that the Creator would join the war so quickly. At this time, an intelligence officer ran over quickly and handed the newly completed statistics to Vasily. Vasily glanced at it, closed the car window, pulled the curtains, and disappeared from the carriage. 2 seconds later, he appeared in a manor in the suburbs of St. Millen, which had a landmark building, a tall stone tower. It is said that this stone tower has a history of more than 1,000 years. It looks very rough, and this stone tower does not become thinner as it goes higher, but has a circular, attic-like structure at the top. Vasily's destination was there. After being questioned by the guards at the bottom of the tower, he quickly climbed the stairs and met the middle-aged man in the luxurious room at the top, wearing traditional Fasak Empire clothing. The middle-aged man's light yellow beard was meticulously groomed. His hair was not very long, but it was not the short hair that was popular now, but the shoulder-length hair that was popular in ancient times. If a historian were to see this middle-aged man, they would definitely exclaim, "He looks too much like the founder of the Fasak Empire, His Majesty Alexei." In fact, this is the first emperor of the Fasak Empire, Alexei Einhorn. After the war began, the emperor in St. Millen Palace was more like a logistics minister, providing various logistic supplies for the front line and keeping the empire running normally. This Majesty Alexei is the supreme decision-maker of military operations. Vasily knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, the lost statistics for this air raid have been compiled." Alexei looked out the window at the St. Millen urban area in the distance. "How many factories will stop production?" "Only 2, Vasily reported. They are not very important factories, and it was the fire after the bombing that burned down some important machinery that forced them to stop production. They can be restored to production in at most 20 days. In addition, 5 other factories have suffered varying degrees of damage, but the impact is not significant. According to current statistics, this attack killed 9 people and injured dozens more." Alexei suddenly smiled. "A lone airship must have more than a dozen officers and soldiers, right?" Vasily replied, "Generally around 20 people." Speaking of this, the two people also fell silent, because they also knew that as long as one bomb fell on St. Milan, Lone's raid would be equivalent to winning the battle, and those lone Air Force soldiers who died over St. Milan were also very valuable. Just as Vasily was about to say something, Alexei suddenly narrowed his eyes. This performance also has a curtain call. Vasily was stunned at first, and then his spirituality seemed to sense something, and he looked at the midair of St. Milan. A figure suddenly appeared in midair. He was wearing a knight's uniform, had a handsome appearance, and bowed slightly towards this side with a smile. It really looked like an actor taking a curtain call after the end of a performance. Intelligence Director Vasily immediately recognized him. Hobert. Lone's new Duke Hobert. Then he looked at Alexei. Your Majesty, he. That is not his main body, Alexei said coldly. At this time, several blazing white spears were launched into the air from the ground. The moment they touched Hobert, with a whoosh, he turned into a mirror. Vasily clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. This guy is too arrogant. Your Majesty, this is a provocation. Alexei said, I heard that in the Beyonder war that occurred in the southern Kholson area before, an angel of the Demonist sect fell. Vasily took a deep breath before saying, according to the information we have obtained, that is the case. Alexei, ed and said, it seems that the angel has become a grade 0 sealed artifact. Then he said, contact Jonas and let him contact the Balk family. Jonas is a governor of the Fasak Empire in the southern continent, controlling General Anthony's territory. The Balk family initially cooperated with General Anthony and Jonas, and participated in a part of the Beyonder affairs management of General Anthony's territory. Vasily also calmed down, to test whether the Creator has already been bought by the Lone Kingdom. He must have been bought. Didn't you report that this duke named Hobert obtained the privilege of establishing a country in the southern continent? Alexei said, what needs to be tested is whether the Creator is satisfied with such a purchase. Whether as an emperor or a conqueror, he rarely had emotions such as anger. He was always very calm, unlike Vasily, who had to try hard to restrain his anger. Alexei sighed and said, we no longer have the strength to wage war against the Creator's forces. It's best to stabilize them while there hasn't been too intense a conflict. Somewhere above the southern coast of Mid-Seashire, the space in midair suddenly became illusory. Hobert stepped out of the spirit world and, through tampering with gravity, temporarily suspended himself in midair. Just now, he used the curtain call, or rather, the provocation, of the 0 to 71 Calamity porcelain doll, which greatly aided the digestion of his potion. This made Hobert smile and say, it seems that the first emperor of the Fasak Empire saw my performance. Not only Alexei, but a large number of Beyonders and ordinary people saw Hobert's arrogant provocation. Most Beyonders were very angry, believing Hobert was too arrogant. However, most of the people were very frightened, even falling into a certain degree of panic. Regardless of the reaction, it was the feedback that Hobert needed very much. Taking a deep breath, Hobert prayed to himself, entered the nation of disorder, and through his star, poured power into the real world, opened the 0 to 72 box of the Great Old Ones, and released the 8 airships. These 8 airships had also suffered some damage, with many cables broken, making them look somewhat crooked when flying. Hobert withdrew the Creator's power, returned to the real world, and used his distortion ability to return to the command room. At this time, the people in the command room were somewhat at a loss. They hadn't felt anything just now, but in a moment of daze, they had arrived in an unfamiliar airspace. St. Milan was gone, the tongues of fire from the anti-aircraft machine guns were gone, the flames rising from the ground were gone, and the meteorites that were reaping lives with terrifying roars were gone. Hobert drew a horizontal rectangle on his chest, then drew a vertical line, praised the Creator. Malva and the others then came back to their senses and followed Hobert's gesture representing the Creator, praised the Creator. In their opinion, their escape this time was entirely due to the divine power displayed by the Creator. What they didn't know was that the Creator didn't possess such divine power 10 days ago. It was only after severely injuring the Aurora Order that he gained such power. At this time, Locke, the airship officer, approached and asked, several officers, may I ask what kind of God is the Creator you just praised? At this time, the officers and soldiers also realized that they had not died. For a time, some cried with joy, some were very dazed, and some, like Locke, had already understood that they had been saved by the God believed in by these demigods and sequence 5s. This was also the first time they had experienced the divine power of a God. So Hobert immediately transformed into a religious fanatic and began to preach. The Lord awoke from chaos and saw that the order of the human world was so unbearable, that morality was no longer the standard for measuring whether a person was good, but money was. Violence permeated every corner of this world and was whitewashed by gods and rulers. Vicious thugs lived a good life, while those who truly loved life and were kind toiled all day long and had no time to enjoy life. He continued, so the Lord sighed, humanity in the 5th epoch is even more miserable than in the 2nd epoch. At least in the 2nd epoch, humans rarely killed and deceived each other. Therefore, the Lord intends to overthrow the existing order and establish a new order for the human world. Malva and the others also heard the Creator's tenets for the first time. They remembered them carefully and looked very pious. When Locke and other officers heard this tenet, and also heard some of the Creator's help to the people, they naturally became shallow believers of the Creator and said they wanted to go to Longtail Island to worship. Hobert said, "My lord has no church, only subjects. However, you are welcome to visit Longtail Island and witness the changes that the Creator's proposition will bring to the world." After talking with several officers for a while, under Hobert's care, Malva took the potion. The bombing of St. Millen was a very successful advancement ceremony, allowing Malva to complete the advancement very smoothly. This made Hobert sigh. This pathway requires war to advance quickly and to digest the potion quickly. Extra. Lone Air Force attacks St. Millen. That evening, the streets and alleys of Lone were filled with the cries of newsboys. Passers-by stopped one after another to buy newspapers, and such a thick stack of newspapers was quickly snapped up. Leonard, who had just gotten off the public carriage, also bought a newspaper. He sighed. The Lone Air Force must have suffered heavy losses this time. But after reading the newspaper, he was completely stunned. Only 24 airships went, and 8 came back. How did the military do it? But after seeing the commander of this battle later, Leonard instantly understood. According to the newspaper, there were 3 commanders of this air raid. The chief planner was Duke Hobert, the commander-in-chief was Lord Malva, and the deputy commander was Vice Admiral Locke. In Leonard's opinion, this chief planner was very important. It must have been the Creator who helped them escape from St. Millen, otherwise, with only 24 airships, there would have been no possibility of returning. At this time, Leonard realized, the Creator supports Lone. At this time, a grand celebration ball was being held at the Sodila Palace. The 3 protagonists of this ball were Hobert, Malva, and Locke. Hobert was accustomed to such social interactions. He could give the correct response to the nobles' compliments or inquiries. Occasionally, he would also show his humility, saying that he had not contributed much to this battle, and that it was all thanks to the planning of the royal family and the military. For a time, the atmosphere of the party was harmonious, and Hobert was praised for his great achievements and humility. However, in Hobert's view, this was just after-sales service. Not long after returning to the Lone Kingdom, Hobert received news from Todd that the Lone royal family had agreed to support the 13 major and 22 minor technical items that Hobert had previously proposed. Initially, Hobert had proposed 15 major and 22 minor items of support. In the previous negotiations between Hobert and Alice, even with Alice's leniency, 1/3 of the technical support was cut off. At that time, Hobert felt that the price was pretty good. After all, it was impossible to empty Lone's centuries of technical accumulation all at once. But after this sneak attack ended, except for the shipbuilding and airship technology that Hobert had proposed, all the other technologies were given to him. After thinking for a while, Hobert understood that the Lone Kingdom should not have expected that the Creator could intervene in such a battle. Theoretically speaking, for a god, they would not care about the life and death of a few demigod subordinates. Not to mention the gods, even William I did not intend to help the officers on the 24 airships escape. It was not that they were cruel, but that at their level, they would not care about these things at all. But the Creator's reaction exceeded their expectations, and it was also heard that Malva took the opportunity to advance to War Bishop. The key was that the nature of the matter was different after the Creator intervened. First of all, this was a god's help, which was priceless in itself. In addition, this was equivalent to the Creator taking a stand. In William I's view, the Creator was showing that he supported the Lone Kingdom. The last reason was that 8 airships came back, which made Lone's victory more complete. Although William I and others felt that the Creator's intervention at the beginning of the war was a bit of an overreaction, the respect that should be given was still necessary. So the Lone royal family decided to pay more for some technology, but the condition was to let Hobert cooperate with the royal family to promote this victory, and to let the Southern Balam Duchy declare war on the colonial army of the Fasak Empire in the southern continent. As the war became more anxious, Lone currently needed a large number of soldiers. They planned to buy the teleportation array blueprints from Hobert and build their own teleportation array between the north and south continents to transfer colonial soldiers to participate in the war. Then there needed to be a force to hold back the colonial army of the Fasak Empire in the southern part of the southern continent, and the Southern Balam Duchy was an excellent choice. So after Hobert returned to Backlund, he first conducted a second round of negotiations with the royal family. After agreeing on the conditions, Hobert would cooperate so much at the ball. Otherwise, he would have returned to the Southern Balam Duchy long ago to deal with the affairs of the local kings and generals. How could he have time to talk nonsense with these nobles? As for Malva and Locke, after they came back, they became lords and major generals. Before this, one had never been in contact with nobles, and the other was still a major yesterday. Suddenly coming to such an occasion was still a bit cramped. Throughout the ball, Hobert was basically the one dealing with the nobles. Hobert has been so busy recently that Audrey was only able to say a few words to Hobert at today's ball. I can only say that your battle was a miracle. Hobert noticed that Audrey's praise was a bit reluctant. He knew that Audrey didn't want him to get involved in this war. He smiled and said, I'll take you to the Southern Balam Duchy in a couple of days. Audrey was sincerely happy and said, okay. She had wanted to go to the Southern Balam Duchy for a long time, but Hobert had not invited her, and she was not good at directly requesting it. For the next 2 days, Hobert stayed in Backlund. After attending many interviews and social events, this round of publicity from the lone royal family finally ended. It must be said that this sneak attack greatly improved the morale of the soldiers on the front line. It is said that the two fronts with the Fasak Empire have now been stabilized. The newspaper also said that the Fasak Empire's offensive momentum had been blocked, and the next stage would be a stalemate. Hobert completed the after-sales service and, as agreed, took Audrey on a trip to Angel City, the capital of the Duchy of Southern Balam. Now, outside the city of Angel, many colorful tents of all sizes had been set up. Those were the residences of the tribal chiefs and generals. The agents that Lone had once supported in the Duchy of Southern Balam had all arrived and were waiting for Duke Hobert's summons. Audrey glanced at the city from the city wall. I didn't expect such a delicate city. You can just say it's small, Hobert said with a smile. After a while, when the land reform in the principality is completed, these 4 city walls will be torn down for a large-scale expansion. Coming down from the city wall, Hobert introduced Audrey to some of the customs and culture of the southern continent and strolled to the command post. Conrad, Donna, and the others knew that Hobert was coming today and had been waiting here to discuss some matters with him in a meeting. They were all stunned when they saw Audrey beside Hobert. There were many witches in the city of Angel at this time, but compared to Audrey, they were still slightly inferior. The key was that Audrey was holding Hobert's arm, and the two looked very intimate. It wasn't until Donna naturally called out sister-in-law that everyone reacted and probably understood what was going on. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. A chicken leg must be added to Donna's dinner. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 649, Chapter 648, Hobert, the one who plays both sides. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert's intention in bringing Audrey was very clear. Longtail Island and South Colson were Furze's private territory, and the entire Earl's Light would be handed over to Audrey in the future. However, the Duchy of South Balam was different. In the future, it would definitely become a kingdom, his absolute base. Hobert wanted Conrad and a group of confidants to know that there would be 2 Empress Borough in this kingdom in the future. He knew that Conrad and others from South Colson would definitely favor Furze, but as long as they didn't object to Audrey becoming another queen, that would be enough. Hobert introduced these senior officials of the principality to Audrey one by one. Audrey's noble education from a young age allowed her to respond with grace and composure. She was very happy to be able to participate in such a meeting, which meant that Hobert was letting her join the core group of the Duchy of South Balam. After everyone took their seats in the war room, the meeting officially began. Audrey sat next to Hobert, but she was very clear that she was still an observer and should just listen carefully. The first issue discussed at this meeting was the matter of taking over the St. Cern Basin. The situation here was different from that of Longtail Island. The entire basin was basically filled with Lone's farms. They had all bought the land from the Governor General's office back then, which meant that they were the legal owners of these lands. The colonization method of this basin was also different from that of Longtail Island. Most of those farmers were immigrants from Lone. Among them were fugitives, former pirates, and adventurers. Of course, most of them were poor people in Lone. They couldn't survive in that country, so they came here and spent very little money to buy a large piece of land, where they freely grazed or grew crops, living an almost isolated life. So, the first question for Conrad and others was, should these lands be nationalized? After all, theoretically, these lands were legal, and most of the farmers were law-abiding and very enthusiastic. If they were forcibly taken back, it seemed a little inappropriate. Hobert said, the process of their purchase was legal, but have you understood where the land of the St. Cern Governor General's office came from? Conrad said, I have. It was seized from the natives here, driving the natives to the south, to a colder place. It's more than just driving them away. Hobert had done his research beforehand. After the Lone people came here, they bought the heads of the natives at a price of £1 per head, carrying out a massacre that lasted for 2 months. Those natives who fled further south were lucky because they not only escaped the massacre but also survived the infectious diseases brought by the Lone people. Audrey was a little surprised. She tried to tell herself, this is the colony. Hobert continued, then the Governor General's office established here sold the entire basin to the subsequent immigrants at a price of 1 sol per acre. He said sternly, these lands were originally seized. It can't be said that they become legal just because they were handled by the Governor General's office. Therefore, it is no problem to nationalize them in terms of law. As for the process of recovery, we must pay attention to methods and not be as barbaric and crude as the previous invaders. Everyone looked at Hobert, knowing that the Duke already had a solution. First of all, the land must be taken back and redistributed uniformly. Hobert emphasized again, I went to see it before, and so much good land is actually used for grazing in many places, which is a huge waste. Then he began to elaborate on the detailed deployment. The government can try to communicate with the local residents, and the duchy government can lease their land to settle a large number of backland wanderers. We can provide the farmers with some opportunities to serve in public office. After all, we have a huge gap in grassroots civil servants. As long as they are willing to respond to the call, we will carefully train them, let them see our other territories, and in the future, send them to other states and regions to serve as grassroots officials. At that time, we will tell them some of the duchy's rigid regulations. As long as they are civil servants, they must be citizens of the Duchy of South Balham, and as long as they are citizens, they cannot have land exceeding the quota. The lone people who immigrated to the southern continent are basically very poor people. Most of them will not give up the opportunity to become civil servants. In this way, most of the land can be nationalized. Everyone in the room was stunned. This operation did not violate the principles and was in accordance with the law. The key was that these immigrants did get benefits. Everyone present knew that the creator's power was currently in the development stage, and grassroots officials would soon become middle-level officials. It should be known that of the 15 village chiefs initially appointed by Hobert in the Jeffrey territory, some of those who were willing to improve have already become deputy mayors. Some who were unwilling to leave South Colson were already at the level of town chiefs or deputy town chiefs. Especially Conrad, the town chief at the time, is now the prime minister of the Duchy of South Balham. Such a high position, Conrad would not have dared to imagine it 2 years ago. Looking at the entire northern continent, there is no such fast advancement channel. So, Hobert is exchanging political interests for land, which is very cost-effective for both parties. Local residents get access to political participation, and the government gets a large reserve of grassroots cadres. The people who live here are immigrants, not natives. In addition to being proficient in the lone language, they basically understand the local language, which is very suitable for grassroots work. The only thing lacking may be their low level of education, or even no education at all. It is necessary to cultivate their reading and writing skills. In this regard, Hobert's team already has considerable mature experience and can first cultivate the reading, writing, and arithmetic skills necessary to be competent for the job, and then study while working after starting work. After all, as a village chief at the beginning, you don't need knowledge of grammar, etc., you only need to provide accurate data to the town government and be able to clearly convey the town government's policies. As for those who are unwilling to lease their land to us and become civil servants, Hobert continued, we will use citizen ID cards against them. Without citizen status, they cannot build water conservancy facilities on their land, they have to pay purchase tax and tariffs to buy daily necessities, their children cannot go to school, etc. If they change their minds, they can still have the opportunity to become civil servants after becoming citizens. But if they still insist, we will have to isolate them. Conrad nodded, I will quickly draft a plan. Yes. Hobert asked again, how many people can the entire St. Cern basin accommodate? Conrad replied, preliminary estimates are between 700,000 and 800,000 people. So many. Hobert was stunned. He flipped through the information submitted by Conrad and quickly found information about the population. Currently, the population of the entire basin is only about 20,000 people. In Hobert's view, this is a waste of resources. Audrey also realized that if the development of this basin is completed, Backlund will not have vagrants for a long time. She very much hopes that Hobert's policies can be implemented as soon as possible. After the first issue was discussed, Donna raised another issue, how to prevent the natives in the south from attacking the St. Cern basin. What kind of policies should be adopted for the rule of Milherban State and other regions? The St. Cern basin is surrounded by mountains or hills in the east, north, and west. Only the south is semi-open, with only some gentle slopes. There are swamps, grasslands, and forests. The natives of the St. Cern basin back then crossed these swamps and fled to the south. After settling there, they often came back to harass the immigrants in the St. Cern area. After all, in their view, these lands were all theirs before, but they were seized by a group of people from the northern continent. The soldiers stationed in Angel City before were not to guard against enemies from other countries, but to combat the natives. The situations in Milherban State, South Hogenti Province, and Barana State are different from those in the St. Cern area. Some of these places have abundant resources such as forests and minerals, and some are located at the southern end of the Hogenti grassland, with good arable land and conditions for developing animal husbandry. Therefore, loan adopted a proxy rule here. For example, some loan companies provide technology, and local chieftains or generals provide slaves to jointly develop iron ore, copper ore, and other resources. In addition, loan will dump its industrial products in these places, constantly carrying out economic plunder on these places. Regarding this issue, Hobert, seeing that everyone's discussion was not getting to the heart of the matter, said directly, when you look at problems, you must be good at finding the fundamental contradiction of the problem. Let's first talk about the issue of the indigenous people. The fundamental contradiction of this issue lies in the fact that after the natives of the St. Cern area fled further south, they also had conflicts with the natives there. After all, the carrying capacity of a piece of land is limited. If a group of people suddenly appears on a piece of land, it will definitely cause a shortage of living resources. They have difficulty living, so of course they will come back to grab something to survive. Everyone nodded slowly. That was indeed the case. Donna asked, can we let them come back, become citizens here, and continue to live on the land of their ancestors? This method seems like delayed justice, but it's not just a good idea. Hobert said, letting them come back may make it more difficult to return the land to state ownership. After all, in terms of law, they have the right to inherit these lands. Everyone fell into contemplation. This was indeed a big problem that had to be prevented. Moreover, everyone present had relatively rich governing experience, and of course knew that sometimes justice and morality could easily make things worse. Hobert let everyone think for a while before smiling and saying, isn't there grasslands, swamps and forests in the south? Donna, you go and discuss with Archbishop Simpson, and ask him to send a bishop who is good at raising fish, raising cattle and sheep, and cultivating economic forests to preach. Create some breeding industry employment opportunities in the southern region, and we can also provide technology and let the indigenous people contribute to develop cooperation. How to operate specifically, you handle it according to the actual situation. In short, if a group of indigenous people can be supported there, and they can obtain food and gold pounds through labor, who would be willing to risk their lives to rob? Hobert paused here and then said to Donna, if the indigenous people don't trust us very much, then let Audrey accompany you to persuade them. The effect will be better and faster. Currently, that group of indigenous people are almost mortal enemies with the lone people. The indigenous people will definitely think that the promise of the Southern Balam Duchy is a trap. It will take a long time to persuade them, and a long time to maintain favorable policies towards them, before the indigenous people can gradually trust the Southern Balam Duchy government. For Hobert, why bother with this effort when problems can be solved with extraordinary power? Audrey was slightly stunned at first, before smiling at Donna, I am very good at persuading others. Donna smiled and said, I will ask you for help at the appropriate time. For example, when Furza's sister-in-law is not in Angel City. Donna then said to Hobert, now the only problem is that those swamps, grasslands, etc. in the south do not belong to the territory of Southern Balam. Legally speaking, that is not the territory of the Lone Kingdom either. Hobert smiled and said, I have learned before that it is the territory of a local Balam Empire noble. It's just that the Eastern Balam Company has many privileges there, but because it is too far from the northern continent, the Lone Kingdom has not invested much, and the colonial army has no intention of developing it into a directly affiliated colony. Then this matter will be easy to handle. No one stipulates that the Southern Balam Duchy cannot expand outwards. If that Balam Empire noble has any objections, then I don't mind expanding the territory to the southernmost end of the southern continent. Everyone showed a playful smile. One was a lone noble who came here to build a country with the world's most advanced technology, and the other was a Balam Empire noble who had long lost contact with the Balam Empire. After occupying those swamps and grasslands, it is estimated that the Balam Empire noble would not even dare to fart. Hobert added, as for the other states, I plan to establish an outer cabinet and keep these local kings and generals in Angel City. If they are willing to support the policies of the Southern Balam Duchy and hand over the ownership and rule of the land, then after observing for a period of time, we can consider giving them a substantive position. If they disagree with our policies, then it is Steele's business. That is to say, they will be forcibly taken over. Everyone understood Hobert's implication, don't be polite to these local kings and generals. After he set the policy, Donna and the others had guiding ideology. So the meeting came to the last agenda item. Steele discovered that the Highland Kingdom in the northwest, after learning that the lone colonial army had withdrawn and someone was going to establish a principality here, seemed to think there was an opportunity and was contacting the local kings and generals, seemingly with some intention. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, the southern continent is their territory after all. They should have known through some channels that I am building a country here, and they also know my relationship with the Balk family. He paused and said, just pretend we don't know. As long as they don't cause damage in the St. Cern area, don't worry about it for the time being. If they can collude with the local kings, that would be even better. At the end of the meeting, Hobert said, tomorrow, the major newspapers in Backlund will publish the news that the Southern Balam Duchy has declared war on the Fasak Empire. Don't be misled by this information. Develop as you should, first establish effective rule, and then talk about foreign operations. Everyone responded in unison, yes. After the meeting, Hobert took Audrey for a walk around, but because the surroundings were all lone immigrants, except for some dilapidated temples left by the indigenous people, there was nothing special. The two of them took a simple stroll and returned to Angers. Today's lunch was a bit monotonous, steamed sea fish and coleslaw. Because a supply system has not yet been established on the southern continent, the current consumption in Angel City must be transported from Longtail Island. Audrey felt that the fish today was quite good, very fresh, so she ate a few more bites. Before this, I never thought that establishing effective rule over a place was such a profound knowledge. The education she received since childhood made her fairly good at management, but Earl Hall currently only has a manor, and no longer has territory under his rule, so Audrey is relatively unfamiliar with this. The meeting in the morning opened her eyes to Hobert's governing ability. In her opinion, the complex problems of the Southern Balam Duchy were easily sorted out by Hobert. Hobert smiled and said, "There are some techniques in it. It's very simple once you master the techniques. In my opinion, it's very impressive," Audrey said seriously. Then she put down her knife and fork and talked about another issue. The Southern Balam Duchy, must declare war on the Fasak Empire. This is a deal. Hobert smiled and said, "At most 5 years, the technological level of most of the Southern Balam Duchy can basically be at the same level as the 4 major powers of the northern continent. If, taking advantage of the war, a large number of university professors and students are poached to the Southern Balam Duchy, this time can definitely be shortened." Audrey understood Hobert's meaning, sacrifice a part of the people to save more people. That's right. Hobert was very happy that Audrey could now figure out this problem on her own. Audrey did not continue this topic, but sighed, 800,000 people. If they were all immigrants from Backlund, 1/6 of the population of this international metropolis would disappear. Then she asked, "I have a very strange question. There are so many starving people in the East Borough, why don't they immigrate to the southern continent?" I also asked Conrad after the meeting just now, because the labor of slaves is too taxing, their mortality rate is very high, and the population of the entire southern continent is not very dense. In the territory of the Southern Balam Duchy outside the St. Cern Basin, another 100,000 to 200,000 people can be resettled, and the entire southern continent can also accommodate many immigrants. Theoretically speaking, there is no need to squeeze in Backlund, because many of them don't know about immigration. Hobert said, "It has to be admitted that in many cases, cultural level can indeed limit a person's cognition. Most of the people in the slums are bankrupt farmers who had to sell their land due to unstable grain prices and come to the city to find opportunities. They have never been exposed to immigration before, and they can't even think of it. In addition, they don't have the financial resources to immigrate. The ship ticket and the food for several months on the ship are a sky-high price for them." Audrey took a deep breath. The authorities should organize passenger ships to send people to the southern continent. The authorities won't do that. Hobert chuckled. To them, the people of the southern continent are all slaves, and they already have enough. They don't need more right now. As for the people within the Kingdom of Loan, the cost of sending the poor to immigrate is far higher than the cost of letting them fend for themselves. Speaking of which, he suddenly paused. Oh, right, it seems that in the early colonial era, they did send some immigrants to the colonies. It said that they were all poor people, and their treatment on the ships wasn't much better than that of slaves. There was even a saying popular in Loan at the time, "Send all the poor away, and Loan will be rich." Audrey was stunned and uncharacteristically retorted, "Are they some kind of baboons?" Hobert laughed. "Your description is too polite. In my opinion, baboons have more normal thinking, while those politicians simply have brain damage." Audrey smiled. "You're right." The two finished lunch in casual conversation. Hobert sent Audrey back to Backlund, and he returned to Angel City to prepare for tomorrow's meeting with the Earth King and the generals. As soon as Hobert returned to Angel City, he heard the prayers from the Nation of Disorder. It must be Lawrence's voice. He returned to the room assigned to him and entered the Nation of Disorder, and sure enough, he saw Lawrence's star expanding. Hobert extended his spirituality and heard Lawrence's voice, "Creator in the shadow of order. Please help me tell Mr. Hobert that Governor Jonas of the Fasak Empire wishes to meet with him." Retracting his spirituality, Hobert understood that the Fasak Empire wanted to conduct secret negotiations with him, or rather, they intended to try to buy off the Creator's forces. Hobert smiled. "My previous judgment was correct. After the war begins, it is indeed the best time to establish a country. In the coming year, I should often be able to profit from both sides." After thinking about the matter for a moment, Hobert used travel to arrive at a villa outside the city of Rockville. If no special instructions were given, Lawrence would definitely be here. Lawrence, who was in the study on the second floor, sensed the change in the villa space and immediately came out to greet him. The two went to a small reception room on the second floor for a private conversation. Lawrence briefly explained Jonas's arrival at the villa. He said he had something very important to discuss with you, but he didn't reveal what it was. Hobert smiled. "A few days ago, I just attacked the capital of the Fasak Empire, St. Millen, with the people from the Tony family." Lawrence was slightly stunned. He wouldn't be. He originally wanted to say, he wouldn't be here to kill you, would he, but then he thought that as long as Jonas was still rational, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. After all, Jonas knew that the Balk family had several demigods, and Jonas was currently alone. Even if the Fasak Empire sent an angel, they might not be able to kill Hobert. He should have been sent to negotiate with us. Hobert said, have someone call him over. If he waited until after the declaration of war tomorrow to talk, Hobert wouldn't be able to ask for a high price. While the servant went to call for him, Hobert asked Lawrence, you should know about the news of Lone and the Fasak Empire going to war, right? I know. Lawrence said. For now, we must outwardly lean completely towards the kingdom of Lone. Hobert said, but before we consolidate our forces in the southern continent, we must not terminate contact with other countries. Lawrence understood that Hobert was informing him of the core strategy of the Creator's forces, so that the Balk family would not do anything contrary to this strategy. In fact, even if Hobert didn't say it, he was very clear about this. After all, the Creator's forces could influence the war situation to a certain extent. Only by not easily breaking completely with one of the participating parties could they seize the greatest benefits. Then Hobert added, the 3 states that you have been infiltrating are likely to be incorporated into the Duchy of South Balam in a peaceful manner. As long as the corresponding negotiations are completed, for the time being, let the generals and lords of these places maintain their original rule. After I complete the corresponding deployment in the St. Cern area, I will then send unified officials to completely incorporate those places into the territory of South Balam. At that time, one of the Balk family's responsibilities will be to protect the safety of those officials. Lawrence said seriously, we will definitely protect them. The two chatted for a while, and Governor Jonas had already arrived, so the two went to the living room to meet him. At the beginning of the conversation, Hobert ordered all the servants to leave and tampered with the transmission path of the sound waves in the living room so that their voices could only be heard in this living room. Jonas, who had a round face and naturally curly hair, knew that the probability of a successful negotiation was high when he saw Hobert being so cautious. Then he felt amused in his heart, feeling that the Duke was too careful. After all, this was a colony of the Fasak Empire, and the number of lone spies was very small. After meeting, the 3 exchanged a few pleasantries, and Jonas asked with a smile, I heard that the Duchy of South Balam is going to declare war on the Fasak Empire. Because Loanese and Fasak have significant differences, he simply used ancient Fasak, which both sides understood. Hobert was very satisfied with this entry point. If he had questioned Hobert about the air raid on St. Millen right away, then this negotiation would not have been able to continue. It wasn't that Hobert was unwilling to admit it, but it was easy to become increasingly rigid on this issue. But it was only temporarily not mentioned. If the Fasak Empire freed up its hands in the future, it would definitely settle this score. When Hobert needed it, he would also talk a lot about this air raid in order to anger the Fasak Empire. But now, they both had the idea of cooperation. The goodwill released by Hobert made Jonas breathe a sigh of relief. He naturally understood the implication of Hobert's words, this was an arrangement by the Kingdom of Lone. However, just in case, Jonas still had to confirm Hobert's intentions. After the declaration of war, do you intend to immediately launch a battle against our colonies in the southern continent? I don't think we need to waste time doing such probing. Hobert said straightforwardly, I will give you a promise now that in the southern continent, I will not attack your colonies in the central and northern parts of the southern continent for 3 months. But I will definitely participate in the war in the northern continent, because the price offered by Lone is too tempting. Jonas also stopped being evasive, we are also willing to offer some prices. We hope that we can reach some agreements, such as not engaging in battles at or above the angel level. This was indeed the issue that the Fasak Empire was most concerned about at the moment. After all, they had a limited number of angels, including those from the God of Combat Church. With the Storm Church and the God of Steam and Machinery Church not being very active in this war, they were completely able to cope. If the high-level combat power of the Creator's forces participated in the war, then there was no need to fight this war at all. They could just surrender directly. This was something that the Fasak Empire had not expected at all before the war. Although they had received intelligence that the Creator had dealt with the Phainopata royal family together with the Lone royal family. But they guessed that it should be a problem of neighboring pathways of beyonder characteristics, that there was a common enemy, rather than a very close cooperation. After all, the Lone royal family did not participate in the South Colson Beyonder War afterwards. But what they didn't expect was that at the beginning of the war, the Creator attacked their capital, St. Millen. Hobert asked with a smile, what price can you offer? It depends on what kind of benefits you want. The Cerrado state and the Cordoba state. Hobert stated his conditions. Currently, the Balk family has made certain political and economic investments in 3 states, namely the Cerrado state ruled by General Anthony and the Cordoba state ruled by a nobleman, Rivaldo, of the Highland Kingdom. These 2 states are adjacent to each other and are both colonies of the Fasak Empire. There is also the Owe province, currently ruled by General Adrian, a colony of the Phainopata Kingdom. Jonas paused for 2 or 3 seconds before asking, "Are you kidding?" The situations in West Balam and East Balam are somewhat different. In West Balam, the colonies of the Intis Republic, the Faysak Empire, and the Faysak Kingdom are intertwined. Moreover, the colonies of these 3 countries are not in continuous stretches. One country might have a presence in the north of the southern continent, another in the center, and yet another in the south, making the situation extremely complex. These 2 states are the main colonies of the Faysak Empire in the south of the southern continent. Without these 2 states, the Faysak Empire would have almost no influence in the south of the southern continent. Lawrence, who was beside him, appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart, he also felt that the price offered by Hobert was a bit high. After all, the Faysak Empire's request was not to provoke high-level conflicts with the Creator's forces, but not to let the Duchy of South Balam openly betray the Lone Kingdom and side with the Faysak Empire. Besides, they also had the new grudges from the sneak attack on St. Milan. Jonas didn't mention it for the sake of the overall situation, but the matter did exist. Under such circumstances, even if the Faysak Empire was willing to cooperate, it was impossible to sell such a large amount of benefits as a bargaining chip. Hobert smiled calmly and confidently. "That's because you don't quite understand the conspiracy of the lone royal family, nor do you know our actual position. You can go to the prayer room to report to your Emperor Alexei, convey my next words, and then tell him the conditions I have offered. I think it will seem very reasonable to him." Jonas was slightly stunned. "Please speak." Hobert continued, "Tell the first emperor of the Faysak Empire that we also do not want George III to become a god. In addition, we know the locations of George III's 9 mausoleums." He leaned back in his chair. "That's all." Jonas's expression became very solemn. At his level, he could obtain some high-level information. He knew that the fundamental reason for the Empire's attack on Lone this time was that George III intended to become a god, and the Empire had to fight before this happened. Then, the negotiations with Hobert had completely exceeded expectations and must be reported to His Majesty the Emperor immediately. He stood up and said, "I'll borrow the prayer room." At this time, Jonas was very grateful for Hobert's previous caution, being wary of eavesdroppers from the very beginning. Such high-level cooperation, if there was a leak, he could very well become a sinner of the Empire. Lawrence smiled, "Please do." Although he didn't know what Hobert's words just now meant specifically, just looking at Jonas's reaction, he knew that this matter must be very important, even to the point of needing to report to their emperor immediately. More than 10 minutes later, Jonas came out of the prayer room. He smiled and said to Hobert, "Please wait a moment." Hobert just nodded and didn't ask what he was waiting for. The living room was quiet for a few minutes, and suddenly the space in front of them became illusory, forming a connection with the spirit world. Vasily, with a stern face, high nose bridge, and light yellow hair, came out from inside. "Grand Duke Hobert, hello, His Majesty the Emperor has sent me to discuss with you." Hobert smiled, "Please sit down." After the 4 people were seated again, Vasily didn't mince words and directly said to Hobert, "Please explain in detail the secret cooperation between us." Hobert didn't beat around the bush either. First of all, it must be kept secret. The Faysak Empire must have at least a demigod as a contact person. "No problem, I will contact you directly in the future." "What is the contact method?" "Contact through my messenger." Hobert repeated the method of summoning his messenger, and that 3 donuts should be prepared each time a letter was sent. Then he added, "As for the specific cooperation plan, it depends on how much power the Faysak Empire is willing to contribute, and whether you are willing to agree to the conditions I just proposed." Vasily immediately said, "When I came, His Majesty the Emperor had already agreed to your conditions. Those 2 states now belong to the Duchy of South Balam." Hobert smiled, "I will complete the takeover within half a month." Vasily agreed very readily, "No problem, the specific matters will be handed over to Jonas." Hobert said, "Since you have agreed to my reward, I will provide you with the location of 2 of the mausoleums, as well as the way to enter the mausoleums." Vasily nodded slightly, and then asked, "Will you also send people to destroy the mausoleums?" "Of course." Hobert smiled, "We will also use hidden forces to try to destroy 2 of the mausoleums, but for both of us, to be on the safe side, it is still more prudent to find more people to destroy more mausoleums. Theoretically, destroying 1 or 2 mausoleums should be enough to prevent George III from becoming a god." In fact, Hobert was very clear that even if the Creator's power didn't intervene, George III's plan to become a god would be disrupted by Klein. But he couldn't resist the fact that this information could be sold for a very good price, so he would invite more people to dig graves. The only thing to be careful about was not to let the lone royal family know, at least not to let them be sure of this matter. It wouldn't matter if they were slightly suspicious. Often, this kind of high-level cooperation doesn't require too much negotiation on the details. Once there is an intention, it can be reached quickly. Moreover, they trust each other more in this cooperation. After all, for Alexei, the Creator can interfere with the accommodation of a uniqueness, and will definitely interfere with George III becoming a god. And for Hobert, if there is an opportunity, the Faysac Empire's royal family will definitely destroy George III's chance to become a god. This is the basis of their mutual trust. After Vasily left, Hobert discussed with Jonas about taking over the two states. Hobert promised to buy Jonas's private property at a good price, but the condition was to put on a show with the Duchy of South Balham. The army of the Duchy of South Balham would fire cannons from a safe distance behind, and the Faysac Empire's colonial army would retreat quickly in front, creating the illusion of being driven away. Jonas's personal interests were guaranteed, so he was happy to help Hobert with this favor. Hobert planned to invite Georgina to take a look at the scene of the Duchy of South Balham pursuing the Faysac Empire's colonial army after the war began. It could also be considered an explanation for Lone's second technical support. As for whether Georgina would see that the two sides were acting, it didn't matter. Anyway, East Balham didn't have to worry about attacks from the Faysac Empire in the south of the southern continent. After the conversation, Hobert returned to Angel City, and arranged for Seal to prepare for sending troops. Currently, the armed forces that Hobert can send to the battlefield are well equipped, but the number of people is a bit small. Now the governor's office of Longtail Island has begun to recruit soldiers. These soldiers are all natives who have been allocated land and have received real benefits. The recruitment scale is 5,000 people. But this batch of soldiers will not be able to complete training until next year at the earliest. Hobert can only mobilize 3,000 people now, and only 2,000 people can be transferred to Angers. After all, in the South Colson area and Longtail Island, a large number of Beyonders have been transferred. In order to cope with emergencies, a part of the soldiers must also be left behind. Under normal circumstances, these 2,000 people are not the opponents of the Faysac Empire's colonial army at all, but now the situation is special, and it is enough to send only 1,000 people. Hobert directly handed this matter over to Lawrence and Seal, while he returned to Longtail Island. Under his supervision, Furs successfully advanced to scribe. After Furs restrained her spirituality and was in very good condition, the two of them enjoyed dinner together. Hobert said while eating, "From today onwards, you will record the abilities of a demigod once a day. And every day, take a few hours to travel around the world to see and record the local customs and culture." Furs nodded. "This is a good idea." "Of course." Hobert smiled. At the same time, he said in his heart, "I have seen the reference answers." Furs added, "My teacher, Dorian, hopes to have a meeting with you. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 650, Chapter 649, The Creator's Bomber. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert was slightly stunned when he heard Furs' words. Although he hadn't actively contacted Dorian, why did he always feel like he had stolen something from the fool? After a brief thought, Hobert said, "You can invite Dorian to Longtail Island as a guest. I will meet with him at the governor's mansion." Furs nodded, "I will send out the invitation." Since Furs had just advanced and needed to stabilize her state, Hobert chatted with her for a while before returning to Angel. Early the next morning, Hobert got up early and began to put on the attire of a Lone Kingdom duke. Today, he was to meet the local lord and the generals, and hold a grand banquet, so he needed to be as proper as possible in terms of etiquette. Within the Duchy of South Balham, there were a total of 2 local lords, or rather, local nobles supported by the Lone Empire, and 2 generals. However, there were more than a dozen people who came to see the Duke because, for the sake of balance, the Lone Kingdom also supported some smaller nobles and warlords. This could effectively prevent any single noble or warlord from completely controlling a region, and it was also a warning to the agents, "I can replace you at any time." They were all very excited about this audience. After all, this was the Duke of the most powerful country in the world, a person with great influence in that country. Before this, only 2 or 3 of them had met a Lone noble, and they had always yearned for Lone's high-ranking nobles. In addition, the place Hobert chose to establish his capital also made them breathe a sigh of relief. Because the St. Cern Basin had fertile land, the Lone Kingdom did not support any nobles or warlords there, but chose to immigrate people to this area. Choosing to establish the capital in this inland region would not harm the interests of the nobles and warlords. Some even thought that this duke might not have great ambitions, but such thoughts only dared to be secretly entertained in their hearts. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the ceremony officially began, with music and officials responsible for etiquette. The only thing that might not quite match such a high-level ceremony was the place of audience, which was the courtyard of the former command post, not very large. However, the local lord and the generals had already found an excuse for the Duke. This must be Duke Hobert showing his martial side. That's why he wanted to summon us in the military camp. Subsequently, the majesty and demeanor displayed by Hobert convinced the local lord and the generals. They all knelt on one knee, scrambling to pledge allegiance to the new master of this land. Hobert, however, smiled and said, "We can talk about allegiance later. Please rise, everyone, let's just chat for a while." Since this was a colony of the Lone Kingdom, the official language here was Rune language, and these local nobles and generals spoke Rune language very fluently. In the subsequent casual conversation, they were all somewhat flattered, because this duke actually knew some situations in their territories, such as the approximate scale of cultivated land, the types of minerals being developed, and so on. This was a capability that previous lone military officers and governors did not possess. This psychological state was like a very insecure person suddenly realizing that they were being paid attention to. They all showed the greatest enthusiasm in discussing the topics initiated by the duke. Soon the banquet began, and everyone sat down in order of their strength, then all looked at the head of the table. According to the etiquette of the banquet, Hobert stood up and gave a speech. Today we had a very friendly meeting, and I can feel everyone's enthusiasm. I believe that with our joint efforts, the Duchy of South Balam will definitely have better development. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. Originally, they thought that the Duke would say a few pleasantries and the speech would be over. Up until this point, the atmosphere of the audience was very good, and many nobles and warlords were preparing to return to their territories and lavishly praise Duke Hobert's calm demeanor and broad mind. But Hobert's next words were the key. But I did not come to the southern continent to chat with everyone, but with a mission from the lone royal family. I know that there are no places here that sell newspapers from the Lone Kingdom, so I will personally announce to everyone, the Duchy of South Balam declared war on the Fasak Empire today. Starting this afternoon, the soldiers stationed in Angel will launch an offensive to the west, attacking the colonies of the Fasak Empire. Everyone was stunned. Through their respective intelligence, they had successively learned that war had broken out on the northern continent, but they always felt that the war was very far away from them. Of course, they also knew that as agents of the Lone Kingdom's colony, it was impossible for them to be completely uninvolved in the war between the two great powers, but they always felt that the Lone Kingdom would at most increase their taxes. They never expected to also attack the colonies of the Fasak Empire. After all, they were very clear about the combat effectiveness of their troops. They were simply no match for the Fasak Empire's colonial army. In previous lone colonial army attacks on the Fasak Empire's colonies, their troops had participated as auxiliary forces, responsible for logistical support and some cover missions. The result was that even such tasks were messed up in various ways. Some hoarded supplies, some deserted in battle, and some even mistook the enemy and fought alongside the Fasak Empire against the Lone Army. A long time ago, the Lone Colonial Army reached a consensus. It was perfectly fine for them to maintain order in the rear. There was no need to participate in the war. But the necessary statements still had to be made. Several warlords immediately expressed their willingness to hand over most of their troops to Hobert's command. For them, it was just a loss of some guns and uniforms, and they could just recruit another batch. Hobert smiled and said, "You misunderstood my meaning. I hope you will provide some support in other areas." Everyone was slightly stunned, and instantly understood that it was still about money and food. Everyone in the room gave it very readily. For them, this money and food used to go to the governor's mansion, but now it was just going to the Duchy of South Balam. Hobert seemed quite satisfied with everyone's cooperation. "I'm relieved that everyone is so proactive. In addition, there are two more things to announce to everyone. First, I plan to establish an outer cabinet, which can participate in the Duchy's decision-making discussions, and propose some suggestions to the Duchy government. The government's policies will also consult everyone's opinions." Hobert's words were very misleading, making people feel that this outer cabinet was like a simplified version of a parliament. However, Hobert did not grant the most important legislative power, and the legitimacy of this organization was entirely bestowed by Hobert. If he wanted to dissolve the outer cabinet, this organization would immediately become illegal. The local nobles and warlords all thought that this was the Duke binding their interests with the political interests of the Duchy, and they were, of course, very willing to participate in the top-level structure of the Duchy. So when Hobert asked who was willing to join the outer cabinet, everyone eagerly expressed their willingness to join. Hobert continued with a kind smile, "Now for the second matter. In order to better integrate the Duchy's forces and strike at the Fasak Empire, all land, natural resources, and population within the Duchy will be nationalized. All of you are now members of the outer cabinet, and of course, you must support this national policy of the Duchy. Oh, by the way, members of the outer cabinet must always perform their duties in Angel, and no one can leave this city, otherwise it will be considered treason." Everyone was stunned. After 7 or 8 seconds, a local nobleman finally asked, "Your Grace, does all land include our private estates?" Hobert smiled and said, "According to the new policy, everyone in the Duchy can only own 1 to 5 mu of cultivated land, depending on the situation, and even I am no exception. You can calculate the amount of land you can own in the future by multiplying the number of people in your family by 5, and any excess will still be nationalized." The nobles all understood that this was also a move against their private property, and their faces immediately turned very ugly. A warlord then asked, "Your Grace, if we have no land and no population, how can we feed our soldiers? How can we maintain effective rule over our territories and stably supply you with gold and grain?" "You don't need to worry about that. I will send people to manage all the territories of the Duchy," Hobert said. Once you become members of the outer cabinet, you will no longer need to pay me gold and grain. The implication was, I can take it myself. He then added, also, your families must also move to Angel City to supplement the city's population. Everyone's heart sank again. This was preparing to pull out the roots. Another warlord said, Duke Hobert, you might not be very clear about the situation in Arbalana state. Previously, soldiers and governors of the Lone Kingdom also wanted to directly control it. But they encountered problems such as language barriers and different customs, and often clashed with the local people. It's precisely because of this. Hobert interrupted him. I said, you don't need to worry about this. As he spoke, he released a portion of his demigod pressure, instantly making everyone present afraid to breathe. Most of these local nobles and warlords were also Beyonders, some even Sequence 5, and they certainly knew what the pressure Hobert had just displayed represented. After all, before this, there was also a demigod governor in southern East Balam. Hobert withdrew his pressure on everyone and then asked with a smile, regarding the duchy's new policy, who is in favor? Who is against it? Some were terrified, some had not yet accepted the fact, and some were already considering how to resist. So Hobert asked again, are you all mute? Only then did everyone seem to come back to their senses and say, I agree, I agree. This good national policy must certainly be supported. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. After lunch, have your trusted subordinates go back and report. Before your families move in, you can all stay in this command post. I will arrange your food and lodging. As he spoke, Hobert clapped his hands, and the dishes began to be served. This meal was very rich, with beef, lamb, seafood, and vegetables that could only be eaten on the northern continent. Hobert found the lunch very delicious. However, everyone else's mood was very suppressed. They ate quietly, and sometimes, even after chewing the food in their mouths for a long time, they couldn't taste what they were eating. Hobert finished first. He drained the red wine in his glass and placed the napkin on the table. What a pleasant lunch. Well, gentlemen, I wish you all an enjoyable meal. After speaking, Hobert stood up and left. The people at the table looked at each other, and at this moment, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. They couldn't let this arrogant duke succeed. With the affairs of the Duchy of South Balam temporarily concluded, Hobert gave Conrad and Donna a few more instructions regarding work, then temporarily returned to Backlund. Next, he planned to raid the valley where the Tamara family was hiding, as well as several of their main strongholds, to see if he could find Erebus there. The reason he waited more than half a month after Orsia's death to attack was because Hobert had previously believed that this attack might require another Beyonder war. After all, the strength of this Beyonder family was evident: 2 angels, at least 1 Sequence 3, and Hobert guessed there should be 2 to 5 Sequence 4s. Although their strength was not comparable to the Demonis sect, they still needed to be dealt with carefully. However, inspired by the airstrike on St. Millen, Hobert suddenly had a good idea. As for whether Tamara family members would flee their habitat after realizing Orsia had been killed, Hobert had considered this point and believed the probability of these family members escaping was small. After all, they had 2 angels and currently a demigod's clone. They should be quite hopeful that Hobert would bring people to their hidden valley, as there was a high probability that Erebus would take the opportunity to corrupt a large number of Beyonders. The Tamara family would also use their home field advantage to strike at the Creator's Beyonder power. Moreover, they had no way of confirming whether Orsia had betrayed the family after her death. Hobert believed that now was the best time for a sneak attack. In the early morning, Hobert glanced at the mist outside the window and used travel to arrive at a wilderness in the northern part of Backlund. Then he prayed to himself, sitting on the Iron Throne, holding the Black Emperor card and the Sun Scepter in his hands, while possessing a position similar to that of a king of angels. His entire body was covered in golden yellow armor, and a handsome golden yellow cloak appeared on his back. Hobert used his stars to step into the real world. With a slight lift of the scepter in his hand, he infused spirituality into it, and 2 magnificent horses bathed in golden light appeared, standing docilely beside Hobert. Behind them was the sun god chariot, made of gold. The chariot was not large, with a guard reaching his abdomen in front, and 2 wheels burning with golden yellow flames. At this moment, the entire wilderness became extremely bright, as if a sun had fallen to the ground. Hobert leaped onto the chariot and quickly ascended into the clouds, the 2 majestic horses galloping vigorously. His new idea was to drive the chariot to beat Tamara. Even if he couldn't win, he could certainly escape. The scenery on the ground was rapidly receding, and people along the way were somewhat puzzled, wondering if they had just experienced a hallucination. It wasn't even sunrise yet, but it felt like a sun had just sped overhead. Hobert circled the Minsk mountain several times, which made the Beyonders of the God of Combat Church and the Church of the Everite Goddess, who were confronting each other at the mouth of the Minsk Mountains and Amantha Mountains, notice the anomaly. However, they all thought it might be the opponent's conspiracy or some trap, so they only noticed that the power of the sun over there was a bit off, but did not send anyone to investigate. Hobert searched for more than 20 minutes, and his spirituality finally found the large black tree that Orsia had mentioned. From the air, the black tree was only the size of a normal tree, and only its trunk was black. Its leaves were not entirely black, making it inconspicuous in a vast forest. Fortunately, it seemed to have some connection with the order wood, which allowed Hobert's spirituality to discover it once he was close enough. Under true sight, Hobert saw a dense mist pervading the valley not far from the large tree, and his spirituality told him that it should be where the Tamara family was hiding. He realized that by using the power of the Nation of Disorder and the Sun Scepter, he should also be able to forcibly dispel these mists, so he decided that to give the Tamara family a greater shock, he would simply and forcibly disperse the mist in the valley completely. Hobert first used the image of the Creator to send a signal to Lawrence, then came above the black tree, raising the Sun Scepter high. The sun that had just risen on the horizon suddenly became extremely bright, and all the dazzling sunlight gathered on the Sun Scepter. It was Hobert's first time controlling such surging power, and he felt somewhat overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his mind, and guided the bright sunlight to its target. From the sun in the sky, a very thick beam of light shot down. Whoosh! When this beam of light fell on the dense fog in front of Hobert, it even rubbed against the air, emitting a whoosh sound. At this moment, Hobert was also shocked by the power he had summoned. It was a beam of light like a light wall, covering the entire valley. Its high temperature caused clouds of mist to swirl around it, making it look very ethereal. Crack! The black tree under Hobert's feet split open in the middle and immediately burst into flames. The Theosophy Council led by Lawrence and the forces of the Balk family arrived. Their mission was to clear the battlefield and encircle and kill the escaping Tamara family members. But when they had just arrived, either by using corresponding sealed artifacts or with the assistance of Jonathan and others, they were completely stunned by the scene before them. The enormous pillar of light deeply shocked their hearts, and some lower sequence members even had the urge to kneel and praise the sun god. When the huge pillar of light disappeared, they immediately discovered the source of this surging power, the Creator standing on the chariot emitting golden yellow light. Although this was different from the Creator's usual appearance, they immediately recognized that it was the Creator. Lawrence and others successively drew corresponding symbols on their chests, praising the Creator's great power. After being greatly shocked, Jonathan and others exchanged glances, lamenting that the Theosophy Council had found a powerful backer. Then Jonathan sighed, regretting deeply that when he negotiated with Hobert back then, he had not fully pledged allegiance to the Creator. This meant that they could currently only receive some protection from the Creator and occasionally participate in some less important operations. In fact, they also very much hoped to participate in the development of the South Balam Duchy, which meant they would have the opportunity to become official Beyonder administrators of the duchy. That was not just as simple as having Helen's Beyonder team being Beyonders, but being able to participate in the duchy's Beyonder decision-making. Jonathan sighed, currently only able to place his hopes on Vienna, who had been sacrificed to the Creator, hoping she could move the Creator to fully incorporate the Theosophy Council. Otherwise, they would only be able to follow the path of Hobert's two wives, having more members join the Witch Research Association and the Traveler Research Association. While Jonathan was lost in thought, the Creator in the sky drove the chariot forward, beginning a new round of offensive. Hobert, on the sun god chariot, took several deep breaths, feeling a huge consumption of his spirituality. Since becoming a demigod, it was the first time he felt that his spirituality seemed somewhat insufficient. Hobert then realized that even if the Sun Scepter only possessed a slight essence of uniqueness, it was not something that Beyonders below the angel level could control. Fortunately, he also held the Black Emperor card. If it weren't for this card of blasphemy raising his position, that huge pillar of light just now might have broken free from his control. Steadying his mind, Hobert drove the chariot forward. The black tree had been dried and burned, and the mist in the valley was completely dispelled. Not only that, but the pillar of light just now had scorched many plants, and many people who hadn't had time to hide were also dried into jerky, with their Beyonder characteristics falling beside them. Although the entire valley looked lifeless, Hobert was very clear that many Beyonders were still hiding in the valley. After all, that layer of mist had consumed most of the light pillar's power, and only a little afterglow had shown in here. The scene here was similar to the psychical results Hobert had seen from Tamara family members long ago. Many villas with fourth epoch architectural styles were scattered throughout the valley, and on the mountainside, there was a magnificent temple. The only difference was that the scene Hobert had seen before was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, while now the flowers and plants had turned into withered grass and trees, and the birds flying in the sky had turned into roasted bird meat, fallen to the ground. Hobert drove the chariot unhurriedly towards the temple, and the Beyonders inside the temple also realized the danger. They injected spirituality into the magic array in the temple, and a dense mist was released from the temple's windows and doors, heading straight for Hobert. Hobert smiled slightly, strengthened his connection with the Nation of Disorder, and directly absorbed the mist around the chariot. The mist, illuminated by the light emanating from the chariot, swirled and enveloped Hobert, making him appear extremely sacred. The Beyonders in the temple were all stunned. It was said that these mists contained extremely powerful corruption, which even deities dared not face directly. How could this being in the sky not only be unafraid but also easily gain control of these mists? In fact, Tamara had once instructed them not to use these mists if the Creator attacked, because they would be useless. Hobert's attack here today, driving the sun god chariot, had completely bewildered them, and they had not connected him with the Creator at all. Hobert in midair raised his scepter, and dozens of huge, pure spheres of light formed around him, falling towards the ground. 4 of these light spheres exploded over the temple, releasing dazzling light that seemed to eliminate all the filth and gloom inside. The Beyonders inside had their bodies ignited and screamed as they ran out of the temple. Many people even disintegrated directly under the strong light, leaving only a pile of dust. The ground not far from the temple suddenly cracked open, and a male in his 30s with a sallow, somewhat sickly complexion rushed out. It was Petty Tamara. At this moment, he was the only angel in the valley, and he had to temporarily resist the being in the sky for a while to create an opportunity for the surviving family members to escape. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 651, Chapter 650 Game Between Angels. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The light orbs that Hobert projected from the chariot were individual heat haze. Although their explosions wouldn't cause violent blasts that could collapse buildings, anyone illuminated by their intense light would essentially burst into flames or simply turn into a pile of ash. As dozens of sun flares rained down, the valley where the Tamara family resided echoed with wails of anguish. Many people, engulfed in flames, fled in all directions, igniting even more fires. The flames on their bodies were influenced by extraordinary power, making them difficult to extinguish. Crucially, the survivors didn't have time to help them. Those who hadn't been exposed to the intense light scrambled to escape through the secret passages. Although Petty, the Duke of Entropy, who had been hiding underground, had emerged onto the surface, he didn't dare to confront the Creator directly. He only dared to distort the landing points of some of the sun flares on the ground. However, this distortion had limited effect. After exploding, the light radiated in all directions, harming anyone who was exposed to it. Immediately afterward, countless sacred rays of light appeared around Hobert. These rays gradually intensified, shining down on the ground. These intense beams seemed to refract, not only penetrating into the houses but also entering the underground through the entrances of the secret passages, as if they could turn corners. Throughout this land, it seemed that all shadows had nowhere to hide. These rays caught up with the Tamara family members who were fleeing through the secret passages, and the light immediately became scorching hot, igniting them one by one. Petty tried his best to distort these beams of light. After most of the beams were distorted and shot elsewhere, they would curve back and continue to shine in their original direction. Realizing that none of his family members might escape, Petty immediately used the method of distorting space to leave. But when Petty appeared dozens of kilometers away, he found that the sun was still shining brightly overhead. He looked up at the sky and saw the chariot with golden light following him, still above him. Moreover, Petty saw that the being in midair was holding a pure white spear. He quickly distorted the distance again, continuing to move away. But when he reappeared, the being on the chariot was still above him, and that spear had already left his hand, shooting towards him. Petty knew that he couldn't avoid this strike by distorting the distance, so he used the power of chaos to tear open the space in front of him, exposing the spirit world. The spirit world and the real world merged, and space fell into complete chaos. However, that unshadowed spear was like a thin needle, piercing the seemingly wrinkled space, as if it hadn't been affected by the chaotic space at all. Petty's expression was solemn. Just as the unshadowed spear was about to pierce him, he suddenly altered his body, and an adult instantly turned into the size of a palm. The unshadowed spear actively adjusted its posture, but because the distance was too close, it couldn't change its trajectory. In the end, it grazed Petty's hair and plunged into the ground. Boom. The unshadowed spear cracked open, emitting dazzling rays of light that swept around. Petty immediately altered his thickness again, becoming like a palm-sized paper figure, nimbly dodging those rays, and thus avoiding being hit. At this moment, Hobert in the sky had already launched a new attack. 7 small orbs of light surrounded his staff, which seemed to be made of gold. The orbs of light left the staff one after another, flying towards Petty. Petty's body had now returned to its normal size. He magnified the chaotic space from before, extending the chaotic space for dozens of kilometers, and even those orbs of light almost fell into the quagmire-like space. But those orbs of light still broke through the chaotic space and surrounded Petty. Petty immediately used his ability of exploit to end the duration of these orbs of light prematurely. The orbs of light, which could originally last for several seconds, now only lasted for 1.5 seconds. They immediately emitted a scorching light, as if 7 suns were surrounding Petty, baking his body and soul. Petty immediately distorted his position with a stone on the ground. When the stone appeared in his place, it immediately turned into stone dust. The 7 little suns were about to continue chasing him, but halfway through, they quickly dimmed and disappeared without a trace. Petty stared at the place where the orbs of light disappeared for about half a second. He always felt that the opponent's attack should be more than that, but of course, he didn't know what the follow-up attacks were. Now he couldn't care less about exploring the truth, because he also had his own plans. Petty tampered with the boundary between the real world and the spirit world, making the chaotic area even larger. Hobert raised his scepter and pointed it at the sun on the horizon. The sun suddenly became huge, covering most of the sky. The intense sunlight and various harmful rays made Petty feel like he was about to be melted by the dazzling light. At this moment, Hobert, his chariot, Petty, and the surrounding bright space, this area was suddenly very close to the sun, roughly the distance between Mercury and the sun. Some faint blue flames appeared in this space. It was hydrogen in the air burning. The high temperature of the sun caused the hydrogen in the air to spontaneously combust. The premise of this large-scale, high-intensity attack required the surrounding area to be bright enough, so Hobert's previous 2 rounds of attacks, while preventing Petty from escaping, were also preparing for this ability. Ah! Feeling that his spirit body was suffering, Petty couldn't help but shout. While altering the intensity of the sunlight, he hurriedly took out a sealed artifact from his pocket and injected spirituality into the chaotic space in front of him. Immediately, a creature with a very hard shell appeared in the chaotic space. It looked a bit like a giant conch, but at the tail of the conch, in addition to some crab-like, hard-shelled feet, there was also the upper body of a blood-red human. Its appearance caused the surrounding ground to turn into a pool of mud. Bubbles emerged from this mud, and each bubble burst, emitting an evil sound, as if it were a vicious curse on the real world. It seemed that the surrounding air immediately became evil. This was a beyonder from the Tamara family's door pathway, accidentally discovered in the spirit world, a guy who had suffered strange corruption. It seemed to correspond to Sequence 2, Ancient Bane, of the prisoner pathway, but because the unknown corruption it suffered was very special, it took on the appearance of a sea monster, but it itself did not have the abilities of the sailor pathway. To summon it, a large area of chaotic space and a sealed artifact containing its blood were required. At this time, Petty spirituality had realized that this mysterious being driving the golden chariot was the creator. Petty at this level knew some information about the creator. He roughly knew the connection between the creator and Eris, so the creator was not afraid of the corruption of those mists, but he believed that the creator should not have much resistance to the corruption of other pathways. So Petty spent so much effort to summon this conch. Faced with the bright sunlight, the conch quickly retracted into its shell, and then its shell sprayed black liquid in all directions. Hobert's spirituality felt that these liquids were very dangerous, so he ended the maintenance of the giant sun and immediately climbed to a high altitude to avoid them. The sun in the sky quickly shrank, returning to its normal size after 2 or 3 seconds. At this time, Petty, whose spirit body and physical body had been hurt by the scorching sunlight, used this gap to escape. Soon Hobert's spirituality could no longer sense his existence, and the conch that had been summoned, after spraying some black liquid, used the chaotic space between the real world and the spirit world to hide back into the spirit world. Hobert did not stop it, because he realized that the corruption emanating from this conch was something he could not solve now. The black liquid sprayed by the conch had already polluted the surrounding land. The plants that had been scorched dry grew eyes without eyelids, or tongues with sharp teeth. Taking advantage of the fact that the chaotic space created by Petty had not disappeared, Hobert immediately used distortion to send that piece of land into the spirit world. Then he immediately used the ability of exploit to accelerate the speed of spatial recovery. In the end, only a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers and a depth of 3 or 4 kilometers was left on this battlefield. Hobert drove the chariot to the next bombing point, and once again used dozens of pure orbs of light to bomb the Tamara family's other 4 strongholds, including the secret stronghold provided by Orsia. Although it wasn't bombing with bombs, the effect was better than bombs. These strongholds all turned into a sea of fire, and the casualties were heavy. But unfortunately, Eris was not encountered in these strongholds, nor was Tamara encountered. Somewhat disappointed, Hobert drove the chariot back to his physical body and ended the summoning. Returning to the real world, Hobert immediately used travel to rush to the valley where the Tamara family had previously hidden. In the spirit world, Hobert recalled the attack of the Sun Scepter just now. Its level and power were probably a little higher than Sequence 2, but it had not reached the level of Sequence 1. For Hobert at the moment, this was already very good, because this was a real attack at the angel level, unlike attacks using the Nation of Disorder, which looked very powerful, but were actually difficult to harm enemies at the angel level and above. It was necessary to use sealed artifacts to have a good attack effect. At this time, he arrived at the location he had just marked, left the spirit world, and came to the real world. The fire in the valley had been extinguished by Lawrence and others using Beyonder abilities. The Balk family was recovering Beyonder characteristics and rounding up enemies hiding in the shadows, waiting for a chance to escape. But so far, they have not found any survivors. The power of the Sun Scepter seemed to be all-pervasive, able to illuminate any dark corner, no matter where it was hidden. Hobert inquired about the situation with Lawrence and was about to join the search party when his spirituality sensed something. He saw a simply dressed woman in a long robe, with a bark belt around her waist, and bare feet in the distance. The appearance of this woman reminded Hobert of the scene when he was at the bottom of St. Samuel's Cathedral and was glanced at by the Evernight goddess, after which he gradually disappeared. It's just that at that time, he seemed to be erased by a rubber, while this woman appeared little by little. In addition to the other party's attire, Hobert roughly guessed who the other party was, so he bowed slightly and said, "Your Eminence, Ma'am Ariana." This woman was none other than Ariana, the matron of the Evernight cloister, the head of the 13 archbishops, and the servant of concealment. He was not surprised that Hobert recognized him. What just happened here? Just now, Ariana reported to the Evernight goddess about the sudden strong light that appeared here. The goddess's response was, "There is no danger." That's why he came to check it out. As for Hobert in front of him, Ariana often saw his name in some reports, and also knew that he was a follower of the goddess, so he didn't bother with formalities and asked his question directly. "Your Highness." Hobert maintained sufficient politeness to an angel. After a long period of investigation, we learned that this is the hiding place of the Tamara family. So the great creator launched an attack here. Now that the attack is over, we are cleaning up the battlefield. Just call me madam. Ariana saw that the surroundings had basically become ruins. This seemed to be the ability of the Sun Pathway, but he did not ask about it, but instead asked, how was the result of the battle? This raid killed a large number of middle and low sequence Beyonders on the other side. Hobert replied, currently, only one Beyonder characteristic at the demigod level has been seized. The enemy's high-end combat power didn't seem to suffer much loss, but the Tamara family almost lost most of their potential, because the large number of middle sequence Beyonders who were the backbone of the organization meant that the organization would lack stamina. Once the high-level combat power is lost, it will be difficult to make effective supplements. Ariana slowly nodded. This family was not very active in the extraordinary world in the first place. From now on, I guess they will disappear for a while. Hobert said, not necessarily. As far as I know, they have established a connection with an evil god. Under the influence of that evil god, they are likely to do something crazy. Ariana said, I have read the relevant reports you provided, and we are also paying close attention to this, but now is a state of war, and the Church of the Evernight Goddess can no longer take care of these things. Speaking of this, Ariana waved his hand, good luck to you, and may you seize more items at the demigod level. Thank you. Hobert watched the other party leave before he thought that the darkness pathway seemed to only have the relevant abilities of a misfortune, right? Will the blessing of this servant of concealment really bring good luck? Fortunately, before long, a sealed artifact at the demigod level was seized, which relieved Hobert. This valley is the ancestral home of the Tamara family, and their accumulation is almost all here. And Hobert's attack just now was so swift that it didn't give them a chance to transfer those savings at all. So they found more than one warehouse, with many gold, gems, and other valuables. There are also many sealed items, especially level 3 sealed items. The accumulation of this kind of millennia-old family is very rich, which greatly alleviates the shortage of level 3 sealed items in the creator forces. Generally, level 3 sealed items come from various extraordinary events with not very high levels. Only organizations that have existed long enough can collect many level 3 sealed items under various coincidences. And level 3 sealed items are applicable to the widest range of people, which can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the bottom-level Beyonders of a Beyonder organization. Compared with this kind of Beyonder family with a long history, the creator forces still lack sufficient accumulation time. But soon Hobert found that he couldn't find the place where they stored Beyonder characteristics. It stands to reason that a family like this should have Beyonder characteristic reserves, and with almost no one escaping, these reserves should not have had time to be taken away. But Hobert quickly began to calculate how to use those gems, and did not continue to consider the problem of Beyonder characteristic accumulation. According to the information Hobert obtained, there should be a wanderer from the Abraham family in the Tamara family. These gems should have been collected by Beyonders of the Door pathway. It is said that they love all kinds of gems very much. The seized gems can be used to lay out teleportation arrays, which can save a lot of costs. Finally, the members of the Bulk family separated the spoils from some of the wealth and piled them together, and then established the Traveler's Gate to temporarily store them on Longtail Island. Hobert went to several other strongholds, where Angus, Elliot, Helen, and Pix's troops were already cleaning up the battlefield. The spoils there were relatively meager, with only some Beyonder characteristics. When Hobert heard that a lot of gold pounds stored in safes had been burned, he secretly felt sorry in his heart, but it was not easy to show it. In this way, this raid achieved victory without a single death in the creator forces. After spending a morning cleaning up the battlefield, the various departments withdrew in an orderly manner. Hobert was very happy. He felt that this tactic was very useful against secret organizations, and he could replicate such a battle example in the future. But the members of the various extraordinary troops were not happy. They originally wanted to take this opportunity to earn more merits, but as a result, they just searched the battlefield. Occasionally, they could encounter an enemy, but dozens of people besieged him alone. Not only were the enemies desperate, but the members of the extraordinary troops were also desperate. According to the relevant regulations of the Creator forces for counting merits, so many people killing one person will not amount to much merit when divided. Hobert timely noticed that everyone's emotions were relatively low, and told everyone that there would soon be a Beyonder war in the Duchy of Southern Balam, and distributed more merits, which somewhat restored morale. That night, after counting the spoils, there were 92 Beyonder characteristics of the lawyer, arbiter, and apprentice pathways, and many sealed items of various types. There were also a large number of wealth seizures, with the total value of gold, gems, and some antiques adding up to about £800,000. Hobert, who was no longer worried about money, commented shamelessly in his heart, "This family is very poor." There was naturally a celebration banquet in the evening, and Hobert sat with Lawrence, Angus, and other officers of the troops. Lawrence talked about his discoveries while cleaning up the battlefield. "I found many corpses with facial tattoos in some villas. This reminded me of some records I saw in the family's notes. If I guessed correctly, the Tamara family is still using some systems from the 4th epoch. They should still be raising slaves of various pathways, such as bed slaves, jesters, handymen, etc. Slave owners will tattoo some different humiliating patterns on the faces of slaves for different purposes. This surprised everyone and made them feel that such a slave system was very novel." Hobert also recalled some information he had seen. In the 4th epoch, raising slaves was still legal. It is said that there were also some Beyonder slaves at that time, and they basically came from prisoners of war. In fact, raising slaves has become illegal on the surface now, but slaves have always existed, especially in the southern continent. I heard that in some markets, slaves are sold together with cattle and horses. Speaking of this, Hobert suddenly recalled Orsia. She had always worn a veil, and when Hobert defeated her, she preferred to wear a human skin mask to die. In the suburbs of Locklear City, in the villa where the Balk family was stationed, 3 Beyonders formed a patrol team, patrolling the courtyard and the first floor on a daily basis. The patrol team came to the villa hall along the route, where a permanent altar dedicated to the Creator was built. The 4 corners of the altar have exquisite patterns, and there are also marble steps, which look very solemn. There are no sacrifices at this time, and the altar looks empty. There is nothing to patrol around the altar, because there are basically no dead ends. Just as the patrol team was about to go out through the back door, a violent whirlwind suddenly blew up on the altar, shaking the doors and windows violently, opening and closing constantly. The patrol team was stunned, and then they realized that it seemed that some existence was bestowing something on the altar. According to normal procedures, walls of spirituality would be built before the bestowal ceremony so that the gale generated by the ceremony would not spread beyond the altar. Just as the 3 Beyonders reacted and were about to blow the whistle to warn, a phantom door seemed to open above the altar, and a figure jumped out of the phantom door and landed steadily on the altar. This figure was in his 20s, with long hair combed into a very beautiful hairstyle, and some freckles on his cheeks. It was actually Moira. The members of the patrol team thought they had seen it wrong. Wasn't Moira dedicated to the Creator? How did she come back? Before they could speak, the tall figure of Lawrence appeared on the second-floor terrace. "Moira. Doesn't the Creator favor you?" By the end, Lawrence's voice was trembling slightly. During this period, due to some work-related interactions, he had contact with Helen's team of Beyonders, which made him realize the difference between Moira, who was offering sacrifices to the Creator, and the witches. Because of this, he had been uneasy for days. Now, with Moira suddenly appearing on the altar, Lawrence was instantly filled with apprehension. "Chieftain, we were all mistaken." Moira descended from the altar, carrying a wooden box. "The Creator's divine kingdom is vast. Previously, only the favored, Hobert, was managing it. Now, he doesn't have time to manage it anymore, so he asked us to help." Lawrence opened his mouth, even more surprised than before. Moira continued, "Today is my day off, so I came back. In the future, I'll probably have a day off every 7 or 8 days. Oh, right, the favored, Hobert, asked me to tell you that recently, a few more Beyonders might be needed to work in the Creator's divine kingdom. He hopes you'll make some preparations." Lawrence paused for 2 or 3 seconds before nodding. Okay. To be honest, he was even a little tempted to go and see the Creator's divine kingdom. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 652, Chapter 651, The Split Between the Nobles. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. What Hobert didn't expect was that Audrey would be promoted again so quickly. Originally, she could have waited a bit longer to stabilize her condition, but the war gave her a considerable sense of urgency. So, after preparing for a few days, Audrey attempted to advance to Sequence 5. Actually, Hobert was the one mainly helping her prepare. The beyonder characteristics used for the advancement were from Hobert's old stock, one of which was seized from Vin Rambis, a council member of the psychology alchemists. There was also a beyonder characteristic of a dream weaver. He had forgotten where he had seized it from, seemingly from Archibald, or perhaps from Adam's Island. Now, Hobert no longer keeps track of beyonder characteristics below the demigod level. Generally, when sacrificing to the nation of disorder, he casually tosses them onto the stone platform. He can search for them again when needed. Anyway, Hobert's spirituality is very sensitive now. Even if he doesn't keep track of the beyonder characteristics, his spirituality will give him some hints when needed, and then he can search for them in the nation of disorder. As for the auxiliary ingredients needed for the advancement, it was easy for Hobert, who had 2 beyonder auction houses, to obtain materials of that level. Audrey realized that the only thing she could do was to ask Mr. Fool to help her stay awake in the dream. This was the ritual for advancing to sequence 5. Still under Hobert's care, Audrey consumed the potion and then stood there like a stone statue, motionless, for 2 or 3 minutes. It seemed that her soul had returned to her body, with some trembling or changes in expression. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Audrey used placate and psychological cue to quickly stabilize her condition. It's not as difficult as I imagined. Hobert smiled and said, "That's because your potion is digesting well, and you did a lot of psychological suggestion before taking the potion. Relatively speaking, this pathway is easier to maintain a good state." Audrey nodded and shared the process of her advancement with Hobert. "So, the purpose of that ritual is to prevent me from getting lost in the dream." Hobert reminded her, "Even though you are now a dream weaver, you still need to be careful when you are in a dream. If you accidentally jump into the dream of a beyonder being who is not in a good state, you will also be affected." If she encountered a very dangerous dream, Audrey's spirituality should issue a warning to prevent her from entering such a dream. The worry is about dreams that are not very dangerous but can still have an impact. Audrey noted Hobert's reminder and then discussed her abilities with Hobert. Hobert shared his views that spectator pathways abilities are not suitable for direct combat with enemies. It is more suitable to hide and quietly influence the target state, and then suddenly attack and kill the opponent when the time is right. Practice hypnosis more often, or practice psychological cue in dreams. After all, you are a dream weaver, and your abilities may be more effective in dreams. Audrey nodded. "I understand." The two discussed the issue of beyonder abilities for a while, and then went to the restaurant together for a meal. As with the last advancement, this time Hobert was supervising Audrey's advancement while visiting Earl Hall's mansion. During the meal, everyone first discussed the current war situation. Currently, the situation is still optimistic for Lone. The only thing that worries the Parliament and the government is that a large number of large-caliber artillery and a huge number of heavy machine guns were used in this battle, causing a large number of casualties among the soldiers on the front line. These weapons were not used on the battlefield for the first time, but before, they were basically used on the battlefields of the colonies. How could the warlords and local kings of the southern continent be a match for the colonial army with such advanced weapons? And the battles between the colonial armies are generally not large in scale, and basically will not form the current artillery attacks. Both sides' higher-ups were a little dazed by the current casualties. But at the same time, they are doing their best to put more soldiers and weapons into the battlefield, hoping that the opponent will be unable to support it first. The last time a large-scale war occurred in the northern continent was hundreds of years ago, when the Fasak Empire and Lone fought for Sonia Island. At that time, there were no such powerful cannons. This war is equivalent to testing the achievements of the Industrial Revolution and technological development over the past 100 years. According to incomplete statistics, the war has only been going on for about a month, and the casualties on Lone's side alone have exceeded 400,000. The Fasak Empire, as the attacking side, must not be doing any better, but because both sides still have great war potential, the battle is still very anxious. Earl Hall estimated that the war may last until November before the first stage of the battle can come to an end. At that time, more than 1/5 of the soldiers on both sides will have been killed in battle, and they will need to wait for the new recruits from the rear to be sent to the front before they can launch a new offensive. Then, of course, they talked about the situation in the southern continent. Earl Hall asked Hobert, "I heard that the situation in the Duchy of South Balam is a bit unstable. To be precise, it is very chaotic." Hobert smiled and said, "The local kings and warlords are unwilling to hand over their territories and rule, and a civil war may break out in the Duchy of South Balam." Hobert asked Hobert, "Is this your plan?" If it had been before, he would have thought Hobert was crazy, but after experiencing the commercial war in Backlund before, he realized that Hobert's way of thinking about problems was different from his own, or from most people's. "That's right." Hobert said seriously, "If a country does not go through a war to eliminate all the original interest groups at the beginning of its establishment, then in the years that follow, the country's internal affairs will most likely only be able to compromise and shirk responsibility." If there is profit to be made, it doesn't matter, everyone will be very harmonious on the surface, but once the profit is not so high, in order to compete for profit, there is a high probability that a civil war will break out. So, in my opinion, it is better to have a civil war at the beginning of the founding of the country, so as not to complicate the situation. Earl Hall commented, "This is a good idea, although this idea is somewhat different from some contemporary ideas." Hobert also nodded slowly. According to the education he had received all along and the experience he had gained from practice, politics seemed to be a process of mutual compromise. But listening to Hobert's meaning, he didn't seem to intend to make any compromises in the Duchy of South Balham. Hobert smiled and said, "It can only be said that the situation is different, and the way to solve the problem is also different." This conversation ended here, because Earl Hall and Hobert realized that the strategies emphasized in Lone's political circles were completely different from establishing a country. After dinner, several people took a walk in the garden as usual. Audrey asked in a low voice, "Hobert, will the Civil War kill many people? Some Beyonders may die." Hobert replied, "But not many ordinary people should die. After all, the combat effectiveness of those local kings and warlords' troops is hard to describe." Audrey nodded, "I didn't expect that the world would become so turbulent at the end of this year." But Hobert said, "When the royal family began to carry out their plan, a series of wars were destined to happen." Of course, Audrey knew that the royal family's plan that Hobert was talking about was His Majesty the King's plan to become a god. But at this time, Audrey had figured out many things, and she realized that the world was originally full of barbarism and chaos. At this time, it was just that these barbarism and chaos were put on the surface. Late at night, the northernmost part of Sonia Island. Here, the cold wind howls, rolling up the snow on the top of the mountain, scattering it everywhere, as if there is a blizzard at all times. On the leeward side of the snow, a small stone cave is emitting smoke, but these smoke are instantly dispersed by the strong wind, as if they never existed. Following the passage of these smoke down a dozen meters, is a warm underground structure. At this time, 2 Beyonder members of the Tamara family are roasting sea fish caught during the day with their Beyonder abilities. In the room inside, Petty Tamara, with a sallow face, was lying on the stone bed with his eyes closed. Previously, in the battle with the Creator, Petty's spirit body was slightly injured and needed to be recuperated for a period of time before he could recover. Suddenly, Petty opened his eyes and looked outside. The space there suddenly became illusory. A 15 or 16-year-old boy with a not very good complexion walked out of the spirit world. It was Erebus. The injuries caused to him by the Lord of Storms before had not yet healed. And behind him was Tamara, who seemed to be a servant. The skin of all the family members was sallow, and it was unknown whether Tamara's condition was due to family heredity or if he was also unwell. After the two of them appeared, the 2 family members who were grilling fish were about to get up, but Tamara imprisoned them in place. Petty got up from the stone bed, stood at the entrance of the stone chamber, and stared coldly at the 2 uninvited guests. "What are you doing here?" Tamara retorted, "Why didn't you join us?" Petty smiled, "Before this, I never imagined that in order to attack us, you would even expose your hiding place of so many years to the Creator. You should be very clear," Tamara said expressionlessly, "your lover, Orsia, exposed our valley. I said long ago that she was just a slave, it's okay to play with her, but you actually developed real feelings." Petty laughed bitterly, "You will never understand, because you lost all humanity more than 1,000 years ago." Then he said, "It is precisely because you have no humanity that, in order to attack us, you did not hesitate to let a demigod who supports you stay in the valley. Now you are happy, we are only a few people left." Erebus suddenly said at this time, "I am very curious, why are you unwilling to believe in me?" "Why else?" "Because you are an evil god." Erebus said seriously, "Which god is not an evil god?" Petty looked at him coldly, "So none of us are willing to believe." Erebus shook his head, expressing his disappointment in Petty. Tamara continued, "I was too indulgent with you before, of course, this is also related to the despicable 7 gods. If they hadn't killed my father because they needed the Beyonder characteristics of the Hand of Order, the Tamara family would not have split. Over the years, I have figured out that our split is because there are 2 sequence 2s within the family, which gave you the confidence to oppose me. If my father was still here, and there was a Hand of Order in the family, you would never have dared to launch a civil war back then. Another reason is that the Abraham family is too strong. These fools still think that Mr. Dor can protect them. Now it's good, the Creator has helped me severely damage the split forces, and I have the family's Beyonder characteristic reserves in my hand. Now I just need time to recultivate a batch of family members. From now on, the Tamara family will be a unified family, and I, as the patriarch, can command all family members, and no longer have to argue with you through the dogshit-like council." Petty looked at Tamara's sallow face, and he suddenly felt that the person in front of him was a little strange. The stone room was quiet for 2 or 3 seconds, and Petty finally said, "In order to achieve your goal, many of your followers have also died. Do you think it's worth it?" "Worth it?" Tamara said, they stabilized you, preventing you from leaving the valley due to possible leaks. This is a necessary sacrifice. Of course, part of the reason is that we underestimated the power of the Creator. He paused and then said, before this, according to our speculation, the Creator's position looked scary, but he even had difficulty dealing with a sequence too. What I didn't expect was that the battle ended so cleanly. Otherwise, we could have withdrawn some of the people. Petty also said, then we have discussed many times before that if the Creator knew our hiding place, he would definitely organize another war as soon as possible, and we would definitely notice it. But from beginning to end, the Creator did not carry out large-scale mobilization, which made us lose our vigilance. But why are you so sure that he will come? So you made so many preparations in advance. It was Erebus who answered him, because if he wants to find me, the Tamara family is the only clue. But what I didn't expect was that the Creator would attack in this way. Originally, I wanted to take the opportunity to corrupt his subordinates and fight with him again for the nation of disorder based on the opportunity he gave his subordinates to remove the corruption. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be given a single chance. Petty nodded, I understand. Tamara asked, do you have any other questions? Yes, when did you completely abandon your humanity? Tamara said expressionlessly, when I had to kill my own father with my own hands. Petty said frankly, I have no more questions. Tamara said lightly, you can die in peace. Petty smiled, you wouldn't think that my conversation with you just now was really to chat with you, would you? You wouldn't think that since I have seen through your true colors, I wouldn't make any preparations, would you? As he said this, his figure became illusory, goodbye, you too. Erebus smiled and watched Petty disappear, but in the next second, Petty reappeared in front of Erebus and Tamara. Petty was slightly stunned, and then asked in great surprise, you, what did you do just now? Ha 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 ha, Erebus first laughed wildly a few times before saying, you wouldn't think that you fought the Creator twice, and were almost not suppressed by his position, really because of your own strength, would you? You wouldn't think that as long as you don't believe in me, as long as you don't have contact with those mists, you won't be polluted by me, would you? He commented, what a naive young man. Impossible, Petty fell into deep self-doubt, why didn't I feel that I was polluted? Of course you can't feel it, Erebus continued, because your surname is Tamara. Petty seemed to understand something, my bloodline. Erebus smiled, that's right, you were already my believer when you were born. Of course, your resistance also had some effect. Before this, I was not sure that I could kill you. But now, thanks to the Creator for damaging your spirit body, giving me an excellent opportunity. He imitated Petty's tone just now, you wouldn't think that I was listening to you talking just now because your chat content was interesting, would you? As he spoke, Erebus took out a thin-necked glass bottle, and the mist inside was emitting colorful light. Erebus in front of Petty became very stalwart, and he knelt down on one knee unconsciously. He struggled hard, but the surrender now seemed to have been buried in his bloodline a long time ago. At this time, surrendering to Erebus was as common sense as eating and sleeping. Tamara stepped forward, and he had a black dagger in his hand. Just gesturing at Petty, who had no resistance, Petty's head fell from his neck. But Petty was not dead yet. The head rolling on the ground was still staring at Tamara. So Tamara reached out and patted Petty's shoulder again, and Petty's body collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As a balancer, he can restore everything around him to balance, but he can also make the target lose balance. At this time, Petty's body lost balance, so it quickly collapsed, but Petty was not dead, he just lost the normal human form. Under the effect of Tamara's ability, the Beyonder characteristics in Petty's body began to precipitate. Petty had been resisting, but Erebus had been suppressing his bloodline with the mist in his hand, and Petty's resistance had little effect. More than 10 minutes later, the Beyonder characteristics in Petty's body were completely precipitated, and Erebus reached out and picked up the Beyonder characteristics, letting out a long sigh of relief, finally got it, I was going to send you to William I in a few days, but now I can avoid you dying in Backlund due to an accident. At this time, Petty's body was still wriggling, and his spirit and mind would not disappear until a long time later. During this period, he is very likely to become a wraith. Erebus put away the Beyonder characteristics, it's a pity that now is not a good time to advance. Tamara did not speak, silently killing the two family members who had been grilling fish just now and had opposed him. In early November, Hobert stayed in the southern Balam Duchy for a few more days. He mainly wanted to see how chaotic it was here. Although all the local kings and generals in the principality were imprisoned by Hobert in Angel City, Hobert did not use thunderous means to incorporate their troops and disband their bureaucratic system. In the eyes of the local kings and generals, the Duke's behavior was very stupid. This allowed their heirs and subordinates enough space to mobilize their own forces, connect with each other, and jointly resist the Duke's rule. Of course, Hobert did this on purpose, he now desperately needed chaos to thoroughly digest the potion. Although a large-scale war had broken out in the northern continent, Hobert found that the chaos caused by the war did not help him digest the potion at all. On the contrary, the chaos caused by the sneak attack on St. Milan and the launch of telephones had helped him digest the potion to some extent. After Backlund was bombed, people who had seen the telephone installed one in their homes so they could go to work with peace of mind. At the slightest sign of trouble, they would call home to ask about the situation. In addition, after the war began, the faster the information spread, the better. Direct verbal communication was much faster than sending telegrams, and it was also very accurate, allowing for repeated confirmation. For a time, stores selling telephones were packed, and after experiencing the bombing of Backlund, the cloud of fear had never dissipated from their minds, and people had also become very irritable. Many people who had queued for a day but failed to buy a telephone were momentarily enraged and beat up the telephone sales staff, and some even wanted to set fires, but they were stopped. At the same time, conflicts were also very likely to occur between those queuing. Although these disturbances were not large in scale, they allowed Hobert to constantly feel the feedback brought about by the chaos. Hobert also realized that only chaos related to him or caused by him could help him digest the potion. At the same time, because he often acted crazy, and the audience was either demigods or angels, the acting effect was very good. Currently, Hobert's condition was good, and he was only a little short of completely digesting the potion. However, to Hobert's disappointment, after the heirs of those local kings and warlords united, even though their strength was not weak in the southern continent, they still sent envoys to negotiate with Hobert. This made Hobert realize, people who are used to kneeling find it difficult to stand up again. So he simply cut off the envoy's ear and told him to go back and tell those heirs that they were already traitors to the southern Balam Duchy, and the duchy's army would wipe out their entire families. Hobert sighed. If these people continue to be cowards, then he would have to take the initiative. But in that case, the level of chaos in the duchy would not be very serious, and it might not be possible to completely digest the potion. During these days in the southern Balam Duchy, Hobert also invited Georgina to visit the southern Balam Duchy's army from afar and drive away the Fasak Empire's colonial army in battle. Georgina was very satisfied with the duchy's speed of response, and she also finalized the deal to purchase the teleportation array blueprint with Hobert in Angel City. Actually, there was nothing to talk about, everything that needed to be discussed had already been discussed before, and now it was just a confirmation. Hobert had originally planned to stay in the southern Balam Duchy for a few more days, but Dofus used the teleportation array to report that Earl Vincent had invited Hobert to attend a ball 3 times in succession. Dofus had refused the first 2 times on the grounds that the Earl was on a business trip. The third time, Earl Vincent's youngest son, Karl, issued the invitation and stated to Dofus that many nobles in Backlund had jointly invited Duke Hobert to attend the ball. These nobles had one thing in common, their children were either mid- to low-level officials in Hobert's current territory or managers of the Earl's Light. They were all from the families of the noble children Hobert had recruited before. Dofus immediately realized that these people might have formed a loose alliance, so he reported this news to Hobert. Hobert had only recruited those few batches of noble children before, and stopped recruiting after the manpower shortage passed, for fear that these people would form cliques. Now it seemed that Hobert's concerns at the time were very prescient. Fortunately, there were not many of them. If there were more, they might have formed a vested interest group. After all, this was the specialty of the Backlund nobles. After considering it, Hobert decided to attend the ball to listen to the demands of those noble children. In addition, he remembered a small matter. Viscount Glaint had asked him twice before to help retrieve a ring from his family, but unfortunately, Hobert had not found a suitable opportunity. This ball was a good time. So, after Hobert returned to Backlund, he first asked Viscount Glaint for a few strands of hair, and then went to Earl Vincent's mansion as promised to attend the ball. When Hobert got out of the carriage, many earls and viscounts were waiting at the door, while barons and lords did not even have the qualifications to greet him. Hobert exchanged pleasantries with them, and everyone entered the ballroom together. Only then did Hobert discover that the noble children recruited several times before involved as many as 70 or 80 nobles, large and small. Greeting them one by one and exchanging a few words took up most of an hour. At this time, Vincent announced that the ball had officially begun. This earl was very fond of food, and the banquet he held was also a gourmet feast. However, this time Hobert had no time to enjoy it, and spent it all talking with the nobles. The main people who talked to Hobert were Earl Vincent, Earl Minas, and other earls, while other nobles surrounded them, listening to their conversation. Half a year ago, they never imagined that those less favored descendants who went to Hobert to seek their own way would provide them with a very good investment environment. After a long chat, Earl Vincent, with his golden hair, said, "Duke Hobert, first of all, thank you for taking care of the children for the past period of time. We have heard some information about the southern Balam Duchy from them. In return, we are willing to help the duchy overcome its difficulties. Although the Lone Kingdom's army has withdrawn from there, it does not mean that the Lone Kingdom has completely lost its influence there. We have more or less business dealings with those local kings and warlords and can help you persuade them to stop the internal strife and pledge allegiance to you again. Hobert immediately understood that they wanted to use the process of persuading those local kings and warlords to make those southern continent agents of the Lone Kingdom become their agents. So he smiled and said, 3 days ago, I just met with the envoys of the local kings and warlords and announced to them that they were already traitors to the southern Balam Duchy. The faces of several earls were a little surprised. After a second or two of silence, Earl Minas said, Duke, isn't that very likely to anger them? Hobert was stunned for a moment before realizing that he and these nobles were not on the same channel. The meaning of his previous sentence was, don't worry, I will use guns to persuade them. When they all become corpses, the internal strife will stop. But in the eyes of these nobles, things seem to be getting worse and worse. Hobert also recalled the surprised expressions of Earl Hall and his son when they heard his plan before. The long-term peace and pampering in Backlund had made them accustomed to solving problems in the safest way. So Hobert said again, in my opinion, this civil war must be fought. He added seriously, sometimes being safe is not a good thing, especially for a new country, it must look a little radical. If it is like an old man who can't walk when it is first founded, then this country will not have any vitality. The surrounding nobles were all stunned. The news they had obtained from their respective channels all believed that Hobert had no chance of winning in this civil war. After all, Hobert had only taken over Longtail Island for half a year and had no time to recruit and train a large number of soldiers. And because the confidentiality of the Beyonder forces was very high, even Georgina did not know exactly how much power Hobert had, and could only rely on the intelligence from the Southern Colson battle to guess. The channels of these nobles could not be very clear about Hobert's extraordinary strength either. Many people believed that Hobert had become arrogant because of his great victory in the struggle with the Gas Association. So they mistakenly judged the situation, thinking that the southern continent would still achieve great victories like in Backlund. However, in the concept of the nobles, the southern continent was very barbaric and did not have a reliable system and moral system like Backlund. If they still used the way of solving problems in Backlund in the southern continent, it would easily make things uncontrollable. Thus, they smelled a business opportunity and believed it was an excellent time to invest in the Duchy of Southern Balam. However, Hobert's reaction far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, a viscount couldn't help but remind Hobert, Duke Hobert, if the civil war completely breaks out, it may require sacrificing even more benefits to keep those tribal chiefs and generals serving us. Hobert handed the wine glass in his hand to the waiter, sorry, I need to go to the restroom. His timely display of impatience seemed to suggest he disdained engaging in such debates. Under the waiter's guidance, Hobert left the ballroom. The nobles first exchanged glances, then a buzz erupted as they began voicing their opinions all at once. Hobert arrived at the restroom, thinking, I never imagined that one day, I would have to make use of Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. In Earl Vincent's mansion, there would definitely be Beyonders protecting it, and Vincent himself might very well be a Sequence 5. But for the current Hobert, slightly tampering with the surrounding spirituality would make it completely impossible for them to detect his actions. Next, Hobert took out a few strands of hair from Viscount Glaint and performed connection. This immediately connected him to the ring's location. After all, Hobert's current operating range for various abilities had reached 6 or 7 kilometers. He spread his spirituality, not sensing any signs of life around the ring, but it did seem like there was a Beyonder trap. Hobert used the exploit ability to easily and temporarily disable that Beyonder trap. Almost in the same second, Hobert used the ability to distort space to twist the ring, along with the container holding it, into his hand. It was a small wooden box made of solid wood, with no extraordinary protection. So Hobert made the space around the lock chaotic, easily allowing the copper lock to pass through the hasp and be removed. Opening the box revealed various gemstone rings inside. Clearly, Earl Vincent didn't know about the gemstone ring inherited by the Glaint family, so he didn't take it seriously at all. Hobert picked up the gemstone ring that Viscount Glaint had mentioned, infused it with spirituality, and recited the incantation in ancient Fasak, Summer of Winter County. The surroundings of the gemstone ring suddenly became illusory, and a small illusory space appeared. This was a small-scale space magic, utilizing the characteristics of gemstones and the door pathway Beyonder powers, designed to be very concealed. No wonder Vincent had never discovered it. Hobert took out a few notebooks from this small space, then put the ring back, closed the wooden box, and once again used the chaos of space to return the small lock to its original position. Finally, Hobert once again avoided the Beyonder trap and sent the wooden box back. Ending all of this, Hobert slightly waved his hand, distorting the air around the toilet flush, causing the air to push the switch. Whoosh. Hobert smiled. After becoming Sequence 3, he was becoming increasingly lazy. As Hobert finished washing his hands and took the towel from the servant to dry them, the restroom door was suddenly opened, and Earl Vincent's youngest son, Carl, entered from outside. Lord Hobert. At this time, Carl's skin was rough and dark. Compared to more than a year ago, he was much steadier and more mature. Hobert casually asked as he walked out, "How's work lately?" The town I'm in charge of, its grain production for this quarter ranks first among the town-level units, Carl said with a smile, following behind. Hobert glanced at Carl, not bad at all. It's all right, Carl said modestly, we are all very grateful for the platform you provided for us. Originally, they were all marginalized figures in their families and were not valued. But in Hobert's territory, they found a way to realize their self-worth. At this time, Carl, because of his excellent political achievements, had begun a new round of assessment, preparing to appoint him as a county magistrate of the Duchy of Southern Balham. And another member of the Justice Alliance, Coldeth, was also not valued in her family, which even made her feel very insecure at one point. But in an assessment hosted by Donna, she saw Coldeth's patience and meticulousness, so she gave her an opportunity. Coldeth cherished that opportunity very much, and thus obtained a very crucial advancement. Currently, Coldeth is already the head of the personnel department of Longtail Island City, and is the noble descendant with the highest official position. At this time, Carl also said, I'm sorry, before, my father asked me some questions about Longtail Island, I really wanted them to know about the great changes happening on Longtail Island, so I answered some questions that didn't involve secrets. Just 2 days ago, my father suddenly asked me to come back. When I learned that Coldeth and the others were also asked many questions about Longtail Island, I realized something was wrong. But at that time, I didn't even think that my father and the others were actually preparing to take advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate the Duchy of Southern Balham. Speaking of this, the two stopped outside the ballroom. Carl said helplessly, they completely don't realize where their mistakes lie. They still hope to solve the problem with their methods of dealing with things in Backlund. Please don't take offense, after the ball is over, I will persuade my father. It's okay, Hobert said with a smile, just consider it coming to taste the delicacies of Earl Vincent's mansion. Originally, he thought that it was the noble descendants who asked Earl Vincent and others to fight for higher official positions for them. From the current point of view, it's just that these nobles' problem of speculation has occurred, and noble descendants like Carl have not colluded with their fathers. Although their connections are very close, they are not as tightly knit as Hobert had previously guessed. This made Hobert very satisfied, meaning that the transformation of these noble descendants was very successful. Returning to the ballroom again, Earl Vincent and the others still wanted to discuss with Hobert the issue of curbing the civil war in the Duchy of Southern Balham, but Hobert used the excuse of being hungry and went over to enjoy the delicacies. After he finished eating and praised the culinary skills of the chef of Earl Vincent's mansion, he immediately bid farewell. Although this was somewhat impolite, he was, after all, a Duke of Lone, and no one had the right to stop him if he wanted to leave. In the ballroom, the nobles once again discussed how to make Hobert aware of the seriousness of this civil strife, and at the same time, they called over their children in the corner of the ballroom to verify some news with them. Only then did they realize that the atmosphere was a little off, or rather, the way their children looked at them was a little off. Originally, these unvalued children were very docile when they saw them, even after having official positions under Hobert, they were still very respectful to them. But now, they saw disdain on the faces of these children. At this time, Carl said, everyone, there is one thing you have misunderstood, we have the confidence to win this civil war. A noble sarcastically said, war is not just about having confidence. Carl didn't say much, just said, let's wait and see. After speaking, he also left the ballroom, and the other noble descendants left one after another. At this time, the nobles present realized that if they wanted to seize benefits in the Duchy of Southern Balham, they still had to make use of these children's channels, so they also hastily ended the gathering. After Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion, he first went to his study to take a look at the notebook that the Glaint family regarded as a treasure. What Hobert didn't expect was that this family was actually a branch of the Tamara family. To be precise, the source of this family was a Beyonder family that escaped from the valley where the Tamara family was hiding more than 800 years ago, similar to Upton's situation. He thought, no wonder the incantation to open the ring is Summer of Winter County, the valley where the Tamara family is hiding is in Winter County. And more than 800 years ago, this Beyonder family escaped from the family in the summer. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 653, Chapter 652 The Fool received a whole Roselle diary. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert continued reading the contents of the notes, which described the three factions of the Tamara family. The first faction, represented by Tamara, worshipped evil gods, willingly becoming their servants, hoping to regain the Beyonder characteristic of the Hand of Order, and allow the family to once again have a great angel. Another faction, led by petty, strongly opposed family members worshipping evil gods, believing that it would make Beyonders cold, especially family members above the demigod level, and even become less human due to the influence of evil gods. The internal conflict of the Tamara family mainly existed between these two factions. According to the records in the notes, this conflict actually appeared very early on. When old Tamara had to contribute his Beyonder characteristic to the six gods, Tamara began to establish contact with that evil god through the clues about evil gods obtained by the family. Gradually, Tamara began to force family members to change their beliefs. Before that, family members generally worshipped the angel in the family, that is, Tamara himself, so at the beginning, he easily changed the beliefs of a group of members. However, there were still some members who might not have been so devout in their belief in Balancer Tamara and were always unwilling to convert. The seeds of internal family conflict were planted at this time. Later, Petty Tamara escalated the family conflict until a civil war broke out. Petty always pretended to support Tamara and was highly trusted by Tamara, but this was all an illusion he showed in order to obtain advancement opportunities. After the Tamara family obtained the Beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy, Petty stood out among several candidates for advancement to angel, obtained the advancement opportunity, and then began to publicly oppose the worship of evil gods, and quickly became the leader of the opposition. Therefore, under the condition that both sides had comparable strength, a civil war broke out. Later, Tamara, who had a certain advantage, compromised and stated that family members had the right to choose whether or not to worship evil gods, and thus formed the family's council, which was the highest decision-making body in the family. The cracks caused by the civil war were barely repaired. In addition, there was another faction in the Tamara family. Initially, they were members of the Abraham family who had marriage ties with the Tamara family and came to join the Tamara family. Some of them also left the Tamara family because they were unwilling to accept the protection of evil gods. It is said that they later joined the primordial demonis. The person who wrote this notebook was also very strange, wondering why that part of the members switched from one evil god to another. Hobert smiled and said to himself, evil gods are different from evil gods. Later, the remaining members of the Abraham family who stayed were willing to worship evil gods, and they formed a relatively loose faction, which was the third faction in the Tamara family. They once hoped to cultivate an angel of the apprentice pathway, but unfortunately, they could not complete the corresponding ritual, so this faction has always only had 2 or 3 demigods and has never had an angel. In the subsequent continuous intermarriages, they were almost diluted by the other 2 factions, but they have always been the mediators of the other 2 factions. Combining some of the information obtained before, Hobert basically knew the entire history of the Tamara family. This family rose to prominence in the early 4th epoch, during those chaotic decades. Later, it joined the Solomon Empire and gained Solomon's trust, secretly helping Solomon contact the uncertain mist and find a way to become a great old one. After the collapse of the Solomon Empire, the 6 gods took away the Tamara family's Beyonder characteristic of the Hand of Order. In order to take revenge and restore their strength, Tamara completely leaned towards the uncertain mist. In Hobert's opinion, a family supported by hatred is difficult to last for a long time. The Tamara family's civil war, in addition to their disagreement on the concept of treating evil gods, the fundamental reason was actually whether or not to live for hatred. The family members led by Petty firmly resisted the belief in the uncertain mist, precisely because they did not want their lives to become sacrifices for revenge. Hobert sighed, it's a pity that with the arrival of Erebus, the balance between the 2 factions of the Tamara family may be broken. He continued to read on. Petty, in order to protect some family members, would help them cover up their tracks and help them leave the family with their consent. This is how the Glaint family came to be. That Beyonder family first hibernated for decades before starting to operate in the outside world again. At this time, a series of wars broke out in the northern continent. The Lone Kingdom first broke out the 20 Years' War with the Fasak Empire, and then the White Rose War with the Intis Kingdom. The Glaint family used these 2 wars to obtain a title of nobility and pass it down to modern times. Some of the later notes were unremarkable, basically recording the lives of generations of viscounts. On the last page of the notebook, a few scribbled words were written. Remember, don't investigate the cause of my death, it is likely to attract retaliation from the royal family. Be a good viscount and continue the family. As long as there is continuation, there is hope. Although this sentence was a bit nonsensical, but combined with Glaint's previous narration, this should be what his father wrote to him. Hobert thought of Rex and smiled slightly. For many people, the truth being revealed to the world is not the most important thing. Then he thought, old Viscount Glaint may have known about the royal family's excavation of ancient tombs, but was unwilling to collude with the royal family, so he was murdered by the royal family. The only difference from Zio's family is that Glaint's family was not purged, probably because old Viscount Glaint never intended to inform the church about this matter, but was just unwilling to help the royal family. It may also be the result of Vincent's mediation. Judging from some previous events, Earl Vincent did provide some help to Glaint, and it is likely that he silently helped his good friend's family through the difficulties. If Vincent had been guarding against Glaint, he would not have allowed his youngest son, Carl, to hang out with Glaint. Of course, this is just Hobert's guess. The behavior of these nobles is often difficult to explain. In addition to the records of the Glaint family's history, there were also 2 other notebooks, one of which recorded lots of knowledge and theories. This should be the standard configuration of Beyonder families. With such a notebook, the descendants of their family can well understand this world. The other one recorded much history, especially some neighboring pathways or families of the same pathway, all had relatively detailed information, and even actively conducted some investigations. Hobert glanced at it and found that the information about these families was already outdated. The description of Trunsoist was still stuck in, divided into two, one branch hiding somewhere in the Hornassus Mountains, and one branch relatively active, establishing a law firm in Backlund to digest potions. Decades ago, these descriptions were correct, but now huge changes have already taken place. Especially after the creator began to systematically recruit members of the Trunsoist family, this information was basically useless. Another reason is that Glaint chose to become an apothecary in order to avoid being monitored, and this information was equivalent to information from another pathway for him. However, if Glaint has children in the future and wants to return to the Arbiter pathway, this information is still useful, at least knowing which families are of the same pathway or neighboring pathways as his. After reading these notes, Hobert sent them to Glaint. In the study of Viscount Glaint, the young Viscount was silent for a long time looking at the 3 leather notebooks. He carefully stroked their surfaces, as if afraid that they would be broken because his movements were too rough. Hobert knew that over the years, these notes had been entrusted with all of Glaint's thoughts for his father. After a long time, Viscount Glaint choked up a little and said, "Sorry, I was just distracted." As he spoke, he opened the secret room of the study and took out 3 sealed items from it. According to the previous agreement, you can choose any one of them. Hobert nodded and casually took one. They were all grade 2 sealed artifacts, and he currently had almost no great need for sealed items of this level. However, the help of a demigod was more valuable than a grade 2 sealed artifact, so Hobert was not polite with Glaint. What we have to face is the future, not the past. Hobert smiled and said, "Look forward, there is a bright future waiting for us. If we only look back, we can only be buried by helplessness and sadness, because there is nothing we can do to change the things of the past." Glaint showed a forced smile. "Thank you." Hobert waved his hand at him and used travel to return to his study. At this time, in his mind, like a movie playing, scenes of the past year or so flashed through his mind. He thought of the Tamara family, of his mother, of his father, of his adoptive parents, of Furs and Audrey, of Donna and Tyren, of Klein and Leonard. All of this eventually turned into a smile. Time flies so fast. That night, Hobert hardly rested. He first lamented his life, and then began to make short-term and long-term plans. Thinking about these things easily made him excited, so he couldn't rest well. The next morning, Hobert first went to Earl's Light to take a look and understand the sales of the telephone. Preparations for the sale of telephones began a long time ago. Previously, when laying cables in some places, telephone lines were also laid at the same time. Even in places without telephone lines, it is relatively easy to lay them as long as there are utility poles. However, there are still many areas not covered by telephone lines, so the current constraint on telephone development is the insufficient laying of telephone lines. This cannot be rushed and can only be done slowly. After having lunch with Audrey, Hobert went to Longtail Island in the afternoon to attend the tarot gathering with Furs. Before today, Hobert had attended the tarot gathering 3 times, but those gatherings were very brief and nothing new happened. As usual, Hobert and Furs lay on the bed a few minutes early. Furs said, "Dorian has accepted my invitation and plans to visit Longtail Island tomorrow." Hobert nodded. "Great, in that case, I'll stay on Longtail Island for the next 2 days." Furs added, "In Tussock Harbor, some navies are recruiting pirates to participate in naval battles, promising land, official positions, and even titles." "Let them recruit," Hobert said. "As long as it doesn't affect the order of the port, don't interfere. After all, Longtail Island nominally belongs to the Lone Kingdom." Furs nodded. "Okay." Hobert then asked, "I haven't been to Longtail Island for a while. How is the construction progressing? Are the industrial areas operating normally? We have repaired the most dangerous sections of the dam and built a large number of canals and ditches, virtually eliminating flood disasters." Now Furs knows everything about Longtail Island. With the recruitment of a large number of skilled workers from the southern coast of the Inner Sea, all factories are basically operating. The only problem is that we haven't connected with suitable buyers for the products produced by our heavy industry. Hobert smiled and said, "It's not time yet. When the factories in the southern continent are also operating, we will be able to digest some of the production capacity ourselves. In addition, with the development of the war, maybe by next year at the latest, we will be able to export some industrial products to the northern continent, of course, provided we have enough for ourselves." Just as they were discussing this, their vision was suddenly covered by a layer of grey fog. The next second, they appeared in the Great Hall, on either side of the bronze long table. As the two were slightly dazed, Justice Audrey curtsied and greeted the uppermost figure. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." This crisp greeting also signaled the official start of this tarot gathering. While greeting the others, Audrey habitually began to observe. First, she noticed that the fog around Mr. Fool was denser and more agile. Audrey was overjoyed, generally indicating that Mr. Fool's abilities had further recovered. Hobert also noticed this. Unlike Audrey, who who was polite, he directly glanced at the fool, Klein. The fool was indeed more distant, like a shadow far away from everyone. This made Hobert realize, Klein has advanced to sequence 3. Continuing to greet the other members, Audrey also noticed that Ms. Hermit's mental state and body language indicated that she was worried about something. Audrey curiously pondered the possible reasons. Is it related to the Queen Mystic? Or is it another issue? With Audrey's further advancement, she had already drawn a psychological portrait for Ms. Hermit through observation, believing her to be a rather contradictory beyonder. Most of the time, she looked experienced, knowledgeable, calm, and capable, but for some reason, she was bold and reckless in some aspects, like a minor girl. Based on the analysis of some basic information, Audrey believed that Ms. Hermit's personality should be related to the Queen Mystic. Meanwhile, sitting below the magician, Furs, the hermit, Catlia's mind was filled with 2 questions. Why did the Queen send so many diaries at once? Is the Queen in some kind of trouble? Finally, enduring until the gathering officially began, Catlia restrained her worries and said to the fool, "Great Mr. Fool, this time I have collected an entire book of Roselle's diary." An entire book. Hearing the hermit's words, several members, including the hanged man Alger, were visibly stunned. Even the son Derek, who was the least concerned and most insensitive to such matters, noticed a trace of abnormality. The other members knew that Queen Mystic Bernadette was the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle, and it was normal to provide an entire diary. What was abnormal was the act of giving an entire book at once. Catlia didn't care about everyone's gazes and continued, "These diaries are not continuous, but they all originated from Emperor Roselle's later years." "Very good," Klein nodded slightly, signaling the hermit to begin manifesting. Page after page of slightly yellowed diary successively took shape, soon covering an entire book. Fortunately, Catlia had already advanced to a demigod, and her pathway was related to knowledge, otherwise, it would have been impossible to forcibly memorize so many diaries. After receiving the diary, Klein flipped through it casually without actually reading it, and put it down, saying to Catlia, "You can ask your questions." Including the previous accumulation, a total of 10 questions. Catlia was immediately a little headache because the Queen Mystic Bernadette only asked her to ask 2 questions this time. She deliberated for a moment and said, "Respected Mr. Fool, can I ask in batches?" "Yes," Klein said with a smile. This was exactly what he thought. Answering 10 questions in one breath would also be a difficult thing for Mr. Fool. Catlia secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "There are 2 questions this time. One is, when George III attempts to become a god, will Adam himself help George III? Alger and the others were stunned. According to the clues obtained from the emperor before, George III becoming a god was closely related to Adam, and it even seemed to be planned by him. Then, when George III's plan is hindered, isn't it normal for Adam to help George III? At this time, Klein said in his heart, "Queen Mystic, and I thought of the same thing. The war has already broken out, and Adam should be waiting for the opportunity to become a god. Judging from some evidence, the cooperation between Adam and George III may have ended, because their respective goals have been basically achieved. The start of the war is equivalent to Adam having the opportunity to become a god. And George III has also obtained the opportunity to become a god because of Adam's plan. Theoretically speaking, they no longer have the need to continue cooperating. One of the evidences is that I successfully killed Konas and found the hidden ruins of the royal family. Although I didn't find the specific conspiracy of the royal family in the end because of someone's betrayal, if Adam was still very concerned about George III becoming a god, then I should have lost Konas due to various coincidences at that time. There are many similar evidences. Adam should not have the mind to care about George III affairs at this time, and will only send subordinates to help at most." Klein believed that the Queen Mystic should have thought of this based on her own mystical knowledge, so she wanted to ask the fool for confirmation. Although he was quite sure of his guess, he still didn't say too much. Based on the current situation, Adam should not provide too much help to George III. If Adam provided a lot of help, then sorry, the situation has changed, not that the fool's information is wrong. Except for Hobert, everyone was a little confused by the fool's answer. Won't provide too much help. Alger was the first to react and seemed to understand what the fool meant. The others were trying to recall information about Adam and had their own associations. Catlia controlled her chaotic thoughts and said again, "The second question is, where might the Emperor's undiscovered secret mausoleum be?" Furs suddenly sat up straight. "Secret mausoleum. Undiscovered. This is definitely a best-selling theme with popular elements." Audrey keenly sensed another thing from this question. Roselle's eldest daughter may have been pursuing the traces left by Roselle, hoping to find clues to the Emperor's resurrection. Because Hobert hadn't announced the specific process of the Black Emperor's resurrection before, she could only think of this step and didn't know the role of those mausoleums. The star Leonard was more concerned. Roselle left a secret mausoleum. I wonder what's inside. Klein was prepared for this. He smiled and said, "Perhaps in the Fog Sea, on the hidden primitive island or abyss that Roselle once discovered." Abyss. Alger recalled the information about the abyss he traded with the Emperor before. Wasn't it affected or corrupted by the unknown? Oh, right, Emperor Roselle was also corrupted by the outer gods. The Emperor built a mausoleum there, probably because he was affected by something. It took Katlia several seconds to recover, not expecting that Emperor Roselle's secret mausoleum would involve the abyss. But after thinking carefully, she found that it was not surprising that such a level of struggle would involve anything. For a moment, she hoped that the queen would not pursue this matter, but in the end, she suppressed this idea, because she felt that if it were her, she would make a similar choice. These thoughts flashed through her mind, and Katlia said, "Thank you for your answer, I have no questions today." Hobert looked around and smiled, saying in his heart, "Looking at your expressions, I know that you have perfectly avoided the correct answer." Regarding Katlia's thanks, Klein nodded slightly. "You can begin." Hobert immediately said, "I hope to communicate with Mr. World alone." The fool gently nodded, creating a space for them to communicate privately. Hobert said to the world, "Didn't I mention before that when the family curse is lifted, I hope to get your help? The development of the situation has become more complicated than before. I now need Mr. Fool's help." For a moment, Klein suspected that Hobert had discovered his playing an alt account scheme. Otherwise, why wouldn't Hobert directly ask for Mr. Fool's help, instead of seeking out the world? But considering that he hadn't made any mistakes, he asked, "Why don't you directly pray to Mr. Fool?" Hobert was already prepared for this question. "I'm not sure to what extent Mr. Fool's power has recovered." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 654, Chapter 653, Free Exchange Session with Huge Amount of Information. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Of course, Klein knew that Hobert's concerns were actually meant for Mr. Fool to hear. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have been maintaining the illusion that Mr. Fool is awakening." Also, in this kind of matter, Hobert is still very reliable, knowing to convey his request to the Fool through the world, leaving enough room for the Fool. So he manipulated the world and said, "Tell me your request, and I will convey it to Mr. Fool for you." "Thank you." Hobert said, "I learned from the great Creator that Mr. Fool holds the authority of change. Can you graft my bloodline onto an unfamiliar life form?" "Well, I remember saying before that the curse on me involves the Night Emperor and the Blood Moon Queen. One is at the level of a true god, and the other is at the level of a great angel." This is also why Hobert didn't go to Leonard's old man for help. After all, although that old man now has the level of Sequence 1, he is very weak, and it is difficult to deal with even Amon's angel-level avatar, so it may be difficult to complete similar operations. Klein had the world say, "I will report this matter to Mr. Fool after the gathering is over." At the same time, he had already begun to think about this question in his heart. He first sighed, "The Creator has a very detailed understanding of the seer pathway. After I advanced, I did use this gray fog to master a similar grafting ability." Then Klein thought again, "But the ability I currently master has very limited effects. The curse on Hobert probably involves the level of a true god. Even if I use the blasphemy card, I can probably only exert the power of Sequence 2, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to help Hobert." But these thoughts were not suitable to express immediately. Klein manipulated the world and talked about another matter. "I have already found a pair of Fulgrim Hound's eyes for you. We can complete the transaction of the blasphemy card. When he was looking for the main ingredient of the Scholar of Your potion, as soon as he arrived not far from the Sefirah castle, he encountered a group of hounds of Fulgrim. They looked very docile and should have felt that he was now the owner of the Sefirah castle. The hounds of Fulgrim took the initiative to contribute a pair of eyes. When Klein said a little embarrassedly that he still needed a pair, those hounds of Fulgrim were slightly stunned, but there were still two different hounds of Fulgrim, and they gave Klein another pair. At a tarot gathering 2 or 3 months ago, Klein reached a deal with Hobert for the Tyrant card. Klein needed to use a pair of hounds of Fulgrim eyes in exchange for this blasphemy slate. Klein traded for this card mainly to suppress the Sea God Scepter. Currently, the Sea God Scepter can only be used above the gray fog because the negative effects are too strong. With the Tyrant card, further sealing can be done, and it can be taken to the real world for 1 or 2 minutes. Another use is to summon yourself by using yourself, holding the Tyrant card in one hand and using the Sea God Scepter in the other, using the power of the gray fog to completely suppress the Sea God Scepter for a period of time. Hobert nodded, "Okay, I will report this matter to the Creator immediately after the gathering is over." At this time, he suddenly thought of a question. "My prediction may have errors. When I hold the Black Emperor card, I have a very high position very early on. That's because I am a Beyonder of the Black Emperor pathway, holding the Black Emperor card, and using the power of the origin of Nation of Disorder corresponding to this pathway. That's why the Creator can have a very high position. But Klein is different. He doesn't have the Fool card or the Blasphemy card of the adjacent pathway. The role that the blasphemy card can play in the Sefirah castle is limited, so it can only allow Klein to have the ability of about one sequence higher above the grey fog. At this time, Hobert suddenly realized that in his advancement process, the Fool may not be able to help much. Although theoretically all 22 blasphemy cards are at the same level, from the point of view that different cards can attract the Beyonder characteristics of their corresponding pathways, in the hands of Beyonders of the same pathway, it often has more magical effects. Thinking of this, Hobert couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that I have to wait until Klein advances to sequence 2 before I can advance? By then, the war will be over. Hobert didn't have any good ideas for this for a while, so he could only wait until the gathering was over and think about it slowly. After the individual communication between the two people ended, the magician, Furs, immediately said, I hope to trade some places with strange customs or unique cultures with everyone, £50 per piece of information. She recently discovered when playing the scribe that the more things that exceeded her understanding, or the more novel customs and local culture she felt, the faster she could digest the potion. And she usually handles some affairs of Longtail Island or South Colson in the afternoon, or goes to other islands to digest the potion, and it takes too much time to find such islands with strange customs by herself in the evening. Morning. What morning? Isn't the morning used to sleep in and lays in bed? The hanged man Alger smiled and said, there are too many such places. I know an island that worships a strange god, which seems to be called God of Sea Beasts. The image of this god is just a head wearing a hat. He asked, does this count as a strange custom? Furs said, yes, of course, please be more specific. That island is probably between the Fog Sea and the Berserk Sea, called Serapio Island. Alger said, remember to take off your hat when you go. This is the local custom. The locals believe that since the gods wear hats, it is disrespectful to the gods for ordinary people to wear hats. Then Alger said again, there is also a cannibalistic tribe with very special customs. They also believe in a strange god, so they have many strange customs. He mentioned 3 islands with strange customs in a row, and the hermit, Katlia, also talked about 2 similar islands. This opened the eyes of the other members, marveling that there were such strange customs. After they completed this transaction, Hobert reminded Furs, don't deeply explore those gods, and don't follow and worship those gods. Alger was slightly stunned before asking, are there any problems with these wild gods? In his opinion, these wild gods are basically demigods in bad condition. As long as you pay attention to keeping your distance, there should be no problem. This is exactly why Hobert wanted to remind Furs at the tarot gathering. In fact, he was also reminding Alger and others, I don't know, but in my opinion, these wild gods are either high-sequence Beyonders in very bad condition, or they are outer gods. In order to avoid being affected or corrupted by the corresponding influences, it is best not to participate in local sacrifices, and do not casually approach those idols. After hearing the word outer god, Alger asked with some worry, if I just inquire about the information of those gods, will I be affected? Hobert said, probably not. Alger secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thank you for your reminder. Hobert smiled and said that it was nothing. Furs asked, what if I just record the stories of these gods, or the customs formed under the influence of these gods? This question could actually be asked in private, but Furs wanted to know the answer immediately, so she simply asked it on the spot. Hobert replied, it doesn't matter, but it's best not to record their images, or too specific information. Many other members realized that Miss Magician was originally digesting the scribe potion. Alger felt the most emotional in his heart, because even the magician had started to advance to sequence 5, and he himself was still stuck at this level. The Emperor, the World, and the Hermit were already sequence 4, and Justice, the Sun, the Moon, and the Star were also sequence 5, only the magician had a lower sequence than me. Alger only felt a lump in his chest, which was difficult to eliminate, and he couldn't wait to immediately explore the ruins left by the elves with the Emperor. But he brought up this matter again at the last gathering, and the Emperor said that he was very busy recently and would have to wait a while before they could explore the ruins together. For the sake of prudence, he could only wait a little longer. After this transaction was reached, the hall was briefly quiet. This also indicated that the transaction session was over, and everyone began to communicate freely. Hobert first said, I may issue some tasks to everyone in the near future, please be prepared accordingly. At the previous tarot gathering, Klein and Katlia each owed the Emperor 1 demigod-level task, while the other members owed 3 sequence 5-level tasks. The civil war in the Duchy of Southern Balam may break out at any time. If there are suddenly 2 more demigods and several sequence 5 helpers, it will have an unexpected effect. But the premise is that the Rose School of Thought wants to take the opportunity to participate in the civil strife in the Duchy of Southern Balam. Otherwise, with the Beyonder forces organized by those local kings and warlords, Hobert could eliminate them all while eating hot pot and singing. And in Hobert's opinion, the Rose School of Thought will definitely participate in it, because the Highland Kingdom is adjacent to the Duchy of Southern Balam, and they can understand that if the Duchy of Southern Balam is given enough time to become stronger, they will definitely be threatened. After all, this principality has inextricably linked with the Creator, and the Rose School of Thought had a war with the Creator before, and they are in an antagonistic relationship. The Moon, Emlyn asked, Mr. Emperor, what kind of tasks are they likely to be? Hobert answered, attacking the Rose School of Thought, or carrying out assassinations in the southern continent. He paused and added, I will provide you with a way to the southern continent or corresponding mystical items. The other members were slightly stunned, they were all willing to accept such a task. Then Leonard asked, I received some news that a civil war is about to break out in the Duchy of South Balham. Is that true? Yes. Hobert smiled and said, we need to strike at the power of the local warlords. Both Catlia and Alger were slightly stunned. They had heard about the Duchy of South Balham long ago. Under the contemporary political system, it was very abnormal to establish a principality. They just didn't understand the relationship between the Emperor and the Duchy of South Balham for a while. But after a little thought, they realized the reason for this abnormality. This principality was the Lone Kingdom's bribe to the Creator's forces. Catlia realized, I should have thought of it earlier. Longtail Island is Hobert's fief, and the Duchy of South Balham is the fief of Duke Hobert. Maybe Hobert is the Emperor himself. And Mr. Starr obviously knew this, so he directly asked the Emperor about the situation in the Duchy of South Balham. Alger thought to himself, such a bribe is normal. After all, since the South Colson War, the Creator's power has been a force to be reckoned with in the Beyonder world. As long as this force does not side with Lone's enemies, allowing them to establish a principality in the southern continent is a very worthwhile deal. Currently, the Duchy of South Balham is legally subordinate to the Lone Kingdom, which is equivalent to labeling this principality. At this time, Leonard asked again, are you planning to support a new batch of agents? We plan to govern that land ourselves, Hobert explained. That's why we have to eradicate all the original forces. Leonard continued, I don't understand politics, but I want to remind you that your actions make the church believe that the local order is becoming chaotic, which only increases casualties. Hobert smiled, that's because the bishops of the church don't know how many slaves die unnaturally every year. Speaking of this, he paused slightly before saying, I understand. After the gathering is over, I will take some time to talk to the church. I will build more churches of the Evernight Goddess in the Duchy of South Balham. By the way, there are also churches of the Earth Mother, the Storm Church, and the Church of Steam and Machinery. I believe that when I tell the bishops of the several churches about the idea of building churches, they will understand our actions. Hobert sincerely said to Leonard, thank you for your reminder. Leonard was stunned, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to remind you that the church is paying close attention to this matter. Okay, it seems that I really don't understand politics. At this time, the world asked, will a civil war break out? It should. Hobert said. The world nodded and said nothing more. Alger was a little strange, why is there such a deep contradiction with the local warlords? In theory, those warlords in the southern continent should have been tamed very docile by the colonial army. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of ruling power, Hobert said. Imagine that in the Storm Church, an archbishop only needs to hand in a certain amount of wealth every year, and he can do whatever he wants in his own parish, treat believers as slaves, and levy taxes on believers, etc., and the headquarters of the Storm Church has no right to intervene. Do you think such a thing could happen in the Storm Church? Alger understood the Emperor's meaning, no. He originally wanted to remind the Emperor that the situation in the colonies is different from that in the northern continent, and there is no way to effectively manage the natives and aborigines. But he thought of what he had seen and heard on Longtail Island, and in the end, he said nothing. At this time, Catlia thought of another thing. I remember that in a previous gathering, we talked about Lone's sneak attack on the capital of the Faesac Empire. I just got the news that the chief planner of that operation seems to be Hobert. Was that also an operation led by the Creator's forces? In a previous gathering, they did talk about this matter once, but they only chatted for a few sentences. Hobert didn't even have time to show off the results of that battle at that time. That's right. Hobert smiled and said, that was our first cooperation with the Lone royal family. Catlia nodded, so, this time in the war, you are on Lone's side. Hobert did not make a clear statement, we just had a cooperation with Lone. Emlyn was more concerned about another question, Mr. Emperor, I heard that the bombing of St. Millen caused very serious losses to the Faesac Empire. Is this true? Hobert shook his head, that's a rumor. According to the accurate information I obtained later, the Faesac Empire's losses were not great. The number of deaths was even in the single digits, and it had almost no impact on their industrial production. Emlyn frowned, I knew I shouldn't believe the news in the newspapers. Then he said strangely, but I heard that why do the newspapers of the Faesac Empire also report that this sneak attack caused them huge losses? Last week, a few sanguine from the Faesac Empire happened to come to Backlund to support the assassination of the Primordial Moon believers, so he got some first-hand news from the Faesac Empire. I also heard about this matter. Hobert explained, this should be a propaganda method of the Fasak Empire to make the soldiers and people on the front lines more hostile to Lone. In addition, after all, this war is the Fasak Empire attacking Lone. Their logistic supply line is longer. If the materials are not delivered in place, they can completely explain to the soldiers on the front line that it is because of Lone's bombing that materials are in short supply. Hobert smiled, shifting the responsibility completely. Emlyn was stunned for a moment. That's very much like something politicians can do. This sentence made the other members nod in agreement. Alger added, I have read Lone's newspapers, saying that there were only 24 airships in this sneak attack, and 8 of them came back, right? Hobert replied, yes. Katlia, like Alger, was somewhat surprised. How did you do it? Even if the angels of the Fasak Empire are not in St. Millen, they should be able to return to support within a few minutes. Could it be that the Creator also dispatched angel-level forces? There was nothing to hide about this information, so Hobert said, although there are several demigods in the airship formation, they can only resist one round of attacks from the angels of the Fasak Empire at most. At a critical moment, the Creator transferred the airship formation to the mid-seashore, so they escaped. Everyone was stunned, and they all felt that the Creator had clearly stood on Lone's side, otherwise, he would not have taken action. Hobert smiled, I know what you are thinking, but there is one thing you must also be clear about. Most of the Beyonder who participated in this operation are elites loyal to the Creator. Although the Tony family has not yet been incorporated, Hobert is very clear that there will be no obstacles to their incorporation. At that time, if the Creator did not take action, even the demigod-level Beyonder would be very dangerous, which would be contrary to Hobert's original intention. After all, for him, a very important purpose of this operation was to allow a Blood Knight to complete the advancement. In the end, all 3 demigods of the Tony family died, and what advancement was there? That was completely going to send Beyonder characteristics to the Fasak Empire. But Hobert also knew that this kind of thing could not be explained clearly, and the Creator's action had already brought some benefits, so he simply did not make a detailed explanation. At this time, at the Tarot gathering, although Hobert did not say it clearly, everyone could guess that the price offered by the Lone Kingdom was rich enough, not only inviting the elites of the Creator's forces, but even allowing the Creator to take action personally. This topic ended here, and the hall was quiet for a few seconds before Emlyn's gaze fell on Mr. Starr. If you are official Beyonder, how would you deal with a clergy member of an opposing force within your jurisdiction during the war? He hasn't done anything bad and doesn't plan to do anything bad. The Fenebake Kingdom has not yet declared war on Lone, but everyone knows that this old opponent of the Lone Kingdom is waiting for an opportunity, and declaring war is only a matter of time. The shadow of war made the believers and people around the Harvest Church look at Bishop Utravsky more and more wrongly. The other members almost simultaneously thought in their hearts, actually, Mr. Moon can remove if. Leonard thought for a while and said, protective custody. If Emlyn hadn't mentioned this matter, he would have forgotten that there was a Harvest Church in Backlund. Klein couldn't help but smile in his heart when he heard Leonard's answer. This answer is very spiritual, worthy of being the newly promoted captain of the Red Gloves team. After hearing the answer, Emlyn just nodded slowly and said nothing. After answering Emlyn's question, Leonard turned to mention the question he wanted to discuss. Has anything big been lurking in Backlund recently? The Backlund bombing and the king's desire to become a god are both big events in Backlund, but Leonard is not very concerned about these two things. This is a typical perspective of a clergy member, who believes that those are matters of the secular regime. But just the day before yesterday, Palaz Zoroast in Leonard's body reminded him that there was a lurking danger in Backlund. Leonard didn't know what the lurking danger was, so he planned to ask the other members at the Tarot gathering. Klein pondered for a few seconds before having the world say, the leader of the Secret Order, a Sequence 1 angel, Roselle Emperor's old friend, Zeradal, is currently hiding in Backlund. Seeing that some members of the Tarot Club were still a bit bewildered, the world added, the law of conservation of Beyonder characteristics that we often talk about usually refers to the conservation of Beyonder characteristics of adjacent pathways. In other words, there is also a law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics for adjacent pathways. Leonard seemed to understand what the old man meant. Seer and Marauder are adjacent pathways. He thought to himself, the old man must have sensed the threat from Zeradal, so he issued a warning. Previously, when Hobert announced the relevant information about these two adjacent pathways, Leonard had not yet joined the Tarot Club, so he was unaware of this. The world frankly replied, yes, there is also the apprentice pathway. At this time, Hobert reminded, this also means that Zeradal is very likely to attract Amon's high-sequence avatar to Backlund. The other members were stunned, especially Leonard. That's something I didn't think of. He sighed in his heart, how many avatars does Amon actually have? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 655, Chapter 654 Human Skeleton Found in the Decaying Forest. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The members of the Tarot Club did not expect that although the Backlund bombing had ended, this international metropolis would become even more turbulent. Not only did a sequence 1 angel of the seer pathway arrive, but this angel was also very likely to attract a clone of Amon. The star Leonard asked, why would the archangel of the seer pathway appear in Backlund? Klein manipulated the world to answer, it seems to be related to the Evernight goddess's plan. Leonard was even more confused, what plan does the goddess have? The other members were also stunned and curious about what plan the Evernight goddess might have. Among them, Justice Audrey suddenly realized, unknowingly, we have become so calm when discussing gods and their plans. The hanged man Alger realized the difference in this matter. Previously, we also exchanged information about gods, but those were basically things that happened in the last epoch or several epochs ago, but this time, we are mentioning a plan that the gods are currently carrying out. I'm not very clear about the specifics either. The world said, but according to my observations, the Evernight goddess seems to want to create chaos in Backlund. Based on the previous few prayers, Klein keenly realized that the goddess seemed unable to descend recently. As for why she couldn't descend, he guessed that it might be to accommodate the uniqueness of the death pathway, but he wasn't sure about his guess and just felt that this idea was more reasonable. As for the goddess's plan, Klein guessed that the arrival of Zeradal and Amon's clone might be because the Evernight goddess was afraid that her inability to descend would be known by her enemies, so she wanted to create chaos in Backlund, so that the goddess's enemies' actions in Backlund would be somewhat constrained. What Klein couldn't understand was that the goddess seemed to have prevented Zeradal from advancing to sequence 1 before, and the Evernight goddess church's attitude towards Amon's clone was also not very friendly. Letting these two guys come would indeed cause the extraordinary world of Backlund to be somewhat chaotic, but there was also a high possibility that they would discover that the Evernight goddess had been unable to descend for a while recently, right? At the Tarot Club, Hobert, who had read the script, was very clear, the goddess now wished that the whole world knew that she couldn't descend. As for the reason why she couldn't descend, it was of course because she was trying to accommodate the uniqueness of the death pathway. It didn't matter whether others believed it or not, as long as it gave the god of combat enough sense of urgency. Everyone had their own guesses about the world's words, but they all felt that they were not getting to the point. So they habitually looked at the emperor together, and Hobert smiled and said, our focus has been on the southern continent recently, and we don't know much about the situation in Backlund. Then he added, even if I were in Backlund, that would be a god's plan. How could beyonders like us understand it? I suggest we wait and see for this kind of thing. When the goddess's plan finally has a result, we will naturally be able to roughly guess the goddess's plan through some performances of the Evernight goddess church. Everyone smiled helplessly. Of course, they understood what the emperor meant, this is a god's plan. As an ordinary beyonder, do you still want to participate in the god's plan? Soon, Alger started a new topic. According to my observation, the Storm Church is not very active in this war. Klein was somewhat surprised, not very active. This doesn't fit the image of the Storm Church. Although their teachings neither advocate fighting nor promote war, they definitely emphasize treating enemies with storm-like ferocity and venting any anger on the spot. But then he thought, that Sailor pathway and the Spectator pathway are adjacent pathways that can be exchanged at a high level, and there are huge contradictions between them. Even if the Lord of Storms tacitly allows George III to become the Black Emperor, it is unlikely that he will sit idly by and watch Adam ascend to the throne of God by borrowing the tide of the times. Klein thought of the sailors who were trying hard to restrain themselves and sighed in his heart, it's really hard for them. Hobert responded to Alger, this is normal. After all, the sailor cannot support the Spectator's plan to become a god. He said, but it's hard to say in the future. Currently, either the Fasak Empire will be quickly defeated, or George III will give up becoming a god, otherwise the war may continue for a while. And if this war continues, anything could happen. Alger commented, the current situation is becoming more and more confusing. At the same time, he thought, I also think so. Precisely because it is an adjacent pathway to the Spectator, the Church is unwilling to see itself helping Adam realize his plan. Justice Audrey, who knew some inside information, thought of the Intis's strange silence in this war and was vaguely worried. At the same time, this was also Earl Hall's worry. In theory, it was normal for the Fanapotter kingdom to have not yet expressed its position. After all, it was the weakest of the 4 countries in the northern continent, and the previous large-scale wars were also like this. It would not easily declare war, nor would it easily take sides. But the Intis Republic, as the second strongest country in the northern continent, has not yet expressed its position, which is very strange. The hermit, Katlia, also understood what the emperor meant based on the corresponding mystical knowledge. She did not discuss the current situation in the northern continent, but talked about a question that she had always had in her heart. According to some information I have learned, almost all pathways have adjacent pathways. But only the monster pathway seems to have no adjacent pathways. This phenomenon is a bit strange. The magician first suddenly realized that through the previous transaction with Hobert, they almost knew most of the adjacent pathways among the 22 pathways. Apprentice, Seer, and Marauder are adjacent pathways, Spectator, Sailor, Reader, Scribe, and secret suppliant are adjacent pathways. There are also warrior, sleepless, and corpse collector that are adjacent pathways. The rest are two adjacent pathways, lawyer and arbiter, hunter and assassin, prisoner and criminal, savant and mystery prior. Furs hadn't noticed before that there was indeed only one pathway left among the 22 pathways, and it was the monster pathway that they had rarely mentioned before. It seemed that they had only briefly mentioned this pathway when trading information about the King of Angels, Ouroboros. At this time, almost all the other members understood what the hermit meant. All pathways have adjacent pathways. Suddenly, there is such a pathway without adjacent pathways, which is strange in itself. Hobert smiled and said, "Has everyone ever thought about a question? Many non-adjacent pathways, but there are some similar abilities between them. For example, the witch's frost attack is very similar to the frost attack of the prisoner pathway, and for example, the lawyer's charm is also very similar to the witch's charm, and there is also the hunter's fireball and the criminal pathway's fireball. There are many such examples." This made Klein suddenly think of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, who mentioned a theory in Grozel's travels. Since this topic has been discussed here, he shared his conversation with Vice Admiral Iceberg. At that time, "I have heard of such a thing. A long time ago, some Beyonder creatures tried to collect the Beyonder characteristics of an element. For example, as the Emperor said, the frost abilities of the witch and the prisoner pathways. At that time, the Beyonder characteristics did not seem to be as stable as they are now. It would be more accurate to call them mystical elements. In short, those Beyonder creatures tried their best to collect frost-like elements. Their abilities did not become stronger, but they were more prone to losing control." Klein guessed, "This makes me think of such a point of view. Could it be that our current Beyonder characteristics were originally pure Beyonder elements? In the random devouring of Beyonder creatures, these elements merged with each other and formed the initial Beyonder characteristics. In the second epoch, through the repeated crushing and reorganization of the ancient gods, the elements presented a state that could make creatures more stable after devouring them. Until the appearance of the blasphemy slate, these combinations were completely formalized, so there are now Beyonder characteristics." Everyone first felt a heavy sense of history, and then felt that the world's idea made a lot of sense. Katlia thought, theoretically, Beyonder characteristics should have an initial state. The abilities at that time should be relatively simple. For example, the mystery prior pathway would only perform spell casting. For example, the apprentice would only shuttle through the spirit world. Under some coincidences, Beyonder creatures discovered that these elements with distorted characteristics could be balanced to a certain extent, so they gradually developed to the current Beyonder characteristics. The other members also had similar ideas and felt that the formation process of Beyonder characteristics was the process of resisting the distorted characteristics of Beyonder abilities. "This is exactly what I want to say," Hobert said. "This should also involve the issue of Beyonder characteristics becoming more and more warm. The owner of each Beyonder characteristic should have left a trace of spiritual residue in the characteristic. This makes the Beyonder characteristics that were originally very cold and not suitable for creatures to take gradually resonate with the creatures and have an opportunity to merge with each other." The other members realized that the opportunity the Emperor was talking about might be the acting method. Hobert continued, "I don't know if everyone remembers the issue of divinity that we talked about before. In my opinion, divinity is similar to the consciousness of the universe, which are some cold abstract products for creatures. The Beyonder characteristics derived from these products are, of course, distorted and cold to living beings. But in my opinion, after generations of spiritual residue warming them, these Beyonder characteristics should be much softer than they were at the beginning." He paused and added, "Even if there was a process of mutual fusion of Beyonder elements a long time ago, the main authority of a pathway, that is, the uniqueness, will not change. So the extraordinary is still distorted to living beings, and it is still difficult to tame." After learning about the above guesses, let's look at the monster pathway again. Perhaps it does not have adjacent pathways, but its adjacent pathways are scattered into other pathways. Hobert smiled and said, "This is my guess. There is no evidence at present, but as far as I know, after the sleepless becomes a demigod, they have the ability of misfortune. This ability is to temporarily change the fate of the target, making the target very unlucky. Also, as we said before, Amon's ability to steal fate, it is difficult to say whether he can steal the target's fate without similar authority related to the fate pathway." The hall was silent for a few seconds, and everyone was digesting the Emperor's words. Alger was the first to say, "It is very possible, because the main Beyonder characteristics are scattered, and the corresponding authority is also scattered, so the corresponding uniqueness is also diluted. Or because there are no Beyonders in that pathway, so the uniqueness of that pathway has returned to the state of cosmic consciousness." The other members first felt that the Hanged Man's guess was very reasonable, and then they realized one by one that what they were discussing was the most core part of the Beyonder world. Moreover, such discussions do not seem to have too much information that can be referred to, and it is also difficult to verify. This is like a physics student who has been studying very hard. When he finally makes some guesses about the universe, he finds that there is no literature to refer to and no theory to support it. At this time, he belatedly realized that his thinking was already at the forefront of physics. Hobert added, there is another possibility, that is, the adjacent pathways of the fate pathway are not in the real world. Everyone was stunned again. At this time, most of the members could not keep up with Hobert's thinking and had to work hard to understand what he meant. Only Klein, Alger, and Katlia could keep up with Hobert's thinking, mainly because they were discussing with Hobert. Katlia asked after hearing Hobert's new point of view, not in the real world, is it in the spirit world? Maybe it's in the spirit world. At present, Hobert has no plans to talk about the beyonder characteristics that initially tore apart the outer gods, so he did not make a specific explanation, maybe it's in other places. Katlia chewed on Hobert's answer, other places. At this time, the world sitting at the bottom suddenly said, for example, the cosmos. Katlia instantly associated it with the outer gods, but because of the lack of key information, some of her guesses stopped there. Hobert suddenly clapped his hands, I suggest that we only discuss this issue here, and continue the discussion after we have further clues. Everyone nodded slowly, because the lack of sufficient clues made it impossible to continue the discussion. However, the discussion just now was enough for everyone to savor, at least basically clarifying the characteristics of beyonder characteristics. After spending more than 10 seconds digesting the content of the discussion just now, the Tarot Club members all looked at the son, Derek. At the Tarot Club last week, Derek's exploration team had already arrived at the afternoon town camp and planned to rest for a day before exploring the Giant King's Court. So at this time, their exploration should have ended. Derek sat up straight and said very consciously, we have completed the first exploration of the Giant King's Court. 3 people died, 1 person was missing, and 5 people survived. We first arrived at the main entrance of the royal court and saw 2 silver knights guarding there in an unknown state. He explained very considerately, Silver Knight is the name of sequence 3 of the Giant Pathway. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they realized that the Giant Pathway was the Warrior Pathway. The Moon, Emlyn, Audrey, and several other members all felt almost the same in their hearts, as expected of the Giant King's Court, the kingdom of the ancient god, actually using 2 sequence 3 demigods to guard the main entrance. Only Hobert thought in his heart, what a waste. This made him think that among the beyonders in the military that he cultivated, many beyonders in the warrior pathway have already been promoted to sequence 7. Should he find an opportunity to obtain these 2 Silver Knight beyonder characteristics? At this time, Derek continued, according to a hidden passage provided by Mr. World, we bypassed to the back of the Giant King's Court, and encountered many monsters mainly composed of wraiths along the way. Klein, who had watched the live broadcast with true sight at the time, sighed, little son is really not a storyteller. The battles that took place along the way were very exciting, allowing Klein to see the close cooperation of the City of Silver exploration team, which is rarely seen elsewhere. After arriving at the withered forest, we tried to explore it. Derek said, soon we discovered that the Giant King's remaining will and the power of the Divine Kingdom combined to form an evil spirit. It is guarding the mausoleum of its parents. This reminded Audrey and Leonard of their previous exploration experience with the world in Grozel's travels. According to the Giant Guard, the Giant King even prevented his queen and children from approaching the withered forest. Derek stopped here, and subconsciously recalled the scene he saw at the time before continuing, after purifying that evil spirit, we came to the tomb of the Giant King's parents. There was a stone tablet erected there, indicating the identity of the tomb owner, and the tomb and coffin had been opened. Inside there were 2 human remains. Hearing this, Katlia's first reaction was that the 2 corpses had other identities, godfather and godmother. No, there was no religion at that time. Then, she recalled some questions that the queen had thought of after being inspired by Emperor Roselle. Why do even ancient literature and historical data refer to giants, elves, and sanguine as humanoid creatures or human-like creatures? Why not call humans giant-like, elf-like, or sanguine-like creatures? Then Katlia thought of the emperor's previous explanation of the humanoid creature camp in the second epoch. She remembered that there was a key point that the emperor did not explain, only saying that he would explain it after he had evidence. She suspected that the emperor already had some guesses about this at that time. Alger suspected for the first time that someone had faked the scene, but he thought that it was not as simple as just taking away the real bones and replacing them with human bones. It is also necessary to prepare a suitable coffin so that the specifications of the tomb do not look like it belongs to a giant. The key is that this kind of forgery has no practical significance and will not have too much impact on reality. This made Alger feel that no one should do such a boring thing. Finally, he touched his hair and thought of his father, who was a mixed race of elves and humans. Thinking of this, Alger was the first to accept this fact. At this moment, Emlyn was the most surprised member, and his mind was full of thoughts of impossible and, this is impossible, if the ancestor of the giants is human, what about the sanguine? Are we just monsters produced by beyonder characteristic mutations? Emlyn denied it again in his heart, impossible. We were clearly created by the ancestor himself. He has the authority of life and creation, which is completely different from the barbaric gods like the giant king and the elf king who only know how to fight. But his intuition, his rationality, and his brain all told him that the sun had no motivation to lie about this matter. This reminds me of a previous guess about the second epoch. Hobert said, the sun's description provides key evidence for that guess. Katlia, as expected. The other members were also attracted by Hobert's words from the surprise just now and all looked in the direction of the emperor. Hobert said seriously, do you all remember the humanoid creature camp and the non-human creature camp that we mentioned when we were talking about the camps of the ancient gods in the second epoch? At that time, I questioned the names of these two camps and made two guesses. The first guess was that all the existing information about the second epoch was written by humans, so the camps were distinguished from a human perspective. Everyone recalled the transaction at that time, and also recalled the second guess that the emperor did not explain at that time. Combined with the description of the sun, everyone seemed to immediately understand why the emperor would have reservations at that time. Because that guess was indeed too shocking without evidence. Hobert continued, my second guess is that the giant king, the elf king, and the sanguine ancestor all clearly knew that their respective races were derived from humans. So they all acknowledged the name, humanoid creature camp. Why? Emlyn asked somewhat excitedly, Mr. Emperor, why is this? I mean humans will evolve into giants, elves, and blood races. Hobert was not as serious as he was just now, we just discussed this issue. Emlyn's face was ashen, because of beyonder characteristics. That's right, beyonder characteristics. Hobert said, beyonder characteristics are not friendly to any living being. Their appearance caused some humans to undergo drastic mutations in a short period of time. He continued to explain, this also explains why the giant king and the others didn't accept the devil monarch Farbody into their camp, because in their eyes, demons are not creatures derived from humans. Katlia sighed, many questions are now making sense. Klein thought of another question, and he manipulated the world to ask, in other words, humans existed before beyonder characteristics. And beyonder characteristics seemed to appear suddenly. Hobert smiled and said, I don't know. He thought to himself, there should be relevant clues in that stack of diaries you just put away. This topic caused all the members to sigh inwardly for more than 10 seconds. Derek also calmed down before continuing, after leaving the withered forest, we entered the interior of the giant's royal court, through the barren tunnel. The power of corruption and concealment remained along the way, and we had to respond correctly to pass through. Inside that palace, there were murals containing the power of cycle of fate. We were affected by it and transformed into people attending a gathering, repeating a process. He solemnly said, that was the process of the Rose redemption being established. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 656, Chapter 655 Mushrooms of various flavors. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The members were all very curious. What kind of scene would it be when Son, Derek and the others were affected, replaying the scene from thousands of years ago? At the same time, they felt the power of the King of Angels. Thousands of years had passed, and the power of Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, still remained. But they found themselves not too surprised, because Emperor had already traded information about the Rose redemption with them. They were all very clear about how outrageous the first members of this organization were. Through some descriptions from Little Sun before, they also knew that the members of Rose redemption often gathered in the Giant King's court. Only Leonard listened very carefully. Although he had asked Palaz Zoroast for information about the Rose redemption, it was clear that the old man only knew the names of most of the first members and did not know too many details about this organization. Derek continued, the two conveners of the Rose redemption are Dark Angel Sasser, Evernight Goddess Amonisis. Leonard was stunned, Goddess, the name of the goddess. Participants include Pure White Angel, Aucuses, etc. Derek said, its members are exactly the same as the information from Mr. Emperor before. At this time, Hanged Man Alger said, actually, you can say it again. Hermit Katlia also chimed in, yes, we all want to hear the person involved say it again. Hobert smiled, you just want to hear the names of these gods, right? When he traded with everyone before, he didn't mention many of the true names of the gods, but the unsuspecting Derek directly described what he had heard and seen. How could these two old foxes miss such an opportunity? Seeing Son's doubts, Alger realized that under his constant guidance, the current Son was no longer the original Little Son, so he said again, before this, I obtained some true names of gods, so I wanted to verify them through your description. Derek felt the sincerity of Mr. Hangman, so he said, okay, Mr. Hangman, there are also Wind Angel Leodoro, God of Combat, Bathile. After saying all the honorifics and true names of the members, Leonard sighed and exclaimed, Rose Redemption is really powerful and terrifying. Because except for Leonard, the other members did not show too much surprise, so Derek continued, we encountered the leader of the royal court hunter, light color Merce Kogan, outside the giant king's palace. He said that Dark Angel Sasser was sleeping in that palace. After that, we returned, and Mr. Fool bestowed upon us the Silver Knight potion formula. Justice Audrey was listening with great interest, but suddenly realized that the story had ended. Magician Furs laughed and thought, if I left such an ending when writing a book, I would definitely receive blades from readers. Leonard rubbed his chest, feeling like someone had punched him in the face with such an ending. And Moon Emlyn was still very conflicted, sometimes thinking that the sanguine was just a derivative of humans, and sometimes thinking that this idea was blasphemy against the progenitor. Katlia was savoring the information obtained at this tarot meeting. She felt that when she returned to the real world, the mysticologist potion should be completely digested. The hall was quiet for a while, and Klein manipulated World to say to Derek, I recently harvested a batch of mushrooms that can grow and reproduce in the dark by devouring the flesh and blood of monsters. I wonder if your City of Silver is interested. First side, it can actually devour monsters. Sure enough, there are many things in the world that we have not yet understood. Katlia's eyes suddenly deepened a little, sitting upright, without speaking or moving, like a statue. Derek was overjoyed when he heard this and blurted out, can those mushrooms actively attack monsters? Klein's mouth twitched slightly. I thought little son would be afraid of those mushrooms, but his request was even more excessive. He manipulated World and said, no, if the mushrooms can actively attack monsters, you will also become their target. Derek was a little ashamed and nodded quickly, I understand, Mr. World. World gave a further description, some of those mushrooms can be ground into flour, some can produce milk, some are rich in oil, taste like beef, and some have a texture close to fish, but without bones. Except for milk, which can be drunk directly, the others must be cooked by steaming, boiling, frying, grilling, etc. Otherwise, those mushrooms will absorb flesh and blood in the body, restore their activity, and turn a person into countless mushrooms from the inside out. Audrey, Alger, and other members were listening to a novel and interesting story, but Katlia's eyelids twitched, and she decided to have a good talk with Frank after returning to the real world. She was very worried that one day when her pirate group held a crew vote, a large number of mushrooms would cast a solemn vote. At this time, Derek, after listening to the relevant description, asked curiously, Mr. World, what is flour? Is it like black grass powder? Also, what is milk, what is beef, what is fish? In fact, he had seen fish, but he didn't think those fish were the same kind of creatures as World's description. Not far from the southwest of City of Silver, there is a swamp with many strangely shaped, highly poisonous fish-like creatures. In City of Silver, anyone with basic common sense knows that fish cannot be eaten unless they want to commit suicide. Klein manipulated World to turn his gaze to Audrey. Describing what flour, milk, beef, and fish are in detail does not fit Gairman Sparrow's persona. As a senior spectator, Audrey instantly understood what the other party wanted to express, and she was happy to help. Audrey considered for a moment and said, milk can provide a lot of nutrition and help you grow taller and stronger. She didn't finish her words, because the son sitting opposite her was already very burly. So Audrey turned to explaining beef and flour and other foods. After Justice explained those concepts, Derek looked at World with fervent eyes. Thank you, Mr. World, like electric lights, this is exactly what our City of Silver needs. After I go back, I will immediately tell the chief, he will definitely be happy too. Then he asked, what do you want in exchange? Klein hesitated for a moment before using World to say, the classical alchemist, potion formula. No. Katlia subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to stop him, but in the end, she restrained her impulse. She quietly glanced at Mr. Fool, and seeing that this great existence didn't say anything, she felt a lot more at ease. Hobert on the opposite side saw Katlia's body language and almost laughed out loud. You don't think there's no problem with Fool backing you, do you? Maybe Mr. Fool feels a lot more at ease in his heart that you didn't stop him at this time. At this time, Alger asked, Emperor, can electric lights be used on ships? He was playing the role of a pirate and saw electric lights when looting merchant ships, so he had this question. It is possible. Hobert came back to his senses, but you have to bring more batteries, because the shipborne small generator is still under development. Alger nodded as if he understood, looking forward to the day when the development is successful. At the end of the gathering, World looked around and said, everyone in Backlund, please pay close attention to whether there are any abnormalities around you. Okay. Audrey and Leonard nodded one after another. Hobert realized that George III's Ascension ceremony was not far away. He had been busy with the founding of the country recently and had not had a good talk with Klein. So he said, after the gathering, we will immediately complete the transaction. Klein didn't think much about it and let World agree. This tarot meeting ended, and figures disappeared above the gray fog at the same time, leaving only Fool Klein. He began to look through the diary in his hand. November 21st, because I made too many preparations in the early stage, I obtained that chaotic and terrifying grade 0 sealed artifact faster than I imagined. Then, after a difficult contest, with some help, I finally restored it to a pure sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. This page of the diary is basically Rozel's description of his process of advancing to the adjacent pathway sequence 1, Knowledge Emperor. The next page also contains Rozel's process of landing on the moon. Unfortunately, the order of these diaries is a bit messy. The next page becomes the content of a conversation with Mr. Dor, or a conversation with Hermes. Continuing to look down, Klein was pleasantly surprised to find that Rozel recorded the role of the 9 mausoleums of the Black Emperor in his diary, as well as the location of the most secret mausoleum. Similar to his previous guess, it was on that mysterious island he discovered during his early voyages. After reading all the diaries, Klein's spirituality felt something, and he looked again at Rozel's description of landing on the moon, as if he had missed some important information. The Berserk Sea, Longtail Island Governor's Mansion. Hobert returned to the real world with furs, and he immediately sat up and said, "I'm going to complete a transaction with Mr. World." "Oh, right, I will invite Mr. World to be a guest recently. You let the kitchen prepare a little special cuisine." Furs of course remembered Hobert's separate exchange with World at the gathering that had just ended, but she didn't expect Hobert to invite World to be a guest. Immediately after, Furs was somewhat looking forward to the World's arrival, wanting to observe the legendary adventurer up close. "All right, I'll instruct the kitchen." Hobert kissed Furs on the forehead before using travel to return to Backlund. First, he took out the Tyrant card from the Nation of Disorder and completed the transaction with the World. Immediately afterward, Hobert prayed to the Fool who does not belong to this era. "Respected Mr. Fool, please tell the World that I invite him to dinner at the Governor's Mansion on Longtail Island tomorrow night to discuss important matters." Soon, Hobert received a reply from the World, "All right, I will arrive around 5 o'clock in the afternoon." Having settled this matter, Hobert was about to go to the Principality of South Balam again when the butler, Dofus, suddenly came to report, "Your Grace, Mr. Leonard is here. He seems very anxious and appears to have something important to discuss with you." Hobert was stunned. He looked at the clock in the study. Only half an hour had passed since the tarot gathering ended. What urgent matter could Leonard have encountered? He hurried to the hall and indeed saw that Leonard's expression was different from usual. Leonard, who usually exuded a carefree aura, seemed somewhat nervous and incredulous at this moment. He greeted Hobert proactively, and when he was close enough, he whispered, "Her Excellence Ariana invites you to a meeting at the cathedral." Hobert was also stunned. Who? Her Excellence Ariana. Hobert, after confirming that it was the Angel of the Darkness pathway, the head of the Evernight Goddess Church's archbishops, took a deep breath and said, "Where is she now?" Leonard replied, "At St. Samuel Cathedral." Hobert could understand Leonard's feelings at this moment. Especially being asked to invite me, this guy is probably wondering if his participation in the tarot gathering has been discovered. However, Hobert quickly calmed down and realized that Ariana herself or the Evernight Goddess Church was looking for him to discuss something, which was not detrimental to him. Otherwise, the entire Duke's mansion would have been pulled into the concealed world by now. Hobert simply used travel to arrive at St. Samuel Cathedral. Under Leonard's guidance, Hobert arrived at the backyard of the cathedral, an inconspicuous reception room. Ariana, barefoot and wearing a simple robe, and Archbishop Anthony, wearing a clerical robe, were both in the reception room. After Hobert entered, Archbishop Anthony warmly got up to greet him and exchanged pleasantries. Then, Hobert said to Ariana, "Ma'am." Ariana showed a very kind smile. "I hope I haven't disturbed you." She pointed to the chair opposite her. "Please sit down." At Archbishop Anthony's prompting, Leonard left the reception room and closed the door. Hobert immediately felt some changes in the surrounding space. At this moment, the entire room was already in a concealed state. As soon as Hobert sat down, Ariana said, "The war in Winter County is currently very fierce. Most of the God of Combat Church's elites are there, and conflicts often occur between us. 3 days ago, we received reliable information that an angel from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was active near the battlefield. It is said that he came to investigate the strange sunlight that appeared before." Hearing this, Hobert smiled. He knew that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church would definitely conduct some investigations, but he didn't take it too seriously. Because the Tamara family's hiding place was relatively sensitive, not far from the battlefield, the Eternal Blazing Sun would be very cautious when sending people to investigate. By the time they went, Lawrence and the others would have already withdrawn, and the Creator had also interfered with the scene, so the Eternal Blazing Sun Church would not be able to trace it back to the Creator for the time being. Even if they traced it back to the Creator, it wouldn't matter, because Hobert's actions at the time looked like he had used a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and they wouldn't realize that it was a high imitation uniqueness. The Eternal Blazing Sun was not the Lord of Storms, and in the current situation where the Intis Republic might join the war at any time, it was impossible for them to impulsively ask the Creator for high-grade sealed artifacts of the Sun pathway. Ariana continued, "The God of Combat Church seems to have promised that angel some benefits. In yesterday's conflict, that angel from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church coordinated with the God of Combat Church's actions. In our opinion, this is a very dangerous thing. Hobert was slightly stunned and, of course, understood Ariana's meaning. Originally, the three angels on both sides were evenly matched in terms of demigod-level power. Suddenly, another angel appeared. Even if this angel was only coordinating and had no intention of directly clashing with the Evernight Goddess Church, the balance had been broken. Hobert considered for a moment before saying, "Ma'am, this angel was likely attracted by our actions, but we didn't expect him to be bought by the God of Combat Church." He spoke very euphemistically, expressing the core meaning, "We are not responsible for this." Ariana said amiably, "We didn't expect it either. According to the previous frequency of battles, we will have another large-scale confrontation with the God of Combat Church in 3 or 4 days. We hope that the Creator can dispatch an angel and several demigods to confront the angel of the Eternal Blazing Sunday." She paused and said, "We will pay a certain reward." Hobert finally understood. No wonder she was so polite, she was asking for my help. He pondered for a moment before asking, "May I ask what the reward is?" Ariana said calmly, 2 blasphemy cards." Hobert couldn't help but take a deep breath. "May I ask what cards?" "Justiciar and Error," Ariana replied. Hobert felt goosebumps all over his body. These 2 cards were exactly what he needed. Ariana, of course, noticed Hobert's strangeness. This was the reward that the goddess specified when she reported this matter to the Evernight Goddess. She immediately realized that this was something that Duke Hobert, or the Creator, greatly needed. At the same time, Ariana had a deeper understanding of the alliance between the Evernight Goddess and the Creator. Before, she only thought that both sides had released goodwill and had no conflicts of interest, belonging to the kind of relationship that would not be enemies. But now it seemed that the goddess had a very good understanding of the Creator's power and that it should not be as simple as a shallow cooperation. It was precisely because the goddess understood the Creator's power that this negotiation should be easily successful. In Ariana's opinion, using 2 blasphemy cards to ask an angel to take action was a very cost-effective deal. After all, the Lone Kingdom gave Hobert a duchy, and the Creator's power stood on the side of Lone. However, Hobert's sneak attack on St. Millen and his enmity with the Fasak Empire did not mean that they were also willing to treat the God of Combat Church as an enemy. Hobert took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and asked, "May I ask, what are the sources of these 2 cards respectively?" Ariana replied, "The Justiciar card comes from the sacrifice of a royal family member's believer, and the Error card comes from the encirclement and killing of an Amon avatar decades ago." Hobert already had an idea in his mind, but he knew the principle of playing the part thoroughly, so he said, "Please prepare a quiet room for me. I need to report this matter to the Creator." Ariana nodded slowly, and Archbishop Anthony led Hobert to a room next door. Hobert pretended to pray in the room and whispered about the transaction that Ariana had just proposed. Then, after waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, he pretended to praise the Creator. After getting up, Hobert, accompanied by Archbishop Anthony at the door, returned to Ariana again. "The Creator has agreed to this transaction." He paused and said, "I will also participate in the war at that time. When an angel needs to take action, give me a signal, and I will guide the target for that angel." Ariana had read the relevant reports and knew that the state of the angel who was loyal to the Creator seemed to be not quite right, but they seemed to have a way to restore to their peak state in a short time. So, Ariana did not express any doubts at the moment. The 2 sides agreed that Hobert would bring a few demigods to the Amanda Mountains on Wednesday afternoon to meet with the Beyonders of the Evernight Goddess Church. Coming out of St. Musser Cathedral, Hobert took a deep breath and sighed in his heart, "With the Error card, the Fool can basically help me complete the operation of grafting bloodlines." Originally, he had to think of alternative solutions, but now it seems unnecessary. In this way, his plan has become very feasible again. Currently, there is only one step left, obtaining a trace of Erebus's spirituality. In the evening, Hobert came to the governor's mansion on Longtail Island and had a rare good night's sleep. The next morning, Furs got up unusually at 7 o'clock, and Dorian was brought over around 8 o'clock. Today, Hobert also specially took out most of the day to accompany Dorian to visit the factories and newly built water conservancy projects on Longtail Island. Sitting in the carriage, Dorian, with his very broad shoulders, looked at the dams and canals and couldn't help but ask, "Is the grain yield on Longtail Island much higher than on the North Continent?" Hobert replied with a smile, "With these water conservancy facilities, plus we have improved the seeds of wheat and rice, the current yield per moo is about 4 times that of the North Continent. The locals are not yet accustomed to the farm tools given to them. When they are proficient and have a habit of intensive cultivation, the yield per moo will definitely continue to increase, reaching about 6 times. Such a terrifying increase in production is inseparable from the recultivation of seeds by the priests of the Earth Mother Church. The corresponding water conservancy facilities only serve as an important auxiliary function, because the demand for water and fertilizer also increases exponentially after production increases." Dorian added, even so, it should take a long time for these water conservancy facilities to recover their costs, right? At least a dozen years, Hobert said with a smile. But by that time, we will definitely need to do new reinforcement and construction. He certainly understood what Dorian was asking. For a power, such investment is necessary. Because we must ensure that we have enough food supply to avoid being coerced by some forces with food in the future. Dorian smiled and said, this concept is very novel, and such precautions are indeed necessary. Furs, who was listening to the conversation between the two, showed a heartfelt smile. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 657, Chapter 656, Preparations for Digging the King's Grave. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Furs had always respected Dorian, partly because he had indeed given Furs a lot of help, and partly because Furs had lacked paternal love since childhood. Dorian's appearance somewhat made up for her regret of not having a father's love. So she was very happy to see Hobert talking to Dorian so cheerfully. The carriage moved slowly forward, and Dorian saw the clothes of the local natives again. The dressing style here is obviously different from that of the northern continent. Is that a vest? Hobert explained, when we first came here, the locals didn't even have the habit of wearing clothes. So, based on the local environment, we improved some of the clothes from the northern continent. Their tops are similar to vests, except that the shoulders are slightly wider, so that their skin won't be chafed when they carry burdens. We call it a waistcoat. There's nothing to say about the pants. They're just a little shorter. They're called shorts. Vests are not suitable for farm work, so Hobert used the waistcoat from his memory. Dorian sighed, this is a land with an innovative atmosphere. He smiled and said again, if I had known there was such a place when I was young, I would definitely have moved here. Hobert smiled, I can prepare a house for you here and let Furs give you the corresponding pass. You can use our teleportation array with the pass to come here often to take a look. Especially in the winter in the northern continent, it is still very warm here, so you can come here to spend the winter. Dorian was a little tempted, thank you. But he then added, however, I cannot accept your gift, but I can buy a house. Hobert was not polite, okay, I'll leave this matter to Furs. As he spoke, he glanced at Furs. Of course, Furs understood. He would give Dorian some discounts when the time came. Dorian then said, regarding the teleportation array, Furs mentioned it to me in a letter. It is said to come from a relic of a door, Mr. Believer, right? After the teleportation array was built on Longtail Island, Furs first communicated with Hobert before writing to Dorian about it. That's right, Hobert replied. Dorian asked again, can you tell me where that relic is? Hobert said, I can't tell you for the time being, because that relic is very dangerous now, and no one can go there at present. Dorian couldn't hide his disappointment, what a pity. At least the teleportation array has reappeared in the world, Hobert said with a smile. Dorian also smiled and said, that's right. Let's go, let's visit the teleportation array again. When Dorian saw the teleportation array operating non-stop, he was filled with emotion, recalling the records in the family's notes that the Abraham family once controlled all the teleportation arrays in the North and South continents. At that time, how prosperous the family was, and now look at it. Soon it was lunchtime, and the atmosphere at the table was also very good. While chatting, Dorian tactfully inquired about the situation of the creator forces. Hobert smiled and said, you should be a Beyonder of the apprentice pathway, right? Dorian nodded, yes. Hobert said casually, some of the original members of the Theosophy Council are now serving the creator, including many Beyonders of the apprentice pathway. Furs had previously revealed the news about the South Colson battle to Dorian. At that time, she mainly hoped that teacher Dorian could also lead the clan to be loyal to the creator, so as to obtain the protection of the creator and avoid continuing to suffer from the Blood Moon curse. But at that time, and even until now, Dorian did not mention to Furs that he was a member of the Abraham family, only saying that he came from an organization. Dorian was so cautious because this family currently does not have a demigod-level Beyonder, but they have grade 0 sealed artifacts and much accumulations. Their strength is not enough to protect these accumulations, so they dare not reveal their details at all. At this time, Hobert talked about this matter, and Dorian was also filled with emotion. For him, that was news of another branch of the family members. Dorian smiled and said, this is one of the purposes of my visit today. I hope to learn more about them. He finally decided to be frank and did not hide his purpose. Hobert thought for a while before refusing, I'm sorry, revealing too much information about them would violate our relevant regulations. Dorian then smiled and said, you don't need to apologize for this. I know this will make you very embarrassed. I shouldn't have made such a request, but I really want to know where their Beyonder characteristics come from. Hobert smiled and said, you can let a few Beyonders of the apprentice pathway participate in the Traveler Research Association established by Furs. This research association also recruits members from the outside world. Many low-sequence members of the Theosophy Council have already joined this organization. In the final analysis, Hobert did not want to recruit these Abraham family members represented by Dorian. It was not that he did not want to compete with Klein for people, but that their highest sequence was only sequence 7. For the current creator forces, there is no shortage of Beyonders at this level. Especially after the establishment of the Traveler Research Association, Hobert will soon be able to cultivate a group of apprentice pathway Beyonders who are loyal to him. The Theosophy Council still has several demigods, but Dorian and the others are too weak. They do have many sealed artifacts, but it is also impossible to sacrifice them to the Creator. And currently, the Creator does not need their sacrifices. It is only because of Furza's sake that Hobert allowed Dorian to send a few members to join the Traveler Research Association. Regarding this point, Hobert has very clear principles. In terms of things that do not involve the interests of the organization, because of Furza's relationship, he respects Dorian very much. But when it comes to the interests of the organization, he will not give Dorian and others too many preferential treatments. Dorian thought about it, and this is also a way. In fact, what Dorian wants to know most is what kind of protection the Creator specifically gave to the Abraham family members of the Theosophy Council. He is very clear that if the Abraham family members want to be promoted to demigods, they must obtain the protection of the gods so that they can get rid of the Blood Moon curse. Otherwise, after being promoted to sequence 6, the state will be very bad, and if there is a chance to be promoted to sequence 5, they will almost lose control after experiencing a Blood Moon curse. After evaluating the information fed back by the Theosophy Council with the main members of the family, Dorian will decide whether to reveal their cards to the Creator forces. It's just that in Hobert's view, Dorian may not understand the current situation. By the time they make a decision, the daylilies will be cold. The subsequent talks revolved around the current war in the northern continent, and of course, the air raid on St. Millen was also mentioned. Because under the vigorous publicity of the Lone Kingdom, the world has heard that the Creator took action at that time. After Dorian confirmed this matter again, he sighed, Creator is a benevolent God. He is also very clear that ordinary gods are unlikely to take the risk of a war of gods to rescue a few subordinates. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that this is a kind of team-standing performance. The whole lunch ended in a pleasant atmosphere. They also took a walk on the beach together, and then first took Dorian away. Through this half-day of observation, Dorian can be sure that Hobert's condition is very good, which proves that he has not been negatively affected by the Creator. Dorian decided that after returning, he would convene the main members of the Abraham family to discuss his trip to Longtail Island and discuss what attitude to take towards the Creator forces. Hobert currently has no time to pay attention to the affairs of the Abraham family. He used the afternoon to go to Angers and notified several demigods that there would be an action tomorrow, so that they could prepare in advance. Then Hobert also learned about the current trends of the Earth King and warlords. He was very pleased to find that this group of former Lone Kingdom agents had finally figured it out and had begun to threaten Angers with force. Currently, Hobert's intelligence network in the southern continent is in the initial stage of creation and cannot provide too much useful information, but according to his guess, the local rulers and warlords should have received a strong aid, otherwise they would not have become tough just after hearing that Hobert was going to wanted them. And this strong aid is likely to be the Highland Kingdom, because before the outbreak of the all-out war, there will not be too much conflict between the Intis Republic and the Fanapotter Kingdom and the southern Balam Duchy. This is an excellent window of opportunity. Currently, Hobert will wait a little longer. If these warlords do not openly rebel before or after George III becomes a god, he will take the initiative to attack. The opportunity to digest the potion will come later, but this kind of strategic opportunity cannot be missed. It was more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Hobert returned to Longtail Island and asked the servants to put up a canopy in the backyard of the governor's mansion, set up tables and chairs. He planned to dine here with Klein in a while. While the servants were setting up the canopy, Furs, wearing a light sun dress, also came. The two of them strolled and chatted on the beach in the sunset. Furs said, I'm sorry Hobert, Teacher Dorian has experienced serious betrayal, which has made them very cautious. There's nothing to apologize for, Hobert said with a smile, because this is not your fault, this is just our treat to Dorian. Furs sighed, but in my opinion, this group of Abraham family members of Teacher Dorian has lost many opportunities. They should be more proactive. Hobert said seriously, there's one thing I hope you understand clearly, don't offer them too much help before Dorian actively requests it, otherwise it's likely to make things worse. Furs nodded, I know. Just as he said this, the space on the beach suddenly became illusory. Klein, wearing the face of Gehrman Sparrow, stepped out from the spirit world and appeared in front of the two. Hobert opened his arms and smiled warmly, welcome, welcome. Haha, our legendary adventurer, Mr. World. Then he introduced Furs to Klein. Klein had attended Hobert and Furs' wedding before, and also knew that Furs was the magician. But this was the first official meeting between the two. They greeted each other, and Hobert invited Klein to the erected canopy, and they chatted while drinking fresh coconut juice. At this time, the sun had already set on the horizon, looking less bright than during the day. Several seagulls circled over the sea, occasionally swooping down to catch fish on the surface, and then flying back into the air. The golden waves, illuminated by the sunset, gently lapped against the beach, making a whoosh, whoosh sound. The three people in the canopy saw this scene and immediately felt a sense of peace and tranquility in their hearts. Hobert sighed with emotion. Dusk always makes people think of some sad things. He sighed and said again, I just thought of the victims of the Backlund smog incident. At that time, I saw pedestrians all over the street falling to the ground. They struggled painfully, and may have desperately cried for help before they died, but the ruthless virus still reaped their lives. Hobert looked at the sun on the horizon, and now, people have forgotten this tragedy. The Air Corruption Investigation Committee has become an institution for politicians to attack and compromise with each other. No one remembers those who died, and no one knows how fierce the struggles were of those who died in the mist before their deaths. Furs looked at Hobert's profile. They had talked about the Backlund smog incident before, but Hobert hadn't expressed these feelings at the time. Klein understood why Hobert would make such a sigh. It is difficult for people from a peaceful country and a peaceful era to imagine that such a tragedy could happen in a seemingly peaceful country and era. So, through my unremitting efforts, I have severely cracked down on the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order. Hobert waved his fist. Currently, the Demonist sect has basically disappeared in the northern continent. In addition, under my organization, 4 saints of the Aurora Order have been killed one after another, causing huge losses to this group of lunatics. Klein sighed. I had suspected before that Hobert was so targeted at the Demonist sect for some other reason. Now it's clear, maybe after the Backlund smog incident, he planned to retaliate against the initiators of this tragedy. When everyone forgot about those ordinary people who died in the smog incident, or rather, when everyone didn't care about those lives, Hobert cared very much. He never forgot the people who died in the smog. Currently, only the last murderer is still at large. Hobert suddenly showed a smile, and then waved his hand, twisting the path of sound wave propagation around him, so that people outside the gazebo could not hear their conversation. Klein knew that Hobert was looking for him to talk about George III's ascension to godhood. He said in the cold tone belonging to Gehrman Sparrow. I thought that after you became a Duke of Lone and cooperated with Lone, you would not oppose George III's ascension to godhood. Hobert smiled. I am a Duke of Lone, and I have cooperation with Lone. What does it have to do with that George III? Klein almost didn't maintain his persona, and almost asked Hobert, where is your integrity? But thinking about it carefully, he didn't know how to refute it. Besides, I'm not stupid, I won't publicly oppose George III's ascension to godhood. Hobert smiled. I will only tell the key to George III's ascension to godhood to the Faceac Empire and the Faceac Kingdom. In addition, I also know that you and the Queen Mystic will not sit idly by. Klein nodded solemnly. That's right. The gods have all tacitly approved George III's plan to become a god, but the fool opposes it, and he, Klein, also opposes it. If a person who can sacrifice hundreds of thousands of lives in order to become a god really becomes a god, then in Klein's view, the gods would be too cheap. For him, if he doesn't stop it, it will definitely affect his mental state in the future. Since our battle lines are unified, then I will announce some key information about the Black Emperor Ascension Ritual. Hobert withdrew his gaze and looked at Klein. Furs was slightly stunned. Only then did she realize that Hobert had invited the world to discuss how to stop George III from becoming a god. Then she became a little excited. This is destined to be another great cooperation between the creator and the fool. Klein knew that the key information was coming, so he held his breath and listened carefully. According to some information provided to us by the great creator, Hobert said, the ritual for advancing to Black Emperor is to have a kingdom of one's own, to connection one's name with the title of emperor, to become common knowledge among the people, and, furthermore, to establish a set of strict, complex, yet contrary to normal rules, including architectural styles. Then, drive the people to secretly build 9 pyramid-like mausoleums, and then enter one of them, in a corresponding sacrificial ritual spread across different cities in which the vast majority of the people participate, and consume the Sequence Zero potion. Only now did Klein know the complete ritual for advancing to Black Emperor, the King's national speech. Major newspapers have been promoting the King's national speech these days. It is said that new technology will be used to allow all squares in the country to hear the King's speech at the same time. And the time of the speech is in 10 days. I think so too. Hobert said, this fits the condition of a sacrificial ritual in which the vast majority of the people participate. He paused and said again, as for the other conditions, George III basically possesses them. First of all, he has had his own kingdom since he ascended the throne. And for decades, George III as king has become common knowledge among the people of Lone. The only thing he hasn't done well enough is to establish a set of rules that are contrary to normal circumstances. Although he has established new rules through actions such as the Corn Law, civil service examinations, and supporting the rise of electric lighting. but for the ascension ritual, he hasn't done it very well. Klein nodded slowly, finally understanding the source of some of the turbulent factors in recent years. Hobert said again, the most critical thing in this ritual is the establishment of 9 mausoleums. The royal family's excavation of ancient ruins is actually to find the 9 mausoleums left by Tudor back then. We have said this before. Tudor made many preparations to become the Black Emperor, including driving the people to secretly build 9 mausoleums. At that time, the Spectator was already secretly supporting Tudor, so it is very likely that the Spectator told the lone royal family the location of the 9 mausoleums. Klein infers both knew that the Spectator Hobert was talking about was Adam, because once he mentioned the other party would know about Hobert and might find out about their secret talk today. So Hobert simply used the Spectator as a substitute. Hobert continued, of course, it is also possible that the lone royal family found it themselves. As far as I know, after becoming a justiciar, one will have some kind of connection with their territory. One of the specific manifestations is that one can roughly sense some secret ruins in the territory. I believe that the sequence 1, Hand of Order, of this pathway should also have similar abilities, but such abilities are relatively weaker than those of a true god. For more than 1,000 years, William I has been the protector of the Lone Kingdom. He should also have a mystical connection with his territory, and perhaps he also knows the location of the 9 mausoleums. Klein had just seen many descriptions of the 9 mausoleums in the diary yesterday, but not as detailed as Hobert said. He asked, can destroying the mausoleums stop the king's advancement? Theoretically, yes. Hobert said, but the timing of destroying the mausoleums must be just right. If it is too early, the royal family will discover it, and then the advancement ritual will be terminated early. If it is too late, destroying it will be meaningless. As he spoke, he took out a pre-prepared, Greater Backlund area map, on which 9 red dots had already been marked. These are the locations of the 9 mausoleums. Klein took the map and glanced at it. The locations of 2 of the mausoleums matched the information he had obtained, but he was still somewhat surprised. When searching for the locations of the 9 mausoleums, you weren't discovered. The royal family had made many defensive arrangements around those ruins. Not only was it difficult to be discovered, but if suspicious people approached, they would also trigger some extraordinary traps. Hobert smiled. You may have forgotten that before the lone royal family became the master of that land, Trunsoist was the master of that land. And he is also a justiciar. When Tudor was forced to Intis to become emperor during the 4th epoch, these mausoleums lost their corresponding protection and could not be hidden from Trunsoist. Klein nodded slightly. He hadn't considered this aspect just now. He remembered that Hobert had mentioned that among the Beyonders serving the Creator, there were quite a few members of the Trunsoist family. Hobert pointed to 2 mausoleums in the northern suburbs of Backlund and said, I've already told the Fasak Empire about these 2 locations. To be precise, he exchanged these 2 locations for a colony with an area equivalent to half a county. Then, he pointed to 2 locations on the west side. I plan to tell the Fasak Kingdom about these 2 locations. Klein confirmed again, I heard that destroying 2 or 3 of the mausoleums can stop the advancement ritual. Do you need to destroy all of the mausoleums? Hobert smiled slightly. To be cautious, it's better to destroy a few more. Then, he pointed out 2 mausoleums in the southern part of Backlund. We will be responsible for these 2 mausoleums. Which one do you plan to destroy from the remaining ones? Klein had no choice but to point to the 2 in the east. These 2, then. He would destroy one himself, and tell Trissy about the other. Hobert nodded. The last one will be left for Queen Mystic Bernadette. Haha, George III is really unlucky. All 9 mausoleums have been claimed. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 658, Chapter 657 Take care, fellow countrymen. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the gazebo outside the governor's mansion on Longtail Island, Hobert further explained to Klein how to enter the mausoleum. Back then, Mr. Dorr made some arrangements within these mausoleums. Originally, it was so that the Tudor family could freely travel between the 9 mausoleums, or so that the power protecting the mausoleums could quickly support each other, but these arrangements became a loophole in the mausoleums. According to some information I obtained, the lone royal family only modified the mausoleums and did not rebuild them, so Mr. Dorr's arrangements are still there. Klein said, I've also heard about this. He had once used the corresponding ritual to contact Mr. Dorr and inquired about the way to enter the mausoleum from him. It required the blood of 22 pathway Beyonders. However, Hobert's way of entering the mausoleum was simpler. It requires the blood of a Dorr pathway sequence 7 or higher Beyonder, and a talisman at the demigod level with the ability to tamper. Coincidentally, the Theosophy Council has recently targeted a sequence 6 from the Demoness of Pleasure. I have already notified them that when they surround and kill that sequence 6, they should drain his blood and preserve it. So I can provide the blood and the talisman. After these talismans are made in a few days, I will send them to you along with the blood. Klein nodded, okay. He also felt that this method was more convenient. Finally, they discussed it and decided that Klein would contact Queen Mystic. After putting away the map, Hobert lifted the tampering on the surroundings and asked the servants to start serving the dishes. The three of them ate and chatted, talking about the southern Balam Duchy, the adventure industry, the future development prospects of Tussock Harbor, and the high society of Backlund. After that, the topic became more and more relaxed, and one after another, they talked about Hobert and Furz's wedding, the Nighthawks, and Tingen City. Listening to their conversation, Furz realized that Hobert and the world had known each other for a long time, and it even seemed that they had worked together to prevent the descent of an evil god when their sequences were not high. It had been a long time since Klein had such a leisurely chat about the past, because he wore layers of masks and couldn't talk to the people around him about his true past. But here he could talk about it, because he knew that Hobert and Furz would not reveal these secrets. At the same time, the delicious food arranged by the kitchen also made Klein's appetite wide open, especially when he got the spicy fish head, which gave him the feeling of eating hometown dishes in a foreign country. Unconsciously, they chatted until after 8 o'clock in the evening, and he and Hobert were still somewhat unsatisfied. So after dinner, Hobert invited Klein to take a walk by the sea. Furz, of course, understood that they wanted to chat alone, so she said that she still had some official business to deal with and did not go with them. In the darkness, the waves were still lapping against the shore unhurriedly. Hobert smiled and said, I remember seeing an idea about wave power generation. I wonder if it can be realized in this world with the blessing of beyonder abilities. As a former keyboard warrior, Klein had of course heard of this idea. I remember that this technology has made considerable breakthroughs, but it is not like I imagined, building power stations on the shore, but building power stations in the sea. Hobert recalled for a moment, now that you mention it, I seem to remember something like that too. Then he said, many of my previous memories are very vague. Maybe it's because these two worlds are completely different, Klein said with emotion. I'm about to forget the taste of fried noodles and shredded pork with garlic sauce. Before he transmigrated, these were two of his favorite dishes. Hobert sighed, this world has wonderful places, and it also has helpless places. For example, the curse I encountered is the most difficult problem I have encountered so far. But if I don't face it, I will either become a lunatic or become a mental patchwork monster like Trunsoist. Klein was slightly stunned. He was about to say that the fool had not yet recovered enough authority to help. As a result, when he heard Hobert's sigh, he suddenly didn't know how to speak. Hobert then continued, oh, right, I forgot to tell you yesterday about the reward I can pay to the fool. He didn't give Klein a chance to refuse and said directly, error card. Klein, who was about to tell Hobert the truth, was suddenly stunned. He asked, blasphemy card, of the Marauder pathway. Hobert smiled slightly, that's right. For him, the two cards given by the Church of the Evernight Goddess must be obtained. One is of great use to him, and the other is of great use to Klein. Klein pondered for a moment and thought that with the blasphemy card of the adjacent pathway, he should be able to carry out more operations. The principle of him using the blasphemy card above the gray fog is similar to that of Hobert using the blasphemy card. Both use the blasphemy card as a medium to strengthen their status and mobilize more power. Klein had also imagined before that if he could get the fool card or the blasphemy card of the adjacent pathway, this medium would be more intimate with his own pathway and the power of the gray fog, and he would definitely be able to mobilize more power. He paused for a few seconds before saying, this reward is very reasonable, but you must pay this blasphemy card before you advance. He told the truth, Mr. Fool may need to do some research. No problem, Hobert agreed very readily, I will sacrifice it to Mr. Fool 2 days before I advance. The reason why he didn't immediately sacrifice it to the Fool after getting the card was because Hobert was afraid that when Amon's avatar caught Klein later, Klein might carry this card with him, which would be lively. As for the matter of Klein being caught, Hobert didn't plan to remind him in advance. He remembered that Amon had told him many shocking secrets in order to deceive Klein. And it was more appropriate for Amon's avatar to tell him those secrets. Anyway, Klein eventually escaped, and now with the help of the Creator, perhaps he could escape without dying once. But it was best to let Klein take a trip to the forsaken land of the gods, after all, there was Chernobyl and Moon City there. After talking about serious business, the two began to chat aimlessly again. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock, when only the lights of the governor's mansion on the entire Longtail Island were still on, that Klein said goodbye. Just as he was about to enter the spirit world, Hobert smiled and said, take care, fellow countrymen. The word, fellow countrymen, deeply touched Klein, and the persona of Gehrman Sparrow collapsed instantly. He showed a bright smile, you too, fellow countrymen. Watching Klein leave, Hobert wandered alone on the beach for another half an hour. Thinking of the problems he had encountered, and thinking of the problems Klein would encounter later, he was filled with emotion for a while. After Hobert calmed down, he returned to the governor's mansion. In the master bedroom of the mansion, Furz was still awake. She smiled and said, I didn't expect the famous adventurer, who looks so dangerous in the newspaper, to be so fond of food and cherish communication with friends. Hobert took off his coat and said, this guy is more difficult than me. Fortunately, I still have a few close people, but he is different. For some reason, he has to hide his past, so he is too lonely. Hobert sighed as he lay on the bed, this wonderful and messed up world. Furs hugged Hobert, at least he still has you as a friend. Hobert smiled and snapped his fingers, the switch of the electric light was distorted by him, and the light went out immediately. I hope that in the future, I can also help him. On Wednesday morning, Hobert got up and began to prepare for his trip to the Amanda Mountains. For him, this was the most important thing at the moment. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, he welcomed an unexpected but expected guest, Bernadette. Wearing an into-style white shirt and a dark jacket, paired with a pair of tight jeans that looked very much like Hobert's impression, Bernadette exclaimed as soon as she came up, I didn't expect Tussock Harbor to be so prosperous. Obviously, she had already been to Tussock Harbor. It's okay, Hobert smiled and said, I heard that next year's pirate conference will be held there. I believe that after the Pirate World's grand event, this port will be even more prosperous. At that time, it will definitely become a paradise for pirates. While chatting, Hobert invited Bernadette into a reception room. From the window here, you can see the coconut grove in the distance and a small beach. Bernadette looked at the scenery in the distance and exclaimed, it's been a long time since I've quietly looked at the waves. After the servant served the tea, Hobert did not respond to Bernadette's exclamation, but tampered with the surroundings to prevent their conversation from being eavesdropped. Bernadette asked again, I heard that Longtail Island is about to have no servants. It's just that there are no more servant buying and selling transactions, Hobert said. The new policy is that employers and servants must sign an employment contract, otherwise the employer will be severely punished. Some clauses in that contract will guarantee the personal safety of the servants and give them the most basic respect. Speaking of this, he spread his hands, too many people in this world need the job of a servant. As their ruler, I can't let that part of the people lose their source of income. Bernadette smiled and said, you are a qualified ruler. Thank you. She then said, Gairman Sparrow found me yesterday and talked about your plan. Hobert nodded, do you have any questions about our plan? No, my spirituality suddenly realized that that's exactly where I need your help, Bernadette said with a smile. Previously, when Hobert launched the South Colson campaign, he asked Bernadette to lead the Element Dawn to participate in the war. One of Bernadette's conditions was, in the future, she might need Hobert to do a favor. Hobert took a sip of tea. If I were you, I wouldn't bring this up. He put down his teacup, unless you have something else to talk to me about. That's why she took the initiative to mention this matter, to show her frankness. Bernadette held the teacup, but never drank the tea inside. Yes, I really want to know, what is the Creator's attitude towards my father? During the South Colson campaign, she had observed the Creator. At that time, she was very sure that the Creator should be the Black Emperor pathway, or the adjacent pathway of the Black Emperor. Theoretically speaking, this should be her father's enemy, but the Creator and the blessed of God, Hobert, showed enough goodwill, which is very strange. Especially the matter of George III becoming a god. Obviously the Creator also did not want the king to become a god, even if they seemed to have a very close cooperative relationship on the surface. But when it comes to the competition for beyonder characteristics, the Creator will never compromise. Then the Creator's attitude towards her father is very crucial, which will affect how the two organizations should get along with each other in the future. Hobert replied, I can only say there is no malice. I also told you before that I would help you find Emperor Roselle. Bernadette put down the teacup in her hand. Why? Hobert replied with a smile, I don't know the specific reason, but I guess it might be because the Creator knows your father. Bernadette was slightly taken aback, just because of this reason. Otherwise. Hobert asked rhetorically, do you think gods have many acquaintances? Bernadette didn't know what to say for a while. She wasn't familiar with gods either, and didn't know what gods were thinking. But she always felt a little uneasy. Would gods have such humanized actions? Bernadette was silent for a few seconds before saying, can you tell me, if my father is found, how will the Creator treat him? Hobert smiled and said, I don't know, but I guess it should be inclined to rescue him, or make some deals. After all, if you want to kill Emperor Roselle, there is no need to be so troublesome. As long as you support George III in becoming a god, after a new Black Emperor appears, your father will never have hope of resurrection. This is also what Bernadette finds strange, and it is also where she has always felt that the Creator has a certain goodwill towards her father. As Hobert said, if the Creator wanted to harm him, he wouldn't need to do anything. Not only that, but the Creator is also preparing to find her father. In Bernadette's view, the Creator at least does not intend to directly harm her father. Bernadette pondered for a few seconds. In the end, she also felt that it was more likely that the Creator wanted to complete certain transactions with her father. I understand. Bernadette took a deep breath and asked, when do we leave? Hobert was stunned. Leave to find your father. Yes. At least after we both advance to sequence 2. Hobert reminded, only the level of sequence 2 can avoid some corruption, or avoid being affected by some influences. Bernadette nodded, okay, I'll wait for you to come to me. After speaking, she stood up and was about to leave immediately. Hobert urged, take good care of that lamp, don't let Erebus take it away. Bernadette certainly understood what Hobert meant by that lamp. She nodded, I know. While speaking, a pair of illusory wings grew out of Bernadette's back, and the huge wings surrounded Bernadette. A breeze blew by, and the pair of illusory wings dissipated like a cloud of smoke, returning to nothingness, and Bernadette and the wings also disappeared. Hobert dispelled his tampering and continued to busy himself with his own affairs. Just as the demigods of the Balk family completed their assembly and were about to set off, Alan, the butler of the South Colson Lord's mansion, came to report, Princess Ethel has sent an envoy, hoping to invite you to Fanapotter City for hunting tomorrow. Previously, Ethel had invited Hobert to hunt together, but Hobert didn't take it too seriously at the time. And this invitation is obviously something to discuss. Hobert guessed that it might also be about George III becoming a god, and he could take the opportunity to promote the location of George III mausoleum. So Hobert said to Alan, tell the envoy that I don't have time tomorrow. On Saturday morning, please ask Princess Ethel to avoid the eyes and ears and quietly come to the main hall of the Lord's mansion to meet. Hobert believed that Ethel must be very clear that there are many lone spies in Fanapotter City. For Hobert, if his whereabouts are discovered, it will affect the subsequent plan. After Alan left, Hobert set off with Lawrence and 4 other demigods. All the demigods of the Balk family participated in this operation, and the Beyonder of the South Balam Duchy were temporarily handed over to Angus for control. The group used 2 sealed artifacts with travel abilities to come to York City in the Amantha Mountains, which is the holy land of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, and was once the capital of the Evernight Goddess's kingdom. Now, in addition to being used by believers for pilgrimage, this city is generally also used to receive some forces other than the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Hobert and his party came to the city gate and saw that the city walls were all built of black stones and bricks. The structure was very simple and could be seen to have undergone many transformations. Looking towards the Amanda Mountains from here, you can just see the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Tenebrous Heaven. That is a group of buildings that are always under the night sky. You can see tall black churches on the mountainside, as well as corresponding ancient buildings. The starlight shines just right, making the entire building complex look very sacred. Just as Hobert and a few others were curiously looking around, a middle-aged man in a bishop's robe of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, with thinning hair, walked towards them. Grand Duke Hobert, and everyone, hello. I am ordered to receive you here. Hobert glanced at the other person's eyes, which were not only deep, but also seemed to have a pool of black spring water slowly flowing inside. He smiled and said, hello. You can call me Ben. The middle-aged man led the 5 people into the city, please follow me. York City is now more like a large reception center. In the center of the city is a huge pilgrimage square. The other buildings in the city only have 2 functions, catering and accommodation. There are no residential areas or factory areas. As far as the eye can see, there are restaurants and hotels, but most of them are not open at this time. Ben introduced to everyone that it looks relatively deserted here now, but when the winter ritual day comes, these rooms will not be enough to live in, and even tents will be set up outside the city. The winter gifts day is the winter solstice, but for the Church of the Evernight Goddess and its believers, this is a very important day. The night is the longest on this day, and it is regarded by believers as the birthday of the Evernight Goddess. Hobert thought to himself, this is the fanatical side of religion. The 5 people were arranged in a rather luxurious reception place, which should be a residence prepared for some important believers. After Ben introduced the location of the restaurant and bathroom, he politely asked everyone to wait in the room, and asked Hobert to go to the Cathedral of Serenity in Tenebrous Heaven to discuss the battle plan. Hobert was slightly taken aback, and didn't expect to be able to take a look at the legendary Cathedral of Serenity. While chatting with Ben, he followed Ben to the basement. In the center of the basement built of boulders, there is a stone door made of obsidian. The center of the stone door is pitch black, flashing with starlight. Seeing this structure of the stone door, Hobert can be sure that this is not the Traveler's Gate. After entering that stone door, Hobert seemed to be in the cosmos, with bright stars dotted under the huge night sky. Following behind Ben and walking forward, he guessed that it should be a structure similar to a teleportation gate built using the astral world. It's just that this kind of teleportation gate should only be used near the Divine Kingdom, because only the cosmos near the Divine Kingdom has enough connection with the real world. After only a few steps, Ben pushed forward and opened a door in the dark cosmos, leading Hobert out of that space that looked like the cosmos. Hobert saw that outside the door was also a huge stone structure, like another basement. It's just that there are several obsidian doors here, and people often go in and out. Ben greeted them, and when these priests responded to Ben, they would also look at Hobert curiously. Through their greetings, Hobert learned that Ben turned out to be an archbishop. Then he should be a demigod. This is also in line with the etiquette of equal diplomatic occasions. After all, Hobert and others are also demigods, and it is normal to send a demigod to be responsible for the reception. Going up to the ground structure through the stairs, Hobert saw a huge chapel on one side of the corridor, with patches of starlight shining in from the surrounding windows. Hobert realized that he was now inside the Cathedral of Serenity. They did not enter the chapel, but came to a relatively simple and very spacious room along the corridor. Hobert found that the entire Cathedral of Serenity seemed to be very simple. The priests here either wore servant robes or bishop robes, or dressed as ascetics like Ariana. The same is true for the few people in the stone room. Some wear bishop robes, and some dress very simply like Ariana. However, these individuals were all of archbishop level, and among them, Hobert even saw Archbishop Anthony. The two had exchanged only a few pleasantries when Madame Ariana entered with a middle-aged man dressed in a full black robe. Everyone stood up to salute, as that middle-aged man was actually the legendary Samuel. Of course, within the Evernight Church, believers and Nighthawks all referred to him as Saint Samuel. The cathedral in Backlund was currently named after him. Hobert followed everyone in saluting, then looked at the beardless man before him. He remembered that Saint Samuel was already an angel during the fourth epoch. Samuel gave off a very harmonious feeling. He also looked at Hobert, and then said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Let me introduce this gentleman. This is Duke Hobert. I believe you are familiar with his name." He paused and then added, "For tomorrow's battle, we have invited an angel of the Creator to cover us on the western side of the entire battlefield." Some archbishops had not been informed of this plan in advance. After hearing St. Samuel's words, they, like Ariana before them, internally re-evaluated the relationship between the Evernight Church and the Creator faction. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 659, Chapter 658, Fierce Silver Knight. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. According to the brief war meeting called by Samuel, Hobert learned the real battle situation at the Amantha Mountain Pass battlefield. Contrary to the reports in the newspapers which claimed the two sides were evenly matched, the Fasak Empire, which had been preparing for this, still held the advantage. If the teleportation array hadn't been transporting large quantities of supplies and soldiers to the front lines, most of the positions on this defensive line would probably have been lost already. The main reason was that the Ministry of Defense had misjudged the ammunition consumption of modern warfare. At the very beginning of the war, the ammunition reserves were quickly exhausted. The armory produced day and night for more than a month before finally meeting the needs of the battlefield, barely holding the line. The reason why the war has slowed down slightly is that the Fasak Empire's military also misjudged the amount of ammunition they would consume, and their initial preparations are basically exhausted. Hobert guessed that there should also be extraordinary factors involved. The high-level members of the Fasak Empire obtained key information from him about disrupting George III apotheosis, so there was no need for the front lines to fight so fiercely. However, the high-level members of the Fasak Empire should also have other concerns, such as what if they fail to stop George III from becoming a god. So the war continues, otherwise the Fasak army could have waited a little longer, waited for the severe cold to further weaken the combat effectiveness of the lone soldiers, and then launched a new offensive in the coldest season. And the war entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning. The war between the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Combat was even more intense than the extraordinary war between the two military forces. Taking the Church of the Evernight Goddess as an example, a large number of Nighthawk members and Red Gloves members, as long as they had basically digested their potions, could immediately get the opportunity to be promoted, even if they didn't have enough merit. Hobert learned from his chat with Ben just now that in the battle for the Amantha Mountain Range, the Church of the Evernight Goddess had already lost more than a dozen demigod-level Beyonders. This is where the foundation of a true god's church is revealed. As long as the demigod's characteristics are recovered, if he died in the morning, a corresponding Sequence 5 would complete the advancement in the afternoon and become a newly promoted demigod. The two sides had wins and losses in this battle, and some Beyonder characteristics were also taken away by each other. Because the Beyonders of the two churches can exchange pathways, several Demon Hunters and Silver Knights appeared in the Church of the Evernight Goddess, while several Nighthawks and Horror Bishops appeared in the Church of the God of Combat. As for what is being discussed in the meeting now, the battle tomorrow will be another large-scale extraordinary war between the two sides. Currently, the Church of the God of Combat has occupied the northern foot of the Amantha Mountain Range, and even the Cathedral of Serenity on the southern foot of the mountain range has been attacked by them. In tomorrow's battle, the Church of the Evernight Goddess will try to recapture the middle section of the northern foot of the Amantha Mountain Range. If the war objective can be achieved, it will be difficult for the enemy to attack the Cathedral of Serenity again. The task of Hobert and others is to provide cover for the main battlefield on the western side of the battlefield. Samuel and others guessed that the Angels of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church should also provide cover in this direction. Whether it will be a confrontation or a battle depends on the actual situation, as long as the angels from this direction are prevented from joining the battle on the main battlefield. Regardless of the outcome of the main battlefield, the people from the Church of the God of Combat will most likely retreat from this direction. When their main force retreats here, Hobert and others' mission will be accomplished, and they can withdraw from the battlefield. Of course, it is also possible that an angel of the Church of the God of Combat will come here. If that is the case, the other party will most likely not attack, and it will eventually develop into a confrontation. The Church of the Evernight Goddess is wary of the angels of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church who suddenly joined the war, and the Church of the God of Combat must also be very wary of the angels of the Creator faction who suddenly joined the war. At the war meeting, Hobert reiterated his request: if an angel needs to take action, he needs to be notified 3 seconds in advance. This time, he asked the messenger Beverly to help, because summoning and using the order wood to restore his condition takes time. The reason why he asked Beverly to help, instead of using the spiritual residue in the 1-113 Solomon family emblem to create an angel to participate in the war, is because the created angel has limited sanity, and once it leaves that nation of disorder, it has to fight. Originally, the angels of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church did not intend to attack, but the angel serving the Creator would give them 2 big slaps in the face, then congratulations to the Creator's forces for gaining an opponent from a true God's church. As it stands, this is not what Hobert wants to see. After all, the cooperation between the Intis Republic and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church is very pleasant. Many believers of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church regard electric lights as a gift from the gods, which means that the electric light business has encountered almost no resistance. In addition, Hobert stated at the meeting that if Beverly or the demigods have any spoils, they belong to their spoils and do not have to be handed over to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. This point was also approved by Samuel, and he formally ordered Ben to serve as a liaison and receptionist, and also to participate in the war with Hobert and others. However, the command of the battle is in Hobert's hands. After the brief battle meeting, Hobert returned to the reception area under Ben's leadership, and Hobert relayed the battle mission to Lawrence and others. Although the battle sounds like it is not very risky, Hobert still took out a few high-level talismans of the Marauder pathway. These are deception talismans and deprivation talismans. Even if they are used on angels, they will have a certain effect. Each of you choose one, just in case. Ben, who came with them, looked at the black crystal-like talismans and suddenly had the feeling that the Creator was very rich. It wasn't that he was envious. After all, the true God's Church had a rich accumulation of sealed artifacts. During the current war, Beyonders at Ben's level could hold a grade 1 sealed artifact for a long time. It's just that in his concept, new organizations like the Creator's forces, or simply secret organizations, should be relatively lacking in grade 1 sealed artifacts or high-level talismans. But Hobert took out 6 or 7 high-level talismans at once, which surprised him a bit. After everyone chose their talismans, Hobert talked about the precautions. Actually, there is nothing to talk about. There are only 2 things. The first is, after the war between the angels starts, run as far as you can. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church also sent several demigod-level Beyonders, and Hobert and others' goal is them. The second thing to pay attention to is to restrain yourself and try not to be the first to attack. After a similarly simple war meeting, Hobert talked about the internal structure of the Cathedral of Serenity, which is not a secret. Ben on the side would also give some detailed introductions. This topic made Lawrence and others very interested. After all, that is the headquarters of a true God's church. After eating dinner and playing cards for a while, Hobert and the others went back to their rooms to rest. The night in York City was particularly quiet. Even Hobert and other demigods, who did not need much sleep, fell asleep quickly and did not wake up until 5 or 6 o'clock the next morning. This was the most comfortable sleep Hobert had had in the past 6 months. Under Ben's hospitality, after eating breakfast, they came to the designated battle position early in the morning, braving the cold wind. Some Beyonders below the demigod level also arrived at the battlefield one after another, but they were all farther away from Hobert and the others. If the enemy also had Beyonders below the demigod level participating in the war, they would also participate in the war. Hobert and the others were at the top of a small hill, from where they could see many of the surrounding snow-capped mountains and the main battlefield in the distance. The weather today was not very good, there was no sun, and it looked like it was going to snow. The gale howled past the high snow-capped mountains, blowing up a lot of snowflakes, and it seemed that it had already started snowing in those areas. Hobert and the others breathed hot air inside. Fortunately, ordinary cold had no effect on them. If ordinary people were in their current position, they would definitely be frostbitten before long. Around 9 o'clock, the colors of dusk and night appeared under the dark clouds in the direction of the main battlefield. It seemed that the battle over there had already begun. At this time, Hobert's spirituality noticed that a very oppressive force was coming towards this side from a distance. That should be the angel they were going to stop. So Hobert immediately recited the incantation in ancient Hermes language, messenger. The space next to him became illusory, and an ancient coffin floated out of the spirit world. In the blink of an eye, the coffin appeared directly in front of that surging power. Immediately afterwards, the order wood rose from the ground on another mountain, quickly spreading hundreds of kilometers around. That oppressive force stopped, and the confrontation between the angels began. Hobert and the others also began to act, going to intercept the demigods coming from afar. But for some reason, Hobert's heart skipped a beat twice, and he had a bad feeling. He was a little uneasy, so he winked at Lawrence, temporarily handing over the command here to him, and then quickly came to the vicinity of the trunk of the order wood with a distortion. Arriving here, Hobert happened to hear the conversation between the two angels. Not far from the trunk of the order wood, a man nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a thick leather coat and with golden hair, suddenly roared, "Beverly! I knew you weren't dead." Beverly had already come out of the coffin at this time, and her tone was a little puzzled. "You are? Who are you?" The strongman said, "I am Larian. You didn't expect it, did you? I didn't die either, and I became the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat." Hearing this, Hobert thought to himself, "Oops, they seem to know each other, and judging from the tone of this chief shepherd, it seems that he has some grievances with Beverly." Beverly was still a little dazed. "We know each other." Larian sneered, "You killed my parents and almost beat me to death. Do you think we know each other? That was over 1,000 years ago." Beverly smiled helplessly. "You an angel now. Do you still care about that?" Hobert had spoken to her before. This time, the focus was on confrontation, and they should try to avoid fighting as much as possible. "You can afford not to care," Larian said coldly. "But I rely entirely on hatred to maintain my humanity." Beverly said with a serious face, "You must be mistaken. During the Fourth Epoch, the Tudor Empire rarely clashed with the Church of the God of Combat. I don't remember encountering a family of 3 from the Church of the God of Combat fighting together. Perhaps your family was killed by someone else." This was an attempt to deny everything. However, Hobert, hiding in the distance, nodded repeatedly. The lawyer saw eye to eye with him. "That's because, at that time, our family was a Viscount family of the Trunsoist Empire. Because of our faith in the God of Combat, we obtained the potion formula for this path." Larian's voice was no longer so cold, but somewhat excited. This time, it was Hobert's turn to smile helplessly. The change in the other party's emotions meant that they had gone from surprise and hatred at the beginning to excitement at being able to take revenge. Beverly also became more vigilant. At that time, it was normal for Viscount-level nobles from the 4 empires to disappear in battle. A silver-white longsword appeared in Larian's hand. "You rewrite. Then please go to the underworld and explain to my parents." After saying this, Larian thrust his sword at Beverly. Beverly immediately took out a order wood from her coffin to block the opponent's offensive. He was well aware that the silver sword in the hands of someone on this path could pierce through all beyonder abilities of the same or lower sequences. This was the most troublesome aspect of the warrior path. If Beverly used distortion to distort Larian's attack in another direction, the sword in Larian's hand could completely pierce Beverly's distortion. The attack of this chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat would not be affected in any way. Hobert, watching from afar, saw that Beverly's close combat skills, honed on the battlefield, were also very formidable. She was actually able to completely block the attack of a warrior like Larian with just a order wood. While fighting Larian head-on, Beverly was also able to use abilities such as tamper and exploit to avoid his silver sword and attack Larian himself. It's just that Larian was surrounded by twilight, and Beverly's extraordinary attacks were not very effective. Hobert couldn't help here, and he realized that the other side must have started fighting as well, so he quickly returned to the demigod battlefield. The demon hunters and silver knights of the Church of the God of Combat, who were originally supporting the main battlefield from this direction, had all started smoking. They also knew that the other side was an outside aid invited by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, and that they shouldn't be able to fight before there were clear orders from above. But what they didn't expect was that, after taking only a few puffs, their spirituality sensed that the 2 angels confronting each other had actually started fighting. This caught both sides' demigods off guard, but they were, after all, very experienced in combat, and they immediately entered battle mode in the next second. The demon hunters drew their double swords, and the Earls of the Fallen began to create large areas of chaotic interference to confuse their opponents. Silver-white light appeared around the silver knights, and huge swords of dawn appeared in their hands. The sword of dawn at this level was very sharp, and the blade could even tear apart a hill. Lawrence used the ability of exploit on one of the silver knights, and the sword of dawn, which could originally be used for a long time, could only be maintained for 1 minute. Hobert returned just in time to contain another silver knight. Thus, the melee between the demigods of both sides completely erupted. The silver knight in front of Hobert suddenly turned into a pool of liquid mercury. His speed became extremely fast, and he came to Hobert's feet in the blink of an eye. Hobert quickly used the ability of tamper to tamper with the state of the liquid mercury, causing it to show signs of coagulation, thereby slowing down the silver knight. Then, Hobert used the ability to distort space to retreat a distance, thus defusing the opponent's offensive. Warriors are often good at the most direct attacks, so their attacks may seem somewhat reckless, but this is actually their way of fighting. This was different from the enemies Hobert had encountered before, so he was somewhat flustered at first. But Hobert quickly reacted. Since the opponent was seeking close combat with him, then he would deliberately keep his distance from the opponent. The liquid mercury also had the characteristic of being able to resist beyonder attacks. The state that seemed to be about to solidify quickly disappeared, and he resumed chasing Hobert after returning to normal. At this time, Hobert used the power of distortion to continuously avoid the opponent's attacks. At the same time, he drew the thin sword hidden in his cane, established a connection with the underworld. Since directly attacking this liquid was not very effective, he prepared to try attacking the opponent's spirit body. Just then, Lawrence shouted, "Be careful." It turned out that the Sword of Dawn in the hand of the Silver Knight that he was containing had exploded, forming a hurricane of light composed of light spots. Lawrence's abilities of disorder and distortion were torn apart by the hurricane of light, and those light spots instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, attacking all the enemy demigods. Fortunately, although there was no way to distort the hurricane of light, it was possible to avoid the attack of the hurricane of light with surprise but no danger by tampering with and distorting the surrounding environment or space. Rumble. The violent hurricane of light slammed into the mountain, causing a violent explosion and blasting many huge holes in the mountain. At the same time, Hobert and Lawrence also had some corresponding understanding of the Silver Knight's abilities. The two looked at each other from a distance and understood how to deal with such an opponent. Hobert immediately tampering with the temperature around the liquid mercury, making it colder there. Then he magnified his tampering, causing the local temperature to reach -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. A layer of frost immediately appeared on Hobert's hair and eyebrows. As expected, the liquid mercury had a corresponding deceleration, and then the Silver Knight noticed that this deceleration was continuous, unlike Hobert's previous tampering, which was resolved by him in less than a second. This was because Hobert did not directly attack the opponent with beyonder abilities, but changed the surrounding temperature, causing the opponent's liquid state to show signs of solidification. So this time's low-temperature offensive could be sustained. The Silver Knight realized Hobert's intention. He did not continue to chase Hobert, but fled in another direction, hoping to get rid of this slow-speed state as soon as possible. What Hobert was waiting for was this opportunity. He immediately injected his spirituality into the 0 to 71 disaster porcelain doll and used the ice frost ability of the angel level. The sequence 3 Silver Knight had difficulty getting rid of the frost attack in a short time, and the speed of the liquid mercury became slower. Hobert clenched the thin sword in his hand, opened his mouth towards the liquid mercury, and made a silent roar. A face with a painful expression was outlined on the liquid mercury. Hobert's attack of Language of the Dead made the Silver Knight stiff all over and stopped in place. Language of the Dead is a direct attack on the spirit body, which can bypass the Silver Knight's suppression of beyonder abilities to a certain extent and attack his spirit body. What followed was the coldness belonging to the underworld, which completely froze the opponent's movements. Hobert certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. While stepping forward to stab the opponent with the thin sword, he threw out a talisman in his other hand, Deception. The talisman, like a black crystal, turned into complex mystical symbols, covering the silver-white light on the surface of the liquid mercury, and a gap appeared. Because the level of the talisman was higher than the sequence of the Silver Knight, the talisman had an effect. The gap in the silver-white light indicated that the Silver Knight's ability to ignore beyonder attacks to a certain extent was briefly deceived. At the same time, the thin sword in Hobert's hand pierced the liquid mercury, and then he used the ability of magnification. When the Silver Knight recovered from the state of frost and Language of the Dead, he was already seriously injured. The liquid mercury immediately turned back into a human form. At this time, the Silver Knight's body surface temperature was extremely low, and his whole body was covered with a layer of frost. But a silver thin sword immediately appeared in his hand. He didn't care about his injuries at all, but instead thrust a sword at Hobert, who had finally managed to get close. Hobert quickly used distortion to distance himself from the Silver Knight again. He didn't have Beverly's fighting skills honed from actual combat, so he wouldn't get entangled with a warrior. A gorgeous silver-white armor appeared on the Silver Knight, and he rushed towards Hobert. Even if he wasn't in the mercurialization state, his speed was still very fast. The collision and tearing of the armor with the surrounding air formed a whooshing sound. Even Hobert's distortion of space was affected and influenced by this. Looking at the Silver Knight, who seemed to have never been injured and was not greatly affected by the mystical virus, Hobert sighed, as expected of a warrior. However, because the Silver Knight's speed was ultimately a little slower than before, Hobert was now more composed. He would sometimes magnify the power of the mystical virus, and sometimes use the ability of tampering to make the air denser, hindering the Silver Knight's charge. He just wouldn't give the opponent a chance to fight at close quarters. If this continued, the injury from the foil would become more and more obvious, to the point where the Silver Knight could no longer ignore it. In addition, the angel-level mystical virus would also have a greater and greater impact on the Silver Knight, and in the end, he might cough so badly that he couldn't even hold his sword. Hobert estimated that even if the Silver Knight's physique was strong, he could only last for 2 minutes at most. After 2 minutes, he would definitely take advantage of his still basically good condition and immediately withdraw from the battlefield. That would be when Hobert launched his attack. But only a dozen seconds later, Hobert's spirituality sensed something. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked towards the direction of the main battlefield. The twilight there was moving towards this side, and the night sky behind it followed. Hobert didn't expect the battle on the main battlefield to end so quickly. Or could it be? He looked again towards the trunk of the Tree of Order. At some point, a raging fire had already ignited there. This immediately made Hobert realize that Beverly's younger brother, the weather warlock Raymond, had joined the battle. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. Could it be that the main battlefield was moving towards this side? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 660, Chapter 659, Justiciar Card and Error Card. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The battle between the messenger Beverly and the glory Larian gradually intensified. Mainly because Larian's attacks were too fierce, Beverly was almost injured several times during the fight. Gradually, she also became a little annoyed and counterattacked without holding back her strength. Larian was a warrior, and in a head-on battle, Beverly gradually felt a little strenuous. So, she also adopted the tactic of avoiding distancing herself from the opponent, and at the same time, she called for reinforcements, summoning her younger brother Raymond. The weather warlock was also very good at fighting. Coupled with Beverly's sneak attacks and support, the battle situation suddenly reversed, and Larian was quickly injured. On the main battlefield, both sides' angels noticed the battle. The angels of the God of Combat Church also did not expect that the other side was obviously the reinforcements invited by the Church of the Evernight Goddess to block their own angels. But why was the battle there even more intense than on the main battlefield? The angels of the Church of the Evernight Goddess lamented that the 2 blasphemy cards were well spent. In order to hold back the angels of the God of Combat Church, the Creator actually dispatched 2 angels. So, on the main battlefield, first, 2 angels from the God of Combat Church began to support that side. The Church of the Evernight Goddess also quickly responded. Samuel closely followed, and Ariana led the Beyonders to recover the lost territory. This was the scene that Hobert saw, where the main battlefield shifted towards this side. With the arrival of the angels of the God of Combat Church, demigod-level enemies would also follow. They had to retreat temporarily. Moreover, according to the previous agreement, the enemy's main force had already come over, and Hobert and the others could retreat. Hobert immediately ordered, "Assemble." The demigods scattered throughout the battlefield quickly gathered together. The demigods of the God of Combat Church would definitely try to stop them. But because the 2 Silver Knights who fought against Hobert and Lawrence were more or less injured, they were unable to prevent the 6 demigods from gathering together under the counterattack of the 2 Madness Sorcerers. When the distance between Hobert and the others was close enough, a huge mirror suddenly appeared under the feet of the 6 demigods. The 6 people quickly sank into the mirror. Just as they were about to completely enter the mirror world, a silver light suddenly flew from midair. Whoosh! The illusory mirror surface was so easily shattered. Hobert and the others reappeared in the real world. It turned out that the angels of the God of Combat Church had already arrived to support. Just now, an angel of the God of Combat Church had taken action to prevent Hobert and the others from escaping, and then continued to fight with the other angels. Hobert held the 0-71 Calamity Porcelain doll tightly in one hand and commanded, "Whoever I point to, you all attack him together." Previously, Hobert's desire to fight was not high because his side's battle mission was only to block. Also, because he and Lawrence both had grade 0 sealed artifacts, his demigod team would not be defeated in the previous battle, so he did not use his full strength at all. Instead, he was like an observer, observing the abilities of the Silver Knights or experimenting with which of his abilities could be used to deal with demigods of this pathway. But now it was different. With life at stake, he naturally couldn't be as casual as before. Hobert used the disaster porcelain doll to create mirrors all around, and then pointed to one of the demon hunters. Lawrence also no longer held back, putting the blood-colored crown on his head, Whiplash. That crown was a sealed artifact of the Trunsoist family during the War of the Four Emperors, corresponding to Sequence 2 Balancer of the Arbiter pathway. In the Bulk family, only the Patriarch had the right to wear it, or designate someone to wear it. He whipped the demon hunter that Hobert pointed to, and a phantom leather whip with barbs immediately lashed out 2 deep, bone-deep wounds on the demon hunter's back. Because this attack had the authority of an angel, the demon hunter couldn't dodge it at all. Immediately afterward, the three Earls of the Fallen in the family used their abilities of magnification, weakening, and disorder on him respectively. Under the siege of Beyonder abilities, the demon hunter's injuries were magnified, all abilities and strength were weakened, and he fell into a state of disorder. And Ben injected spirituality into the sealed artifact he carried, corresponding to sequence 4, Demon of the Abyss pathway. A huge magma giant sword appeared, piercing through the demon hunter's chest. At this time, the demon hunter's companions came to support and took the seriously injured demon hunter to the edge of the battlefield. During these 2 or 3 seconds, Hobert used the mirror world to resist most of the enemy's attacks. Also, because the disaster porcelain doll had the level of an angel, the 2 silver knights couldn't do anything to Hobert for a while. At this time, Hobert pointed to one of the silver knights again. The silver knight, who was pointed at immediately, mercurialized, intending to leave quickly. Imprison. Lawrence imprisoned the opponent in place, and the other 3 family demigods through abilities such as exploit, tampering, and distortion towards the immobile silver knight. This time, the people of the God of Combat Church were prepared and simply did not attack Hobert, but went to support the imprisoned silver knight together. At this moment, Hobert suddenly attacked, Frenzy. A demon hunter farthest away from the trapped silver knight immediately fell into a state of frenzy. Lawrence immediately understood Hobert's intention, exile. At the angel level, multiple targets can be exiled. Turning around and rushing back to support the demon hunter, the 4 demigods of the God of Combat Church were pushed into the void by a huge force. The Silver Knight immediately used the Sequence 3 level Dawn Barrier. Although they were not exiled to another world, they were also pushed several kilometers away. This allowed Hobert to more calmly distort the concepts of the demon hunter's heart and brain with a stone at his feet. Stepping on the stone, the demon hunter's 2 softer organs were severely damaged, and his eyes immediately became bloodshot, with blood flowing from the corners of his eyes and nostrils. Magnify. As Hobert magnified his injuries, this demon hunter was not far from death. At this time, the Silver Knights and others who came to support were stunned, and for a moment, they were unsure whether to continue fighting, because for them, the current situation had evolved into a 6 versus 4. All of this happened very quickly, in just over 10 seconds. In addition to marveling at the strength of Hobert and Lawrence, Ben, as the liaison, also admired Hobert's simple and practical tactics and his quick reaction ability. At this moment, several demigods from the God of Combat Church arrived, and the 2 groups tacitly began to besiege Hobert and the others. These were the demigods who followed the 2 angels from the main battlefield. Imprison. Lawrence imprisoned his 6 demigods, enduring the first 3 seconds. Immediately afterward, Hobert summoned mirrors of various sizes around them, blocking all the enemy's attacks, and enduring another 3 seconds. At this time, the demigods of the Church of the Evernight Goddess followed closely, and so, at this still relatively flat mountainside, a melee of more than 30 demigods appeared. Hobert had participated in several demigod-level team battles, but this was the first time he had encountered this kind of small-scale, large-scale melee. They didn't have time to distance themselves at all. The entire battlefield was only 4 or 5 kilometers in radius. This distance sounded not small, but for Sequence 3s, whose Beyonder power range started at 5 kilometers, this was equivalent to fighting face-to-face, squeezed together. Beyonder abilities flew across the entire battlefield, and hurricanes of light followed one after another, as if they were connected together, and demigods were often blasted into a bloody mess. At the same time, the surroundings seemed very peaceful. Hobert and the others had to be vigilant so as not to fall asleep. The demigods of the God of Combat Church often fell victim, often charging towards the enemy, only to stand there and fall asleep. Once asleep, what awaited him was a round of nightmares, occasionally followed by a magnification, causing trauma to his spirit. Under Hobert's repeated commands, their team of 6 was not dispersed, but used the tactics just now, with Hobert or Lawrence using grade 0 sealed artifacts to resist the surrounding attacks, creating 2 or 3 seconds for other members to create an opportunity to attack an enemy together. Their attacks were sometimes very smooth, and sometimes the attack effect was limited because the battlefield was very chaotic. Soon, Hobert realized that their attacks were relatively smooth when they encountered enemies afflicted by misfortune. Enemies who were not attacked by Night Watchers or Horror Bishops had a considerable chance of withstanding the combined attack of 5 demigods due to the extremely chaotic scene. This melee lasted for 3 or 4 minutes, and the advantage Hobert and others had gained earlier gradually became apparent. Before this melee, Hobert had already stabbed a Silver Knight with his rapier. This Silver Knight had withstood it for about 5 minutes, and at this time, he finally couldn't hold on and took advantage of the chaos to escape. In addition, a demon hunter was killed by Hobert, and a demon hunter had a hole burned in his chest. This demon hunter with a hole in his chest had also been fighting with injuries for 3 or 4 minutes, and at this time, he couldn't hold on anymore. In fact, now that the battle has reached this point, Hobert is also a little speechless about the warriors. You must know that the demon hunter with a hole in his chest suffered a fatal injury. If it were beyonders with physiques like seers or apprentices, they would have basically lost their combat effectiveness long ago. But this demon hunter still charged and killed fiercely for 3 or 4 minutes. As several demigods of the god of combat church began to retreat, the demon hunters and silver knights, who were gradually at a disadvantage in number, also began to retreat in an orderly manner. Hobert and others chased out hundreds of kilometers until they saw people from the god of combat church coming to meet them in the distance before they ended the pursuit. On the angel battlefield, the angels of the god of combat church also began to retreat not long after the demigods retreated. Even though Larian was very unwilling, he could only retreat as well, because he was injured in the previous battle, and if he continued to fight, he would not be able to take revenge. This extraordinary war that took place in the middle of the Amantha Mountains finally ended with the victory of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. They recovered a large area of lost land in the northern foothills, completely achieving their previous war goals. In addition, an unexpected surprise was that Beverly and Raymond's close cooperation caused the chief shepherd Larian of the God of Combat Church to be injured. In order to prevent accidents, the God of Combat Church will definitely not let Larian participate in the war recently. Then the next period of time is a good time for the Church of the Evernight Goddess to counterattack. Hobert and Lawrence and others sat on a boulder, watching the people of the Church of the Evernight Goddess clean up the battlefield. Not only them, but even the demigods of the Church of the Evernight Goddess were also in a daze not far away. The intensity of the previous demigod battle was unprecedented. Not only did Hobert and the others feel a little relieved after the disaster, but also a little hardy. The demigods of the Church of the Evernight Goddess who participated in the battle more frequently during this period also had similar feelings. In the battle, Hobert and the others gained a beyonder characteristic of a demon hunter. Hobert also collected some blood from the corpse of the demon hunter, which may be useful in the future. At noon, Hobert and others were invited back to York City for lunch. At this time, they began to talk about the battle that happened in the morning. Everyone felt that this was a very valuable combat experience. After resting for an afternoon, at more than 8 o'clock in the evening, Ariana, who had been busy all day, finally had time to invite Hobert to a small conference room to complete the transaction. Even in the cold winter county, Ariana was still barefoot. She smiled and said, "Your mission was completed very wonderfully, even beyond our imagination." Hobert smiled helplessly. "I didn't expect that the angel would be an enemy of the chief shepherd of the God of Combat Church." He even suspected that he or Beverly had been affected by the misfortune ability of the Evernight Goddess. Otherwise, they could have confronted each other today, but the result was a full-scale battle. After this battle, the Church of the Evernight Goddess gained a lot of benefits. Thinking of this, Hobert said, "Madam, can I add to the reward for this transaction?" Ariana was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "As long as it is not too valuable or difficult to achieve, you can say it and listen. In the future, I will definitely invite the Church of the Evernight Goddess to preach in the Duchy of South Balham." Hobert said, "I hope the church will not set up a religious court in the duchy at that time. The 7 Orthodox churches all have their own religious courts. The clergy, such as servants of God and priests, are tried by the religious court if they commit a crime, instead of by the court. This is written in the constitution of various countries, and it is the kind of clause that cannot be changed. Many times, clergy members are acquitted because of this. The reason why there have not been too many scandals so far is because the gods really exist, and believers can directly pray to the gods. If the religious court does too much, many believers will pray to the gods for one thing, and it will be easily noticed by the gods. Therefore, the acquittal of clergy members is basically not a very serious crime. For example, if the court sentences them to 2 or 3 years in prison, the clergy members may be transferred to a remote area to preach for a few years in the internal religious court. Although the religious courts in various churches have been maintaining the most basic fairness, in Hobert's view, having such an organization greatly affects the credibility of the government. When Ariana heard Hobert's request, she did not give an immediate answer, but thought for 2 or 3 seconds before asking, "You mean, if a clergy member commits a crime, he must also accept the trial of the duchy government?" Yes. Hobert also knew that the power of the Duchy of South Balham was still very weak at this time, and this kind of thing could not be accomplished overnight, so he said again, "We will try them, but the church can execute them." Ariana asked curiously, "What is the meaning of you doing this?" In his opinion, if the power to execute the judgment is still in the hands of the church, it is just a change of trial method. As long as there is a slight change in the execution process, the trial of the duchy government will become a decoration. Hobert said, "Maintain the integrity of the judiciary." Then he said meaningfully, "This can establish an order that is contrary to common sense, but that we can all accept." Ariana seemed to understand something. "I can agree to your request. However, priests and missionaries who have committed crimes must be tried in the beyonder court, and in secret. As the head of the archbishop, he has this authority." "Thank you." Hobert smiled. Ariana took out 2 blasphemy cards from his pocket. "This is the reward we agreed upon before." He smiled and said, Thank you for your contribution in this battle. Hobert took the 2 blasphemy cards with some excitement. When he saw Roselle's image on them, his spirituality realized that these were genuine blasphemy cards. That's what we should do. After ending the previous transaction and chatting for a few more words, the very busy Ariana said goodbye. Hobert and Lawrence and others did not leave immediately, but decided to sleep soundly in York City again and return to the southern continent tomorrow morning. Returning to his room, Hobert first went to check the 2 blasphemy cards. Both cards have been opened. Roselle on the Justiciar card is wearing a wig, a judge's robe, holding a code in his hand, and his eyes are full of reason. Opening the contents inside, there are also various images of Roselle, some wearing simple clothes, holding a long sword for arbitration, some wearing a revolver on his waist, wearing a into-style sheriff's uniform, some holding a leather whip, his eyes indifferent, interrogating prisoners. Turning to the last page, Roselle is sitting on the throne, holding a code in one hand and a scepter in the other, symbolizing order and rule. The few lines of words below this image are, Sequence 0, Justiciar. Main ingredients, the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway and 2 other hands of order be under characteristics. Ritual, judge a true God. Publicize his crimes and let him receive due punishment. The more the revealed crimes are the dark side of that God, the more people know his crimes, the more people praise the justice of judgment and punishment, the better the effect of the ritual. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't plan to change the pathway. The advancement ritual of Justiciar is also very difficult. In his opinion, judging a true God is not a very difficult thing. As a sequence 1, it is better to hide immediately after judging. Even the true God who is judged will find it difficult to find a hiding sequence 1 to have a talk. But also to make the other party suffer punishment, this is a bit difficult. After all, the gods cannot obediently surrender and agree to accept those punishments. Then consider how to enforce the law. Hobert thought of Trunsoist's process of becoming a god again. With the help of the 6 gods, it was very easy for him to complete the ritual. Daring to disobey the judgment of Trunsoist, his 6 elder brothers would definitely beat the judged deities into submission. Moreover, Trunsoist's judgment target was readily available, the true creator. Hobert speculated, could the sudden collapse of the Solomon Empire's state religion and the true creator's continuous presence in the forsaken land of the gods be the result of Trunsoist's judgment? He remembered that if the true creator wanted to come to the northern and southern continents, he needed complex rituals to complete the descent. This was actually quite strange, because the true creator was not in the cosmos. The forsaken land of the gods belonged to the real world, and so did the northern and southern continents. And the seal of the forsaken land of the gods was just a decoration for the true creator. After all, a large number of believers ran to the forsaken land of the gods to follow him back then. Under his guidance, ordinary people could enter the forsaken land of the gods. For the true creator, traveling back and forth should not be too difficult. But the fact was that after the true creator hid in the forsaken land of the gods, he never appeared in the northern and southern continents once. Of course, it was also possible that he was afraid of the gods descending from the cosmos and being besieged, or because his condition was not good. However, it could not be ruled out that it was because of Trunsoist's judgment of him that the punishment might be eternal exile to the forsaken land of the gods. Unless there was a new Justiciar who arbitrated the previous exile as invalid, the true creator might be able to leave the forsaken land of the gods relatively easily. Thinking of this, Hobert took a deep breath, put away the Justiciar card, and went to look at the error card. The Roselle image on this card looked very unreal, even giving people a feeling that it was him, yet not him. At the same time, his eyes looked very cunning, as if he was about to commit fraud with one mouth. Hobert flipped through the card and memorized the potion formulas and rituals of each sequence. Flipping to the end, as Hobert remembered, the ritual to advance to sequence 0 was, to replace someone's position in their godhood ceremony. Hobert sighed in his heart, what a damn pathway. Putting away the 2 blasphemy cards, Hobert saw that it was getting late, so he casually extinguished the candle and rested. This was York City, so there was no need to worry about the error card attracting Amon's avatar, so Hobert did not immediately perform a sacrifice. Everyone had a good night's sleep again. The next morning, they bid farewell to Ben early and returned to the southern continent. At this time, it was summer in the southern part of the southern continent. Several demigods entered summer from winter all of a sudden, and they were still a little unaccustomed to it. Returning to the villa in the suburbs of Crawlier City, Hobert said to Lawrence and the other demigods, that demon hunter characteristic is useless to you. Give it to me. In exchange, the advanced talismans I gave you before will not be taken back. Lawrence and others were very grateful for Hobert's gift. After all, such advanced talismans were very rare. Hobert added, because those 4 talismans are indeed more precious, there will not be too many merits for you in this operation correspondingly. Here, I would also like to mention one more thing. The great creator also plans to take out a frenzied mage characteristic as a reward for sequence 4 demigods. The 3 sequence 4s of the Balk family's eyes lit up. With Lawrence around, they originally had no intention of advancing to Sequence 3. They did not expect the Creator to provide them with a channel. Finally, Hobert said to Lawrence, there is also hope for advancing to an angel. For example, I have obtained the opportunity to advance. There will be such opportunities in the future. It is recommended that you accumulate some merits in advance. Lawrence's eyes lit up at first, but when he thought of the family's curse, his eyes quickly dimmed again, but he didn't say anything, just saying that he would work hard to accumulate merits. After announcing their rewards, Hobert returned to the governor's mansion on Longtail Island. In his study, he first sacrificed the 2 blasphemy cards to himself, and then he summoned the messenger Beverly. When the coffin came out of the spirit world and stood in front of Hobert, Hobert smiled and said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect to meet your enemy in this mission. The messenger's crisp voice came from the coffin, I didn't expect it either. Hobert asked again, according to our previous agreement, since Raymond also participated in the war, you can correspondingly increase your reward. The reward Beverly proposed before was to have Hobert form another team composed of the Tony Manor, so that the Beyonders of this family who served the Creator exceeded 60 people. After the Amantha Mountain battle, Beverly and Raymond had already thought of new conditions, completely annex the Tony family. The reason why they had such a request was because they thought the development speed of the Creator faction exceeded their imagination. Before this, they also felt that they could gradually join the Creator's forces and treat the joining of the Tony family and the Tudor family as bargaining chips. But now they realized that they must let the power of the Tudor family take advantage in the Creator's forces as soon as possible, because now this force still has extraordinary needs and can reflect their role, but it will be really hard to say in the future. So they made such a condition. Of course, they also knew that such a condition was also strengthening the Creator's strength. But in order to achieve their main purpose, they could only sacrifice the interests of the family. Hobert considered it for a while before saying, no problem, but the hunter pathway must enter the army in batches, and can work in special combat units before entering the army. Also, give me 1 or 2 months, I need to make some corresponding arrangements. At the latest in 3 months, I will completely annex the Tony family. However, Lord Raymond is excluded. Out of respect for him, I will ask the Creator to annex him. But when to annex him, and in what form to annex him, is not something I can decide. Beverly nodded, okay, this annexation can exclude Raymond. Watching the messenger leave, Hobert took a deep breath. This trip to the Amantha Mountains was successfully concluded. Then next, he would fully prepare for next Saturday's digging of George III's grave. Hobert briefly planned his itinerary for the next few days. First, he returned to Backlund and discussed the sale of gas tanks and gas stoves with Todd. After more than a month of acquisition and integration, Earl's Light also established its own gas company and prepared to start selling gas tanks and stoves next week, redefining the gas industry. In fact, this was not a good time to launch new products. Although Backlund was not as panicked as before, it was still turbulent. Moreover, because many families had relatives who had passed away, the entire Backlund was filled with sad emotions, and it might be difficult to accept such new products. However, Hobert did not care whether the new products could sell well. These new products were actually for Duke Negan and others to see, or more accurately, for the original beneficiaries and stubborn factions of the gas industry to see. This would definitely become an important part of the advancement ritual. After talking about the gas tanks, Hobert also got a message from Todd that several energy tycoons in Backlund had bought the technology to build power plants and had begun to build power plants around Backlund. At the same time, they also built power plants in the western and northern cities of the Lone Kingdom. As the battle lines of Mid-Seashire and the Amantha Mountain Pass became solid, they boldly made many investments in Constant City in the north. Hobert smiled, very good. Todd sighed, they also built electric light factories and wire factories along the way. He really couldn't understand why Hobert was reluctant to let him develop the northern and western markets. Now it was good, watching such a big market fall into the pockets of others. Hold your breath, Hobert said, this war is definitely a huge opportunity for us. Oh, by the way, a huge sum of £5.4 million will be credited to the account one after another recently. Don't go through the company's accounts for the time being. Also, prepare more cash, preferably around £5 million. The £5.4 million was the income from trading the teleportation array and the teleportation array drawings with the military. It was originally £5.8 million, but the gems used to build the 14 teleportation arrays cost about £400,000 in total. Todd swallowed, does the Southern Balam Duchy need such a large investment? Hobert smiled slightly, you will know when the time comes. Once George III fails to become a god and the countries declare war on Lone one after another, it will be a good time to buy the bottom. After talking with Todd for a while, Hobert went to Audrey's office and told her to prepare to open an account and find a safe place to store nearly £10 million in cash. Audrey was stunned for several seconds, after all, there weren't many millionaires in the entire Backlund. Earl Hall's assets definitely exceeded 10 million, but a lot of it came from family inheritance, unlike Hobert, who could have so much cash in hand in such a short period of time. After spending half a day in Backlund, Hobert came to the Lord's mansion in South Colson in the evening and made a spicy fish head to entertain Winston, the demigod of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. This way of eating was very novel, and Winston, whose face was full of wrinkles, ate 3 fish heads in a row and still seemed to have more to eat. After eating, he did not forget to inquire about the method, obviously wanting to go back and make it himself. After eating and drinking enough, Hobert got down to business. He invited Winston to dinner because he wanted him to help him make a batch of mystical items. Previously, during the negotiations with the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, the Steam Church had promised to equip Hobert with an artisan team to help him make mystical items or appraise sealed artifacts. This matter was also mentioned in later negotiations. After the two parties started cooperation, the Steam Church did send 5 Beyonders, who are currently living in Jeffrey City. Of course, Hobert would not waste such power. Currently, he has asked them to take turns at the auction houses in South Colson and Tortugaport to help appraise the acquired mystical items. But as far as Hobert is concerned, how could he let their work be so easy? So he plans to take a batch of Beyonder characteristics to keep Winston and them busy. Previously, when Hobert fought against the Blood Sanctify sect and the Aurora Order, he seized a large number of Beyonder characteristics. Hobert's previous plan for these Beyonder characteristics was to sell them directly to the Orthodox churches, but after founding Earl's Light, Hobert was no longer short of money, so he did not continue to sell Beyonder characteristics. Currently, these characteristics are left to gather dust in the Nation of Disorder. It would be better to take them out and make them into mystical items. Among them are 2 Black Knight Beyonder characteristics. It would be a huge waste not to use them. As for the mystical items made, if the negative effects are too severe, they can be crushed and remade until the negative effects are acceptable. After hearing Hobert's request, Winston picked up his teacup and asked, "A batch of Beyonder characteristics? How many? Or a dozen?" Hobert thought for a while before saying, "I remember that there are more than 50 Beyonder characteristics of Sequence 9, Criminal alone. If these low-sequence Beyonder characteristics are all made into mystical items comparable to level 3 sealed artifacts, the Creator Force's level 3 sealed artifacts will immediately go from barely enough to completely unusable. It's just that the abilities of these level 3 sealed artifacts may be a bit singular." Winston had just taken a sip of tea and almost spat it out. 50. He didn't expect that the Creator Force, which had just risen, would have such an accumulation. Immediately afterwards, Winston realized that this could allow some of the church's craftsmen to come here to practice in shifts. So he said, "No problem, but I can't guarantee the production time and quality." Within the Orthodox churches, perhaps only the Steam Church has a huge demand for Beyonder characteristics of non-adjacent pathways. Other Orthodox churches probably pile up some Beyonder characteristics in the warehouse to gather dust after acquiring them. Only the Steam Church, after receiving Beyonder characteristics, will have craftsmen vying to take them to practice. Hobert smiled and said, "Good." After resting in the Lord's mansion for one night, Hobert waited in the main hall of the Lord's mansion early the next morning for Princess Ethel, who had disguised herself. Today, she was not wearing a military uniform, nor was she dressed in neutral clothes like before, but a Faceac-style lady's long skirt, and she also wore a black veil. This concealed her previous heroic spirit very well, and she looked like a very mysterious woman. After chatting for a few words, Hobert directly used travel to take Princess Ethel to a villa on Longtail Island. Hobert didn't know if the lone spies had infiltrated the South Colson area, but he could guarantee that the lone spies had not infiltrated places outside the 2 cities of Longtail Island. There must be naval intelligence personnel in Tortuga Port, and Longtail Port is not as airtight as before because some lone people have recently moved in. And the things they were going to discuss next could not have any risk of leakage, so Hobert simply invited Princess Ethel to the luxurious villa left by the previous governor outside Longtail Port. On the 2nd floor of the villa, there was a small conference room. Furs had already asked the servants to prepare tea, snacks, and fruits, and no servants would come to the 2nd floor all morning. Ethel smiled as she took off her veil. "You are too careful, aren't you? Even if someone discovers our meeting, you have enough time to eliminate those spies. You have to be careful when you should be careful." Hobert said, "The next period of time is a very critical period for us, and there can be no accidents in this kind of thing." Of course, Hobert knew when to be arrogant. He always believed that when confidentiality was needed, it should be kept as confidential as possible, so as to avoid making some low-level mistakes. The 2 people sat down on either side of the conference table, and Ethel said, "Can I understand it this way? You are so cautious precisely because you are preparing to betray the Kingdom of Lone." "That's not called betrayal." Hobert smiled and said, "Our relationship with Lone is a cooperative relationship, not a superior-subordinate relationship. It's just that we don't want to affect future cooperation because of differences of opinion on some issues." Ethel was stunned for a moment before saying, "Your wording is very appropriate, differences of opinion on some issues." Then she said, "That's good, we don't need to beat around the bush, we can directly get to the point." According to our guess, Creator should also be unwilling to see George III become a god, right? Yes. Hobert very definitely stated his attitude. I can provide you with the locations of George III's 2 mausoleums. Faysac must give Awaya province as a reward. Ethel was not surprised that Hobert was going to provide information and that he had already prepared the conditions. Before setting off, she even obtained the privilege to decide whether to proceed with the transaction. In the eyes of Philip I, the hand of order of the Kingdom of Faysac, the cooperation conditions between the 2 parties were very mature, and it was a very natural thing. Ethel asked, "You should also go to destroy George III mausoleum, right?" "We will go to destroy 2 of them." Hobert said truthfully, "But destroying a few more will increase the probability of success." He had also said this to Vasili, the director of the Faysac Empire's intelligence bureau. Ethel considered for a few seconds before saying, "I can agree to your conditions and give Awaya province to the Duchy of Southern Balam. But I also have 2 conditions." Hobert made a gesture to speak. "The first is a reciprocal condition." Ethel said, "Earl's Light must build a factory in the Kingdom of Faysac and let the residents of Faysac City use electric lights as soon as possible. We will give many policy preferences, and we will also provide some loans to Earl's Light in the early stage." Hobert immediately nodded, "Of course we will not refuse such cooperation. In 2 weeks, I will organize a corresponding team, and the 2 parties can hold talks in Jeffrey City, South Colson. In addition, I also have a request to protect our interests in the Kingdom of Faysac. Even if we declare war on each other in the future and a war breaks out, we must not harm the interests of Earl's Light. No problem." Ethel agreed very readily, and she added, "My second condition is to hope to know your true attitude towards the Kingdom of Loan. And your true attitude towards the Kingdom of Faysac. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 661, Chapter 660, The ceremony of advancing to an angel is almost completed. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Princess Ethel's second condition was a point that the Feynapotter Kingdom urgently needed confirmation on. The Feynapotter Kingdom had long been prepared to invade Lenberg. The reason for not declaring war on Lenberg was because the Lone Kingdom and Lenberg were allies and had signed the Military Mutual Assistance Treaty. If Lenberg was invaded, the Lone Army could immediately send troops into Lenberg based on the treaty. Judging from the current situation, the main force of the Lone Kingdom was basically held back by the Faysac Empire on the southern coast of Midseashire and the Amantha Mountain Pass. Their forces were also largely transferred eastward, leaving the western forces relatively empty. This was a good time to attack Lenberg, but the reason why they hadn't acted was that they were afraid that the Lone Kingdom would ask the Creator for help. Hobert replied, "We have a mutually beneficial cooperative relationship. Lone has offered enough price, which is the basis of our cooperation. But this does not mean that we are completely bound to Lone." He paused and then said, "As for the attitude towards the Feynapotter Kingdom, cooperation is also possible, but the level of cooperation is lower than that of Lone. In addition, we will try our best to avoid conflicts of interest or wars with the Feynapotter Kingdom in the northern continent." Ethel pondered for a moment before asking, "That is to say, we may have conflicts of interest in the southern continent?" Hobert smiled and said, "Regarding this point, it has been destined from the moment we established our country in the southern continent." Ethel also understood why Hobert had to emphasize just now that even if a war occurred, Feynapotter could not harm the interests of the Earl's Light. She considered for a while before saying, "I am very satisfied with your answer. We can complete the transaction now. When conducting negotiations on the Earl's Light in Jeffrey City, we can also discuss the handover of Awaya County at the same time." Hobert smiled and said, "Okay." Then, he took out a map of the greater Backland area, pointed out the location of the 2 mausoleums on the west side, and told Ethel how to enter the mausoleums. Finally, Hobert said, "Before completing this cooperation, we don't need to meet again. I will send a messenger to deliver the blood and talisman to you. If you have anything to look for me, please also send a letter by messenger." Then, he told Ethel how to summon his messenger. After completing this negotiation, Ethel breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere in the meeting room also relaxed a lot. The 2 people chatted about the agriculture and tourism of the southern Colson area. Currently, southern Colson is already a popular tourist destination in the entirety of Feynapotter. Even during the war, many tourists still visit. Jeffrey Port is still an important port on the Taz River waterway. It is rare to see such a prosperous and thriving scene in a city in the mountains. In the second half of this year, the grain output of southern Colson has been almost the same as the grain output of a county in Feynapotter. And the area of the southern Colson area is only 1/3 the size of a county, and it is basically all mountainous. In particular, the output of vegetables and fruits even accounts for 30% of the entire country. However, because all the surplus products here are sold to the Earl's Light, Tortuga Port, and other places, not much is transported to Feynapotter City for sale. Currently, Angel City and the light and heavy industrial bases under construction in the southern continent also need a lot of grain and vegetables. However, because agriculture on Longtail Island has also developed, it has just filled this gap. When the two agricultural bases in the southern continent located in the Saint Cern region and the Córdoba state are completed, there will be no shortage of grain and vegetables for a long time in the future, and perhaps a large amount of grain can be exported. As this conversation drew to a close, Princess Ethel suddenly asked, "What direction do you think the situation in the northern continent will develop in the future?" Then she added, "Let's just treat it as a discussion between friends." Hobert thought to himself, "I am someone who has seen the answer, but this answer can only be known to me." He said, "As it stands, whether George III can succeed is a key point. But regardless of whether he succeeds, I estimate that the Lone Kingdom's situation will not be very good. Even if George III becomes a god, the Faysac Empire, Intis, and Fanapotter should also try harder before the seven gods clearly acknowledge the other party's Black Emperor status." Ethel smiled and said, "That's for sure. After several deductions, we all believe that even if George III becomes a god, his state will not be very good. So we will actually try to defeat him in the initial stage of his godhood. If we can't defeat him, then we will swear allegiance to the lone emperor's rule." Hobert smiled and thought to himself, "You are quite flexible, but whether George III can accept you is not up to the Fanapotter royal family to decide, but depends on the results of negotiations between the gods." He also said, "If George III survives the initial stage of being besieged, then I believe the Intis Republic will immediately declare war on the Faysac Empire. But if George III fails to advance, then I think the other three countries will definitely not miss this opportunity. No matter what, this is a war that will sweep the world." This is Adam's script. Seeing that Hobert's thoughts were similar to her own, Ethel smiled, drank the tea in her cup, got up, and bid farewell. Watching Ethel disappear into the spirit world, Hobert recalled the conversation just now and suddenly realized that George III might also have thought that his process of becoming a god was very difficult and his state must be very poor. Then, if the archangels of the Faysac Empire, the Intis Republic, and the Fanapotter Kingdom attacked him at the beginning of his godhood, it might be part of his plan. George III is very likely to use the method of dying once and then resurrecting to adjust his state. Thinking of this, Hobert shook his head, "So, we can't let him become a god." With the arrival of the new week, gas canisters and gas stoves began to be sold. Just as Hobert had guessed, the initial sales were very dismal. But he got enough feedback. It is said that Duke Negan was furious and smashed many of the artworks in his study. Just 3 months ago, Duke Negan still held shares in several gas companies, but because he lost the competition with the Earl's Light, the gas company's business was dismal, and the industry seemed to have no future. So Duke Negan sold all the shares he had in the gas companies at a low price, and he never wanted to touch this industry again in his life. Since last year, he has been heavily investing in the charcoal and anthracite industries, preparing to make a fortune by taking advantage of the government's efforts to control air pollution. But he never dreamed that Hobert would buy those gas companies and develop new uses for gas. The key is that this new use looks very popular. Now, the residents of the entire Backland use honeycomb briquettes or simply coal for cooking and boiling water. Since the government began to vigorously promote the use of anthracite and charcoal, the prices of these fuels have skyrocketed. Because the government simply cut off the supply of most ordinary coal, even if charcoal and anthracite prices rise, ordinary residents can only bite the bullet and buy them. With gas as a fuel, the price of smokeless fuel will definitely be affected. Currently, it is during the war, so it has not immediately reacted in the market, but it is foreseeable that once the war is over, this thing will definitely reap a wave of loans wealth. That is to say, Duke Negan's new investment will definitely be affected by the gas industry, which is the most unacceptable thing for him. But he can't do anything about Hobert. First of all, Hobert is currently the only Duke in Lone who has his own duchy. Secondly, after Duke Negan's last defeat, he secretly investigated Hobert and learned that his background was very powerful and he could not shake him. So, Duke Negan, one of the most powerful nobles in the Lone Kingdom in the eyes of others, can only hide at home and smash things. Hobert also heard that many of the original shareholders of the gas company were so angry that they were hospitalized. When the Earl's Light was victorious before, they hated Hobert with a passion. But later they had to face reality and sell their shares at a low price. They never dreamed that the one who quietly acquired their shares was the Earl's Light. And what they didn't expect even more was that the products launched by Hobert would obviously reshape the gas industry. But they missed this fortune. It is too late to establish a new gas company. First of all, an important part of a gas company is the site and equipment for storing gas. The site must be approved by the government, and some equipment requires factories to spend a lot of time to manufacture specifically. Whether it is approval or manufacturing, it is already too late. In addition, gas canisters and gas stoves are obviously some new technologies. Without talking about the issue of patents, even self-research requires some time. And now it is wartime, industry must prioritize serving the military, and it may take a lot of investment, but the equipment you order will be delayed again and again. What Hobert needs is feedback from this group of people. At the same time, in this week, the loan government also released the quality standards for products in the power industry and the quality standards for household gas and supporting facilities. At the end of these two documents, they all specially thanked the Earl's Light for providing the quality parameters. This is Hobert's use of his influence to reshape the order of these two industries, and it is also to prepare for the advancement ceremony. For a time, the upper class of Backlund were discussing Hobert's recent big moves, and it seemed that the clouds of war had been dispelled a lot. At this time, the military suddenly purchased a large number of gas stoves and gas canisters. Defense Minister Emilius, and the military shareholders of the Earl's Light, hadn't had time to exert their influence. This purchase was purely based on the military's needs. In war, especially in wilderness warfare, cooking and boiling water required building a stove first, then gathering firewood from the surroundings to start a fire, which was very troublesome. With a gas stove, it was different. Food and water could be heated instantly. Moreover, it was said that the lone soldiers on the front lines had also developed a new use for gas canisters. Because the new gas canisters had higher pressure, they could actually be used as bombs, and these things were even more powerful than grenades. So, the military immediately placed a second batch of orders, wanting a batch of gas canisters. This surprised the nobles, who all marveled at how Hobert must now be counting money until his hands were sore. Just then, shocking news came from the southern continent. The agents previously cultivated by the East Balam Company in the southern part of the southern continent, dissatisfied with the new policies of the South Balam Duchy, officially announced the formation of a joint army to attack the duchy's capital, Angers, arrest and try the proposers of the new policies, and request Duke Hobert to no longer be bewitched by these people. When Klein saw this report, he thought, this is a typical cleansing of the court. Saying, arrest the proposers of the new policies, was actually forcing Hobert to stop the new policies. In any case, the South Balam Duchy had not even been established for a month before a civil war broke out. Hobert immediately rushed to Angers, not so much to quell the rebellion, but to quickly digest the potion in his own territory. But to his disappointment, the potion was just a little bit away from being completely digested. On a relatively flat grassland in Milherben, large patches of tents were pitched, which was the camp of the South Balam Duchy's rebels. This grassland was not large, and it was closely adjacent to the forest that stretched to the hills. On a large tree halfway up the mountain, Abbot, draped in his grass shirt and holding a telescope, lay on a branch, surveying the camp below. Abbot was one of the scouts sent by Seal, closely observing the movements of the rebels. In Abbot's view, these rebels had no military discipline at all. Their formation was loose during marches, their actions were slow, and they even looted the villages along the way during their march. At their marching speed, it might take them 10 days or so to reach the St. Cern Basin. Just as he was lost in thought, Abbot suddenly saw several people wearing the attire of the Highland Kingdom emerge from the rebel commander's tent. The attire of these people was very special, so it was very conspicuous. Abbot carefully examined their appearance, preparing to use a ritual later to draw their faces. At this moment, one of the Highland Kingdom people with tattoos on his face suddenly looked in Abbot's direction. The other party's eyes seemed to come from a wild beast, making Abbot's whole body tingle, and at the same time, he realized that he had been discovered. Although they were far apart, Abbot could be very sure that they had made eye contact just now. With almost no hesitation, he jumped down from the tall tree and immediately sprinted towards the hills. As a pugilist, he had agile skills and very good physical strength. While running, he prayed, using the new contact method to report this matter to his superior, Creator in the Shadow of Order. Please tell Colonel Bard that I found people from the Highland Kingdom in the rebels' tent and am now being hunted down. Their appearances are respectively. This was the new contact method they were required to learn before departure. It was said that in this way, Colonel Bard would be able to hear it. Moreover, if there were any images that needed to be shown to the colonel, he could try to present that image in his mind during the report. This sounded very magical, but because it was being vigorously promoted by Lord Hobert as an emergency or secret contact method for internal personnel, Abbot had no doubts about it. Abbot was a South Coelsonian, and he had personally witnessed the changes that had taken place in his hometown after the Lord came to his hometown. Many officers like him had become accustomed to trusting Hobert and never had any doubts. After Abbot quickly finished reporting, his spirituality sensed danger coming from behind. At this moment, the muscles in his legs seemed to be suddenly frozen, and the inertia caused him to fall heavily to the ground and roll a long way. Abbot struggled to get up and saw two figures had already chased close, one with a terribly pale face, like a dead person, and the other with claws and fangs. This was a zombie and a werewolf. Their running speed was extremely fast. The zombie continued to make Abbot's muscles stiff, unable to get up. And the werewolf was still accelerating. He stretched out his claws, preparing to shovel off Abbot's head. Just as Abbot was preparing to meet death in fear, a wall of fire suddenly ignited in front of him, temporarily blocking the zombie and werewolf. The temperature of the fire wall immediately restored Abbot's muscles to normal. Turning his head slightly, he saw Commander Seal and Chief of Staff Archibald. At this moment, Abbott's eyes were filled with tears. Colonel Bard had heard his report, and he had even invited the commander and chief of staff to save him. The zombie and werewolf turned their heads and ran when they saw Archibald, but after running a few steps, their movements became very slow, like performing slow motion in a charade. A blazing white spear flew out from Seal's hand, piercing the werewolf's heart. That was the werewolf's greatest weakness. He struggled for a while before falling to the ground. In front of the zombie, a staff officer, in military uniform with a cold expression appeared. Abbott had seen this staff officer before, often seeing him beside Chief of Staff Archibald. At this time, this staff officer, actually Archibald's marionette, a light blue magma sword, appeared in his hand, piercing the zombie's chest. The zombie's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Now he still couldn't move. Soon, magma filled his entire chest and abdomen, and the zombie also fell to the ground. All this happened very quickly. By the time Abbott got up from the ground, the battle was already over. He was about to salute the two officers when he suddenly felt a change in the spirituality in the surrounding woods. Creak creak. The trees began to sway abnormally, and some leaves were shaken down. These leaves initially only fell slowly, but soon, the speed of falling became extremely fast, like flying knives, stabbing towards Abbott and others. Several fireballs appeared around Seal, and a circle of fireballs also appeared around Archibald's marionette. These fireballs flew out, burning pieces of leaves into ashes. At the same time, the surrounding space became illusory again. Angus and 2 Sequence 5s came out from the spirit world, and the support of the Special Operations Force also arrived. The trees returned to normal, but Abbott could still feel unkind gazes in the surrounding forest. After a brief confrontation, Archibald and others collected the spoils of war. Seal also said to Abbott, "Soldier, you have excellently completed your mission." Saying that, he took Abbott away first, and Archibald and Angus and others left one after another. This hasty confrontation ended in a hasty manner. Returning to Angers, Abbott reported his reconnaissance results in detail. When he returned to the barracks to rest, he still felt very unreal. Originally, he only felt that the new contact method was the gospel of the scouts. As long as there was key intelligence, it would be very easy to report to the officers using this contact method. If there were any new changes in the situation, the command headquarters in the rear could also know it as soon as possible. But now Abbott realized that this magical communication system could also complete the rapid support of extraordinary power. In the future, this would be a huge information advantage. These days, Hobert also often observed this mystical communication system that he had just established in the Nation of Disorder. Currently, it seems that the effect is very good, not only making the way to obtain information convenient, but also making the way to convey orders very convenient. The upcoming civil war will be the best test of this system. After routinely observing the town of the Divine Kingdom, at the foot of the mountain, Hobert returned to the real world and once again felt that this communication system was actually more suitable for the seer pathway. Because when it comes to the Sequence 3 scholar of your level, you can put a worm of spirit in the Sefirah to perform the automatic response operation. And Hobert had also communicated with the messenger Beverly some time ago, and the Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway, at least at the angel level, still have no way to create avatars. That is to say, this pathway can hardly perform automatic response unless it has the corresponding sealed artifact. This may also be why there is a town of the Divine Kingdom in the Nation of Disorder, and why the Nation of Disorder looks as if the space is more vast than the Sefirah Castle. Since he can't clone himself, of course, he can only recruit people to work for the God Country. Normal gods would rather leave the town of the Divine Kingdom empty than easily let ordinary Beyonders come to his God Country. After all, according to the Bibles of the major churches, unless they have made a huge contribution to evangelism, at least demigods are qualified to serve the gods in the God Country. However, Hobert's ideas are not very different from those of the gods. In his opinion, practicality is the most important thing. It would be a pity to leave such good conditions in the Nation of Disorder unused. So, before he became an angel, he established this communication system and recruited several mystical switchboard operators, headed by Moira and Vina. Hobert had just returned to the real world when his butler, Dofus, came to report, "Your Grace, Duchess Georgina has arrived." What's he doing here? Hobert thought. Could it be that I haven't been to work for too long, and she's planning to fire me? Lost in thought, Hobert went to the living room, exchanged a few pleasantries with the rather conservatively dressed Duchess, and then invited her to a small reception room to talk. After the servant who brought the tea left, Georgina immediately said, "I'm here to convey an order. Starting from dawn on Saturday, you are to be stationed at a very important place." Hobert was stunned, thinking, they wouldn't be asking me to watch the tomb of George III, would they? Such a move would be like asking a rat to guard a rice jar. As she spoke, Georgina took out a map and pointed to a location in the suburbs, saying, "Starting on Friday night, the 195th Division will set up checkpoints in this area. At 3 in the morning, you need to go there and assist the 195th Division in defending this location. The 195th Division is an elite unit in the Backland defense zone. Hobert glanced at the map. That location didn't have the tomb of George III at all, meaning that this mission was completely a smokescreen. Without intelligence on the exact location of the tomb, the forces of the Fasak Empire or the Fasak Kingdom could easily be deceived into coming here. At the same time, this was also to keep an eye on Hobert. Although the Creator had not shown any intention of opposing George III's ascension to godhood so far, and the cooperation between the two sides was very harmonious, such things still had to be prevented. After all, the Creator seemed to be the god of the Black Emperor pathway, or a neighboring pathway. Hobert smiled and said, "What a pity, I won't be able to listen to the king's speech." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 662, Chapter 661 George III Ceremony of Apotheosis. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In Hobert's view, the clever tricks of the lone royal family were nothing to him. If he were asked to watch the tomb of George III, there would be a risk of being exposed if he asked someone else to go in his place. But if he were to create a smokescreen, it would be easy. At that time, the royal family's angels and demigods would most likely be in the tomb. The 195th Division's garrison was full of beyonders below the demigod level, making it difficult to see through Hobert's arrangements. When Georgina conveyed the order with an expression of entrusting him with an important task, Hobert thought of a way to deal with it: let Archibald transform into his appearance to guard the defense area. In order to allow Archibald to play his role better, Hobert prepared to temporarily give him the sealed artifact, 1-113, Solomon family crest to use. This sealed artifact could temporarily use a portion of the Sequence 3-level Frenzied Mage abilities of the lawyer pathway. Giving Archibald 2 deception charms would completely eliminate the worry of being exposed. After arranging the task, Georgina reminded him, "This task is very important. After you go, you must first verify your identity, and then you must conduct frequent verification. I hope you don't mind." Hobert smiled, "That's nothing, as long as it doesn't hinder my actions." Then he asked as if he was very curious, "What are we guarding?" Georgina said seriously, "A secret." "All right, I didn't ask," Hobert said. "Please prepare some cigars for me then. I remember the cigars supplied to the royal family are very good." The serious expression on Georgina's face quickly faded. "No problem." The two chatted for a few more words, and Georgina got up to say goodbye. Watching Georgina's departing figure, Hobert sighed in his heart, "If I didn't know the locations of those tombs in advance, I would easily be confused by the smokescreen released by the royal family." He was very sure that in the area where the 195th Division was going to be stationed on Saturday, there were already a large number of royal family's direct line beyonders waiting there. Moreover, the 195th Division's actions would definitely be spread through various reasonable channels, so that those forces that were paying attention to George III's ascension to godhood would be attracted by this action and send people to investigate. The result would definitely be that they fell into the royal family's ambush. Regardless of whether the investigators escaped or successfully reported their attack to their superiors, it would almost confirm that there was a problem with the area where the 195th Division was going to be stationed. Then on Saturday, many forces might be attracted there. Hobert smiled and used travel to go to Angel City, first learning about the current situation of the Civil War. After he determined that the Highland Kingdom's forces were mainly focused on probing, Hobert knew that the most critical battle of this civil war would still take a few more days to break out. So Hobert found Archibald and discussed the details of replacing him on Saturday. On Friday afternoon, Zio came to Hobert's study in the Duke of Backland's mansion to report on his work. A few days ago, Hobert asked Zio to pay close attention to the Fasak Empire's newspapers and the Church of the God of Combat's recent propaganda publications to see if there were any descriptions related to the Creator on them. According to the information Zio obtained, neither the Imperial Government nor the Church of the God of Combat mentioned the Beyonder War that occurred in the middle of the Amantha Mountains last week. Hobert slowly nodded, so it seemed that the Church of the God of Combat was going to pretend that there was no conflict with the Creator's forces. He believed that they were also very clear that the battle between the angels was an accident, or rather, if the Church of the God of Combat's angel Larian had focused on the overall situation, that battle would not have happened. From the current situation, the best way to deal with it was for both sides to pretend that this matter had not happened. Hobert could avoid a conflict with the Church of the God of Combat when the main force was in the southern continent, and the Church of the God of Combat would not have to be wary of the Creator's forces while fighting the Church of the Evernight Goddess. As for the Fasak Empire, Hobert's actions did not violate their agreement. The Creator's forces did not have an angel-level conflict with Fasak, but with the Church of the God of Combat. Obviously, the Church of the God of Combat and the Fasak Empire could not be confused. After finishing the work matters, Hobert said to Zio, "There will be an operation at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Come to me at 7:30 to gather." Okay, Zio first agreed and then asked, do I need to prepare anything? Bring the heart to avenge your father, Hobert smiled. I'll take you to dig the king's grave. Zio was slightly stunned, his mood was very complicated for a while, with excitement and unease. On Saturday morning, the sky was gloomy, making people feel very depressed. After disguising themselves, Hobert, Zio, and Freya, who had been promoted to interrogator, followed the crowds on the street to the commemoration square. People kept walking out of the buildings on both sides, gathering on the street, and walking towards the commemoration square. The crowd was very quiet, and the colors of their clothes were also dark, which made the atmosphere on the street very depressing. Freya, who had just returned from the southern continent, asked in a low voice, didn't I hear that the war is still far away from Backlund? Why is everyone so serious? Zio replied in a low voice, the sacrifices on the front lines are too great. Among the crowd, some people were still very sad because their relatives had died on the front lines, and some people were very worried because their relatives were still on the battlefield. Hobert raised his hand and altered the surrounding environment so that the people around him could not hear their conversation, and then said, maybe it's because the prices have risen again. He paused and said, I just heard someone whispering that bread has risen by 60% compared to before the war, and the prices of various daily necessities have also risen sharply. Freya's spirituality sensed Hobert's arrangement, so she boldly said with some surprise, I heard that in Arlister and Gugine in northern East Balam, there is so much food that it is moldy in the warehouse. Arlister and Gugine are two large ports in northern East Balam. Most of the massive amount of food that had a huge impact on the northern continent's grain market before was transported from these two ports. Zio said, now all ships give priority to transporting military supplies or transporting troops, and there are no extra ships to transport food. Freya shook her head, it's really ironic. Back then, when she was in the East Borough of Backlund, many of her neighbors were farmers who were forced into bankruptcy by the cheap grain from the southern continent. Now the price of grain is very good, but unfortunately there are not so many farmers anymore. Soon, the three people fell into silence. They all thought at the same time that this was all thanks to His Majesty the King's signing of the Corn Law. As the crowd became more and more dense, the street was gradually filled. They all headed in one direction, slowly moving forward, and still maintained their silence. This made Hobert and the other two's mood also become depressed. Especially Freya, who had been on Longtail Island or the southern continent, felt for the first time that the war had brought such a big impact and trauma to people's hearts. This was still the great rear of Backlund, not the front line. Finally, they followed the crowd to the commemoration square. At this time, the square was crowded with people, and there was finally some noise in the crowd. Everyone was guessing the content of the king's speech. Some people guessed that the king was going to carry out a larger-scale mobilization, some people guessed that the war might be coming to an end, and some people guessed that the king's speech was purely to boost morale. Hobert and the other two saw from a distance that in front of the high tower with the Bell of Order, a very solemn high platform had been built. George III, dressed in a formal dress, was sitting on the throne in the center of the high platform. Near the high platform were the nobles, the outer layer was the wealthy people of Backlund, and the outer circle was the middle class of Backlund, and then the workers and the poor. In front of the high platform, there were two iron frames. At the top of the two iron frames, there was a circular object the size of a plate. In the center of the circular object, there were also some mechanical structures that everyone did not understand very well. A wire extended from the mechanical structure all the way to the bottom of the stage. For Hobert, this thing was not new. He sighed in his heart, the classic microphone does have some industrial aesthetics. Time quickly came to 9 o'clock, George III got up from the throne and came to the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your emperor, the ruler of Lone, East Balam, and the Rorstad Archipelago, George Augustus III. Hobert, who was far away from the high platform, smiled slightly, hee, emperor. Then he said to Zio and Freya, all right, we should go. In the next second, the three of them disappeared in place, and the people around them did not notice these three people, as if they had never appeared. George III's speech seemed to be a signal. At this time, the spirit world in the suburbs of Backlund suddenly became busy. At the same time as Hobert and the other three disappeared, Klein in the corner of the square first notified Bernadette that the king on the high platform had unknowingly become a phantom conjured up from thin air. So in the due east of Backlund, outside the secret tomb near East Chester County, Bernadette, wearing a girlish yellow cake dress, emerged under the embrace of pea vines that grew out of thin air. She looked at the mountain wall in front of her and took out the blood contained in a glass bottle, as well as a black and very heavy charm. According to the description in Klein's letter, she first poured out the blood in the glass bottle. As the blood of the door pathway beyond her poured out, her spirituality sensed the connection between the blood and a certain power within the tomb. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bernadette used the charm of the demigod level of the lawyer pathway. Before her appeared a vortex of black mist, which then expanded, forming a gate of illusion. Bernadette saw the massive mausoleum constructed of black stone blocks. At that moment, the sky above the mausoleum suddenly turned illusory, and William I, with his thick beard and solemn expression, stepped out from the void. Bernadette seemed prepared. With a flip of her hand, an object appeared in her palm. The object was golden, resembling a shrunken water pot, but a wick extended from its spout. This was the genie that the uncertain mist had been searching for. Bernadette quickly rubbed the surface of the genie, which was covered in complex mystical symbols, and the wick silently ignited. The light it emitted was like viscous liquid, spraying upwards and forming a blurred and distorted pale golden figure. Bernadette seized the opportunity before William I could fully descend, and solemnly spoke in Jotun, "Eternal Genie, my second wish is to gain the power of the Emperor of Knowledge for one day." On Commemoration Square, after informing Bernadette to begin her actions, Klein hid in the sewers, extending his right hand to grasp at the air. As he pulled his arm back, a figure emerged before him. It was Lady Ariana, the matron of the Evernight Cloister, wearing a simple robe and a bark belt. Klein was startled, success on the first try. However, he couldn't afford to think too much at this moment and hurriedly said, "Conceal my existence and protect the citizens of Backlund." "All right," Ariana replied calmly, without any stiffness or rigidity. Klein was stunned again. Could it be the real person who came? At the same time, Klein found himself entering a peculiar state, seemingly undetectable by the outside world. He immediately used traveling to reach the mausoleum on the northeastern side of Backlund, near Owa County. Although time was pressing, Klein didn't rashly approach the mausoleum. Instead, he extended his right hand again, grasping at the air before him. After grasping 5 times in a row, Klein's arm muscles tensed. As his right hand pulled back, a figure was rapidly outlined. This figure had bronze skin, a medium build, and gentle features. It was Isaac Eggers. However, unlike the Mr. Isaac that Klein knew, this figure's eyes were indifferent, as if looking down upon all living beings. Immediately afterward, Klein stretched out his hand again, grabbing his past self from a dozen seconds ago. Then, he handed the demigod-level talisman of the lawyer pathway and the blood of a door pathway beyonder to his projection, and allowed his main body to enter the historical void. Within his past self, consciousness suddenly came alive, becoming agile. Only then did Klein's projection bring Isaac's projection to the location of the mausoleum. Before Klein's eyes was an ordinary wasteland. Following the method described by Hobert, he quickly opened the concealed arrangement, and an entrance leading downwards appeared in the wasteland. Underground was a tall, pyramid-shaped mausoleum. At this moment, the guards inside also discovered the intruders and immediately contacted Duke Dlink Augustus of Southville through a ritual. Dlink, slightly arrogant and lacking facial hair, saw the high and mighty Death Consul through the ritual. At the same time, based on the imbalance in the surrounding area, he discovered Klein, who was in a state of concealment. These rituals utilized the arrangements of Mr. Dorr from that year to connect the 9 mausoleums in some way. Members of the lone royal family could quickly appear in one of the mausoleums. Just as Dlink was about to provide support, the corresponding rituals were activated in the other mausoleums. He was slightly stunned. 4 mausoleums were being invaded at the same time. In front of that secret mausoleum in the southeastern direction of Backlund, a figure dispelled its invisibility. She had delicate and beautiful features and an extremely outstanding temperament. It was the witch Trissy. After using a talisman and blood to open the entrance to the mausoleum, Trissy became invisible again. She approached the mausoleum without any sound, and the guards didn't notice her. Just as Trissy approached her target, a voice rang in her ear, "Concealment is forbidden in this place." Trissy irresistibly appeared, and a man with a white wig and an upturned mustache appeared above the mausoleum. This was the demigod who had been presiding over the transactions of the mercenary club, Grove. Before a mausoleum in the northern part of Backlund, space suddenly became illusory. A middle-aged man wearing traditional Fasak Empire attire, his light golden beard meticulously groomed, was outlined. It was Alexei Einhorn, the first emperor of the Fasak Empire. Alexei looked at the front. Even though his spirituality was already very keen, he could only sense the strangeness of the space in front of him when he was so close to the arrangement of the mausoleum. He suddenly felt that the transaction with Hobert was worth more than its value. Such a secret arrangement would be difficult to find even with many spies. Then, he took out the glass bottle containing blood and the talisman provided by Hobert. Alexei smiled softly, "There's no need for these things at all." He casually threw away the talisman and the glass bottle. Before they could fall to the ground, they were burned to ashes by a white flame. At the same time, a ball of incandescent flame suddenly appeared on his palm. This flame suddenly grew larger, as if igniting the air in front of Alexei. Whoosh! The flame burned away a layer of illusory wallpaper in front of him, and a mausoleum built against the mountain appeared. Alexei walked leisurely with his hands behind his back, arriving in front of the mausoleum in just 1 or 2 steps. Dlink quickly used the channels between the mausoleums to provide support. When he saw Alexei, he was slightly surprised. "Who is it? who leaked the secret of the mausoleum to the Fasak Empire. On Commemoration Square, the imagined King George III was still giving a speech. I will further reduce the property requirements for suffrage and transfer more power to the House of Commons. Audrey at the scene was somewhat puzzled. These were all bills that had been approved by the House of Lords, but there was no need to tell the people during a speech. In the southern suburbs of Backlund, inside a deep black and majestic mausoleum, the real George III put on a black crown and consumed the potion. His body was transforming in the direction of the shadow of order, expanding and extending in a miraculous state. And the 9 mausoleums were the islands in the illusory ocean, the components of the entire rule. The Emperor George III, recited simultaneously in the consciousness of the people, was countless, densely packed lighthouses. Together, they anchored the ruler of Lone, East Balam, and the Rorstad archipelago, preventing him from completely detaching from reality and becoming a part of the shadow of order. Also in the southern suburbs of Backlund, Hobert, who had changed his appearance, was leisurely sitting on a rock, observing the surroundings. However, Zio and Freya, who had also changed their appearances, were very nervous, pacing in small circles or adjusting their clothes. They had not only changed their appearances, but also carried order crystals to avoid being divined afterward. And Hobert also carefully reminded them to hide the order crystals in places that could not be seen and not to inject spirituality into them. Because once spirituality was injected, it would be easy for angels to detect its aura. It wasn't until Hobert saw some changes in the distant sky that he said, "All right, we can start acting." He jumped off the stone, came to the secret arrangement of the mausoleum, and used the blood of the door pathway to use his own tampering ability to enter the mausoleum. Before them appeared a deep black and majestic mausoleum. The royal family certainly discovered the intrusion here. The space above the mausoleum suddenly became illusory, and a mature and refined man in a dress suit came out from it. This was Kelt, a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter, who had participated in the Fainapotter City operation. Hobert said to Zio and Freya, "Wait here for a moment, I'll drive away this nuisance." He took out the 0 to 70 creation bracelet, and with a wave of his hand, a field of golden wheat grew around the mausoleum. These wheat swayed their ripe ears, and countless on needles shot towards Kelt, forming a golden rain. Kelt, who had just completed the teleportation, immediately said, "Flying objects are forbidden here." Those wheat needles fell to the ground like bullets that had run out of power, like golden snowflakes. Hobert walked in the wheat field. He made an upward pushing motion towards Kelt, and the wheat quickly grew taller, soon reaching a height of more than 10 meters, at the same height as Kelt. The wheat ears suddenly bristled, and all the ons stood up around, like maces smashing towards Kelt. In the western part of Backlund, near East Tucker County, a middle-aged man wearing traditional Fainapotter Kingdom attire, who looked very amiable, walked from afar. This was Philip I of the Fainapotter Kingdom. The ground seemed to be receding rapidly behind him. With just one step, he advanced dozens of kilometers. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the arrangement hiding the mausoleum. Philip I also did not use the blood and talisman that Ethel had given him. He made a downward chopping gesture forward, and the space in front of him suddenly shook violently, separating to both sides. Everything in front of him changed, and a tomb door appeared on the mountainside. This was a mausoleum built into the mountain. Georgina quickly came to provide support. When she saw the person in front of her, she exclaimed in surprise, "Philip I." "How rude," Philip I said coldly. "Why didn't you add, Your Majesty?" Georgina hurriedly put on a golden crown. The top of the crown had an openwork structure, and a very pure light was suspended inside. This was the 0 to 36, held by the lone royal family. At the same time, another angel of the Fasak Empire, Awatoma Einhorn, was attacking another mausoleum in the north of Backlund. Chester Castilla, another angel of the Fainapotter Kingdom, was attacking another mausoleum on the west side of Backlund. Currently, 8 mausoleums have been attacked to varying degrees by different forces. Only one mausoleum in the south has not been attacked. Leonard, who was performing a mission in a small town in the southern suburbs, looked around and saw that none of his teammates were paying attention to him, so he whispered, "Old man, aren't you going to take action yet?" Just now, Emperor had used the talisman given to him in advance to convey the code of "Act immediately." This talisman was made by Jonathan at the request of Hobert. There were 2 talismans in a set, and the usage was relatively simple. Within the Backlund area, as long as Hobert injected spirituality into the talisman, Leonard's talisman would heat up. Although it can only be used to convey relatively simple codes, it is quite practical. "What's the rush?" Palaz Zoroast, inside Leonard's body, said, "Let them make the first move." The hidden power of the Creator that Hobert mentioned before refers to this angel Palaz of the Marauder pathway. Beverly and Raymond had participated in battles initiated by the Creator forces more than once. If you want to secretly stab George III in the back, it is not appropriate to ask the 2 of them for help. It is possible to use Nation of Disorder and the 1 to 113 Solomon family badge to create an angel. However, 1 to 113 is currently being used by Archibald, who is pretending to be Hobert, and the angel created is an angel of the lawyer pathway, which can easily arouse the suspicion of the royal family. So Hobert simply asked Palez, who had never appeared, for help. In the previous transaction, Palez also owed Hobert an angel-level favor. Because he had a way to restore his strength to its peak in a short period of time, Palez was not afraid of Amon's avatar lurking in Backland at this time. If Amon's lurking avatars came to him, that would be even better, maybe he could use them to further restore his strength. Palez was very clear that he was just playing the role of a smoke bomb in this battle, so that the royal family would not be able to figure it out in the future, so there was no need to work too hard. After another 10 seconds, Palez suddenly said, "That's about it." In the next second, Leonard's spirituality suddenly could not feel the existence of the old man. Even in the parasitic state, Palez could temporarily leave Leonard's body within a certain range. This is also the reason why Leonard came to the southern suburbs to perform his mission. If it were in the city, such an operation would easily be detected. The reason why Leonard came to the southern suburbs to perform his mission was that Hobert asked Dofus to create several haunting incidents here. The local Nighthawk team could not solve it, so they had to ask the Red Gloves of Backlund for help. Then, Leonard touched his pocket again, and the order crystal that was placed there before also disappeared. The method that Hobert provided before to allow Palez to briefly restore to his peak state was to use order wood. However, the order wood was too conspicuous. For a long time, it was almost Hobert's label. So Hobert discussed with Palez, using the more secretive order crystal to restore his strength to its peak. When evacuating, stealing the overflowing power of order would be seamless. As soon as Palez saw the order crystal, he exclaimed, "This thing is purer than the power of the order wood." At this time, the old man arrived at the designated location, first using the order crystal to deceive and distort his own state. His originally more illusory image suddenly became solid. This was a very amiable old man with a long beard and a kind smile. He grabbed forward and stole some of the extraordinary arrangement that hid the mausoleum in front of him, which made a circular hole appear in front of him. Palez walked in leisurely, and he saw a mausoleum hidden in the dense forest. At the same time, the old man's spirituality felt something and looked at the top of a tree in the woods. There also stood an old man with completely white hair and no distinctive features. Even if you observed him carefully, it would be difficult to remember any of the old man's appearance characteristics. The two old men looked at each other and were stunned at the same time. Palez spoke first, "Hermes." The old man who was as light as a feather on the top of the tree was Hermes, the sage of mankind who invented the ancient Hermes language in the second epoch. The other party also recognized the intruder, Palez. Palez smiled. He originally thought he was just going through the motions. After all, the battles in other mausoleums must have attracted the main forces of the royal family. He didn't expect to encounter such a difficult opponent. Hermes was also a little dumbfounded. Originally, he was going to solve the Scholar of Yore with Zeradal, but when he learned that the Phaenopotter Kingdom and the Fasak Empire had successively attacked 4 mausoleums, he knew that George III would definitely fail. So Hermes simply found an excuse to come to this mausoleum that had not yet been attacked. His idea was very simple. The enemy had already attacked 8 mausoleums, so the more powerful enemies must have already been dispatched. Even if this mausoleum was attacked, the opponent would not be too difficult to deal with. Hermes came to this mausoleum just to go through the motions. Palez was about to take action, but noticed that Hermes's fighting intentions did not seem to be very high, so he asked, "I heard that you joined the Twilight Hermit Order." The moment he said, Twilight Hermit Order, he stole the inherent mystical connection of this name, so that Adam would not know that he had ever mentioned this organization. Hermes was also preparing to fight. When he heard Palez ask this, he understood what the other party meant with just a slight observation, "That's right." He smiled and said, "I also heard that you were severely injured by Amon. Speaking of which, I haven't heard from you for hundreds of years." So, the two old men started chatting. In front of that majestic black mausoleum, the battle between Hobert and Celt quickly came to a conclusion. Although the lone royal family had taken out all their strength this time, the Grade 0 sealed artifacts were limited after all, and they had to be prioritized to deal with the angels who broke into the mausoleum. When Celt came to this mausoleum to support, he saw that Hobert did not look like an angel, so he only brought a Grade 1 sealed artifact. The royal family did not expect that Hobert would have a Grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand, but at this time, they had no reinforcements to send. The only disadvantage for Hobert was that he could not use the power of the frenzied mage. When those wheat-shaped flails smashed towards Celt, a bronze door with complex patterns appeared in midair. This was, 1 to 110, the ability of the sealed artifact that benchmarked the ferryman. Hobert had not used this sealed artifact in the real world since he obtained it on Adam's mysterious island. Because this sealed artifact will most likely become Dofus's potion in the future, and the probability of using it in the future is not high, it can well hide his background. Moreover, Hobert had also done similar thinking when choosing Grade 0 sealed artifacts. He had used 0 to 71 disaster porcelain doll and 0 to 72 box of the great old ones in front of others, only 0 to 70 was used only when he killed the mountain god Megalai after obtaining it. At that time, in addition to Hobert and Megalai's evil spirit on the battlefield, there was only the Black Hound spirit beast, and there would be no leakage of secrets. After the underworld gate appeared, Celt, who was using whipping to deal with those flails, suddenly felt stiff all over, and a huge force was pulling his spirit body. Celt injected spirituality into the Grade 1 sealed artifact on his body, and a layer of silver-white gorgeous armor appeared on his body surface. This was the ability belonging to the Silver Knight. With the protection of this armor, Celt's spirit body quickly returned to normal. At the same time, a Sword of Dawn appeared in his hand. The great sword shattered, and the storm composed of light blew the wheat on the ground to pieces. But Celt quickly discovered a problem. The enemy who was hiding in the wheat field before was gone. At this time, the underworld gate behind him suddenly clanged and was completely opened. Only Hobert, holding a knight's sword, came out of the door. Behind him were countless wailing resentful souls, as well as a large number of skeletons and strangely shaped undead creatures that were attracted and wanted to enter the real world. Celt was surprised to find that they all seemed to be very afraid of this demigod holding a knight's sword. Hobert stood at the door of the underworld gate, opened his mouth and launched an attack of language of the dead. The surrounding undead creatures seemed to be commanded and opened their mouths towards Celt together, launching a silent attack. Although there was the protection of silver-white armor, Celt still felt his spirit body trembling, and the muscles all over his body stiffened, no longer under his control. He watched helplessly as Hobert, holding a knight's sword, walked slowly to him and stabbed his chest with a sword. Celt's body became cold, and he fell from midair. The wheat that had been blown to pieces just now grew out again, and they entangled Celt like vines. A trace of black suddenly mixed into the silver-white armor on Celt's body. These monsters with plant-like appearances also possess the ability to mutate the flesh of their targets into monsters. Even demigods will completely lose control due to such mutations. Not only that, but they can also absorb the life force of their targets. In Celt's unwilling gaze, he was enveloped and buried by clusters of wheat, until only a golden cocoon remained in front of the tomb. This cocoon resembled a special work of art, with clearly visible patterns of wheat ears and stalks. Hobert ended the summoning of the underworld gate, and beckoned to Zio and Freya. The three of them entered the magnificent black tomb. Entering the tomb along the steps, the space inside was large, but the structure was very simple. Only a stone throne stood in the center of the tomb. A somewhat illusory George III sat on the throne with his eyes closed. The space around him looked very unreal, with complex mystical symbols jumping around. "You are late," George III said, his eyes and mouth closed, yet Hobert and the others could clearly hear his voice. George III said, "The uniqueness has already merged with me. Any attack from you will have no effect on me." Hobert smiled and said, "You don't need to act mysterious. I know very well that attacking you will definitely be ineffective, but if we tear down your tomb, I believe you won't be so calm." He didn't give George III a chance to speak, and immediately continued, "But before that, there is something else to do." He put away his smile and said very seriously, "Defendant George III. My two clients accuse you of murder and abuse of power." George III was stunned for a moment before seemingly reacting, "You're actually acting as a lawyer in front of me." "Defendant George III. Hobert raised his voice. "This client's father, because he discovered that you were involved in human trafficking, kidnapping, selling young girls, and cruelly murdering many innocent people, advised you against it. But you killed this client's father. Not only that, but you also destroyed the honor he cherished most, causing my client to bear the stigma of a traitor for the past 8 years. George III, do you plead guilty?" Zio opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't say anything. It wasn't until she felt a coldness on her cheeks that she realized her tears had already uncontrollably flowed out. However, she revealed a relieved smile through her tears. For the past 8 years, she had imagined questioning the king more than once, asking why he had treated her father that way. But when she truly faced the king, she realized that she couldn't say a word. Instead, Hobert expressed her thoughts. George III's tone was very cold. "I've killed too many people like that." Defendant George III. Hobert raised his voice again. "This client originally had a happy family. Her mother was in the East Borough of Backlund, raising 2 daughters by washing clothes. Her younger sister was very well behaved and sensible, loved to study, and helped with the housework from a very young age. But because you wanted to become a god, you created a smog with mystical viruses, breaking up this family. Her mother died in the smog, and her sister was once kidnapped by your subordinates. Now she has no home. You must be held responsible for this." Freya trembled as she listened to Hobert's questioning. When she learned that her family was broken because of the king, she also wanted to ask the king why. Her family never thought of hindering the king from doing anything, so why treat them like this? At this moment, Freya originally wanted to question George III in person, but she could no longer control herself and burst into tears, covering her face. For the past year, she had been constantly telling herself that her mother was gone, and the burden of taking care of Daisy fell on her shoulders. She couldn't cry, she could only move forward bravely. But she was only 19 years old. George III's attitude was somewhat touched by Hobert's questioning, but he was somewhat angry rather than remorseful. Tens of thousands of people died in a smog. He sneered, I am the king, the emperor, and I naturally have the right to decide the life and death of my subjects. Hobert questioned righteously, can the king trample on the dignity of others? Can he disregard life? Who gave you the power? Then he added, kings and nobles do not have inherently noble bloodlines. They do not have talents that are different from ordinary people. You are just a bunch of bloodsuckers. Lying on the people and sucking their blood, still acting like superior bloodsuckers. Hobert pointed at George III and said, word by word, you have no right to decide the life and death of any kind and life-loving person. Rumble. The magnificent black tomb suddenly shook. George III's chest heaved continuously, and the illusory space around him also shook, obviously affected by Hobert's words, I am the emperor, my bloodline is inherently noble. They are ants struggling in the mud, never thinking of escaping the mud for the rest of their lives. Hobert smiled and said, no, your nobility is self-proclaimed. Defendant George III, since you have already pleaded guilty, then accept the trial. George III became very calm again, no one can judge me, and no one is qualified to judge me. I will judge you. Zio, who had already wiped away her tears, said in a somewhat trembling voice, George III, since you have confessed to the crime of murder in the mass casualty incidents you caused. This court sentences you to death, to be carried out immediately. George III suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, overestimating yourself. Rumble. The tomb shook again, and George also trembled. Hobert knew that one of the tombs had been destroyed. He smiled and said, I told you, it's to be carried out immediately. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 663, Chapter 662 Obtaining the Characteristics of the Prince of Abolition. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In front of the mausoleum near East Tucker County in Backlund, Georgina, wearing a Grade 0 sealed artifact, was imprisoned by Philip I with the power of order. Philip I waved his hand towards the mausoleum, restoring the environment around it to the order of the normal real world. Without the maintenance of extraordinary power, the mausoleum built into the mountain immediately began to collapse. Philip I smiled slightly and said to Georgina, who was still struggling, tell William, we're even. Months ago, William I prevented Philip I from accommodating the uniqueness of the justiciar pathway, razing the royal palace of the Fainapotter kingdom to the ground, causing countless casualties, and even injuring Philip I himself. Now, George III's advancement has failed, and he has his revenge. Philip I didn't stay for a moment longer, turning and leaving the collapsing mausoleum. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from Georgina's sight. Rumble. The magnificent black mausoleum trembled, as if it would collapse in the next second. George III trembled all over, becoming even more illusory and abstract. He had no time to argue with Hobert now, focusing all his energy on stabilizing his state. Hobert said again, execute immediately. As he spoke, he reached out to the top of the mausoleum, tampering with the mechanical structure of the entire mausoleum. The bricks and stones that made up the mausoleum immediately collapsed, seeming as if they could fall down at any moment, but because they were supported by extraordinary power, they did not collapse despite the large gaps. Then, Hobert used the ability of exploit to temporarily make those powers lose their effect, and the huge black stone bricks above his head began to fall, and the entire mausoleum began to collapse. However, these huge stone bricks seemed to have eyes, and not a single one fell towards Hobert and his companions, nor did a single one fall towards the almost illusory George III. Mystical symbols gushed out from around George III, about to bury him. He looked at Hobert with a painful expression, so you are. Before he could finish speaking, he was completely buried by the mystical symbols, and the gushing mystical symbols, along with the distorted space, suddenly froze for a moment. Bang. Like a small-scale explosion, the mystical symbols gradually disappeared, the distorted space gradually returned to normal, and George III's position became a cloud of black mist, as if the mystical explosion had just blown the king away. Hobert immediately used the power of distortion to send Zio and Freya 5 kilometers away, and made them turn their backs to this side. Beyonders below the level of demigod could suffer a huge mental impact even from a single glance at the uniqueness. This cloud of black mist quickly condensed, dividing into 4, turning into a magnificent crown with a large black gemstone. The space around the crown rippled continuously, as if it were floating on the water, rather than in midair. This was the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway. The other 3 parts were 3 black light clusters. They seemed to have no substance and were very illusory, as if they were real for a moment, and then not existing in the real world the next. These were the 3 beyonder characteristics of Sequence 1, Prince of Abolition, of the Black Emperor pathway. Finally waited for the moment to pick up the spoils, a voice sounded behind Hobert. Even without turning his head, Hobert could tell that it was Erebus. Hobert immediately rushed towards the beyonder characteristics and threw out a crystal of order, wrapping one of the Prince of Abolition beyonder characteristics. Inside Backlund, on the commemoration square. My subjects. George III, with his small mustache and serious, rigid expression, was finishing his speech when he suddenly exploded with a bang. His flesh and blood turned into fireworks, spraying into the air. Audrey and the others below the stage watched the scene as if they were enjoying a large-scale magic show, and for a moment, no one reacted to what had happened. A few seconds later, the scene began to descend into chaos, with the soldiers of the King's Guard rushing onto the platform amidst the screams. Audrey looked at the scene in front of her with a slight daze, and then she found that she was not too surprised. In eastern Backlund, near East Chester County, William I and Bernadette seemed to realize something at the same time, and they tacitly took a step back. Bernadette turned into a stream of information and quickly disappeared. William I looked in the direction of Backlund and sighed, failed. Also in a mausoleum in the eastern suburbs, Klein found an opportunity to hide in the Grosel's travels because he was no match for Zeradal's main body. Just as he entered the book, his spirituality sensed something. The mausoleum not far from him suddenly became different from before. He couldn't say exactly what was different, but it seemed that all the extraordinary power there had been lost. Klein was overjoyed. Success. It must be Hobert and the others who succeeded. In the next instant, he had already appeared in the city in the book. Klein didn't stay and directly entered the City of Miracles, Liveseed, hidden in the book, and came to the door of the Hall of Honesty. The probability of summoning 0-08 was higher here, and he planned to use the sealed artifact to make Zeradal make a mistake, so as to find a chance to escape. Entering the Hall of Honesty, Klein tried more than a dozen times and finally caught 0-08. Suddenly, he found that everything around him had become wrong. The ancient stone pillar in the City of Miracles suddenly turned into a cross hundreds of meters high. Inside the Hall of Honesty, there were rows of black chairs with backs, but there was only one worshipper. He, or rather he, was wearing a simple white robe, with light golden beard covering half of his face. It was the King of Angels, Adam. He slowly stood up and said peacefully, George III has fallen, and the morale of Lone has been severely damaged. Intis will no longer stand by and has decided to launch an attack, taking advantage of the situation. This war has begun to truly sweep the world. At this moment, Klein realized that his act of summoning 0-08 was the opportunity that Adam had been waiting for to occupy this book. Adam continued kindly, you can leave. Klein immediately felt that the entire City of Miracles and the entire book were rejecting him. Fortunately, Adam, who had obtained the book, created an opportunity for Klein to escape. Zeradal's slippery tentacles suddenly disappeared out of thin air, giving Klein a chance to enter the historical void. In the north of Backlund, the 2 angels of the Fasak Empire withdrew one after another. In the west, another angel of the Fainapotter Kingdom also left. In the mausoleum in the northeast, near Awa County, Trissy was about to use the power of the ring on her hand from the Demonis sect to make herself a vessel for the primordial Demonis. But she realized that the mausoleum not far from her suddenly lost all spirituality. Trissy and Grove were both slightly stunned, but they seemed to understand something immediately. Trissy showed a desolate smile, this ending is really desolate. She was even prepared to die. After speaking, Trissy left immediately, and Grove, wearing a wig, did not stop her. In the southern mausoleum, Palez and Hermes' reminiscence also came to an end. Hermes' mission was completed and he could hand it in. Palez still had to rush to the next battlefield. This was also the reason why he didn't care much about destroying the mausoleum before, because Hobert had actually mainly asked him to help compete for the Sequence 1 characteristics. In this mausoleum, he only needed to show his face. Arriving at another completely collapsed mausoleum in the southern suburbs of Backlund, Hobert easily seized one of the beyonder characteristics of Prince of Abolition, which Adam had promised him before. At that time, Hobert didn't understand why Adam would say that it would be good for everyone to let Hobert have as many of these characteristics and uniqueness as possible. It turned out that Adam had already realized at that time that the one competing with Hobert for these characteristics was an outer deity. Adam, at the level of the King of Angels, could give one of the Sequence 1 characteristics to Hobert, but when it came to the uniqueness, Adam could only give Hobert a greater probability of obtaining it. Although Erebus was only at the level of Sequence 3, he had an extremely high level of authority in some aspects, so Adam couldn't completely stop him from competing for the characteristics. Palez immediately joined the battle, stealing the execution that Tamara, the balancer, had used on Hobert. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and went all out to deal with Erebus, distorting the direction of his outstretched hand, so that Erebus only grabbed a stone in the end when he grabbed the beyonder characteristics. The uniqueness and sequence 1 characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway would certainly not stay there obediently waiting for the two to compete. The crown seemed to gradually become agile and began to consciously avoid Hobert and Erebus's grasp. One of the sequence 1 characteristics was attracted by the uniqueness, following behind the crown, much like a child playing behind an older child. Neither Hobert nor Erebus directly grabbed the uniqueness, because neither of them had the confidence. Erebus's goal was to obtain a sequence 1 characteristic, while Hobert's goal was to prevent him from obtaining this characteristic. Have you ever thought about a question? Erebus, seeing his intentions repeatedly blocked by Hobert, suddenly asked with a smile, why were there high-sequence beyonders of the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways only in the 4th epoch? Hobert stared coldly at Erebus, seemingly not at all drawn to his question. But in his heart, he thought, it seems that before the 4th epoch, there had never been ancient gods, subsidiary gods, or deities of these two pathways. When you have the chance, go ask the Son of Chaos. Erebus smiled and said, the answer to this question is definitely beyond your imagination. You will know through what kind of pathway I am investing in the bloodlines of Solomon and the Tamara family. Although Trunsoist is relatively cautious, you should know that your bloodline has also been affected by me. Although Omabella and Ornia joined forces to modify your bloodline, you will still be affected by me in the years to come. You will be polluted by me unknowingly. Hobert knew this. From the information he obtained from the Sanguine, Ornia, the Night Emperor's queen, had discovered this. There was an unknown substance belonging to an outer god in Trunsoist's blood. He smiled slightly. Do you think your corruption will be useful to me? It's useless, Erebus said. But I can activate the arrangements in your blood little by little. I will gradually exert influence on you, so that you will suddenly and briefly submit to me at critical moments. Hobert frowned. He wasn't sure if this was a lie or the truth. Let's make a deal, Erebus smiled innocently. As long as you step aside, I promise not to launch any attacks on you before your sequence 1. Hobert smiled. Do I look like a fool to you? Then I won't be polite. Erebus stretched out his palm towards Hobert. Hobert's spirituality suddenly tensed up, and he was on guard with all his heart. But Erebus waved his hand, and the Beyonder characteristic behind Hobert suddenly turned a corner, bypassing Hobert and flying towards Erebus. Hobert smiled slightly and threw another piece of order crystal towards the Beyonder characteristic. He had been guarding against Erebus feinting to the east and attacking in the west. As for the arrangements that Erebus said he had left in the Trunsoist family's bloodline, Hobert knew that there must be such a thing, but it must be difficult for Erebus to use those arrangements at present, otherwise he would have come to him long ago and used those arrangements to kill him. The Beyonder characteristic of Prince of Abolition seemed to realize that the Order Crystal was about to imprison it, and it actually dodged by distorting space. This doesn't mean that this Beyonder characteristic has intelligence. This is just the instinctive reaction of the Beyonder characteristic. And the reason why the previous Beyonder characteristic of Prince of Abolition was captured in one go was thanks to Adam's arrangement. But this characteristic is obviously not very obedient. Erebus immediately used distortion to rush towards that Beyonder characteristic, and Hobert also rushed over immediately and drew out the rapier in the shape of a knight's sword, stabbing towards Erebus. If Erebus didn't dodge, even if he got the Beyonder characteristic of Prince of Abolition, his spirit body would be severely damaged, and it would be a severe damage that a demigod level could not bestow. Seeing that Erebus had no intention of dodging, Hobert put more strength into the sword he stabbed out, and at the same time, he grabbed towards Erebus, forming a spiritual vortex under his distortion, extracting a trace of Erebus's spirituality. Dang. Just as Hobert was about to stab Erebus, he was blocked by the thin-necked glass bottle that Erebus carried with him, and there was a crisp collision sound. Then the glass bottle cracked, and a stream of mist sprayed towards Hobert. Of course, Hobert was not afraid of these mists. He just dodged the mist spraying towards him and continued to rush towards the characteristic of Prince of Abolition. Almost in the blink of an eye, Hobert, Erebus, and the Beyonder characteristic of Prince of Abolition were suddenly shrouded in mist. Hobert in the mist found that he had lost his way. He injected his spirituality into the Order Crystal he carried with him, and it did resonate with the surrounding mist. When he used the Order Crystal to disperse the mist, Erebus and the characteristic of Prince of Abolition disappeared, leaving only a thin-necked glass bottle with a hole in it on the ground. Hobert stared at the glass bottle while putting the spirituality he grabbed from Erebus into an ampoule and sealing it with a spiritual wall. The mist from the thin-necked glass bottle has always been Erebus's trump card, but now he used it to exchange for the Beyonder characteristic. Hobert raised his head. At this time, the uniqueness and a sequence 1 characteristic were in the air. William the first figure suddenly appeared not far from the uniqueness. Just as he was about to reach out to grab it, Adam appeared beside him. I warned the Augustus family before, you only have one chance. As he spoke, the uniqueness and the characteristic of Prince of Abolition disappeared from everyone's sight. If Adam had appeared immediately after George III's death, he he would have been able to recover the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and all Sequence 1 characteristics again. But Adam prioritized seizing the Grozel's travels, missing the best time to recover them. William I bowed slightly to Adam and disappeared from the air. Adam turned to Hobert and came to Hobert in the next instant. He said in a very calm tone, Hobert Jeffrey used the chaos caused by George III's failed advancement to successfully digest the potion and made all the preparations for advancement. Although there were some twists and turns in the advancement process, Hobert Jeffrey finally succeeded. Hobert sincerely thanked him, thank you for your blessing. Adam continued, Erebus failed to become the Prince of Abolition. Hobert will obtain another Prince of Abolition characteristic soon after becoming the Duke of Entropy. At the same time, because of Hobert's own characteristics, it will be easier for him to connect with the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway, which allows Hobert to finally successfully obtain the uniqueness. Adam had only verbally agreed to help Hobert fight for the opportunity to obtain the uniqueness before. This time, he directly used his ability to help Hobert strengthen his connection with the uniqueness. Hobert realized that if Erebus obtained the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway, it would be a disaster for Earth. He asked, can't you just write Erebus to death? Adam showed a kind smile, no. Hobert asked again, can you let me successfully advance to Black Emperor in the future? Adam said calmly, unless you can pledge allegiance to me. Hobert was about to kneel down and swear allegiance immediately. But Adam said unhurriedly, do you think I would believe the oath of a lawyer? Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth, who are you looking down on? Even without anyone's help, the development of the situation is becoming more and more favorable for you. As he spoke, Adam disappeared into the air. Hobert was slightly stunned, feeling that Adam should have noticed something again. He glanced at the sky. Now the 7 gods may all be watching here. Since they did not take action to seize the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway, it means that they recognized Adam's story. But now is not the time to consider these things. Hobert picked up the glass bottle discarded by Erebus, which is of great research value to him. Then, he took Zio and Freya and left immediately. On the other side, because of Erebus's departure, Tamara also found an opportunity to escape. Pallas did not pursue and disappeared into the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, only a pile of ruins remained here, and the golden wheat faded away, becoming a monster, completely out of control, Celt. The only thing that was still intact was the stone chair that George III had once sat on. At this time, some blackened blood stains were left on the stone chair, as if showing George III's dirty rule. Just as Hobert and the others had just left, Balancer Dlink arrived at the scene. At this time, Celt, who had turned into a monster, seemed to realize something and immediately fled the ruins. With a wave of Dlink's hand, the monster's already almost crazy spirit suffered a violent attack, standing motionless in place. Then the monster returned to balance. The mutated flesh and blood on its body quickly lost its vitality and fell to the ground. Finally, only a clearly deformed skeleton stood there, losing all vitality. When Dlink made his move, Georgina and Grove arrived one after another. Dlink pointed in the direction of the skeleton, and Celt's spirit body full of painful expressions appeared in front of them. When the Arbiter reaches the angel level, they can also interrogate the dead. Even if the spirit body has dissipated and only a corpse remains, they can interrogate some clues. After Dlink's interrogation, they basically understood the battle that had just taken place in front of this mausoleum. There was a death pathway, probably a ferryman, who used a sealed artifact to defeat Celt. But after Celt was wrapped in the cocoon, what happened here is unknown. Grove used the corresponding sealed artifact to try to collect useful information from the surroundings, but because Adam had been here, he destroyed most of the remaining information, and finally only obtained some disjointed, unreadable information. At this time, William I suddenly appeared in front of everyone from the void. Without waiting for Georgina and Grove to salute, William I opened his mouth and said, I have already gone to other mausoleums to inquire. Now we are facing 2 problems. The first is that all the insiders who participated in the transformation of these mausoleums are dead except for a few demigods, and their spirituality has been forcibly dispersed. Through what channels did Philip I and the others know the specific location of the mausoleum? The second question is, the attackers of the 7 mausoleums were logical and enemies we had previously anticipated. But what organization do the Ferryman and Worm of Time who attacked the 2 southern mausoleums come from? Or rather, who sent them? Everyone was silent, because they had no clue about these 2 questions. They had previously used every possible means to maintain concealment, and there were almost no channels for leaks. And the angel and the ferryman who suddenly appeared were even more strange. Judging from their actions, they must know each other and likely belong to a common organization. But no one has ever heard of an organization that simultaneously possesses an angel of the Marauder pathway and a demigod of the death pathway. Perhaps we can start from another direction, Dlink suddenly said. Under the premise of the god's tacit consent, there are not many forces and individuals who hope to prevent George from becoming a god. the Potter Empire, the Faysac Kingdom, the Tarot Club, Bernadette, Trissy, and the Creator. The first 5 forces and individuals have all participated in the war, only the Creator has not taken action, which is very abnormal. William I slowly nodded, glancing at Georgina. Georgina understood. I will go and test Hobert right away. William I instructed, pray to me before seeing Hobert. Yes. After Hobert sent Zio and Fry back, he immediately came to the 195th Division's garrison. Archibald was smoking a cigar under a military awning. To make himself look more like Hobert himself, he even swiped 2 cigars specially supplied to the royal family. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 664, Chapter 663, Frontal Attack on Amon. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Because the royal family's demigods were all guarding George III tomb today, and the military's demigods were basically all on the front lines, the 195th Division didn't have a demigod stationed there. There were only 3 Sequence 5 members forming a team, using 2 different sealed artifacts to check every half hour to see if Hobert's main body was here. One of these 2 sealed artifacts could check Hobert's blood to see if it belonged to him. Hobert had prepared for this a long time ago. He had given Archibald some of his flesh and a small tuft of hair in advance. From a mystical point of view, these things are the easiest to verify a person's identity. The other sealed artifact was based on previous observations of Hobert in public, combined with Hobert's language and physical habits, forming a psychological portrait of Hobert. Now, this psychological portrait could be used to identify the authenticity of Hobert. As long as the Hobert, in front of the sealed artifact, made an abnormal move, it would be captured by the sealed artifact. After more than 5 abnormal moves, it could basically be determined that the target was being impersonated. However, Archibald's ability was the nemesis of this spectator pathway sealed artifact. His imitation of Hobert was so lifelike that he could even imitate his body odor. It was estimated that even Furs and Audrey would not be able to distinguish him immediately. In addition, Hobert also gave Archibald 2 deceit charms. If it really didn't work, he could still use deceit. When Archibald received Hobert's code, he used deceit on the people around him, as well as the sealed artifact that had been observing him. The 2 quickly completed the exchange. Archibald even had time to hand over 2 cigars he had picked up to Hobert. Before the effect of the deceit charm disappeared, Hobert was already sitting in the chair Archibald had just sat in, with his legs crossed, constantly surveying the situation of the entire defense zone with his spirituality. According to the previous agreement, after Archibald left Backlund, he used the method of praying to the Creator to inform Hobert of the matters needing attention. Basically, after digesting the frenzied mage potion, Hobert could hear the content of the prayer even without going to the nation of disorder. After carefully listening to the precautions Archibald said, Hobert calmed down and recalled today's actions, confirming that he had not left any clues at the scene. As for the biggest gain of this operation, it was of course the beyonder characteristics of the King of Sins. The second gain was Adam's series of assistants to him. First, he strengthened the connection with the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway. Hobert planned to look for the uniqueness immediately after advancing to Sequence 2. Secondly, it allowed Hobert to completely digest the potion and increased his probability of successful advancement. At this time, Hobert had already felt that the panic and chaos caused by the death of George III were feeding back to him little by little. This not only allowed him to completely digest the potion but also made him feel very good. Just as Hobert was thinking wildly, Georgina rushed over. She first quietly prayed to William I before coming to the military awning and asking, "Have you encountered any enemies?" "I heard that a few spies were caught," Hobert stretched and said, "but they are not difficult to deal with." "I didn't even have time to take action." Georgina stretched out her hand to Hobert, "Shake hands." Only by touching Hobert could she completely distinguish the authenticity of the Hobert in front of her. Hobert frowned. "Didn't you just draw blood?" "That's different," Georgina said. Hobert impatiently stretched out his hand and shook hands with Georgina. After Georgina confirmed that the Hobert in front of her was the real one, she waved to the soldiers outside, asking him to bring her a chair to sit next to Hobert. "You should know why you were asked to stay here, right?" Hobert smiled. "Didn't you say it was confidential?" "How could I possibly know?" Georgina took a deep breath and said seriously, "I have something very important to discuss with you." Hobert also became serious. "I heard some news. It seems that His Majesty the King has a secret plan. Based on today's speech and my deployment, I was guessing just now that the King's plan will be implemented today, right?" Georgina nodded, "Yes." She asked again, "Do you know the specific plan? Where did you hear some news?" Hobert glanced at Georgina. "It seems that the plan has failed." He smiled, "And, we have become your suspects." "I'm not suspecting you," Georgina immediately corrected. "I just want to conduct some investigations based on some clues." Hobert laughed. Although I don't have the ability to tell whether you are telling the truth, I can also know that you are lying through my own judgment. But he didn't dwell on this issue, but said, I heard from the church that the royal family seems to be excavating the ruins of the fourth epoch, but the specific investigation has encountered huge obstacles. Georgina slowly nodded. The church had almost learned of the royal family's conspiracy before, and according to intelligence, Hobert did have close ties with the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Hobert then said, based on the royal family's need for a large number of slaves and girls, and the extreme efforts to conceal the ruins, we have made some guesses. Georgina asked further, what are the specific guesses? Hobert glanced at Georgina, the king is preparing to become a god. Hearing this answer, Georgina had basically ruled out the suspicion of the creator and his forces in her heart. If Hobert and the others had no guesses based on these clues that the royal family had accidentally revealed, it would be strange. Georgina continued to ask, based on what specific clues did you form such a guess? Hobert slowly lit a cigar, took a beautiful puff, and then said, I refuse to answer. I just want to investigate. It's already very cooperative of me to answer those questions before, Hobert said, I am not your prisoner. I can answer whatever I want to answer, and I cannot answer whatever I don't want to answer. He paused and then said, your failure is entirely because you are suspicious of each other. Imagine, if we had helped with this operation, would you have failed? Georgina sighed. If she had asked the creator's forces for help, the probability of success would indeed be greater. After all, it is said that the creator can mobilize 4 angels. She said, it's not that I don't trust you, but we have too few opportunities for cooperation. If you had risen a few years ago, we would definitely have more close cooperation. Hobert gave a very perfunctory and put out the cigar he had just lit to express his dissatisfaction. Since you are here, then I have to go back, after all, I am quite busy. Without waiting for Georgina to persuade him to stay, the space in front of Hobert became illusory, and he stepped into the spirit world. After Hobert left, William I's voice rang in Georgina's ear, continue to conduct tracking investigations, but be careful not to be noticed. In the eyes of this hand of order, it was somewhat abnormal that the creator did not send out forces to stop today's god-making plan. However, at this critical moment, he could not antagonize the creator, so he could only continue the secret investigation. Georgina was slightly stunned. She didn't think there was anything abnormal about Hobert. The creator's ability to mobilize 4 angels was already quite terrifying. If he could also command an angel of the Marauder pathway, even if they established a country in the northern continent, no one would dare to stop them. The key is that, theoretically speaking, the creator also has no channels to know the location of the 9 tombs. But Georgina didn't say anything. Since William I had issued the order, she would just do it. After Hobert entered the spirit world, he stopped acting and smiled easily. After passing Georgina's test, there was no need to worry about this matter anymore. Hobert was very sure of this. Even if the lone royal family found evidence proving that the creator was the mastermind of this operation, Lone would not dare to confront the creator at this time. And after the war ends, William I will launch further investigations. Or when the creator is about to become the Black Emperor, William I can be very sure that the power of the creator was involved in today's events. But perhaps before that, Hobert will take the lead in overturning the table. Back in the study of the Duke's mansion, Zio and Freya were still here. They were both a little lost in thought, as if they were thinking about their own things. It was not until Hobert came that they both came back to their senses at the same time. Freya immediately stood up and bowed to Hobert. Teacher, thank you for avenging my mother. Hobert smiled, work hard and take care of Daisy, which is what your mother would most like to see. Freya said, yes, then bid farewell and left. After returning from the tomb, she felt refreshed and wanted to take a walk on the street alone. After Freya left the study, Zio also stood up and said, Hobert, I am also very grateful to you. To be honest, since I learned that the king ordered the killing of my father, I once thought that this revenge would never be avenged. I didn't expect. Unexpectedly, she actually judged George III today. Hobert smiled, there's nothing to thank me for. I also feel a great sense of accomplishment to be able to avenge you. Zio took a deep breath. Her knot was also completely untied. At this time, she felt that her state had never been better. Oh, right. Zio said a little embarrassedly, my potion has been completely digested. Hobert gave an and said, this is to be expected. Although George III ultimately failed to become a god, his position at the time was at least equivalent to a Sequence 1. A Sequence 6 judge judged a Sequence 1 king of angels, and naturally, the potion was immediately digested. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, you can choose to advance first, and after completing the advancement, make up for the corresponding merits. I estimate that your disciplinary knight potion will also be digested almost completely. After all, George III has also received his due punishment. Become a demigod first if you can, and then make up for the merits. Finally, Hobert explained again, we are currently relatively lacking in demigod-level combat power. Hobert had previously observed the battles between the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Combat, which made him realize that even in battles between orthodox churches, the demigod battlefield is the key to determining the outcome of a battle. The struggles between angels are more like a confrontation, because at this level, unless by chance, it is difficult to harm each other. Beyonder battles that occur daily cannot casually involve the power of angels. Then, the power that can determine the direction of daily battles is definitely the power of the demigod level. This made Hobert realize that he should use the beyonder characteristics of the demigod level in his hands as soon as possible. Zaya was slightly stunned after hearing Hobert's arrangement. Okay, alright. She still felt like she was in a dream, never expecting to have the opportunity to become a demigod so quickly. Before becoming Hobert's intelligence officer, Zio had always been a wild beyonder, so she naturally knew how rare such an opportunity was. After Zio also left, Hobert used travel to go to Longtail Island to find furs, briefly described today's actions to her, and told her that the world had asked him for help in the past 2 days, and he was going out for a trip. Hobert had previously told Furs that he was going to work with the world to prevent the king from becoming a god. Furs didn't feel surprised about what happened today. She only told Hobert to pay attention to safety and come back as soon as he was done helping. Then Hobert went to Angers and also told Conrad, Seal, and others that he would not show up in the next 2 days, and asked them to do a good job of prevention. The death of George III may also affect the situation in the southern continent. Especially the Duchy of Southern Balam, which is currently in a state of civil war, is most likely to be affected, and it may help the Highland Kingdom to make up its mind and fully support those local nobles and warlords. Finally, Hobert returned to Backlund, found a decent hotel in the Cherwood borough to stay in. He estimated that Klein had already been captured by Amon's angel-level avatar, and Hobert was concentrating on waiting for Klein's help. Extra. The Feynapotter Kingdom has brazenly invaded Lenberg. Leonard, wearing red gloves and a black and white checkered police uniform, sat in the carriage provided by the police station, watching the newsboys waving newspapers and running quickly on the streets and squares. Leonard leaned lazily on the seat of the carriage and said to several colleagues, the king only passed away yesterday, and Feynapotter took action today. Cindy, a member of the Red Gloves, said, surprisingly, the Intis Republic has not made a statement so far, and has not even condemned the lone royal family in the newspapers in the past 2 days. This is not a good sign. Another team member, Bob, said, they seem to be brewing something in secret. Leonard looked out the window again. He somewhat guessed why the Intis Republic was suddenly silent. According to the old men, angels from the Feysac Empire and the Feynapotter Kingdom participated in yesterday's operation, but the Intis Republic did not send out high-sequence, extraordinary powers to participate in the war. It is possible that only the Intis Republic did not get specific information about George III becoming a god, so they simply didn't know how to stop the plan to become a god. At this time, the Intis Republic must be confirming the news everywhere, and will only make a clear statement after knowing what happened yesterday. Lost in thought, the carriage came to Rose Street, the Harvest Church. The team members got out of the car one after another and entered the church. The church was empty with only 2 figures. One was Bishop Utravsky, who was sitting in the front row, concentrating on praying, like a small mountain. One was Emlyn, wearing a clergyman's robe, with black hair and red eyes, cleaning the floor. After seeing Leonard, Emlyn was slightly stunned. Could this be Mr. Starr? Well, judging from his physique and temperament, he fits the feeling that Mr. Starr gives people. Then Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, you guys are finally here. He bought a newspaper on the way to Harvest Church and learned that the Feynapotter Kingdom had invaded Lenberg, an allied country of the Lone Kingdom. Although the Lone Kingdom has not yet made a statement on this, people's hostility towards the Feynapotter Kingdom and the Church of the Earth Mother is even deeper. Leonard also took a deep look at Emlyn. The moon is indeed Emlyn White. Then he walked along the aisle all the way to Bishop Utravsky's side. I am a senior inspector from the Backlund Police Department. I have something to ask you to go back to assist in the investigation. Bishop Utravsky slowly opened his eyes, slowly stood up, condescendingly but asked in a peaceful tone, what's the matter? Leonard had already made up a reason. Nearby residents reported that your behavior was abnormal, and you may be a spy from Feysac or Feynapotter. Bishop Utravsky was silent for 2 seconds, then turned his head and looked at Emlyn standing next to the candlestick. Emlyn's slightly complicated expression suddenly froze. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. The spirits of Leonard and the Red Glove team members were tense. For this operation, they even applied for a Grade 1 sealed artifact, for fear that this devotee of the Earth Mother would resist fiercely. The atmosphere in the church froze for a few seconds before Bishop Utravsky nodded slightly and said, okay. So cooperative. Leonard was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, thank you for your cooperation. When Leonard came, he thought that if a conflict really occurred and he had to kill Bishop Utravsky, it was likely to become an excuse for the Feynapotter Kingdom to declare war on the Lone Kingdom. Even the fuse that turned the war from local to full scale. Leonard even thought that his name might appear in textbooks in later generations. At this time, Emlyn also breathed a sigh of relief, very satisfied with his performance at the tarot gathering. 2 Red Glove members carefully followed Bishop Utravsky, who was more than 2 meters tall, to the left and right. At this time, team member Cindy glanced at the handsome Emlyn and lowered his voice to ask Leonard, "Team, boss, there's also a priest, do you want to take him away too?" Emlyn. Leonard. After several seconds, after repeated deliberation, Leonard finally said, "If the spy case involves Potter, he is also highly suspected, please ask him to go back to assist in the investigation together." Emlyn was stunned there, not knowing how to express his feelings at this time. Most of the forsaken land of the gods does not have roads in the normal sense, but it is not difficult to walk, because most of it is barren wilderness. Above the wilderness, you can occasionally see plants that grow tenaciously. They are strangely shaped and extremely distorted. Klein has no way of distinguishing what the prototype of these things is. Klein felt that his spirituality was about to dry up, and he said to Amon, "I need to rest now." In the battle with Zeradal, Klein consumed a lot of spirituality. He originally planned to go back to sleep and recover his energy, but he encountered an ambush by Amon's avatar. After arriving at the forsaken land of the gods, this guy gave Klein a chance. Before meeting his main body, he would not parasitize Klein, and let Klein find a way to escape at will, and Amon would do his best to stop him. Just now, Klein noticed 2 very suspicious things. The first was that after arriving at the forsaken land of the gods, Amon's avatar changed into classical attire. The second was that Amon's avatar seemed to suddenly have the authority related to error. This made Klein guess that the Amon avatar in front of him might be Amon's main body, and he didn't know what the purpose of the opportunity he gave himself to escape was. "Okay." Amon, wearing a monocle, said to the side of the hill, "There is a place to rest there, and we will be there soon. Of course, I don't mind if you want to camp in the wilderness, I just feel that you humans might prefer a place that can provide a sense of security. Go there." Klein followed Amon and walked towards the ruins he mentioned. On the way, he asked curiously, "Why don't you steal the distance and go directly to the destination?" Amon tilted his head and glanced at Klein, "It's not me who wants to rest." Klein was stunned, he was speechless. About a dozen minutes later, they came to a ruin with a dozen huge stone pillars. The very tired Klein immediately fell into a deep sleep. Of course, he also knew that the forsaken land of the gods was very dangerous, but with Amon by his side, it was estimated that those dangers would have to go around. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Klein woke up. He didn't get up immediately, but began to think in his mind about how to escape. After careful consideration, Klein opened his eyes, and saw Amon wearing a soft peaked cap sitting beside him, smiling at Klein. "Have you thought about it? When will you start acting?" That tone was like Klein's accomplice. Klein slowly sat up straight, smiled and shook his head. "Before filling my stomach, my brain resists work." So he began to grab coffee tables, tableware, and a freshly cooked steak covered in black pepper from the void. Then cream soup, pan-fried cod, pea-stewed lamb, and various wines were summoned out one by one. Amon's expression shifted from initial bewilderment to curiosity, and finally to amusedly watching the spectacle from the sidelines. Klein's meal finally reached the dessert course. He retrieved a cup of vanilla ice cream from the void, scooping spoonful after spoonful into his mouth. After finishing 1 cup, he was still not satisfied, and summoned another ice cream from the gaps of history. He ate 5 in a row, and just as Klein was preparing to summon the 6th, Amon, who was sitting beside him, suddenly chuckled, "The changes in your destiny have been abnormal enough, you are already quite lucky. Continuing to eat won't help much." What Klein had been summoning was the ice cream he previously sacrificed to Snake of Fate, Will-Septon. This chairman of the life school, hiding in Backlund, had a great love for ice cream. Klein's summoning from the gaps of history allowed him to sense it, and so he gave a certain response. Hearing Amon's words, Klein seemed very surprised, but almost at the same time, in places the lamplight couldn't reach, strange and grotesque creatures twitched in unison, instantly transforming into Klein's marionettes. Immediately afterward, behind the coffee table, Klein, wearing a black wool coat, was replaced by an extremely disgusting sanguine covered in pus. In the next second, those 100 marionettes, along with Klein's main body, hidden somewhere unknown, began to chant, "The Creator in the shadows of order." At the same time, all 100 marionettes reached out with their right hands, pulling outward from the void. Among them, more than a dozen marionettes were lucky enough to pull out Hobert, wearing a black crystal mask. Amon remained leisurely seated in place. He raised his right hand and grabbed forward, "The Creator in the shadows of order, so it's the Creator. You are the source and end of all order, what a grand claim. You are the ruler of laws who holds the bell of order." The bell of order is in his hands after all. He stole the phrase, "You are the source and end of all order," from 50 marionettes, and the phrase, "You are the ruler of laws who holds the bell of order," from 50 marionettes along with Klein's main body. As a result, not a single marionette could complete the prayer, and Aman himself also added some of his own comments in the middle of the honorific name, thereby breaking the integrity of the honorific name. Aman reached out again and stole all 100 of Klein's marionettes. Those Hobert summoned from the gaps of history also immediately disappeared. Klein walked out of the darkness generously, sat beside Aman, and smiled slightly. An after-dinner stroll helps improve one's health. He didn't mention the attempted escape just now, as if nothing had happened. Aman maintained his previous leisurely posture, nodding with a smile in perfect cooperation. I've read many books written by humans, there is indeed such a viewpoint in them. Then, as if chatting with Klein, he asked, are you still a devotee of the Creator? He added with a smile, I've heard of this newly risen God. According to my investigation of the Tony Manor, he has also attacked and eliminated other avatars. Klein replied, this ancient God can hear my prayers. Aman asked again, ancient? How ancient? Said to be from the first epoch. You've been deceived. Aman said with a chuckle, before the fourth epoch, there were no angels or higher beings in the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways. Klein suddenly froze, because he also recalled that before the fourth epoch, he had indeed never heard of gods or subsidiary gods of these two pathways. It seemed that in the early fourth epoch, many extraordinary families of the lawyer and arbiter pathways suddenly appeared. For a moment, Klein didn't know whether Aman was telling the truth or a deception. He asked, before the fourth epoch, why were there no high-sequence beyonders of these two pathways? Aman glanced at Klein, it seems to be related to the Lord of the Mysteries. These two pathways are very special, originating from the Son of Chaos. It is said that the Son of Chaos was a life directly conceived by the original Creator, so he easily broke through the barrier set by the original Creator on Earth. After all, that shield was formed by the remaining power after the original Creator split. He smiled as he said this, you look very shocked. Have you not heard of the Son of Chaos? Or have you not heard of the original Creator's barrier? At this moment, Klein's heart contracted rapidly. He was somewhat distraught, and the smile he used to conceal his inner thoughts froze on his face. Thump, thump. Klein seemed to hear his own heartbeat. Earth, he just said Earth. Earth is not a name people of this world use. Immediately afterward, thoughts appeared in his mind. There are 12 months in a year, 365 days, with leap years. There are 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute. There is only one sun and one moon in the sky. It's confirmed to be a planet. The northern and southern continent are overall very similar in shape to that of North and South America. However, a large part of the isthmus that connects the two landmasses has been wiped away by some kind of power, forming the Berserk Sea with its complicated and winding sea routes. Also, Sonia Island is like the gigantic landmass Greenland in the north that drifted south. Mid-Seashire is like the expanded and connected version of the Great Lakes of North America. It's as though it suffered a strike from a massive meteor. The parents of the giant king are humans. The origins of the Sanguine and elves are also suspected to be humans. As each thought popped up, Klein even trembled slightly. He used a lot of strength to let out a sigh in his heart, perhaps, I have never left my hometown, but I will never be able to go home. Immediately afterward, Klein seemed to see tall skyscrapers, various cars driving on the roads, and pedestrians coming and going. At this moment, he was extremely clear, this world is Earth. As soon as he came to this conclusion, Klein's Scholar of Your potion was completely digested at this moment. At the same time, Klein discovered that his connection with the Sefirah castle had been further strengthened. He instantly understood that at this moment, he did not need to chant incantations. With just a thought, his spirit body could enter the Sefirah castle. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for him to escape. He couldn't be bothered to marvel at the fact that this world was Earth. Believing that Aman definitely didn't know of such a development, Klein immediately thought of jumping straight towards Sefirah castle. At this moment, the corner of his eye reflected the pointy-hatted, monocled, classic mage-robed Aman curled his lips into a smile, one that spoke of endless joy. Klein's mind suddenly exploded as all his thoughts were occupied by the crazy raving from Aman. You're right. I didn't want to steal your destiny, bearing the burden while becoming the new owner of Sefirah Castle. You're right. This was a scam that has been going on since the beginning. However, the core of this scam was to make you think that me giving you hope and destroying it was to break your will and make you agree to become my blessed. If I hadn't specially changed my clothes when I entered the forsaken land of the gods, as well as my accidental use of error powers, would you have been so sure that my true body was already here? Could it be possible that the god of deceit doesn't understand that changing one's image would expose many problems? Did you think that I wouldn't understand what the name Chernobyl means? I've been in the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years. I've been searching for the oldest traces of history, the ones that go far beyond the first epoch. The true goal of this journey was to give you some time and give you some historical knowledge to aid you in digesting the scholar of your potion, so that you can relax your vigilance in this area. Then, when your connection with Sefirah Castle deepens and you attempt to trigger it, I'll seize this opportunity and use a loophole to steal Sefirah Castle. The destiny shall be yours, and Sefirah Castle shall be mine. After saying that, Amon immediately turned around and, with the help of that invisible connection, leapt towards the Sefirah Castle above the grayish-white mist. Klein stood painfully in place. The words that had appeared in his mind in an instant were like a kind of delirium, making him unable to turn his thoughts. Amon stretched out his hand, passing through the final obstacle, almost able to truly touch the Sefirah Castle, essentially stealing it. Just then, that little distance suddenly became very, very far. The Sefirah Castle seemed to have a life of its own and quickly retreated. Immediately afterward, Amon discovered that both he and Klein had left the spirit world and returned to the real world. Amon looked towards the sky and smiled, very clever tampering and magnification. At this time, in the sky, there was a figure exuding a black, holy light, wearing black armor and a black cloak. That was the Creator. However, what surprised Klein was that the image of the Creator was very different from before. Although he was still in the Forest of Swords, this time he was standing instead of sitting. In addition, 2 arms had appeared under the Creator's armpits this time, giving him 4 arms. The 2 uppermost arms, one hand holding a black ball of light, and the other holding a golden scepter. The 2 lower arms, one hand holding a silver-black box, with a bracelet on the wrist. The other hand was holding a porcelain doll. The mystical items he held were the Beyonder characteristics of Prince of Abolition and the Sun Scepter respectively, as well as the 0-72 sealed artifact, the 0-70 creation bracelet, and the 0-71 calamity porcelain doll. Hobert in the Nation of Disorder glanced at Klein and said to himself, I took out all the Creator's belongings to save you. If any of those things are stolen by Amon, you have to compensate. The reason why the Creator could appear here in time was because of Klein's actions earlier. At that time, Klein and the marionettes did fail to complete the prayer to the Creator. But it didn't matter that it wasn't completed, because Klein's main purpose was actually to summon Hobert from the gaps of history. Of course, he was also very clear that even if he could summon 100 Hoberts, it would be useless. The key was that the summoned Hobert wore a mask of Order Crystal. During the previous chat on Longtail Island, the two had talked about the black crystal mask. Klein was very clear that the material of that mask was very special. If summoned from the historical void, Hobert would definitely be able to sense something, and then, based on the clues of Scholar of Yore and Klein's disappearance, he would know that it was his cry for help and immediately report to the Creator. But if he were merely summoning Hobert, as a Sequence 3, he wouldn't be able to sense anything at all, and naturally, he wouldn't be able to complete the process of asking for help. For Hobert, Klein's summoning of the Order Crystal gave him a clear location. In the Forsaken Land of the Gods, because of the obstruction of Beyonder powers, Hobert couldn't directly find him using Klein's star. With this clear location, he could use the star in front of the Iron Throne to find Klein's specific location. Because he held the Beyonder characteristic of Prince of Abolition, Hobert could use some abilities at the Sequence 2 and Sequence 1 levels. At this time, this Beyonder characteristic in his hand was more like a controllable sealed artifact. Of course, if he held such a Beyonder characteristic to participate in the battle, Amon would definitely see through the truth immediately, but he couldn't care about that much now. As for whether Amon's avatars would spread the word all over the world in the future that the Creator's level was inflated, it didn't matter. After all, who would believe Amon's words? When the Black Emperor pathway reaches the Sequence 1 level, it can even tamper with numbers. For example, Hobert can tamper his 2 arms into 4, which would be enough. However, Hobert was also very clear that he was still not a match for Amon's main body. So, in order to avoid alerting Amon, Hobert had been waiting for an opportunity in the Nation of Disorder, and suddenly struck when Amon revealed his true intentions, thwarting his deception and conspiracy. At that time, what Hobert tampered with was not the location of the Sefirah Castle, nor Amon's theft, but the distance, magnifying the boundary between the real world and the spirit world. He would rather tamper with the order of nature than touch the Sefirah Castle and Amon, because that would likely fail. On the barren land, the Creator and Amon confronted each other briefly for a second or two. Amon smiled and said, "The Creator seems a little different from the legends." As he spoke, he grabbed towards the Creator, and the Creator immediately distorted his theft, causing Amon to only grab a marionette that had already lost its vitality. The black sphere of light in the Creator's hand suddenly became inflated, and the space around Amon quickly compressed, forming a pressure that could press steel even thinner. But Amon only moved his fingers slightly, and the compressed space around him was stolen. He revealed a playful smile. "What a pity, you haven't been able to control the Bell of Order yet." After a round of exchanges, they had a mutual understanding of each other's strength. The Creator needed to be careful to deal with Amon's attacks, but could perform operations such as distortion. The Creator's attacks didn't cause much damage to Amon, but couldn't be ignored. Under such circumstances, taking a defensive posture was the best strategy for the creator, but given the current situation, Hobert couldn't do that. Because he had to create an opportunity for Klein to escape, because letting him on attack would be even more dangerous. So, the creator first opened the first layer of the 0 to 72 box of the Great Old Ones, and put Amon and the area around him into the box. Amon grinned, and the box of the Great Old Ones appeared in his hand. For Amon, who inherently possessed the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway, even with the protection of the Nation of Disorder, he still had a certain probability of stealing things from the creator's hand. After all, in his opinion, the creator's use of the Sefirah was simply ridiculously shallow. But in the next second, Amon couldn't laugh anymore, because the box of the Great Old Ones exuded the aura of the Nation of Disorder, which was not the grey fog of the Sefirah castle, and was corruption to him. This was also why he only used one chance to steal the box of the Great Old Ones. In fact, it was equivalent to Hobert directly sending it to his hand. The corruption of the Nation of Disorder quickly eroded Amon, and a mottled clock immediately appeared behind him. The hands of the clock turned back a bit, and the box of the Great Old Ones in Amon's hand and the corruption he received disappeared, all returned to the creator. For Hobert, that corruption was not corruption at all, but a source of power. Before coming, he thought for a long time and believed that the corruption of the Nation of Disorder should be the only thing that could make Amon's main body afraid. The creator took advantage of this opportunity, using the 0 to 70 creation bracelet to make monsters in the shape of plants grow around Amon and quickly entangle Amon. Amon, who was entangled, was stunned. This sealed artifact looks a bit familiar. At this time, not far away, Klein, who had already stepped 1 foot into the historical void, glanced at the battlefield. The creator didn't look like an ancient god who was recovering at all, and could actually directly block Amon's main body. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 665, Chapter 664 Early Engagement with Audrey. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Klein had just taken advantage of the creator fighting Amon to finally recover from Amon's ravings. Fortunately, he was often subjected to the impact of ravings and became somewhat resistant, otherwise he might have had to wander on the verge of losing control for a while. The creator temporarily blocked Amon, giving Klein a chance to enter the historical void. As long as he entered the historical void, even Amon's main body would have difficulty catching him. But just as he stepped in with 1 foot, a hand suddenly stretched out from inside the historical void and pushed Klein. Klein took a step back in surprise, and quickly reached into the void with his right hand to grab outwards. As he retracted his right hand, a simply dressed lady with bare feet appeared beside him. It was Ms. Ariana. The lady's eyes were dazed for a moment, and then immediately regained their brilliance. She briefly looked at the surrounding situation and waved at Klein. Klein disappeared into the dark wilderness as if he had been erased by a rubber. At this time, the hand from the historical void came out of the illusion. It was an Amon avatar. Amon's main body had once stolen a part of the historical void, which allowed this clone to appear briefly in the historical void. Ms. Ariana waved at the Amon avatar, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, causing him to fall to the ground. In the following period, he would be very unlucky, and it would even greatly reduce his combat effectiveness. And Klein, who had entered a state of concealment, was about to enter the historical void again, but suddenly appeared in the real world again. It turned out that 3 more of Amon's advanced avatars had arrived, and they stole that hidden space together, finally successfully stealing Klein from the hidden world back to the real world. While using Flame Jump to escape, Klein reached out and pulled into the void again, but because the distance was constantly being stolen by Amon's avatars, he failed to run far even after jumping several times. Fortunately, Ms. Ariana temporarily blocked the 3 Amon avatars, otherwise Klein's thoughts would have been constantly stolen. Klein pulled 2 or 3 times, and finally pulled Mr. Azek with a cold face out of the historical void. He asked this death console to block Amon's avatars, while Klein himself tried to enter the historical void again. At this time, the creator, who was using a sealed artifact to fight Amon, pointed at Klein, and he magnified the luck on Klein. This caused several of Amon's avatars' stealing of Klein's thoughts to fail. Klein was very lucky to take this opportunity and successfully entered the historical void. Because of the creator's support for Klein, he didn't have time to stop Amon from stealing the creation bracelet. This time Amon was prepared, he only stole the sealed artifact. And the corruption target of the Nation of Disorder aura on the sealed artifact had an error. It did not appear on Amon, but on a monster in the darkness. Amon looked at the creation bracelet in his hand and said with a smile, "I said it looked familiar. This is a sealed artifact of the Solomon family. I will return it to them for you." Hobert was also prepared for this situation. He immediately used the abilities of connection, exploit, and tampering in succession. Let the negative effects of the creation bracelet become very large immediately. First, he strengthened the connection with the creation bracelet, and then exploited its negative effects. Just as Amon was about to put away the bracelet, the space in front of him suddenly became illusory, and an ancient full-length mirror came out of the spirit world. In the dark, lightless, forsaken land of the gods, the cosmos appeared in this mirror. Amon frowned. He didn't dare to look directly at the cosmos, and quickly waved at the mirror, temporarily turning the mirror away. Immediately afterwards, the space in front of Amon became illusory again, and a monster that looked like an elephant came out of it. The monster swung its long nose, and in the blink of an eye, it had entangled Amon. The sudden appearance of these two monsters was due to one of the negative effects of the creation bracelet, but the creator tampered with the negative effect of summoning a monster every 6 hours to summoning one every 6 seconds. Moreover, the monsters summoned were not low-level, at least they dared to actively attack Amon. Amon, who was entangled by the nose, immediately realized that the spirituality in his body was rapidly disappearing, and the elephant that had absorbed the spirituality was rapidly growing in size, and soon became as big as a small hill. This made Amon somewhat surprised. You are actually stealing my spirituality. So he waved at the hill-like elephant, and the spirituality in the elephant's body instantly withered, turning from the size of a small hill to the size of a normal elephant, and it was as thin as firewood. Amon had just broken free from the elephant's nose, and felt that his life force was being absorbed by the bracelet, which was also a negative effect of the bracelet. Under the exploit and tampering of the creator, this negative effect also became a means of attacking Amon. Amon used the relevant loopholes to try to transfer the target of life absorption, but he soon discovered that the creation bracelet was absorbing life on a range. Especially after Klein entered the historical void and Ariana also left, the range of life force absorption became very large, and the life force of his avatars was also rapidly losing. At the same time, in addition to Amon's main body, the avatars had undergone certain mutations. Amon tried many times to hide the creation bracelet, or steal all the negative effects, but because the creator is still the owner of the creation bracelet, he easily connected with it again. And restarted the exploit and magnify its negative effects. Even Amon could not guard against it. This instead made Amon's advantage disappear little by little. Seeing that the space in front of him became illusory again, and the third monster was about to be summoned, Amon simply threw the bracelet away. Forget it, I'll return it to Solomon's descendants myself. The creator behind the black mask breathed a sigh of relief. If Amon did not give up the creation bracelet, he would have to prepare to give up this sealed artifact. The creator stretched out his hand, and the creation bracelet returned to his wrist again, and the image of the creator also disappeared. Amon glanced at the messy battlefield and suddenly smiled. The fool and the creator are very interesting. He looked happy, without any frustration from the failed plan. Hobert returned to the Nation of Disorder, put down the Beyonder characteristics and sealed artifacts first, and retracted the 2 arms under his armpits with some pain. After recovering slightly, Hobert began to carefully check the creation bracelet and the box of the Great Old Ones. He found a secretly parasitic worm of time in the creation bracelet. This parasitism was very clever, making good use of the creation bracelet to help the worm of time resist the purification of the Nation of Disorder, and it was easy to be ignored. Hobert even seemed to see the scene of this bracelet helping Amon open the sacrificial gate and letting Amon enter the Nation of Disorder. However, Hobert also knew that this conjecture was almost untenable, because Amon did not need the Nation of Disorder, and everything in the Nation of Disorder was a huge corruption to him. But if Hobert wore the creation bracelet in the real world, he would definitely be parasitized by this worm of time. At that time, Amon's avatars would definitely appear in the shortest possible time and take him away. At the moment, Hobert used the power of the Nation of Disorder to pull out the worm of time and kill it. He planned that in the future, unless he really needed the power of the bracelet, he would not use the creation bracelet in the real world, so as to prevent Amon from having any other arrangements in it. Immediately afterwards, Hobert recalled the battle just now, feeling a little thrilling. If he hadn't destroyed Amon's plan at the beginning, and later Amon had stolen the creation bracelet, then the creator would have been difficult to block Amon head-on. Even if Hobert used the Beyonder characteristics of the Nation of Disorder or the Prince of Abolition, he still only had the empty shell of an King of Angels. Of course, this empty shell also played a significant role. If it was an ordinary angel, it would be impossible to resist Amon's theft. With this empty shell, Hobert at least didn't have to worry about his thoughts being stolen. In addition, some of the abilities Hobert used, such as distortion, tampering, and other abilities, were at the sequence 1 level. If Amon hadn't been nosy and stolen the creation bracelet, Hobert would only have a few abilities that could attack him. This battle gave Hobert a substantial understanding of the high-end combat power of this world, which strengthened his belief: run away as soon as you encounter a King of Angels before sequence 1, and run away as soon as you encounter a true god before accommodating the uniqueness. Thinking of this, Hobert took a deep breath. Fortunately, he was about to advance to sequence 2. When he becomes an angel, he will have the ability to temporarily control the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway. The primary task is to seize the uniqueness as soon as possible. Coming out of the Nation of Disorder, Hobert looked outside. it was already dawn. The battle just now made him a little tired, so he fell on the bed and slept for a while, and then checked out and left after 8 o'clock in the morning. The streets were still filled with thick fog, and the figures and carriages in the distance looked very hazy. Hobert was about to find a corner to use travel to leave, when suddenly the voice of a newsboy broke the silence on the street. Extra! Extra! The Intis Republic declares war on the Lone Kingdom. Hobert smiled slightly. What should come will come. He stopped the newsboy, but couldn't find a copper penny in his wallet no matter how he searched, so he simply gave the newsboy a 2-soldi banknote. Keep the change. The newsboy said happily, Thank you, sir. Hobert smiled slightly, took the newspaper and came to a deserted corner, using travel to return to the study of the Duke's mansion. After arriving here, Hobert sat down at his desk and spread out the newspaper to read. While reading the newspaper, Hobert estimated the current strength of the Lone Kingdom on the Western Front. Even though a large number of troops had been transferred to the east before, the strength of the Western Front should still be able to temporarily maintain the Western defense line. After all, the Lone Kingdom had been operating on the Western Front for hundreds of years. But it will be hard to say after a month or two. Once the central plateau area in the Lone Territory is lost, Intis will be able to easily invade the Tucker Plain, which has no natural defenses. At that time, the main grain-producing area of the Lone Kingdom will likely fall in a short period of time. While Hobert was thinking about the current situation in the northern continent, Dofus opened the door and said, Duke, you are finally back. Duke Christian came to see you yesterday afternoon, but unfortunately you were not at the Duke's mansion at that time. Hobert was slightly taken aback. What did father want me for? He got up and said, Prepare the carriage for me, I will go to my father's mansion. Although he could use the ability to distort space to go over, it would be too sudden, and it would seem very impolite if it wasn't an emergency. Arriving at Christian's mansion, the father and son met in the living room. As soon as he sat down, Christian went straight to the point. Yesterday at noon, I met Earl Hall at a ball. We talked alone for a while. Earl Hall hopes that you and Audrey can hold an engagement ceremony this month. Hobert was slightly stunned. This is too fast, isn't it? Generally speaking, it takes at least half a year for nobles to announce their love to get engaged to show the reserved manner of the nobles. Some, if they want to conduct further investigation, will even be spaced out 2 or 3 years, and at this time it has only been 2 or 3 months since Hobert and Audrey announced their love. But soon, Hobert realized, it seems that Earl Hall got the news that Intis was going to declare war on Lone early yesterday morning. Intis has declared war on Lone, and the Kingdom of Phainopotter's declaration of war on the Lone Kingdom is also a matter of time. The Lone Kingdom is suffering from low morale among soldiers and citizens due to the recent sudden death of the king, and has a high probability of defeat under the attacks of the other 3 countries. So some nobles are already seeking a way out for themselves. Earl Hall obviously intends to complete the binding with Hobert and the Southern Balam Duchy as soon as possible. This way, even if Backlund is in danger, their family can rely on Hobert to continue living the life of nobles in the southern continent. Hobert thought for a while. No problem, you can set the specific engagement date. Christian smiled and said, I will go to Earl Hall to discuss it in a while. Well, we will hold a ball tomorrow night to announce the specific engagement date. He paused and said, although the time is a bit tight, I think the nobles should be able to understand. Hobert nodded, and then said, since there will be a ball tomorrow, then I will try to advance the day after tomorrow. I will have to ask you to be there to prevent anyone from making trouble. Christian was somewhat surprised. So fast, are you ready? As Rex's good friend, he certainly knows what advancing to sequence 2 means for Hobert. Hobert smiled helplessly. I'm ready. He knows that Erebus must also be looking for an opportunity to advance as soon as possible in order to find and seize the uniqueness. Christian took a deep breath and nodded. I will definitely be there then. Leaving Christian's place, Hobert returned to his study and asked the messenger to send a letter to his mother, April, telling her about his advancement. More than 20 minutes after the letter was sent, April arrived at the Duke's mansion in Backlund, led by Alan, the butler of the South Colson territory. She was very worried and asked as soon as they met, Child, are you really ready? Hobert first invited April to sit down, closed the door of the study, and then talked to her about his plan. After listening to this plan, April was somewhat surprised. She sighed, you have more resources to mobilize than your father did back then. The probability of success of this plan is indeed not small. At the end of this conversation, Hobert said somewhat embarrassedly, Mother, I may have to get engaged again recently. April looked at her son and asked, which young lady did you deceive again? Deceive? What deceive? Hobert smiled helplessly. Why say again? While Christian and Earl Hall were busy with the engagement ball, Hobert was preparing for his advancement. Inviting Christian and April to be there was to prevent enemies of the Tamara family at the demigod level from making trouble. Then he invited the 2 angels, Beverly and Raymond, to help drive away Tamara and Petty at that time. Hobert didn't know that Petty had been killed by Erebus. After having the power to protect his advancement, Hobert sacrificed the blasphemy card of the error pathway to Mr. Fool. In fact, the creator had just helped Klein, the follower of the Fool, escape danger. In terms of equivalent exchange, Hobert didn't need to sacrifice anything. The Fool should also help him once, to be fair. But Hobert and the Fool both knew that only when the Fool got the error card could the Fool help Hobert. So the two were very tacit. One sacrificed, one received, and neither mentioned that the creator had just helped Klein. Hobert waited for a long time. Seeing that Klein did not refuse to provide assistance to him, he knew that the Fool's experiment was going smoothly and would definitely be able to help him complete the grafting of bloodlines. Hobert then took out the sealed artifact that was benchmarked against the spirit warlock and prayed to the Evernight goddess for the power of concealment. As for the preparation for the advancement ceremony, he also believed that it was very solid. The Sequence 2 advancement ceremony is to cause a chaos involving all social stratum in a large city, and use the unique and unprecedented new order proposed by the advancer to quell the chaos, drink the potion in the confusion and helplessness brought to people by this chaos, and in people's unwillingness to accept the new order. At first, he planned to complete the corresponding ceremony by launching an electricity revolution. But the previous struggle with the gas industry made Hobert realize that there was no need to wait for the electricity revolution to completely end, it had already completely reached and exceeded the requirements of the ceremony. The current gentlemen of Backlund, from nobles to middle class to poor people, have completely accepted electric lights. The way the entire Backlund uses electricity for lighting has become the mainstream. The gas industry was ruthlessly harvested by Hobert. Before, Hobert was so anxious to sell gas stoves in order to discuss Duke Negan and others, the representative figures of the previous interest groups in the gas industry. Their unwillingness and vexation will definitely become the key to Hobert's advancement ceremony. Everything is ready, now all that's left is to shape a body for Erebus to attract Trunsoist. Because he has already obtained a trace of spirituality belonging to Erebus, Hobert plans to pray for power to the Earth Mother on the day of advancement, and report to her that he will advance that day. If the Earth Mother is interested, she may also watch the advancement process. For Hobert, such watching may become a guarantee for himself. After making all the preparations, Hobert relaxed for half a day, adjusted his state, and then went to the ball held at Christian's mansion. This ball was still opened by Hobert and Audrey dancing the opening dance. The two people, who were not very high profile in their clothes but were handsome and beautiful enough, danced gracefully in the dance floor while talking intimately. Audrey looked at Hobert. "You seem to have something on your mind." Hobert was slightly stunned. "Is it so obvious?" Audrey raised her chin slightly. "I am already a dreamwalker." Since becoming a Sequence 5, Audrey's observation ability has been enhanced, and she can also use some of Hobert's expressions and body language to perceive some of his psychological activities. Hobert had no choice but to say, "Tomorrow I will face a test, although I have made many preparations, I am still a little worried." Audrey was slightly stunned, then somewhat angrily said, "What test? You only told me now." Hobert reached out and pinched Audrey's delicate nose, and smiled. "I didn't tell you before, first to avoid you worrying, and second because it's a secret." Hobert's intimate action made many noble gentlemen suddenly lose their composure. They tried not to look in the direction of the stage. In fact, Hobert didn't tell Audrey and Furs before, mainly because they couldn't help and would make them worry. Audrey was indeed guided by Hobert's rhetoric, thinking that it involved confidential things. So she didn't continue to ask, but asked, "What help can I provide for you?" Hobert smiled and said, "I have made all the preparations." Audrey nodded slowly, understanding that Hobert meant that she couldn't help. This made Audrey a little depressed. Although she didn't show it, Hobert probably guessed what she was thinking. "Actually, you have been helping me stabilize my state." Audrey was slightly stunned. "How didn't I notice?" Then she asked, "How am I helping you stabilize your state?" "Love." Hobert smiled and said, "It's the love between us, Audrey. I think after you become a demigod, this love will definitely help you stabilize your state." Audrey was somewhat embarrassed. "I didn't expect the feelings between Beyonders to have such an effect." At this time, the music ended, the first dance was over, the two saluted the guests, and warm applause sounded again. Christian announced at the appropriate time that Hobert and Audrey would hold an engagement ceremony on November 28th, which indeed caused a discussion among the nobles, because the news was indeed a bit sudden. But it is also understandable, after all, it is a time of war. Next, Hobert and Audrey stepped off the stage and chatted with the people who came to the ball. This is a necessary part of the ball. Before, when participating in balls initiated by others, Hobert could rove around the edge of the ball and didn't have to socialize with other nobles. Today is different. Hobert is one of the protagonists of the ball. He has to socialize even if he doesn't want to. After socializing for a while, Hobert realized that these nobles were talking to him about the civil war in the southern Balam Duchy. Their thoughts were very obvious, they wanted to use this matter to strike Hobert. So Hobert smiled and said, "In my opinion, the civil war will end soon." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 666, Chapter 665, Promotion to the Duke of Entropy. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert had never worried about the civil war in the Duchy of Southern Balham. Previously, it was because he needed a certain amount of chaos in the duchy to digest the potion, but now that the potion was completely digested, the civil war could end. With Hobert's current forces in Angers, he was fully capable of stopping the war. However, after George III's death, he had more important things to do. First of all, with Adam's help, Hobert had an excellent opportunity for advancement, so advancement was now the top priority. Secondly, the fight for the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway was even more important than the civil war. Although the gods had already tacitly agreed that the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway belonged to the Creator in order to deal with the outer god's avatar, Erebus, Hobert was still uneasy because the uniqueness had not yet been secured. Hobert would only have time to end the civil war after these two matters were resolved first. However, the surrounding nobles, upon hearing Hobert's words, thought he was boasting and revealed playful smiles. After all, from the current situation, it was difficult for Loan to provide any substantial assistance to the duchy. In their opinion, without the help of the Kingdom of Loan, the civil war in the Duchy of Southern Balham would be difficult to end in a short period of time. So they began to talk to Hobert about the strength of the rebels, their meaning very clear: we know some information, don't try to fool us. Audrey was about to tell them how powerful the Duchy of Southern Balham was, but Hobert stopped her with a look. Hobert smiled and said, there are still 10 days until our engagement, and I plan to give you a seaside villa built by the local warlords of Lanarkport as an engagement gift. Lanarkport was the capital of the Milherban state, a relatively wealthy part of the duchy and the territory of the main force of the rebels. Hobert's words were equivalent to saying that he was confident in completely ending the civil war within 10 days. Upon hearing this, some of the nobles expressed disdain, some seemed to be reconsidering the situation in the Duchy of Southern Balham, and some did not quite understand Hobert's meaning due to limited information. Audrey, of course, understood that Hobert had the strength to do so, and she smiled and said, okay, I was hoping to get a seaside villa. With the two of them singing in harmony, the topic came to an end. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, the ball ended in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. After seeing off all the guests, Hobert, Audrey, Earl Hall, and others bid Christian farewell one after another. At the time of parting, Audrey gave Hobert a deep look, somewhat worried about the test Hobert had mentioned. Hobert smiled slightly, indicating that there was nothing to worry about. Audrey was not comforted by Hobert's smile, but she also knew that worrying was useless in some matters. After returning to the Earl's mansion, Hobert thought about it and still went to the governor's mansion on Longtail Island. At this time, the northern continent had entered winter, so Furs was now living almost every day on the tropical Longtail Island. Furs was already asleep, and Hobert lay down next to her. After a long while, Furs seemed to react, yawned, and asked, is there any bad news again? Otherwise, Hobert would have woken her up long ago. Hobert smiled and said, I came to tell you that I may be participating in a somewhat dangerous action tomorrow. There was no reason to tell Audrey but not Furs. Furs was now completely awake. When digging a grave for the king, Hobert had not used the word dangerous to describe it. She saw Hobert's profile in the dim light. Are you confident? Somewhat confident, Hobert said. Furs lay on Hobert, then you must overcome the danger. The Duchy of Southern Balham needs you, the people of Longtail Island need you, and I need you too. Hobert patted Furs on the back and smiled, I will try my best to overcome it. The next morning, Hobert got up early and concocted the Duke of Entropy potion in the study of the governor's mansion. The main ingredient came from the beyonder characteristics of the mountain god Megalai, and the auxiliary ingredients were inherited from Rex. He finally checked his preparations and made sure that everything he could think of was prepared, before taking a wisp of Erebus's spirituality and coming to the South Colson Church. The church had just opened its doors, and no believers had yet come to pray. Hobert stepped into the church and said to the two acolytes, I want to perform a secret ritual, please close the door first. The acolytes were slightly stunned and closed the door according to Hobert's instructions. One of the acolytes immediately went to the backyard to report to Archbishop Simpson. After hearing the report, Simpson's spirituality seemed to sense something and he quickly came to the chapel. At this time, Hobert had come to the front of the altar and placed a glass bottle wrapped with a wall of spirituality on the altar, then seemed to bow his head in prayer. Simpson quickly asked, what ritual are you planning to perform? Do you need my help? Hobert glanced at Bishop Simpson and smiled, please ask the Earth Mother to shape a body for me. Simpson opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Hobert had talked to him about this before, and he had declined, saying that as long as one's faith in the Earth Mother was devout enough, the Earth Mother might be able to help. What made Simpson helpless was, didn't Hobert hear what I really meant? Hobert said nothing more and continued to pray in a low voice to the Earth Mother. Simpson was considering how to tell Hobert the truth when he suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the entire church was different. Following his spirituality, Simpson looked at the emblem of life. Then he belatedly realized, the Earth Mother was really watching here. Simpson quickly lowered his head and prayed devoutly to the emblem of life, repenting. Snap. The ampoule in the altar was suddenly crushed by some force, and a wisp of illusory spirituality floated out. It quickly became solid and formed a body. This body looked 15 or 16 years old, with a somewhat childish face, and was the avatar of the uncertain mist, Erebus. However, his eyes were tightly closed and he did not seem to have any consciousness, which was clearly different from a normal person. Only his fluctuating chest proved that he was alive. Then the pressure from the emblem of life disappeared. Simpson glanced at the altar in shock. He was somewhat surprised why it was not Hobert's body. Hobert put a prepared robe on Erebus's body, greeted Simpson, and carried Erebus's body away. A few seconds later, Simpson reacted from the shock and quickly reported to the Pope in prayer. On the other side, Hobert carried Erebus's body to the northern mountains. This mountainous area was too remote and steep, and had always been an uninhabited area. The skeleton leader had been hiding here for more than 10 years without anyone noticing. After finding a quiet valley, Hobert put Erebus's body on a rock and was about to pray to the fool. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. I heard you are preparing to advance to sequence 2. Hobert felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. He turned his head and saw Amon, wearing a Fana Potter-style formal suit and a monocle, sitting on a rock not far away, looking at him leisurely. Hobert was about to recite the spell to summon the messenger, but Amon stole the thought with a wave of his hand. Amon smiled and said, Messenger. It seems your messenger is very powerful. Hobert reacted like a conditioned reflex. Without any thoughts appearing, his spirituality was injected into the crystal of order. This was the plan Hobert had researched to deal with Amon's avatar. At the moment when spirituality was injected into the crystal of order, a black barrier appeared. Amon tried to steal Hobert's thoughts several times, but failed again. Hobert first breathed a sigh of relief. The one in front of him was Amon's avatar. If it was Amon's main body, there was a high probability that he could even steal the barrier produced by the crystal of order. With the cover of the black barrier, Hobert recited the word messenger in ancient Hermes. The space around him immediately became illusory. A classical and heavy coffin floated out of the spirit world. The coffin lid opened, and Beverly, wearing a classical long dress, with a very pale face, with a playful look in her beauty, smiled and said, It's Amon's avatar again. She asked the avatar in front of her, What are you doing here? That Amon avatar was slightly surprised. Beverly. Have you found a chance to resurrect? Oh. Beverly smiled with a playful expression. It seems you are a more important avatar of Amon, you know a lot of things. The surprise on Amon's avatar's face gradually disappeared. He ignored Beverly's words, but said with a very relaxed expression, You guys do your thing, I'm just here to watch the fun today. After saying this, Amon's avatar disappeared from the rock in front of him and appeared on the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. He waved his hand and stole a small rock, and a stone chair was formed on the mountain. Amon's avatar sat on the stone chair, really looking like he was watching a play. Hobert, behind Beverly, was very strange. Where did Amon's avatar get the news that he was going to advance? Beverly said to Hobert, You continue. Perhaps seeing that Hobert was a little worried, Beverly explained, He really has no desire to fight. Hobert nodded and chose to believe the messenger. After all, she knew Amon very well. She knew him fairly well. Hobert took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and continued to pray to the fool. Although Hobert's plan had an accident from the beginning, he still planned to continue to advance. After all, if he waited for other opportunities, other accidents might occur. Klein above the gray fog was also in place in advance, and immediately responded after hearing Hobert's prayer. When he saw Amon's avatar in the distance, he was also slightly stunned, but seeing that Beverly was ready to confront Amon at any time, Klein withdrew his attention. Holding the blasphemy card of the error pathway, the gray fog in the Sefirah castle immediately rolled like boiling water and condensed around Klein. At this time, Klein could leverage more power above the gray fog, and like the creator, he had a higher status than his actual sequence by 2 levels. He waved slightly, and the surging power was transmitted to the real world through the stars representing Hobert. Hobert suddenly felt as if something had been stripped from his body, and both his body and spirit were unprecedentedly relaxed. But at the same time, Hobert also felt that the real world seemed to be rejecting him. Without blood, he was equivalent to becoming a person without origin, but fortunately, the past 20 years of life were the best proof that he had existed, so he was only subject to a certain degree of rejection and would not be too affected for the time being. Oh! Amon's avatar, who was watching the play on the top of the mountain, suddenly exclaimed and smiled, Things are really getting more and more interesting. At this time, Erebus, lying on the rock, also had some changes, as if there were some micro-expressions, becoming more like a normal human being. The next second, he suddenly got up, still with his eyes closed, and ran towards the mountain opposite Amon's avatar. This body only had blood, it must not be able to move freely. Hobert's spirituality sensed something and looked towards the top of the mountain. From behind a big tree on the top of the mountain, Erebus walked out unhurriedly, and he was still holding a thin-necked glass bottle in his hand. But Hobert immediately reacted. According to Devil Monarch Farbody, the uncertain mist had descended into the real world 3 times, and it seemed that they all existed in the form of this thin-necked glass bottle. Of those 3 powers, 1 power was used for Erebus's birth, and 1 was pierced by a rapier not long ago when competing with Hobert for beyonder characteristics. Then the one in Erebus's hand now was the 3rd power that had descended before. Hobert remembered that this thin-necked glass bottle seemed to have been found from a 4th epic relic after a period of time, but now it seemed that Erebus had used it. At this time, the mist in the thin-necked glass bottle flickered with 7 colors, obviously Erebus was using its power. The Erebus body that Hobert had just shaped was suddenly running towards the main body because it was affected by the main body and the thin-necked glass bottle. Beverly was about to use the ability of distortion to bring Erebus's body back, but Amon's avatar suddenly stood up and waved to Erebus, and the thin-necked glass bottle instantly appeared in his hand. He smiled at Erebus, "I'll take it back and play with it for 2 days, and return it to you after a while." While speaking, Amon's avatar was about to leave immediately. He had to send this glass bottle to the main body as soon as possible, otherwise it would be easily affected by the mist in the bottle. But Tamara suddenly drilled out of the space in front of him to take back the glass bottle. Beverly shouted from the valley, "If you want to leave, I will deal with you together with Tamara. If you help me entangle Tamara, you can leave with the bottle with confidence after the battle." Amon's avatar frowned, "What a troublesome woman." Although he complained, he immediately waved his hand and stole Tamara's imprisonment. "Tamara, long time no see, you have become more like a wax figure. Hee, I told you a long time ago, this is the end of believing in outer gods, you might as well just believe in me." Although Amon's avatar kept talking, his hands didn't slow down at all. He first returned imprisonment to Tamara, imprisoning Tamara in place. Almost simultaneously, he stole the deprivation that Tamara had just used. He deceived Tamara in a smooth and flowing manner, causing an error in Tamara's balanced target. As a result, Amon's avatar was not affected by Tamara's attack. In the valley, Beverly also seemed to have a premonition that Hobert's advancement today might have some twists and turns, so she planted the order wood in the valley and summoned Raymond. The 2 angels recovered to their peak state one after another, ready to join the battle at any time. On the other side of the valley, on the top of the mountain, after Erebus lost the thin-necked glass bottle, a hazy door suddenly appeared behind him. The door, which was covered in complex occult symbols, opened, and a hand reached out and grabbed his shoulders. Immediately afterward, a humanoid figure flashed past at an extremely fast speed, extending its sharp claws and tearing a deep, bone-deep wound in Erebus's chest. April stopped not far from Erebus, shaking the blood off her long nails. "I heard that you stole the beyonder characteristics that belonged to my son." Erebus smiled bitterly. He didn't answer April's question, and immediately shouted into the valley, "How long are you planning to wait? If Hobert successfully advances to become an angel, your organization can just wait for its demise." As if in response to his shout, the space in the valley suddenly became illusory, and a very magical-looking mirror appeared at the same time. From the illusion, a middle-aged man in a wizard's robe in the style of the southern continent walked out. And an old man whose eyes were full of malice and exuded an evil aura. He leaned on a long leg bone and a crutch made of a skull, and his legs and feet seemed not very flexible. Hobert's eyes narrowed. These were the Rose School's angels Barana and Kleist. Hobert had seen them before in the extraordinary war between the Rose School and the Balk family. And a woman who conformed to all aesthetic characteristics, making men and women infatuated with her appearance and figure, appeared in the magical mirror. It was Sherry, the only demoness of catastrophe in the demoness sect, who was still normal. At this time, Hobert also understood that Erebus must have noticed that he was preparing to advance today through the connection in the blood of the Trunsoist family, so he notified all his enemies of this news. However, Amon's avatar, who didn't play by the rules, was here mainly to watch the excitement and steal Erebus's glass bottle. Not only did he fail to become Erebus's helper, but under Beverly's persuasion, he became Tamara's opponent. The angel battle in the valley broke out instantly. Barana, the angel of the Rose School, issued a vicious curse to Hobert, but this curse was distorted by Beverly. A rock was cursed and immediately turned into a hen without any consciousness. Raymond shot several blazing white spears, which exploded in front of the 2 Rose School angels. Beverly tacitly magnified the effect of the explosion, shaking the valley violently for a time. Barana and Kleist didn't take the attack of the blazing white spear seriously at first, because they were no longer afraid of physical attacks. After the explosion formed, the 2 people's spirituality sensed danger and immediately fled in different directions. It turned out that Raymond had hidden the flame that could burn essence in the blazing white spear. After being magnified, even targets at the angel level would be injured if they were corrupted by such an attack. And Sherry had been wandering on the edge of the battlefield since she appeared, without taking the initiative to attack. Therefore, Christian, who was holding the box of the Great Old Ones, was also on the edge of the battlefield, without joining the battle group, and without taking the initiative to attack Sherry. During this period, Hobert was not idle either. He used his ability to distort space to grab Erebus's body, which was running towards his main body, again. Then, injecting spirituality into the corresponding sealed artifact, he entered the concealed world under the cover of Beverly and the others. Even though the battle outside gradually intensified, the hidden world was not greatly affected. It was very quiet inside, and no one came to disturb Hobert. Throwing Erebus's body aside, Hobert quickly took out the potion he had prepared in the morning. The potion was contained in a glass bottle, which was sealed by a layer of order crystal to prevent the potion from affecting the surroundings. Hobert opened the order crystal and saw the liquid inside, which looked like high-proof white wine. The potion formed a small vortex every few seconds. It looked very gentle, even a little illusory. Taking a deep breath, Hobert seized the time to take the potion. When the glass bottle was put to his mouth, his spirituality immediately reminded him that what he was about to drink was very dangerous. Hobert smiled helplessly. Taking a potion at this level was almost like suicide by poison. The next second, he drank the potion in one gulp. Hobert didn't feel anything substantial in his mouth, as if he had swallowed a breath of gas, but his esophagus and stomach gave back very cold sensations. Suddenly, Hobert's legs seemed to be in an icy river, and his whole body seemed to lose all heat instantly. His vision changed drastically in an instant. The surroundings suddenly darkened, and all the scenery turned into dense geometric bodies such as black cuboids, cubes, and cylinders. Among these geometric bodies, there were also many three-dimensional digital models, like a large art exhibition site. Hobert's consciousness became a little chaotic, and questions appeared in his mind one after another. Why is the number 1 1, and not something else? Why is a cube called a cube, and not something else? These questions became more and more numerous. Why is there gravity in the universe? Why are there the 3 laws of motion? Why are there the 3 laws of beyonder characteristics? Why is the entropy value constantly increasing? Why does the universe have a beginning and an end? Why is there time? The questions caused Hobert's brain to operate at high speed, causing him to tremble all over. These questions made Hobert become more and more transparent, as if he was about to merge with the surrounding air. Just as Hobert was about to completely lose himself and disappear completely, a cosmos suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hobert stared at the stars in a daze. Suddenly, he realized that they were not stars, but the lights of Backlund at night. Overlooking the metropolis from midair, the lights illuminated buildings one after another against the dark background, making the night very bright. Hobert's eyes were also filled with soft light. He saw Duke Negan, his face full of shame and unwillingness, smashing a delicate piece of porcelain hard on the ground. He saw that because of the emergence of gas stoves, many original shareholders of gas companies climbed to the top of high-rise buildings. Their faces were full of unwillingness and annoyance. They wandered on the roof, wanting to jump down to end all the mental torture, but after walking to the edge, they came back again, as if they were regathering courage. He saw nobles who had learned about Hobert's engagement to Audrey cursing Hobert loudly behind their backs, hoping that he would die in the civil war of the duchy before the engagement, but after cursing, only unwillingness and a face full of helplessness remained. Hobert. Who is he? Oh. Hobert grinned. I am the scoundrel who is going to be engaged to Backlund's most dazzling jewel. I am the bastard who pitted the gas industry twice. I am Hobert. At this time, Hobert completely regained his self and reason. He figured out the previous questions. The reason why 1 is because people have given it a mathematical concept. The reason why a square is because the human world has given a unified meaning to an abstract figure. The reason why there are the 3 laws of motion is because humans have summarized the laws by observing the universe. These abstract things are meanings given by humans, but humans don't know what their essence is, they only know their appearance. Just like time, people can only see the changes of the 4 seasons, see the ticking of the clock, see people getting old, but these are all the appearances of time, not the essence of time. The so-called distorting and tampering are to temporarily make some changes to all laws and concepts in essence, so that the appearance changes. Formulating a new order out of disorder. Taking a deep breath, Hobert completely regained himself, and his consciousness returned to the concealed world. At this moment, he had completed his advancement and become a Duke of Entropy. Hobert looked at his hands and felt the tremendous changes that had taken place in him. First of all, now it is he. He felt that he could see the essence of all things, and then change the laws or rules of these essences. Of course, the premise is that the level is high enough. If it is an attack of a god, because the god also mobilizes the power belonging to the essence, so even if he can understand it, it is difficult to change it. Another intuitive feeling Hobert had was that he could disassemble all the structures he saw, including the human body. Theoretically speaking, given enough time, he could disassemble the human body into countless cells. Hobert realized that this should be the core ability of the Duke of Entropy. After all, entropy increase is a process from order to disorder, and also a process of overflow. This is an ability to essentially destroy and change the target, and it is a manifestation of the core authority of the Black Emperor pathway. Hobert also felt the changes in his main abilities, and almost all of them had undergone qualitative changes. Distorting can now twist the concept itself, such as twisting existence into non-existence, and twisting light into darkness. Tampering can also tamper with the concept itself, such as tampering a square into a circle, and tampering a liquid into a solid. As for the tampering of the physical level, it is even more meticulous. Hobert felt that he could perform atomic-level operations, and even handcraft a nuclear bomb. It just takes a period of preparation time, which is not very practical in battle. At the same time, because Hobert recovered all his memories before crossing over, he has the concept of the four natural forces. After becoming the Duke of Entropy, he can perform some preliminary operations on the four natural forces. This is absolutely incomparable to other Beyonders on the Black Emperor pathway. For example, he can use the strong interaction force to create a shield with molecules closely arranged together. It will be harder than any object in nature. Such a shield is only theoretical in the physical world. Hobert didn't expect that one day he could try to handcraft one with Beyonder abilities. As for another more core disorder ability, in addition to being able to use the principle of entropy increase to carry out essential destruction, it can also produce attacks on the conceptual essence of the target. For example, causing the positions of the target's brain and liver to be chaotic. Targets at the angel level may still have certain ways to avoid it, while Beyonders below the angel level will basically die in a strange posture. The two abilities of exploit and magnifying have also undergone essential changes. Not only can it extend and shorten the duration of the target's ability, but it can also exploit the Beyonder abilities used by the enemy, as well as the abilities and negative effects of the sealed artifacts carried by the target. For example, if the target uses the ability of imprisonment, they can exploit this ability to imprison the target's teammates, or the target themselves. To put it bluntly, it is to use the abilities used by the enemy as one's own abilities, and use the enemy's sealed artifacts as one's own sealed artifacts, without having to bear the negative effects oneself. Magnifying can also perform essential operations. This is very similar to some of the abilities of the Arbiter pathway, such as magnifying the power of the real world in an area. Then it is not impossible for ordinary people to tear apart low-sequence Beyonders with their bare hands. The ability of bestow has also become abstract, and can bestow the enemy's hostility towards oneself to the enemy's companions, so that they can happily watch the two people kill each other. The bribe ability, which Hobert possessed in Sequence 7, has undergone a huge change after this advancement, and can bribe the laws of nature. For example, bribing a bucket of clear water into the sky, and soon a heavy rain will be ushered in. It's just that this ability is a bit useless in actual combat, and it is more suitable for use when being a swindler. And weakening, which Hobert previously regarded as a useless ability, has once again become a very practical ability. The reason why Hobert felt that this ability was not easy to use before was because it was a negative state. In the battle between demigods, the speed of the fight was very fast. It would be a waste of time to add this negative state to the target, and almost all targets of the same level could avoid it to a certain extent. But now the attack power of this ability is very high, and it can weaken the level of all the enemy's abilities within 3 seconds. For example, all the abilities used by a Sequence 2 target in these 3 seconds are at the Sequence 3 level. Unfortunately, what is weakened is the ability, not the sequence. The target's level is still there, but in these 3 seconds, Hobert can ignore all the target's attacks. At the same time, he can also add negative states to the enemy by the way. Even after 3 seconds, he can still continue to weaken the target's ability, but it is to make the enemy's ability weaker, without changing the level. The last ability that has undergone a qualitative change is connection. Things that are not associated can create associations. For example, associating the target with a lunatic may make the target become crazy. Establishing a connection between an ordinary person and a Beyonder, that ordinary person can briefly use some Beyonder abilities. The remaining mental attacks were more like abilities targeting ordinary people on a large scale. For example, charm became incitement. Within a 20-kilometer radius, up to 20,000 civilians could be influenced by Hobert to willingly do things that aligned with his desires. Arrogance transformed into madness, capable of driving up to 20,000 civilians within a 20-kilometer radius to lose their reason, viewing Hobert's words as truth and the meaning of their existence. Of course, these two abilities could also be used against individual enemies of the same level, but the effect would only be magnified without a qualitative change. After quickly understanding his current abilities, Hobert carried Erebus's body and left the hidden world. The moment he left, Erebus's body opened its eyes. Meanwhile, in the Nation of Disorder, Hobert's seal on Trunsoist had been moved ahead of schedule from the pool at the foot of the mountain to in front of the sacrificial gate, and the sacrificial gate had even opened a crack. Trunsoist felt the immense suction from the sacrificial gate. He glanced at the Iron Throne, sighed, and was involuntarily drawn into the real world. Clang. The sacrificial gate immediately closed. At this moment, on the southern continent, a member of the Balk family was in poor condition because of whispers in his ear. After praying to the Creator without response, Lawrence and others came to help him resist the mutations caused by madness and whispers. Suddenly, the whispers in the family member's ear disappeared. He thought he had lost control and was hallucinating. But seeing the incredulous expressions of the clan leader and others, he knew things were not so simple. Lawrence and the others also felt the pressure on their spirits and souls disappear, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. In the non-existent town, some of the insane Balk family members had basically returned to normal, feeling that their previously muddled, insane lives were just a dream. Many shed tears of regret. They were teenagers when they went mad, and now they were gray-haired, in the twilight of their lives. Trunsoist's consciousness, hidden within his descendants' bloodline, gathered together and rushed towards Hobert. However, the instant it entered Hobert's body, it uncontrollably veered and crashed into Erebus's body. Because Hobert's current bloodline was on Erebus's body, and Erebus's influence on Trunsoist, or rather, the uncertain mist's influence on Trunsoist, created a very strong attraction between them. Therefore, Trunsoist uncontrollably plunged into Erebus's body. Almost instantly, the entire Trunsoist was resurrected in this body. He looked at his hands and suddenly smiled, success. Hobert also smiled, success. All the plans had succeeded. He had now completed his advancement and successfully tricked Trunsoist into the manufactured body. Trunsoist had completed the resurrection process, and the family's curse had finally disappeared. Hobert immediately raised a finger, tampered with the air at his fingertip to be extremely sharp, forming an air sword, ready to cut Trunsoist's head off the body's neck. After all, the newly resurrected Night Emperor, before his sequence returns, was no different from an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Erebus, who was entangled with April on the mountaintop, suddenly took out the Beyonder characteristic of Duke of Entropy, and swallowed it. Then, he reached out to Hobert and altered Hobert's alteration of the air, causing Hobert's attack to miss. April exclaimed in surprise, careful. At this moment, Erebus instantly possessed the level of an angel. Erebus then distorted Trunsoist, who was next to Hobert, sending him to the edge of the battlefield. Hobert frowned and looked at Erebus. Erebus, with a distorted expression, sneered, didn't expect it, did you? I can use my sequence to forcibly suppress the distortion and madness generated by advancing to an angel. The price was that this body became abnormally distorted, making it impossible to continue advancing. But Erebus knew he had to do this, because after Hobert killed Trunsoist, he would definitely use his sequence superiority to kill him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Trunsoist waved his hand slightly, and instantly the space around him became illusory. At this moment, on the Amantha Pass battlefield, the Trunsoist brass book, in the hands of Archbishop Larian of the God of Combat Church suddenly became very restless. He immediately prayed to the God of Combat, using the divine pressure to stabilize the sealed artifact. Larian frowned, wondering why the sealed artifact had suddenly become so uneasy. At the same time, William I in the Oak Island Palace and Philip I in the Royal Manor on the outskirts of Fainapotter City both felt the Beyonder characteristics in their bodies were very unstable. Fortunately, they had completely digested their potions long ago, and this instability was fleeting. In the west of the northern continent, in Trier, the capital of the Intis Republic, the Archbishop of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Covenant Cathedral suddenly noticed a powerful force that caused one of the Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the underground to break free from its seal. Before he could rush to strengthen the sealed artifact had broken through the surface, like a hurricane, blowing several praying believers into the air. Finally, the sealed artifact pierced the top of the church and disappeared. The Archbishop caught the falling believers one after another and immediately reported the matter to the angels at headquarters through prayer. The angel quickly responded, repair the church and appease the believers. The Archbishop was slightly stunned, but quickly understood the headquarters meaning, ignore that sealed artifact. In an unnamed valley in northern South Colson, a gavel, shaped like those used in courtrooms, appeared in front of Trunsoist. The gavel was clearly a sealed artifact corresponding to Sequence 1, Hand of Order, of the Arbiter pathway. Hobert immediately realized that Trunsoist's resurrection plan was not just as simple as his descendants becoming angels, fusing with divinity, and awakening in his descendants' bodies. After his resurrection, he should be able to summon the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway and the Beyonder characteristics of Hand of Order to restore himself to his peak state in the shortest possible time. Of course, also without the corruption of the uncertain mist. This was also why Trunsoist explained his plan to Hobert, advised Hobert on his advancement, and patiently answered all of Hobert's questions. Because he only told Hobert part of his plan, because as long as Hobert became the Duke of Entropy, it would be equivalent to starting his resurrection process. Even if Hobert knew all of Trunsoist's plans, he would have to proceed according to Trunsoist's plan. Under external pressure, Hobert could not avoid advancing to an angel forever. Regardless of whether he resurrected in Hobert's body, Trunsoist's goal would be achieved. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 667, Chapter 666, Some Memories Before the Crossing. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert attempted to distort the gavel-shaped sealed artifact while using his disorder ability to attack Trunsoist, aiming to confuse the positions of his heart and bladder. However, all of his attacks were neutralized by Erebus. Erebus laughed maniacally, his expression distorted. Ha ha ha, Trunsoist. Thanks to my help, you were able to revive successfully. Trunsoist, who was absorbing the gavel into himself, sneered, that's because my revival is more in line with your interests. Don't expect me to owe you any favors. At this moment, April noticed the change in the battle situation and immediately disappeared into an illusory door. The next second, a hazy door appeared behind Trunsoist, and a slippery tentacle stretched out from it, trying to snatch the gavel from Trunsoist's hand. Trunsoist glanced coldly at the tentacle, and it was immediately imprisoned in place, unable to move. Although he had not completely fused with the beyonder characteristics of the Hand of Order, he could already use some of the abilities of this sealed artifact. Hobert looked at Trunsoist and shouted, "Retreat." He could feel the close connection between Trunsoist and the gavel, which must have been Trunsoist's arrangement when he was the Night Emperor. It seemed that he had not only left a mark in the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway but also on the 3 Sequence 1 characteristics. However, the mark in the Trunsoist brass book had been altered by Hobert during the battle in Phaenopotter City, so it failed to summon them. As for the other 2 Sequence 1, Hand of Order, characteristics, they were considered to belong to William I and Philip I. This reminded Hobert of a piece of information Trunsoist had told him before. The characteristics within William I and Philip I had been shattered by the 6 gods, showing that the 6 gods were guarding against Trunsoist's move. Because these 2 Sequence 1 characteristics had been shattered, they had undergone significant changes and could not be summoned. Only this Hand of Order characteristic, which had become a sealed artifact, had not been shattered and had not changed much, so it was immediately summoned. As for the theory of summoning, it was not difficult to understand. The Sequence 3 potion of the pathway mastered by Empress Aurania, the Blood Moon Queen of the Trunsoist Empire, was called High Summoner. Asking her to leave a backdoor in the uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristics within the Night Emperor so that Trunsoist could immediately summon these characteristics and uniqueness after revival should not have been too difficult an operation. Because Trunsoist was once the true god of the Justiciar pathway, with his former level, he only needed to re-establish contact with the spirit world, and then the traces of his digestion of the potion could help him at least swallow a portion of the Hand of Order characteristic. In any case, no one present had the ability to sever this connection. So, it was better to leave the battlefield. Anyway, Hobert's goals had been achieved. First, he had completed his advancement, and second, he had lifted the curse on his family. The only thing that surprised Hobert was that Trunsoist's arrangement for revival was more difficult to prevent than he had imagined. But this problem could only be solved later. Under Hobert's cover, April and Christian were the first to leave. Then, Hobert, Beverly, and Raymond converged. Just as they were leaving using the distortion of distance, Trunsoist had completely fused with the gavel. However, he also needed to stabilize his state, so after laughing heartily, he lifted his leg and stepped forward, disappearing from everyone's sight before his foot touched the ground. At the same time, Hobert felt his bloodline return to him. The fool's grafting had ended, but Trunsoist could no longer return to Hobert's body or the bloodline of Trunsoist's descendants. Erebus, who was also not in good condition, left immediately. This seemed to form a chain reaction. Sherry, the demoness of catastrophe, who did not have a strong fighting spirit, also entered the mirror world. Amon's avatar and Tamara retreated simultaneously, and the angels of the Rose School also entered the spirit world. One by one, the angels left quickly in their own ways. The collapse of the mountain caused by the battle between the angels had not yet ended, but the place was already empty. Back at the Lord's mansion, Hobert first accepted the congratulations from April and Christian. April was in tears, as the Trunsoist family curse, which had always worried her, was finally resolved. Christian recalled his good friend Rex and also showed a gratified smile. After chatting for a few minutes, Hobert told them that he had urgent matters to attend to and excused himself after asking Alan to entertain the 2 elders. Originally, Hobert wanted to stabilize his state and then immediately look for the uniqueness, but he suddenly realized that he had more important things to do. So, he distorted the boundary between the spirit world and the real world and stepped into the spirit world. After becoming an angel, he could traverse the spirit world without using the travel ability, and he no longer needed to carry the sealed artifact of this pathway with him. The more important thing that Hobert thought of was actually to report his safety to Furs and Audrey. Because he realized this belatedly, it suddenly dawned on him that after completing his advancement, the divinity within him had increased once again, while his humanity had decreased. Otherwise, according to his previous habits, he would have entertained April and Christian well and would have thought of telling Furs and Audrey the news of his successful advancement as soon as possible. But now, Hobert's subconscious reaction was to immediately use his connection with the Black Emperor uniqueness to find the uniqueness. Although this matter was urgent, it was not so urgent that it could not wait. So, Hobert first came to Longtail Island. Furs, who was pacing back and forth, breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing Hobert emerge from the spirit world. Hobert opened his arms and smiled. I succeeded. Furs was about to hug Hobert but suddenly stopped. You seem different from before. Hobert was stunned. What's wrong? You seem a little flamboyant. Hobert smiled helplessly. I just advanced and haven't controlled my emotions and spirituality yet. Mainly, he felt a certain disconnect from before, and he didn't even know what emotions and expressions to use when expressing some feelings. This feeling was like a person who had been lying in bed for years, suddenly regaining consciousness and being able to move freely. Although he was still him, he often felt like he was playing another person. Hobert also realized that he needed to adapt for a while before he could return to his previous state. Furs didn't think too much about it, because such phenomena were relatively normal. After a simple chat, Hobert told Furs that he had a very urgent matter and would have to go out again in the next few days. After the two kissed goodbye, Hobert came to Backlund, to the office of the Earl's Light's financial director. Audrey, who had not been in the mood to work all morning, also breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing Hobert. Then, she also discovered, the feeling you give people is completely different. Hobert had no choice but to say again, because I just advanced. Audrey was slightly stunned. The test you were talking about was advancement. Yes, because it involves the family curse. Hobert briefly described his encounter today. After saying only a few words, he bid farewell to Audrey. At this time, Hobert's spirituality had basically been contained, and his emotional fluctuations were not as great as before. But he still needed to stabilize his state. At the same time, Hobert realized that he should go to the Nation of Disorder to retrieve the memories sealed there, digest the extra memories, and see what new operations he could perform in the Nation of Disorder after becoming a Sequence 2. So, Hobert returned to the study of the Duke's mansion. With a wave of his hand, he built a wall of spirituality. With a thought, he immediately entered the Nation of Disorder. Rumble. As soon as he entered, the entire Nation of Disorder shook. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert immediately realized that he was now the sole master of the Nation of Disorder. Unless Erebus and Trunsoist became true gods, they could forget about competing with him for the Nation of Disorder. In addition, Hobert's spirituality sensed the lonely clock tower in the sky. With a thought, Hobert came to this classical clock tower. Inside the clock tower was a huge, ancient-looking bronze bell. Hobert saw on it the long years and the long history. It seemed to have existed since the Big Bang, since the origin of everything, and had been preserved until now. Hobert's spirituality could not perceive its origin, but it was very clear that its materials were very, very advanced. Hobert waved his hand, and a bell hall appeared on the top of the mountain, with a corridor connecting it to the hall Hobert had originally constructed. Then, the hall and the bell hall floated in the air together, and palaces rose from the ground, surrounding the previous hall in the center like stars surrounding the moon. They were connected by straight or arched sky bridges. Small, verdant hills and clear lakes echoed these halls, either surrounding the halls or filling the spaces between them. A stream of water flowed down from the outer sky bridge, forming a long-lasting rainbow under the light. A thin mist rose around the palace, adding a sense of mystery and a sense of sacredness that kept people away. To prevent drastic changes in the Nation of Disorder during advancement, Hobert let the mystical switchboard operators living in the town rest today. If they were still in the town at the foot of the mountain, they would definitely kneel on the ground and worship the power of the Creator. Hobert returned to the original hall and immediately felt that the new complex made the Creator look much more majestic. In a flash, Hobert came to the bell hall and pushed the bell hammer to strike the bronze bell. Dong. A long, drawn-out sound rang out, and Hobert felt all the impetuosity and distracting thoughts in his heart disappear instantly. The spirituality that had not been completely contained after his advancement also became very docile, eliminating all of Hobert's discomfort. Through a single strike, Hobert's spirituality perceived the ability of this bronze bell. It could make the area covered by the bell sound, as well as the creatures that heard the bell sound, change from disorder to order, or rebuild order. This was reflected in high sequence Beyonders as the ability to eliminate mental pressure and the danger of losing control, making everything out of control controllable. Hobert re-examined the bronze bell and was once again curious about its origin. It had the power to resist the twisting essence of Beyonder characteristics. What was certain was that its origin must be very simple. This was the real Bell of Order. Not the self-proclaimed Bell of Order on Order Square in Backlund could compare. In addition, this was definitely something that all high-sequence beyonders dreamed of, which could well stabilize their state and resist divinity. However, the power that Hobert could stimulate now was limited. At most it could affect targets at the sequence 1 level. From this, it could be seen how high the level of the Bell of Order was. This should be the most core component in the Nation of Disorder. After observing the Bell of Order for a while, Hobert sat back on the Iron Throne and felt the other changes in the Nation of Disorder. First of all, Hobert felt that as long as he sat on the Iron Throne, his level could be raised, and he could mobilize the surging power of this source. But as only the master of the Nation of Disorder, he had not yet merged with the source, so he could only mobilize the power, but these powers had not become a part of him. Then, Hobert discovered a problem. Even sitting on the Iron Throne and fusing his spirit body with the Black Emperor card, he was still only at the level of the King of Angels. After thinking for a moment, Hobert realized that the limit of the Blasphemy card for the advancement of his level was the King of Angels. The level of the true God further up was a level of qualitative change in life, which could not be promoted by opportunistic methods. However, unlike before, Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, not only had the level of the King of Angels, but could also easily use abilities at roughly the Sequence 1 level. Because this involved the issue of uniqueness, before obtaining the uniqueness, even if Hobert looked like the King of Angels, he was not the King of Angels after all. This was much better than the empty shell before. You should know that although Hobert looked very powerful before, he couldn't even injure a Sequence 2 angel. Now it was different. If he encountered Petty again, there was a good chance that he could directly kill him. If he encountered Amon's main body again, he could stop him without the help of sealed artifacts and beyonder characteristics. The only drawback was that Hobert's body could not freely enter and exit the Nation of Disorder, otherwise he would have no worries. In addition, Hobert realized that in the real world, he could further use the power of the Nation of Disorder. With a thought, he could create trees of order and crystals of order. He didn't have to carry these two mystical items with him in the future. Moreover, Hobert could grab the items he needed from the Nation of Disorder at any time, and he could also send items into the Nation of Disorder at any time. There was no need for further bestowal and sacrifice, nor was there any need to worry about the negative effects of sealed artifacts. Hobert could now use the Sun Authority in the real world, but it was best not to exceed 10 minutes, otherwise there would still be some danger, and it would put considerable pressure on his spirit. Taking a deep breath, Hobert smiled and said with emotion, "With the help of the Nation of Disorder, I was among the more capable ones at the angel level when I first became an angel." After experiencing his newly acquired abilities, Hobert lifted the memory seal he had placed in the Nation of Disorder. Whether it was information about Adam or Amon, or even information about the outer deities, he could bring it all into the real world. Even if Hobert knew a lot of information about Adam, he could use the ability of connection to sever the mystical bonds and connections generated by this information, so that Adam could not trace back to him through these connections. Finally, Hobert began to savor all the memories from before his transmigration that he had recovered after his advancement. Previously, he was only aware that he had recovered many memories, but he wasn't very clear about exactly which ones. It was as if there was an extra hard drive in his mind, but he hadn't had time to read the contents on it yet. As a result, this savoring shocked Hobert greatly. Firstly, Hobert did indeed come from that distant ancient eastern country, and his name before the transmigration was Hobert. His surname was Hua. He was from the Bo generation, and his parents hoped he would be a special one, so they named him Hobert, or Bo. As for his profession, he was an archaeologist, newly appointed as a supervisor, and was leading his first batch of graduate students. Originally, his life trajectory was to diligently do research and excavation work for a lifetime, and then retire when he could no longer do it. All the changes happened during an excavation. It was a typical Western Zhou ancient tomb, the first archaeological excavation project that Hobert was in charge of. After excavating this ancient tomb, many strange things happened. First of all, in the burial pit, the decay of the sacrificial objects such as horses, cattle, and dogs was not as severe as in other tombs of the same period. Some decaying flesh could even be seen on the skeletons. Previously, in the ancient tombs of the same period that had been excavated, only some skeletons that had long fallen apart would be found in the soil. Especially the wooden chariot, which was relatively well preserved. Generally, in the ancient tombs of this period, at most some bronze armor could be found, or simply just 2 wheels remained. Another strange thing was that the tomb passage had hardly collapsed at all. However, these tomb passages were very strange. Many students said that as they walked alone in the tomb passage, they would return to the burial chamber of the sacrificial pit. Hobert had also encountered a similar situation once. As he walked, he felt his vision suddenly blur, and when he came back to his senses, he appeared in another location in the tomb passage. Many people said that the tomb passage was haunted, but Hobert didn't think so. He believed that this should be a visual deception caused by the structure of the tomb passage. There were many such precedents in ancient tomb excavations. Very eerie things appeared at the excavation site, but later it was discovered that they were all ancient traps, all deceiving people's vision or senses. After the excavation of the periphery of the ancient tomb was completed, Hobert led the students to open the main burial chamber. But as soon as the burial chamber was opened, Hobert and the students immediately realized that something was wrong. The structure of the burial chamber was also very different from the burial chambers of the same period that had been excavated before. First of all, the coffin was standing upright, which was the first time Hobert had encountered such a situation. Another strange thing was that there was a black stone tablet directly in front of the coffin. It was normal to find stone tablets in ancient tombs, but the stone tablet should not have appeared in this position. According to the text on it, Hobert could determine that the tomb owner was a grand diviner. This was one of the 6 ministers of the Zhou dynasty, that is, one of the highest-ranking 6 officials of the central government at that time, who was in charge of divination. The back of the stone tablet was carved with many simple patterns, and there were some horizontal lines separating these patterns. The lights of the lighting equipment held by Hobert and the 4 students converged on the back of the stone tablet. One of the students said, "Teacher, are these patterns listing the products of that time? I see that the bottom layer seems to be carved with cows and sheep." Hobert, wearing black-rimmed glasses, smiled and said, "This should be a social status chart of that time. You see, the bottom layer is painted with livestock such as horses, pigs, cattle, sheep, and so on, as well as slaves. The social status of slaves at that time was the same as that of pigs, cattle, and sheep. They were also property that could be bought, sold, or slaughtered at will. The layer above is farmers, carpenters, and so on, or people who mastered some technology at that time, and finally merchants. We have talked about before that the earliest policy of emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce was formulated by the Zhou dynasty. The country's economic policy changed from the Shang dynasty's external plunder and foreign trade to the well-field system, creating a continuous stream of wealth domestically. Hobert spoke layer by layer, talking about scholars, officials, lords, and king. What made Hobert a little excited was that there were actually 3 more levels above the king. This is definitely a major discovery in archaeology, which will greatly help us interpret the spiritual world of the Zhou people. Let's continue to look up. The first layer above is ancestors. We all know that the Chinese nation is a nation that worships ancestral gods. This represents our characteristic of not forgetting our roots. On this stone tablet, on the same level as the ancestral gods Ku and Ji are also D. The ones listed later should be the Yellow Emperor, the Flame Emperor, and the Black Emperor. You are all familiar with the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor. The Black Emperor is Xuanxu. It is said that he had the strongest divinity among the 5 emperors. Both Zhou and Qin had the custom of holding grand ceremonies to sacrifice to the Black Emperor. After the Qin Empire was destroyed, the sacrifice to the Black Emperor only appeared in religions. Everyone's eyes continued to look up, and Hobert continued to explain, the 3 gods above the ancestors and the emperors are Pangu, Niwa, and Fuxi. The ancient god system is different from the current one. At that time, there were no 3 pure ones or Buddha. These 3 ancient gods had a very high status. A student asked, "Teacher, why does Niwa's image look like a frog?" Hobert adjusted his glasses and smiled, explaining, Niwa's image was artificially tampered with during the Han dynasty in order to establish the foundation of a patriarchal society. The earliest image of Niwa was similar to a frog. This is a god passed down from the matriarchal clan era. The frog's big belly represents fertility, and the frog's cry is like the sound of a baby crying, which implies the social foundation of a matriarchal system. Hobert's 5 students looked at the top in receptive nods. At the very top of the stone tablet, there were only 2 indicative symbols. Hobert looked at it for a few seconds before thoughtfully saying, the meaning of these 2 symbols is, celestial. Worthy. Dong. A sound suddenly came from the coffin standing behind them, and Hobert and his 6 students looked at the coffin together. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 668, Chapter 667 The Struggle Between the Fool and the Celestial Worthy. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. T/N, skip this if you think it's a bad explanation, I rewrote this in next chapter. If you read ahead MTL, it differs a lot. Also had another idea where Hobert was never a transmigrator, but instead Klein sent memories back in time in the form of a novel to a random Chinese person who could read Roselle's diaries. Hobert looked at the coffin behind them with some surprise. He could clearly feel that after he uttered the word, celestial worthy, some changes had immediately occurred in the main tomb chamber. He couldn't say exactly what the changes were, but he had a premonition of danger, so he called out to his students, "Let's go out and rest first." As he said this, he suddenly realized that there were clearly only 4 students who had entered the main tomb chamber, but now there were 6. At some point, 2 more students had appeared. Hobert looked around, and all 6 of them were his students. What was even more bizarre was that in his memory, they had all entered the main tomb chamber with him. He couldn't distinguish which two were the extra ones. Just as Hobert was very surprised, he suddenly found his thinking becoming chaotic, as if he were drunk, his thoughts and actions completely out of his control. At this moment, two of the students suddenly pointed at each other and made bang, bang, bang shooting sounds. The air bullets hit the tomb chamber, sending stone dust flying, making it seem like they were really in the middle of a gunfight. And Hobert and the other 4 students stood there like statues, unable to move or even utter a single syllable. They could only hope and fear that the 2 students' bullets wouldn't hit them. After that, the 2 students seemed to be playing a finger-guessing game, either grabbing or waving at each other, and everything around them was undergoing some changes, but Hobert couldn't see exactly what those changes were. Their battle lasted for about a minute, and a round-faced, short-haired student won. The other student disappeared into the tomb chamber like a bubble. The round-faced student came up to Hobert and smiled. "Hello, Hobert." Hobert found that he had now returned to normal, could move freely, and could speak. He asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, Who are you?" The round-faced student smiled. "You should have read a novel about the Fool and the Tarot Club, right?" Hobert nodded. "I've read it. I am the author of that novel." Hobert was stunned. "Cuttlefish who loves to dive." "It's Cuttlefish." "Oh, sorry." Hobert asked again. You seem to possess beyonder abilities." The other party smiled mysteriously. "I have another name, Zhou Mingrui." Hobert was stunned. "You are Mr. Fool." "Yes, as long as a reader has read that novel, they will become a believer of the Fool and become my anchor," the slightly chubby Zhou Mingrui said. He pointed to the upright coffin. "But I'm here not to spread faith, but for him. This is a devout believer of an ancient celestial worthy. Part of the celestial worthy's consciousness uses him as a source of power and exists in this space-time. But there are extremely strong anti-divination arrangements here, so I can't find this place. Only people from this space-time can discover it by chance. That's why I started writing the book." Hobert was stunned. "Is there any direct connection between writing the book and finding this tomb chamber?" "Yes," Zhou Mingrui smiled. "Although I can't find this place, I can use the authority of the Beacon of Destiny to stipulate that one of my believers discovers it. Writing the book is both to quickly develop believers and because that book will be useful to you in the future." Hobert was stunned again and was about to continue asking when Zhou Mingrui preemptively answered, "You'll know what its specific use is in the future." After nodding, Hobert thought, "Because you are the King of Space-Time, you traveled back in time after becoming the new Lord of the Mysteries." "It's Mr. Fool," Zhou Mingrui corrected. "Don't confuse me with the concepts of Celestial Worthy or Lord of the Mysteries." Then he explained, "To be precise, after I became half a pillar of the outer deities and fell into a deep sleep, part of my power traveled to other spacetimes to find the Celestial Worthy, to find you." Hobert opened his mouth wide. We are not in the same space-time. Does that mean that the plot in the novel has already happened in another space-time?" "This is obvious," Zhou Mingrui said. "If this space-time is dominated by beyonder powers, when readers see descriptions of the outer deities and outer gods, they will all turn into monsters. And when a space-time has no outer deities and outer gods, it will not be subject to any corruption or mental harm. Because the Celestial Worthy was also once the King of Space-Time, he scattered the seeds of resurrection in other space-times. If I want to completely replace him, I must not only kill the past, present, and future Celestial Worthy, but also kill the Celestial Worthy in other spacetimes. Only by killing them all can I win this battle and completely defeat the Celestial Worthy, suppressing his resurrection process." He sighed. "This is destined to be a long battle." After Hobert digested this information in surprise, he asked strangely, "Why are you looking for me?" "To be precise, it wasn't me who found you, but the Celestial Worthy who found you," Zhou Mingrui said seriously. "I only understood after seeing you that the Celestial Worthy intends to send you to the unknown spacetime to change the situation that is very unfavorable to him. According to some of my investigations, the Celestial Worthy has some arrangements in the Nation of Disorder, Black Emperor, and Justiciar pathways. I haven't figured out the specific arrangements yet, and you need to investigate this yourself." Zhou Mingrui explained again, "If you think about it carefully, the Celestial Worthy's handling of the Son of Chaos is very strange. At that time, the Son of Chaos was still holding the Nation of Disorder and a complete pathway, but why didn't the Celestial Worthy leave the complete characteristic behind? Instead, he needed part of the source and the complete beyonder characteristics into uncertain mist and put it back into the cosmos." He frowned and concluded, "This move is very abnormal. So I suspect that there should be some arrangement of the Celestial Worthy in it." Hobert nodded, expressing his agreement with Zhou Mingrui's point of view. The main tomb chamber was silent for a while before Hobert pointed to the stone tablet and asked, "Did people really believe in the Celestial Worthy in ancient times?" "Not just in ancient times." Zhou Mingrui said something even more shocking. "Until 13 years ago, most people on this planet still believed in the Celestial Worthy. After I came to this spacetime, I stole people's faith in the Celestial Worthy. In order not to cause panic in everyone's minds, I grafted the original faith in the celestial worthy into Taoism, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, and so on. Hobert opened his mouth wide. We didn't even notice this. Zhou Mingrui smiled. This is Mr. Fool's best ability. Hobert had the illusion that reality and illusion were overlapping. Are you ready? Zhou Mingrui asked again. Ready for what? Ready to enter the unknown spacetime. The fool smiled. You were marked by the celestial worthy at birth. Your destiny is to travel to the unknown spacetime today and change the history that has already happened. Of course, in addition to you, there may be part of the celestial worthy's consciousness that will travel there as well. But that part of the celestial worthy's consciousness has been killed by me, and this time the transmigration is purely your own. Hobert was slightly stunned. Can't you help me change it? The unknown spacetime is too dangerous, and I don't really want to travel there. I can help you change it, but I don't plan to do that. Why? Zhou Mingrui suddenly talked about something else. Actually, I noticed you very early on, when you first started reading my novel. Well, although I'm not a dream weaver, I can know your existence when you silently recite the fool's honorific name in your heart. At first, I just noticed that you were the person chosen by the celestial worthy, so I observed you. Later, after reading the articles you published, I found that you also have a very deep understanding of sociology. Then his tone changed. You are also very clear about the social order of the northern and southern continents in the unknown spacetime. Under the background of beyonder power struggles, a very deformed society has formed. It is clear that society has encountered very serious problems, but because of the limitations of beyonder power, society cannot complete the process of self-repair and self-improvement. The Backlund smog incident is just the tip of the iceberg. Even without this smog, many people in Backlund still freeze and starve to death every day. I have thought about this problem for a long time, but I have not found a solution. After meeting you, I suddenly realized that professional matters should be left to professional people. Based on your research in sociology, you should be able to find a solution. So I also hope that you can go to the unknown spacetime, become the creator of the order of the world, reshape the bottom-level order of that world, and end that cruel and dark era for ordinary people. Hobert first felt that something seemed to have changed in himself. What you just said. That's right, creator of the order of the world, is the beacon of destiny I gave you. Hobert nodded slowly, thought for a moment, and then smiled. Even after becoming a great old one, you are still thinking about the bottom-level people. You really are a fool. Zhou Mingrui said, this may be something engraved in the blood of our nation. He suddenly smiled and said, I also went to Huang Tao to discuss this matter before, but this guy's mind is full of so-called freedom and democracy, and he didn't realize how crude and cruel a system his age of exploration has formed. The only thing worth affirming is that it is better than the original system. I don't know if Huang Tao will be so angry that he loses control on the spot when he hears your evaluation. Hobert laughed twice, then took a deep breath. I am convinced by you and am willing to go to the unknown spacetime to reshape the social order there. Then he asked, what help can I get after going to that world? First of all, you know the course of history, Zhou Mingrui replied. Now you know what my book is for you, right? Secondly, you have a close connection with the source of the nation of disorder. This was given to you by the celestial worthy. I will deepen it for you so that you can get the protection and help of the nation of disorder as soon as you appear in the unknown spacetime. Finally, I will help you establish a certain connection with the bell of order. This item is very special, and it is difficult for me to exert too much influence, but it can make your destiny more in line with it. He paused and said, this is also why I hope you can go. I got accurate information that the bell of order can help true gods, and even the outer deities, stabilize their state to a certain extent. If you completely master this sealed artifact, I may only need to sleep part of the time to fight against the celestial worthy. Hobert nodded, sounds good. But you can't relax your demands on yourself, Zhou Mingrui said seriously. In the unknown spacetime, even with meticulous plans, accidents are commonplace. Only by strictly demanding yourself, strictly following your principles, and not being careless because you are a transmigrator, will you try to avoid falling into an irreversible predicament. He paused and said, in addition, before becoming an angel, you will lose today's memory. Even if you notice something is wrong, I will use the Sefirah castle to steal your thoughts. This is to deceive the celestial worthy's arrangements on you and in the nation of disorder, and other places. It also allows you to avoid confusion and mental exhaustion, and just think that you have traveled through time and want to make a big career. Hobert was about to express his opposition to this when Zhou Mingrui waved his hand and continued, time is limited, listen to me first. When you become an angel, you will recover all your memories. At that time, even if some of the celestial worthy's arrangements find that your beacon of destiny has been modified by me, they will not be able to affect you. But remember to observe everything around you after becoming an angel, and be careful of the arrangements left by the celestial worthy. Dong. At this time, the standing coffin made another collision sound. You have to leave, Zhou Mingrui said. See you in the Lone Kingdom. With a smile, he waved his hand, and the standing outer coffin and inner coffin opened at the same time, revealing a mummified corpse inside. The mummified corpse held a bronze mirror in front of its chest with both hands. At this time, the bronze mirror was emitting a illusory light. Hobert only glanced at the bronze mirror and felt dizzy. For a brief moment, he lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he suddenly felt a splitting headache, and unknown whispers rang in his ears. Every whisper was hitting his spirit hard. Fortunately, the whispers disappeared quickly, but it took Hobert a few more minutes to recover. At this time, many memories burst into his mind: Lone Kingdom, the eldest son of Christian, a law student in Backlund, 15 pounds of private money. I have transmigrated. A smile appeared on the corner of Hobert's mouth. I have transmigrated to the Lord of the Mysteries world. The original owner seemed to have come into contact with some extraordinary factors, so he has been hearing crazy whispers recently, which gave him a splitting headache. Before he could ask his family for help, he had a mental breakdown. The most urgent task is to find out what trouble the original owner has gotten into as soon as possible. Although Christian is likely to be a beyonder, Hobert, who has suddenly transmigrated, is still a little distrustful of them. Adhering to the principle of, if there is a problem, find the organization, Hobert prayed to the fool who does not belong to this era. He prayed many times, but there was no response. Hobert frowned, thinking that with Klein's cautious personality, he might not respond to his first prayer. Just as he was planning to use his private money to go to Tingen, he suddenly glanced at the date on the newspaper on his desk, July 1, 1349, it seems that Klein just arrived at this time. Hobert's memory formed a closed loop, and what surprised him very much was that he actually came from another time and space. After the surprise, he sighed. The struggle between the pillars has exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, and the battlefield is actually in the past, future, and other time and spaces. Then Hobert realized that some problems became logical. For example, why did he call himself the Creator as soon as he came up? For example, why did Bell of Order inexplicably appear in his honorific name? The former was the goal Mr. Fool gave himself, and the latter was to establish a certain connection with the Bell of Order in advance, so that after becoming an angel, he could immediately use this extremely high-level sealed artifact. For example, when he was still the Earl of the Fallen, Amon's avatar saw that there were two hidden existences affecting his destiny. One was Trunsoist, and the other Amon's avatar could not see clearly. Of course, he couldn't see clearly. Even Amon's main body might not be able to see clearly. After all, those were the destiny beacons of Celestial Worthy and Mr. Fool. Taking a deep breath, Hobert recalled his behavior after coming to the Lord of the Mysteries world, and once again sighed at the wonder of fate. Every conclusion and decision for governing his territory was implemented after my careful consideration, but every conclusion and decision, without exception, went towards the beacon of the Creator. Then he gave his actions and beacon such a conclusion. The beacon is just an overall goal, and its existence often allows me to make the right choices. My own behavior is the main body of the whole thing. This is my indelible contribution to the whole thing. It doesn't mean that as long as there is a beacon, you can achieve the goal without doing anything. First of all, you have to start taking action before you can achieve the beacon. This reminded Hobert of a concept he got before he time traveled: to do is to start. If you don't do it, there will never be a start. The difference between a visionary and a doer lies in this. After giving himself a conclusion since his time travel, Hobert went to consider what arrangement Celestial Worthy had in the Nation of Disorder. After all, he had never felt any dangerous aura in the Nation of Disorder. Hobert also thought, Celestial Worthy originally planned to let part of his consciousness travel with me. This may be a means of resurrection for him. Then, could some of Celestial Worthy's previous arrangements be my background? And the connection with the Nation of Disorder? Thinking about it carefully, Hobert can easily draw a conclusion. Although I have encountered many tests and difficulties since I came to this world, I have been able to resolve them relatively smoothly every time, and have gained a lot of benefits from these tests and difficulties. This may be the welfare that Celestial Worthy prepared for himself. As a result, it was all taken advantage of by Mr. Fool. Hobert slowly nodded. This is very likely. Like Evernight Goddess and Huang Tao, they are also transmigrators, but their beginnings and encounters are more difficult than mine. They don't have the help of Sefirah, and they don't have my rapid advancement speed. Of course, Evernight Goddess was born as an angel, but she waited a long time to find advancement opportunities. Thinking of this, Hobert realized that Celestial Worthy's arrangements were not entirely dangerous to him, and more often might help him. The real danger may lie in Celestial Worthy's arrangements for the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways, and may lie in the uncertain mist. This reminded Hobert again of what Erebus had said to him before. Why did the high-sequence beyonders of the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways only appear in the fourth epoch? Could there be some conspiracy of Celestial Worthy in this? In addition, Hobert recalled his experiences during this period. The appearance of Erebus and the resurrection of Trunsoist were events that did not appear in the original book. There may also be celestial worthies deployment in this, because for Hobert, they are relatively difficult opponents. Originally, Hobert didn't have much pressure on advancement, but the appearance of Erebus and Trunsoist gave him a lot of pressure, urging him to digest the potion as soon as possible and become the king of angels as soon as possible. At the same time, Hobert must become a god before Trunsoist, and only after completely integrating the nation of disorder can he win in the competition with Trunsoist. Then, Hobert recalled his experience of encountering the uncertain mist when he was the Earl of the Fallen. Hobert is not sure whether there is any influence of celestial worthy in this. After all, celestial worthy's influence on the Lord of the Mysteries world is very limited at this time. But what Hobert is sure of is that his connection with the uncertain mist is too close. After thinking about it, Hobert believed that as long as he knew why the Black Emperor and Justiciar only appeared in the fourth epoch, he should be able to basically understand celestial worthy's arrangements. As for the prevention of celestial worthy's arrangements, what he can do now is to be careful of Erebus and become sequence 1 as soon as possible, so as to prevent Trunsoist from thinking about the nation of disorder again. Thinking of this, Hobert suddenly thought of another thing. Although Klein now knows that I am also a time traveler, he doesn't know that I know all his details. One day, when he learns that I always knew that the fool and the world were the same person, will he be embarrassed to lose control on the spot? But the corners of Hobert's mouth, which had just curled up, immediately smoothed out, because he realized, embarrassment is definitely embarrassing, but this will definitely enhance his human side. Perhaps this is why the future Mr. Fool did not come back to tell the truth to the current Klein. Hobert sighed. Those who can do well in this pathway are indeed some old schemers, as if everything has a certain purpose. His thoughts returned to advancement as soon as possible. In any case, advancement is the hard truth. So Hobert began to examine his own situation. Now that his spirituality has been completely restrained, Hobert unexpectedly discovered that he had digested part of the Duke of Entropy potion. After thinking about it for a while, he found the answer. Like the previous potions, the Duke in the Duke of Entropy potion is just a title. If you want to quickly digest the potion, you have to work hard on entropy. Entropy is a process from order to disorder, which is different from chaos. Chaos is generally temporary. For example, the marches and riots that occurred in the struggle between Earl's Light and the Gas Association, such chaos is destined not to last too long. Because the Order of Backlund is still there, and the Order of the Lone Kingdom is still there. Entropy is different. In terms of social order, it represents the destruction of the original order, or a great change. There may not be many chaotic events, but the social norms and values that people follow are completely different. The chaos caused by these two major changes lies in thought and in the spiritual world. The key is that this is a change that has to be promoted due to various external and internal pressures. It is irreversible and unstoppable. After such a change, it is not to say that there is no order, but that the order is more complicated, just like some scholars describe it, releasing a bigger monster to subdue the original little monster. This process is very consistent with the description of entropy. Although the process of entropy increase is a process from order to disorder, it is only relatively disordered compared to before, not that there is no order. For example, the dissipation of heat from a small space to a cold large space, the result of this process is only that the heat is diluted, not that the process makes both the small space and the large space dead silent. After figuring out this theory, Hobert knew why he had digested the potion. Because he previously promoted land reform in the South Colson region and Longtail Island. In this world, there was also the concept of land nationalization. But that concept was very vague. More precisely, it was land royalization, that is, all the land belonged to the royal family or the imperial family. In theory, all farmers became tenants of the royal family or the imperial family. The biggest problem with this system is that no one or organization can restrain the royal family or the imperial family. When the royal family or the imperial family begins to corrupt and disintegrate from the inside, the glory and convenience brought by this system will disappear. Later practice proved that the country where land is publicly owned, rather than a country of a certain family, is a good strategy to suppress land annexation for a long time. And, individuals have no right to buy or sell land, almost completely cut off the possibility of land annexation. As time goes by, such a system will definitely have to make certain adjustments, but that is not what Hobert has to consider. Because for the Lord of the Mysteries world, the national policy of land nationalization and land cannot be bought or sold is enough. For this world, Hobert's policy is a change from order to disorder. Of course, as mentioned earlier, society has not completely lost order, but uses irreversible and unstoppable order to replace the original order. Thinking of this, Hobert realized that he didn't need to do anything. He only needed to continue his existing business to continuously digest the potion. After the civil war in the Southern Balam Governorate ends, the next step will be land reform and system reform in the country. The Governorate will usher in a new order. This opportunity to digest the potion is definitely unique to Hobert. Referring to the architectural style and cultural style of the fourth epoch, Hobert estimates that the way Solomon, Tudor, and Trunsoist digested the potion may just be to force the people to change their customs to complete it. It's not that they only have this level, but that they simply have no concept of a new system. In addition, Hobert believes that land reform and system reform should also be able to digest the Prince of Abolition potion in advance. Thinking of this, Hobert relaxed a little. This was good news for him. The faster the potion is digested, the greater his advantage in this competition. Returning to the real world, Hobert put all the sealed artifacts into the Nation of Disorder. Without the consumption of these things on spirituality, Hobert felt his spirit was unprecedentedly relaxed. Leaning back in his chair, Hobert began to consider how to find the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway. Southern continent, non-existent town. Cries filled the entire town, but they were all cries of excitement or cries of joy. All the Beyonders realized that the family curse had been lifted, but people didn't know how it was lifted. Many people asked Lawrence, the patriarch who had just returned, what was going on. Lawrence had guessed that the lifting of the curse might be related to the Creator. Because everyone who helped the Creator manage the Divine Kingdom today took a break, and for a while the Creator did not respond to anyone's prayers, which was very abnormal. But Lawrence did not directly ask the Creator, in case it was not the Creator who helped them lift the curse. Such an inquiry might cause misunderstanding. Lawrence planned to ask Hobert about it first when he met him, and then consider whether to thank the Creator. And how to thank the Creator. The ordinary members of the Balk family gradually returned to normal mentally because they were no longer tortured by whispers. A female member began to inquire about the specific time now after regaining her sanity, and learned about the Church of the Earth Mother and the Sanguine from the side. Everyone was very excited today, and many members had just regained their sanity and were inquiring about how long they had been crazy, so they didn't notice the abnormality of this female member. After inquiring about some news, she whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "It seems that Trunsoist has successfully resurrected, and my research direction is correct. It's a pity that the Sanguine seems to have disappeared and cannot be found in a short time." Thinking of this, she smiled helplessly. "What can I do if I find them? Will they believe that I am the resurrected Blood Moon Queen?" This is exactly the Empress Aurania of the resurrected Trunsoist Empire. It was she who found a way to resurrect Trunsoist. As the researcher and executor of this action, she certainly had the opportunity to quietly implant her consciousness into the blood of her descendants. Because it was done very secretly, and Trunsoist's consciousness always prevailed over her, no one has found the means of resurrection she left for herself. It's just that Aurania can't immediately restore her original strength and can only wait for the opportunity. South bank of Mid-Seashire, the end of the Hornassus Mountains. From here, you can overlook the front line on the south bank. After George III died violently, the battle here became more intense again, and the front line that the lone kingdom had finally stabilized showed signs of collapse again. Trunsoist, who is currently only 16 or 17 years old in appearance, looks like an old man and is walking around with his hands behind his back. At this time, his appearance has changed somewhat. The originally black hair has turned bronze at the roots, and the eyes have turned golden. This change will continue until it becomes the same appearance as Knight Emperor Trunsoist. Finally, Trunsoist found the entrance and, using the power of the God of Combat, arrived at the city of Santiadro. According to his memory, he opened the barrier to the town. The Beyonders of the town sensed something and came forward to kneel, welcoming the emperor they had been waiting for over 1,000 years. The elderly Prime Minister, Abbot, holding a thin-necked glass bottle containing only a faint mist, knelt on the ground and held it above his head with both hands. "Great Emperor, our guards made a mistake, and the glass bottle was stolen by an outsider not long ago. This is my negligence, please punish me, your majesty." Trunsoist took the glass bottle and examined it. As he had expected, he couldn't get close to the Nation of Disorder again until he became an justiciar again. He glanced coldly at Abbot and casually threw the glass bottle on the ground. Abbot, who was kneeling on the ground, collapsed like mud in an instant, and the Beyonder characteristic was extracted in the next second. The others trembled slightly, burying their heads very low, not even daring to breathe loudly. Trunsoist recovered the Beyonder characteristic and then said to everyone, "This place is no longer safe. Pack your luggage and belongings and prepare to leave." As he spoke, Trunsoist turned to go to the chaotic city of Zydro outside. Now that Hobert knew about this place, when he had time, he would definitely come to harvest the Beyonder characteristics here. Rather than let these Beyonder characteristics fall into Hobert's hands, it would be better to harvest them himself to rapidly strengthen his power. Kingdom of Lone, Savelas County, a prosperous suburb of a small city. Hobert stood on a hill, overlooking this small city with a population of about 20 to 30,000 people. To the south of the city is a huge lake, and to the west are the remnants of the Hornassus Mountains. There are picturesque grasslands and forests there, and in the scenic valleys, in the secluded forests, there are many summer resorts. Outside the city are endless farmlands and scattered villages and towns. The city's main business is tourism, but now it is the off-season for tourism. So, in this city called Entaz, besides tourists who come to ski, there are basically only locals. Hobert used the connection between himself and the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness to find this place. Adam really helped him a lot. After becoming an angel, Hobert only used the ability of connection to sense the approximate location of the uniqueness. Hobert did not immediately enter the city, but looked at the bustling pedestrians in Antaz, guessing the impact the uniqueness might have on the city. Just then, he noticed that in the city square, a gorgeously dressed person dressed as a eunuch suddenly appeared. He took a deep breath and said very proudly, "Pay tribute to His Majesty the Emperor." The entire city and the surrounding villages and towns shouted together, "Pay tribute to His Majesty the Emperor." Hobert was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he could clearly hear the eunuch's voice from so far away. The person dressed as a eunuch said again, "His Majesty the Emperor orders that torches must be lit for illumination during daytime travel." Hobert complained, "That's sick." But the people of the city had already begun to look for torches, and some even tore down doors and windows to make torches. Hobert then realized that hearing the Emperor's order meant that he had entered the range of influence of the uniqueness. He was about to leave first and make some preparations before coming back, but he saw that everyone had already started walking on the street with torches. Pedestrians had to hold torches, coachmen had to hold torches in one hand, newspaper boys had to light torches in one hand, and vendors and shoppers on the roadside had to hold torches. Outside the city, farmers planting fields held torches in one hand, and blacksmiths in blacksmith shops held torches in one hand. Anyone who was outdoors had to hold a torch. It was as if going out with a torch was as common sense as eating and sleeping. At this time, everyone looked at Hobert, because he was the only one who was not holding a torch. Hobert felt that not only the people here were watching him, but also the trees around him, and even every stone under his feet, and every withered grass were watching him, and the gazes were becoming more and more hostile. Because he did not comply with the Emperor's obviously distorted decree. In order not to startle the snake, Hobert casually broke off a piece of dry grass, rubbed his spirituality, and lit the top of the dry grass, igniting a flame. After his tampering, this flame could be maintained with very little fuel, and this piece of dry grass could burn all day. The moment he held the torch, all hostile gazes shifted away. Hobert prepared to leave again, but in the next second, he saw from afar that some people who could not immediately make torches turned into fish jumping around on the ground. This was obviously a punishment for them for not following the Emperor's orders. Almost at the same time, Hobert realized that his thoughts were constantly being distorted. Originally, he planned to just observe and leave, but it seemed that he had been standing here for a long time. New changes had taken place in Antaz City. Many guards dressed as servants poured out from the city hall, and people dressed as eunuchs shouted in front, "Make way for His Majesty the Emperor." Hobert saw from afar that 8 guards carried out a huge and exquisite wooden chair, and a black dog was sitting on the wooden chair. It wore a gorgeous crown on its head and a necklace around its neck. The ornament on the necklace was a sphere like a ball of light. That was the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway, and the beyonder characteristic of Prince of Abolition. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. The Emperor was actually a dog. At this time, the black dog's scarlet eyes looked at Hobert in the distance, which made Hobert's legs immediately kneel uncontrollably. Hobert knew that he was no match for the uniqueness and immediately mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder. A tall tree of order grew in front of him, blocking the black dog's sight. Hobert felt the mental pressure he was feeling disappear. He reached out and grabbed the sun scepter from the Nation of Disorder, and immediately left on the sun god's chariot. After running out of the area, Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the study of the Duke's mansion again, Hobert paced back and forth, thinking about countermeasures. Ding! The grandfather clock in the study suddenly rang. Hobert looked at it and it was already 2:30, and today was Monday, and the tarot gathering was about to begin in half an hour. He wondered if he should discuss countermeasures with Klein. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 669, Chapter 667 Rewrite, Translator's Version. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. T/N, notice any plot holes. Also, go check out the latest fanfic on my profile. Hobert looked at the coffin behind them with some surprise. He could clearly feel that after he uttered the words, "celestial worthy," some changes had immediately occurred in the main tomb chamber. He couldn't say exactly what the changes were, but he had a premonition of danger, so he called out to his students, "Let's go out and rest first." As he said this, he suddenly realized that there were clearly only 4 students who had entered the main tomb chamber, but now there were 6. At some point, 2 more students had appeared. Hobert looked around, and all 6 of them were his students. What was even more bizarre was that in his memory, they had all entered the main tomb chamber with him. He couldn't distinguish which 2 were the extra ones. Just as Hobert was very surprised, he suddenly found his thinking becoming chaotic, as if he were drunk, his thoughts and actions completely out of his control. At this moment, two of the students suddenly pointed at each other and made bang, bang, bang shooting sounds. The air bullets hit the tomb chamber, sending stone dust flying, making it seem like they were really in the middle of a gunfight. And Hobert and the other four students stood there like statues, unable to move or even utter a single syllable. They could only hope and fear that the two students' bullets wouldn't hit them. After that, the two students seemed to be playing a finger-guessing game, either grabbing or waving at each other, and everything around them was undergoing some changes, but Hobert couldn't see exactly what those changes were. Their battle lasted for about a minute, and a round-faced, short-haired student won. The other student disappeared into the tomb chamber like a bubble. The world became distorted and illusory. The round-faced, short-haired student gradually changed until his appearance mirrored his own. "Who are you?" Hobert asked. Without opening his mouth, the mirrored Hobert said in a distorted voice, "You should know me quite well." Hobert said in a low voice, "You are celestial worthy." The mirrored Hobert didn't give an answer. Instead, the surroundings melted into an illusory grey fog. Hobert recognized it immediately. It was the grey fog of Sefirah Castle. "We meet at last," Wobo, celestial worthy spoke in perfect Chinese. Hobert's heart skipped a beat. He knew his real name. "You possess a very interesting corruption. Not particularly reminiscent of the primordial." Distorted shadows emerged from the fog, projecting Hobert's life. To be more precise, it was the original Hobert Jeffrey's life. The projections were suddenly cut off, revealing a distorted shadow shrouded by grey fog that had inhabited his body. An intense corruption that could not be fully captured by the fog seemed to fill up the image. Hobert's eyes trembled. The shadow of the nation of disorder and the fog of Sefirah Castle. Sure enough, his transmigration into this world had been tampered with. Then, this celestial worthy mental imprint had almost certainly been watching him from the nation of disorder. Did this mean that his secret was exposed? If celestial worthy knew his real name, did he know he was a transmigrator from the real world? "So, are you going to take over my body?" Hobert probed. He had already known for a while that celestial worthy had left a mental imprint in the nation of disorder. Appearing right as Hobert became an angel, was this an automatic mechanism? Regardless, as a mental imprint, he naturally lacked the abilities of the real celestial worthy. Hobert had deduced that possession was impossible unless celestial worthy gave up the symbolism of a pillar and willingness lowered himself to the position of son of chaos. Accommodating additional Sefirah while being a pillar resulted in mutual death. He was sure that neither God Almighty nor celestial worthy were willing to resurrect through other Sefirah unless all of their resurrection plans through their own Sefirah failed. As he waited for the mental imprint to respond, Hobert found that his abilities seemed to progress towards an authority. His control over the Sefirah had deepened, becoming close to the owner of it. Who knows? Celestial worthy replied with a hint of musing. "Perhaps, at a critical moment, I'll resurrect and replace you when you try to become a god." Hobert pondered his words carefully. There were many loopholes in his words, yet at the same time, he was the embodiment of errors and loopholes. Using the status of the owner of Nation of Disorder, he tried to see how the mental imprint would react to mediumship. Could he glean any information? Hobert attempted to perform a spirit channeling on this shadowy imprint solely through the status of the Sefirah. However, celestial worthy's face seemed to melt into shadows and fog even faster. Hobert's spirituality was beginning to stabilize, causing celestial worthy's mental imprint to melt away into the fog. Anything he said was likely to be untrustworthy, but Hobert was certain that celestial worthy had left something in the nation of disorder, a hidden revival mechanism in case the Sefirah Castle failed. Likewise, the river of eternal darkness would contain a backup plan for resurrection. The Evernight Goddess. She's an eternal darkness group beyond her, so she must have been his plan to resurrect through the river of eternal darkness. But then, Hobert's mind flashed with various thoughts. If celestial worthy's word contained any hint of truth, it was likely to be him being unable to see Hobert's origins. If Hobert had transmigrated from a different universe, then it was possible that even a Lord of the Mysteries could not see his origins. Hobert had a sudden realization. The trip to the Western Zhou tomb that he recalled, when was that? That scene of himself reading the symbol to the children, when did that even happen? He had read Lord of the Mysteries as a student, but once he graduated and became an archaeologist, his memories seemed to become vague and blurry. At that time, Hobert's name was also Wobo. Then, celestial worthy knowing his real name was simply because his name in this world was also Wobo. Buried in his subconscious, there seemed to be an inexplicable scene of celestial worthy's corresponding symbols. Was this the arrangement he made? It seemed that he planned to replace my mind and soul, taking over the fate of Hobert. Was it possible that he didn't transmigrate directly into Hobert, but rather, into the same modern era of Klein and Roselle? That would be the only way he could have been the owner of the nation of disorder. It was celestial worthy who arranged this. The Evernight goddess's transmigration into a darkness pathway wolf may have been an error caused by God Almighty, but Celestial Worthy could still use the symbolism of errors to ensure that it was favorable to himself. Then, it was likely that he had been captured by Celestial Worthy like all of the transmigrators of this world. As for why he was the only one to be bound to the nation of disorder, perhaps this was also an error. As for why Celestial Worthy hadn't noticed any abnormality with him, Hobert speculated that either some force protected him, or he simply didn't have the corresponding memories. He leaned towards the latter theory, as merely having knowledge of the outer deities would result in corruption. It was likely that Celestial Worthy didn't know about his secret, even if he had noticed Hobot's peculiarity. But if that was the case, then why did the memories only return after he fell from the Sefirah castle? Why not earlier? Had something sealed them? Or had he simply failed to realize the truth until now? He couldn't tell. I see, so, I had already arrived long ago, then, it wouldn't be wrong to call Zhou Mingrui and Huang Tao my fellow countrymen. Hobert felt a cold breeze brush against him. He instinctively looked up, his eyes meeting the corpse. The mummified corpse held a bronze mirror in front of its chest with both hands. At this time, the bronze mirror was emitting an illusory light. Hobert only glanced at the bronze mirror and felt dizzy. For a brief moment, he lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he suddenly felt a splitting headache, and unknown whispers rang in his ears. Every whisper was hitting his spirit hard. Fortunately, the whispers disappeared quickly, but it took Hobert a few more minutes to recover. At this time, many memories burst into his mind: Lone Kingdom, the eldest son of Christian, a law student in Backlund, 15 pounds of private money. I have transmigrated. A smile appeared on the corner of Hobert's mouth. I have transmigrated to the Lord of the Mysteries world. The original owner seemed to have come into contact with some extraordinary factors, so he has been hearing crazy whispers recently, which gave him a splitting headache. Before he could ask his family for help, he had a mental breakdown. The most urgent task is to find out what trouble the original owner has gotten into as soon as possible. Although Christian is likely to be a beyonder, Hobert, who has suddenly transmigrated, is still a little distrustful of them. Adhering to the principle of, if there is a problem, find the organization, Hobert prayed to the fool who does not belong to this era. He prayed many times, but there was no response. Hobert frowned, thinking that with Klein's cautious personality, he might not respond to his first prayer. Just as he was planning to use his private money to go to Tianjin, he suddenly glanced at the date on the newspaper on his desk, July 1, 1349, it seems that Klein just arrived at this time. After giving himself a conclusion from his transmigration, Hobert went to consider what arrangements Celestial Worthy had in the Nation of Disorder. After all, he had never felt any dangerous aura in the Nation of Disorder. Thinking about it carefully, Hobert can easily draw a conclusion: although I have encountered many tests and difficulties since I came to this world, I have been able to resolve them relatively smoothly every time, and have gained a lot of benefits from these tests and difficulties. This may be the welfare that Celestial Worthy prepared for himself. As a result, it was all taken advantage of by Mr. Fool. Hobert slowly nodded. This is very likely. Like Evernight Goddess and Huang Tao, they are also transmigrators, but their beginnings and encounters are more difficult than mine. They don't have the help of Sefirah, and they don't have my rapid advancement speed. Of course, the Evernight Goddess was born as an angel, but she waited a long time to find advancement opportunities. Thinking of this, Hobert realized that Celestial Worthy's arrangements were not entirely dangerous to him, and more often might help him. The real danger may lie in Celestial Worthy's arrangements for the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways, and may lie in the uncertain mist. This reminded Hobert again of what Erebus had said to him before: why did the high-sequence beyonders of the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways only appear in the fourth epoch? Could there be some conspiracy of Celestial Worthy in this? In addition, Hobert recalled his experiences during this period. The appearance of Erebus and the resurrection of Trunsoist were events that did not appear in the original book. There may also be Celestial Worthy's deployment in this, because for Hobert, they are relatively difficult opponents. Originally, Hobert didn't have much pressure on advancement, but the appearance of Erebus and Trunsoist gave him a lot of pressure, urging him to digest the potion as soon as possible and become the King of Angels as soon as possible. At the same time, Hobert must become a god before Trunsoist, and only after completely integrating the Nation of Disorder can he win in the competition with Trunsoist. Then, Hobert recalled his experience of encountering the uncertain mist when he was the Earl of the Fallen. Hobert is not sure whether there is any influence of Celestial Worthy in this. After all, Celestial Worthy's influence on the Lord of the Mysteries world is very limited at this time. But what Hobert is sure of is that his connection with the uncertain mist is too close. After thinking about it, Hobert believed that as long as he knew why the Black Emperor and Justiciar only appeared in the fourth epoch, he should be able to basically understand Celestial Worthy's arrangements. As for the prevention of Celestial Worthy's arrangements, what he can do now is to be careful of Erebus and become Sequence 1 as soon as possible, so as to prevent Trunsoist from thinking about the Nation of Disorder again. Thinking of this, Hobert suddenly thought of another thing. Although Klein now knows that I am also a transmigrator, he doesn't know that I know all his details. One day, when he learns that I always knew that the fool and the world were the same person, will he be embarrassed to lose control on the spot? But the corners of Hobert's mouth, which had just curled up, immediately smoothed out, because he realized, embarrassment is definitely embarrassing, but this will definitely enhance his human side. Perhaps this is why the future Mr. Fool did not come back to tell the truth to the current Klein. Hobert sighed. Those who can do well in this pathway are indeed some old schemers, as if everything has a certain purpose. His thoughts returned to advancement as soon as possible. In any case, advancement is the hard truth. So Hobert began to examine his own situation. Now that his spirituality has been completely restrained, Hobert unexpectedly discovered that he had digested part of the Duke of Entropy potion. After thinking about it for a while, he found the answer. Like the previous potions, the Duke in the Duke of Entropy potion is just a title. If you want to quickly digest the potion, you have to work hard on entropy. Entropy is a process from order to disorder, which is different from disorder. Disorder is generally temporary. For example, the marches and riots that occurred in the struggle between Earl's Light and the Backlund Gas Association, such chaos is destined not to last too long. Because the order of Backlund is still there, and the order of the Lone Kingdom is still there. Entropy is different. In terms of social order, it represents the destruction of the original order, or a great change. There may not be many chaotic events, but the social norms and values that people follow are completely different. The chaos caused by these two major changes lies in thought and in the spiritual world. The key is that this is a change that has to be promoted due to various external and internal pressures. It is irreversible and unstoppable. After such a change, it is not to say that there is no order, but that the order is more complicated, just like some scholars describe it, releasing a bigger monster to subdue the original little monster. This process is very consistent with the description of entropy. Although the process of entropy increase is a process from order to disorder, it is only relatively disordered compared to before, not that there is no order. For example, the dissipation of heat from a small space to a cold large space, the result of this process is only that the heat is diluted, not that the process makes both the small space and the large space dead silent. After figuring out this theory, Hobert knew why he had digested the potion. Because he previously promoted land reform in the South Colson region and Longtail Island. In this world, there was also the concept of land nationalization. But that concept was very vague. More precisely, it was land royalization, that is, all the land belonged to the royal family or the imperial family. In theory, all farmers became tenants of the royal family or the imperial family. The biggest problem with this system is that no one or organization can restrain the royal family or the imperial family. When the royal family or the imperial family begins to corrupt and disintegrate from the inside, the glory and convenience brought by this system will disappear. Later practice proved that the country where land is publicly owned, rather than a country of a certain family, is a good strategy to suppress land annexation for a long time. And, individuals have no right to buy or sell land, almost completely cut off the possibility of land annexation. As time goes by, such a system will definitely have to make certain adjustments, but that is not what Hobert has to consider. Because for the Lord of the Mysteries world, the national policy of land nationalization and land cannot be bought or sold is enough. For this world, Hobert's policy is a change from order to disorder. Of course, as mentioned earlier, society has not completely lost order, but uses irreversible and unstoppable order to replace the original order. Thinking of this, Hobert realized that he didn't need to do anything. He only needed to continue his existing business to continuously digest the potion. After the civil war in the Southern Balam Governorate ends, the next step will be land reform and system reform in the country. The Governorate will usher in a new order. This opportunity to digest the potion is definitely unique to Hobert. Referring to the architectural style and cultural style of the Fourth Epoch, Hobert estimates that the way Solomon, Tudor, and Trunsois digested the potion may just be to force the people to change their customs to complete it. It's not that they only have this level, but that they simply have no concept of a new system. In addition, Hobert believes that land reform and system reform should also be able to digest the Prince of Abolition potion in advance. Thinking of this, Hobert relaxed a little. This was good news for him. The faster the potion is digested, the greater his advantage in this competition. Returning to the real world, Hobert put all the sealed artifacts into the Nation of Disorder. Without the consumption of these things on spirituality, Hobert felt his spirit was unprecedentedly relaxed. Leaning back in his chair, Hobert began to consider how to find the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway. Southern continent, non-existent town. Cries filled the entire town, but they were all cries of excitement or cries of joy. All the Beyonders realized that the family curse had been lifted, but people didn't know how it was lifted. Many people asked Lawrence, the patriarch who had just returned, what was going on. Lawrence had guessed that the lifting of the curse might be related to the Creator. Because everyone who helped the Creator manage the divine kingdom today took a break, and for a while the Creator did not respond to anyone's prayers, which was very abnormal. But Lawrence did not directly ask the Creator, in case it was not the Creator who helped them lift the curse. Such an inquiry might cause misunderstanding. Lawrence planned to ask Hobert about it first when he met him, and then consider whether to thank the Creator. And how to thank the Creator. The ordinary members of the Balk family gradually returned to normal mentally because they were no longer tortured by whispers. A female member began to inquire about the specific time now after regaining her sanity, and learned about the Church of the Earth Mother and the Sanguine from the side. Everyone was very excited today, and many members had just regained their sanity and were inquiring about how long they had been crazy, so they didn't notice the abnormality of this female member. After inquiring about some news, she whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "It seems that Trunsoist has successfully resurrected, and my research direction is correct. It's a pity that the Sanguine seems to have disappeared and cannot be found in a short time." Thinking of this, she smiled helplessly. "What can I do if I find them? Will they believe that I am the resurrected Blood Moon Queen?" This is exactly the Empress Aurania of the resurrected Trunsoist Empire. It was she who found a way to resurrect Trunsoist. As the researcher and executor of this action, she certainly had the opportunity to quietly implant her consciousness into the blood of her descendants. Because it was done very secretly, and Trunsoist's consciousness always prevailed over her, no one has found the means of resurrection she left for herself. It's just that Aurania can't immediately restore her original strength and can only wait for the opportunity. South bank of Mid-Seashire, the end of the Hornassus Mountains. From here, you can overlook the front line on the south bank. After George III died violently, the battle here became more intense again, and the front line that the lone kingdom had finally stabilized showed signs of collapse again. Trunsoist, who is currently only 16 or 17 years old in appearance, looks like an old man and is walking around with his hands behind his back. At this time, his appearance has changed somewhat. The originally black hair has turned bronze at the roots, and the eyes have turned golden. This change will continue until it becomes the same appearance as Knight Emperor Trunsoist. Finally, Trunsoist found the entrance and, using the power of the God of Combat, arrived at the city of Santiadro. According to his memory, he opened the barrier to the town. The Beyonders of the town sensed something and came forward to kneel, welcoming the emperor they had been waiting for over 1,000 years. The elderly Prime Minister, Abbot, holding a thin-necked glass bottle containing only a faint mist, knelt on the ground and held it above his head with both hands. "Great Emperor, our guards made a mistake, and the glass bottle was stolen by an outsider not long ago. This is my negligence, please punish me, Your Majesty." Trunsoist took the glass bottle and examined it. As he had expected, he couldn't get close to the Nation of Disorder again until he became a Justiciar again. He glanced coldly at Abbot and casually threw the glass bottle on the ground. Abbot, who was kneeling on the ground, collapsed like mud in an instant, and the Beyonder characteristic was extracted in the next second. The others trembled slightly, burying their heads very low, not even daring to breathe loudly. Trunsoist recovered the Beyonder characteristic and then said to everyone, "This place is no longer safe. Pack your luggage and belongings and prepare to leave." As he spoke, Trunsoist turned to go to the chaotic city of Zydro outside. Now that Hobert knew about this place, when he had time, he would definitely come to harvest the Beyonder characteristics here. Rather than let these Beyonder characteristics fall into Hobert's hands, it would be better to harvest them himself to rapidly strengthen his power. Kingdom of Lone, Savelas County, a prosperous suburb of a small city. Hobert stood on a hill, overlooking this small city with a population of about 20 to 30,000 people. To the south of the city is a huge lake, and to the west are the remnants of the Hornassus Mountains. There are picturesque grasslands and forests there, and in the scenic valleys, in the secluded forests, there are many summer resorts. Outside the city are endless farmlands and scattered villages and towns. The city's main business is tourism, but now it is the off-season for tourism. So, in this city called Entaz, besides tourists who come to ski, there are basically only locals. Hobert used the connection between himself and the Black Emperor Pathway's uniqueness to find this place. Adam really helped him a lot. After becoming an angel, Hobert only used the ability of connection to sense the approximate location of the uniqueness. Hobert did not immediately enter the city, but looked at the bustling pedestrians in Entaz, guessing the impact the uniqueness might have on the city. Just then, he noticed that in the city square, a gorgeously dressed person dressed as a eunuch suddenly appeared. He took a deep breath and said very proudly, "Pay tribute to His Majesty the Emperor." The entire city and the surrounding villages and towns shouted together, "Pay tribute to His Majesty the Emperor." Hobert was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he could clearly hear the eunuch's voice from so far away. The person dressed as a eunuch said again, "His Majesty the Emperor orders that torches must be lit for illumination during daytime travel." Hobert complained, "That's sick." But the people of the city had already begun to look for torches, and some even tore down doors and windows to make torches. Hobert then realized that hearing the Emperor's order meant that he had entered the range of influence of the uniqueness. He was about to leave first and make some preparations before coming back, but he saw that everyone had already started walking on the street with torches. Pedestrians had to hold torches, coachmen had to hold torches in one hand, newspaper boys had to light torches in one hand, and vendors and shoppers on the roadside had to hold torches. Outside the city, farmers planting fields held torches in one hand, and blacksmiths in blacksmith shops held torches in one hand. Anyone who was outdoors had to hold a torch. It was as if going out with a torch was as common sense as eating and sleeping. At this time, everyone looked at Hobert, because he was the only one who was not holding a torch. Hobert felt that not only the people here were watching him, but also the trees around him, and even every stone under his feet, and every withered grass were watching him, and the gazes were becoming more and more hostile. Because he did not comply with the emperor's obviously distorted decree. In order not to startle the snake, Hobert casually broke off a piece of dry grass, rubbed his spirituality, and lit the top of the dry grass, igniting a flame. After his tampering, this flame could be maintained with very little fuel, and this piece of dry grass could burn all day. The moment he held the torch, all hostile gazes shifted away. Hobert prepared to leave again, but in the next second, he saw from afar that some people who could not immediately make torches turned into fish jumping around on the ground. This was obviously a punishment for them for not following the emperor's orders. Almost at the same time, Hobert realized that his thoughts were constantly being distorted. Originally, he planned to just observe and leave, but it seemed that he had been standing here for a long time. New changes had taken place in Antaz City. Many guards dressed as servants poured out from the city hall, and people dressed as eunuchs shouted in front, "Make way for His Majesty the Emperor." Hobert saw from afar that 8 guards carried out a huge and exquisite wooden chair, and a black dog was sitting on the wooden chair. It wore a gorgeous crown on its head and a necklace around its neck. The ornament on the necklace was a sphere like a ball of light. That was the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway, and the beyonder characteristic of Prince of Abolition. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. The Emperor was actually a dog. At this time, the black dog's scarlet eyes looked at Hobert in the distance, which made Hobert's legs immediately kneel uncontrollably. Hobert knew that he was no match for the uniqueness and immediately mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder. A tall tree of order grew in front of him, blocking the black dog's sight. Hobert felt the mental pressure he was feeling disappear. He reached out and grabbed the sun scepter from the Nation of Disorder, and immediately left on the sun god's chariot. After running out of the area, Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the study of the Duke's mansion again, Hobert paced back and forth, thinking about countermeasures. Ding! The grandfather clock in the study suddenly rang. Hobert looked at it and it was already 2:30, and today was Monday, and the tarot gathering was about to begin in half an hour. He wondered if he should discuss countermeasures with Klein. T/N. I wrote this to explain any inconsistency and why there's no Western continent plot. CW made arrangements as early as the modern era and sealed the Sefirah in a way that prevented that instead of the canon sealing. Lots of thought went into filling plot holes, but I can't include everything BC. It's from Hobert's perspective. So, there is no Western continent and Sefirah Dao system BC of Hobert. Maybe after this fanfic ends, I'll write extra chapters for all of the ideas I had for this. Hobert's mind, when he transmigrated over, did not contain the corresponding memories of Lord of the Mysteries, which is why it was difficult to recall the trip to the tomb in this scene. He also transmigrates directly into China as Hobert, so there was no discrepancy that he could notice. This protects him from being corrupted via knowledge. I really can't think of anything to explain why he would transmigrate or not have his memories, so that's a Sparkles mystery Sparkles. Hobert regained the memories after being thrown out by Sefirah Castle, 4th Cocoon, immediately after Klein, and bonded to the Nation of Disorder. This was not CW's arrangement, but actually God's error in effect, just like Evernight being darkness is an error. No Dao Master of Nation of Disorder to fight for control. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 670, Chapter 668, Questions and Answers at the Tarot Club. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. With Justice Audrey's greeting, this tarot gathering officially began. After the situation in this world became even more chaotic, the tarot gathering could still be held normally, and all the members were present, which gave Audrey some comfort and improved her mood a lot. Because the fool, Klein, or rather, Mr. World, quickly got rid of Amon with the help of the Creator, everyone did not notice Mr. Fool's abnormality. Klein would not actively talk about the battle between him and Amon, so he smiled at the Emperor, Hobert, and said, "Let us congratulate the Emperor on his successful advancement." Apart from Audrey and Furs, the other members felt their backs were a little stiff. The Emperor has successfully advanced to an angel. Because this step of advancement was very crucial, Mr. Fool's congratulations sounded reasonable. Advancing to a demigod requires an opportunity, but advancing to an angel requires more than just an opportunity, it requires a miracle. The hermit, Katlia, even speculated, could the emperor's advancement be related to George III's sudden death? The hanged man, Alger, had a very unreal feeling. Sequence 2. Angel. Deity. The emperor's life form has undergone a qualitative change. And I. Thinking of this, Alger was left with only a wry smile. Audrey smiled and thought, the first angel member of the tarot gathering besides Mr. Fool. The son Derek sighed at the speed of advancement of the tarot gathering members. When he joined the tarot gathering, Mr. Emperor was only a low sequence extraordinary. The star Leonard also sighed, the creator's forces have gained another angel, the strength of this force is becoming more and more terrifying. Hobert, of course, knew the principle of, everyone carries the sedan chair, so he got up and said to the fool, thanks to your help, I was able to get through the most dangerous stage of advancement. Audrey almost pouted unladylike, Hobert didn't even tell me what the risks of his advancement were. Why is it linked to his family's curse? Furs also took a deep breath, sighing that Hobert had been too busy lately and they hadn't had a heart-to-heart talk in a long time. Klein smiled slightly, indicating that it was an insignificant help, that was just an equivalent exchange. Alger was the first to realize, Mr. Emperor's advancement had some risks. So he prayed for Mr. Fool's help. I really want to know what price Mr. Emperor paid for it. To be able to move Mr. Fool again. And Katlia was a little strange, why didn't the Emperor pray for the creator's help? But she quickly figured out the answer herself, maybe some of Mr. Fool's authorities were needed to accomplish some things. Klein then said to Katlia, what questions do you have this time? Katlia was slightly stunned. The beginning of this tarot gathering had given her a huge shock, and she hadn't recovered for a while. Also, Queen Mystic's letter didn't raise any new questions. After hesitating for a second or two, she decided to ask something she wanted to know first. Anyway, there were still many remaining questions. After considering for 2 seconds, Katlia said, Great Mr. Fool, I really want to know the truth about George III assassination. The world had been investigating George III recently. Before, he had reminded the members in Backlund to pay attention to the abnormalities around them. Not long after, George III was assassinated. There must be some inevitable connection here. Katlia's question immediately made Audrey and others perk up, because this was also something they wanted to know. The members had also recalled Mr. Fool and the creator's investigation and attention to this matter, believing that George III assassination was inseparable from these two deities. Among the tarot gathering members, the only one who was relatively confused was the Moon Emlyn. His mind was full of thoughts like what happened, and so on. Currently, he was locked behind the Chinese gate of St. Samuel Cathedral. He couldn't even see the newspapers and didn't know that King George III had been assassinated. As for Derek, he didn't care much about this matter. He tried to restrain his impatience, waiting for the hermit to finish asking her questions so he could state his request. Klein said in a flat tone, George III wanted to become the Black Emperor, so he excavated the Tudor ruins, trafficked people, created the Backlund smog incident, and actively started wars, allowing the Fasak Empire's airships to bomb Backlund. Unfortunately, his secret mausoleum was destroyed, and he failed in the final stage of the ritual. He simply described the cause of the matter and the process of George III's failure in his usual tone. But he didn't mention what he did at all, because it would be too demeaning for Mr. Fool to actively explain the details. In the previous intelligence transactions, the other members more or less knew some information about George III's preparation to become a god. Only Audrey didn't expect that the airship bombing of Backlund was also something George III did in order to become a god. At the same time, she could somewhat understand why Mr. Fool and the creator would prevent George III from becoming a god. First of all, these two deities would definitely take the opportunity to achieve some of their own goals, but based on their consistent performance, even if their respective interests were not involved, they would not condone such a person becoming a god. Having obtained this answer, Katlia decided to use another question. Respected Mr. Fool, what is the attitude of the seven gods towards this? Alger and Leonard couldn't help but shift their sitting positions, because even they, as members of the Orthodox churches, didn't know the attitude of the seven gods towards this. Klein once again said in a flat tone, the seven gods all hope there will be a Black Emperor, but their opinions are not unified on who should be this Black Emperor. When George III successfully obtained that ticket through secret preparations, the seven gods, whether they agreed or not, could only acquiesce. Alger immediately recalled some contradictory performances of the seven major churches in events such as the Backlund smog incident and George III assassination, and immediately understood, so that's how it is. Immediately, the tarot gathering members all had a question, since George III was ready and had reached the final step of holding the ritual, and had obtained the tacit consent of the seven gods, then why did he still fail? Soon they thought of an answer, because Mr. Fool and the creator disagreed. Based on the answers to these two questions and some information provided by old men, Leonard had an overall grasp of the matter. In the matter of George III's advancement to Black Emperor being disrupted, the church should not have seriously tried to stop it, and may have even provided some help to Mr. Fool and the creator's subordinates. Almost at the same time, Katlia used her rich experience and knowledge to guess the truth of the matter. The 7 gods acquiesced, Mr. Fool and the Creator opposed, so they sent people to secretly disrupt George III godhood ritual. But she then thought, but what does this have to do with the Queen? Why did she discover that Gehrman Sparrow was missing? Black Emperor. The Queen may have participated in this action. Finally, Katlia realized, Mr. Fool has 3 angels under his command, Snake of Fate, Death Consul, and Ancient Bane. The angel loyal to the Creator is Duke of Entropy. No, now there are 2 Dukes of Entropy, and also a Weather Warlock, as well as 2 angels suspected of being from the Mystery Prior and Secret Supplicant pathways. With such strength, disrupting a king's godhood ritual and thwarting the plan of an king of angels doesn't seem too difficult to understand. The other members also had their own guesses. For a time, the giant palace became very quiet. Seeing that everyone was silent, Klein said, "You can begin." Derek almost immediately said, "Respected Mr. Fool, Chief hopes to receive your blessing in the advancement ritual. City of Silver's Chief Colin is preparing to advance to Sequence 3. Before, many demigods in City of Silver had tried to advance to Sequence 3, but without exception, because they did not receive the blessing of the gods, the ritual was incomplete, and they all failed in the end." Klein nodded slightly, "I can." Having received the promise, Derek smiled, not knowing how to express his gratitude for a moment. After 2 seconds, he lowered his head and said very loudly, "Only believe in Mr. Fool." Klein just nodded lightly, indicating that he understood his gratitude. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't say anything else, Katlia said to the world, "Queen Mystic wants to know if you are currently in an extremely dangerous situation. Do you need her help?" Klein was slightly stunned, thinking that Queen Mystic was quite righteous, and even knew to look for a missing partner. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Thank Queen Mystic for me, and tell her that I am currently in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and I don't need her help for the time being." Klein plans to explore the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and try to find an opportunity to advance here. Derek suddenly stood up, "War. Mr. World. You are in the Forsaken Land of the Gods." He was very surprised at first, but soon his emotions were overshadowed by excitement. Another member of the Tarot Gathering is in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. This made Derek feel inexplicably relieved. The world's answer far exceeded Katlia's expectations. She responded almost reflexively, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Audrey, on the other hand, said first, "Mr. World, how did you go to the Forsaken Land of the Gods?" She paused and then said, "It seems wrong to ask that. I should ask how you entered the Forsaken Land of the Gods." At this time, the world looked at the Fool at the top, as if asking for Mr. Fool's instructions. Hobert, who was watching the show, suddenly realized whether he should reveal to Klein that he knew the world was the Fool. He thought, probably when Klein becomes a great old one, he will know my origins. Will he complain that Hobert only knew how to watch the show and didn't care about the embarrassment after the actor was exposed? But after thinking about it, Hobert decided to temporarily not say anything about this matter. Perhaps the more embarrassed Klein was at that time, the more he could suppress the revival of the celestial worthy. The Fool at the top seemed to notice the world's gaze. He smiled and said, "Some time ago, I used the world's body to play a game with Amon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods." Every sentence he said was true, but the information that others interpreted from it would definitely be very far from the actual situation. In this way, even if Amon spread the news that the world Gehrman Sparrow was equal to the Fool, the Tarot Gathering members would only sneer in their hearts that Amon wanted to deceive again. There was a time when the world was equal to the Fool, but that doesn't mean the world is always equal to the Fool. Leonard immediately recalled a conversation with Oldman last week. Oldman guessed correctly. Mr. Fool deliberately used Klein to lure the blasphemer Amon. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at Mr. Fool, and then looked at the world generously. Seeing that neither of them was wearing a monocle, he breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the current situation, Mr. Fool has obtained a relatively satisfactory result in this struggle, and may have even made Amon suffer a loss. Alger sensed from Mr. Fool's words that the other party had further revived and was able to gain an advantage in a direct confrontation with an King of Angels. Katlia roughly understood the reason for the world Gehrman Sparrow's disappearance. At the same time, she was surprised that an King of Angels who had disappeared from people's sight for a long time had ascended to the stage of the current era. After being surprised for a moment, Audrey immediately noticed through observation, why doesn't Mr. Star seem surprised by this? And he seems to know some other information. Only Emlyn didn't quite understand what Mr. Fool meant. He even had a feeling that he had been locked behind the Chinese gate for more than just 1 or 2 weeks, but 1 or 2 months, resulting in a serious disconnection from the current situation. At this time, the world said to the Emperor, "Hobert, please convey my thanks to the Creator for allowing me to obtain very important information from Amon." Everyone was stunned at first, and then immediately realized that the Creator had also participated in this struggle, but the Creator did not seem to have participated in the battle between Mr. Fool and Amon, but had helped Mr. World. The other members then realized, Mr. World also has some actions or tasks in the forsaken land of the gods, and this task seems to be to obtain some key information. As for why the world was asking the Creator for help instead of praying for Mr. Fool's help, everyone also thought of the reason, just like the Emperor's advancement did not pray for the Creator's help, but asked Mr. Fool for help. Mr. World's request for the Creator's help should also be to use the authority that the Creator possesses to complete some operations. I will help you convey it. Hobert smiled and said, although I cannot make any statements on behalf of the Creator, I can express my own attitude. In this George III incident, we were originally close allies. First smiled slightly. She witnessed Hobert and the world discussing how to destroy George III mausoleum. This time Audrey didn't have the idea of pouting, because Hobert had told her the general process of this action. Alger and other members sighed. This is another cooperation between Mr. Fool and the Creator, and it is clear that this cooperation was very successful. Katlia asked, Emperor, did the Creator also participate in this operation? Everyone knew that this was a rhetorical question because it was so obvious. The hermit's implication was actually, can you tell us roughly what happened? Because Mr. Fool's answer was too general. Yes, Hobert said with a smile, but everyone must keep this a secret from me, because on the surface, we are still in a cooperative relationship with the lone royal family. Alger and Katlia, who often dealt with pirates, didn't think there was anything wrong with this. In their view, there were many types of cooperation partners, some of whom used each other, some of whom were used unilaterally, and some of whom had common goals and had to cooperate, and so on. Of course, different strategies should be used to deal with different partners. Leonard, however, thought of a piece of news he had just learned. Not long ago, the Church had just conducted a cooperation with the Creator's forces against the Church of the God of Combat. Should I remind the Church to be careful of the Creator's forces backstabbing them? But then he shook his head. This was not a problem he should be concerned about at his current level. Katlia immediately stated, of course, I will keep it a secret for you. After all, this is a secret of the Tarot Club. Unless you want to betray the Tarot Club, who would reveal such a secret? Klein thought to himself, this is what you call an old fox. By taking this matter to a higher level and using the Tarot Club's confidentiality rules, she is asking everyone to keep Hobert's words secret. Audrey, on the other hand, interpreted from the hermit's language and body language the meaning of, tell us quickly, everyone will keep it a secret for you. So Hobert said, last year, the Creator realized George III's purpose and sent us to do some investigation. Later, according to the clues described by Mr. World, we guessed that some of George III's actions were actually preparing for a godhood ceremony, and we guessed that the lone royal family was secretly transforming the mausoleum left by the Tudor family. Among us are members of the Tudor family and members of the Trunsoist family, who have more detailed information about this and know the location of the Tudors' secret mausoleums. So I cooperated with Mr. World to destroy those secret mausoleums during George III's godhood ceremony. Alger slowly nodded. Now it can be confirmed that the Creator should be a god of the lawyer or arbiter pathway. Through certain connections of the pathway, the Creator knew about George III's plot very early and began to prepare to destroy the godhood ceremony. Klein even further speculated, the Creator should possess the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway and a sequence 1 of God, or only possess one of them. The two sequence 1 characteristics of this pathway are in the hands of the lone royal family and the Phaenopoda royal family, but the whereabouts of the uniqueness and the third sequence 1 characteristic have never been heard of. He believed that, theoretically, the 6 gods joined forces to eliminate the Night Emperor, and the uniqueness and sequence 1 characteristics should be in the hands of the Orthodox churches, but now it seems that the Creator may have obtained one of them through some means and restored the corresponding power. Before the Creator regained his strength, he certainly did not want a true god to appear in the adjacent pathway. Klein had such a guess because the Creator had successfully stopped Amon's main body before, which made him believe that the Creator at least had the level of sequence 1. But what he didn't know was that Hobert only had the confidence to face Amon's main body after seizing a beyonder characteristic of Prince of Abolition, otherwise the Creator would definitely find a way to kill Klein in order to escape Amon's pursuit. Audrey and other members also realized that the Creator should be more active in stopping George III from becoming a god than Mr. Fool. After all, this is a fight for beyonder characteristics, an unavoidable struggle. Only Furs knew that in this action, there was actually Hobert's unwillingness to let the people of the Backlund Smog incident die so unclearly. At this time, Leonard asked, I heard that beyonder forces from the Faesac Empire and the Phaenopoda Kingdom also appeared at that time. Is this true? It's true, Hobert said with a smile, they are also the lone royal family's mortal enemies and can be used as force. Everyone understood that it was likely that the Emperor had quietly notified the royal families of these two countries. Emlyn felt that his mind was a little confused for a while. Didn't the Creator just attack St. Milan, the capital of the Faesac Empire? Why did they suddenly cooperate again? Leonard sighed. Fortunately, I didn't get involved in politics. Otherwise, he might be screwed to death. Hobert smiled and said, in addition to being a solid ally of Mr. Fool, the creator basically has a relationship of mutual use with other forces. Whether this relationship of interest is close or whether there is any betrayal is not determined by one party, but by the interests of both parties. Leonard nodded. After Hobert sorted it out, the relationship became clear. Through the Emperor's description, everyone basically understood the details of George III's failure. Obviously, the Feynapotter Kingdom and the Feysac Empire were used, but their surprise attacks must have achieved unexpected results. In addition, with the Creator and Mr. Fool's forces taking action, it would be strange if George III could succeed without the help of gods. There was silence in the hall for a while, and World said to Fool, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I hope to communicate with Mr. Emperor alone." Hobert guessed what Klein wanted to talk to him about and nodded in agreement to the request for a private conversation. After the Fool set up a space for private conversation, Klein manipulated World and said, "I hope to talk to you alone in the real world." Hobert was stunned. Is there anything that can't be said here? World sighed, if we talk about this topic, it may take a long time, and it is not suitable to be held at the Tarot Club. Hobert recalled that Klein knew from Amon that this was Earth, and this news must have had a great impact on him. After all, for a long time, Klein's motivation to advance and explore this extraordinary world was to go home, but he found that he had never left home, but his current home was not the original home. No problem, Hobert said. He felt that he had an obligation to try to find a new goal for Klein. Klein asked again, I thought of a way to temporarily return to the North and South continent. Use Miss Magician's Laymanos travels to record 3 abilities to summon from the gaps in history. Then you summon my historical projection, and my main body enters the historical gap, so it is as if my main body has returned to the North and South continent. You can magnify or use the ability to summon from the historical gap to extend the summoning time. Hobert nodded, this is a good idea. He paused and said, but I have to summon you in a few days, because recently I have to help the Creator complete a very important task and solve the civil war in the duchy as soon as possible. Klein nodded, okay. Then he asked, can you help me get a Worm of Star? The auxiliary ingredients for advancing to Sequence 2 require a Worm of Time and a Worm of Star. Klein has a Worm of Time in his hand, but he has no way to get a Worm of Star. He remembered that Hobert's subordinates had several demigods of the apprentice pathway. Hobert asked, can a secret sorcerer split a Worm of Star? Theoretically, it is possible, Klein said. When he was in Sequence 4, he could split the Worm of Spirit. As a demigod of the adjacent pathway, it should also be possible. Hobert agreed very readily, then there is no problem. What reward do you need? Hobert couldn't say for sure, let's talk about it when I get the Worm of Star. It is likely that Jonathan will not want any reward, but Hobert does not plan to owe favors and still has to pay the Demonist Council some reward. The specific reward depends on the actual situation. They ended the private conversation, and Emlyn applied to talk to Mr. Star alone. As soon as Klein established a space for them to communicate alone, Emlyn rushed to ask, when will you let me out? Leonard maintained a loose posture and said, this is not something I can decide. My suggestion is that you find someone to contact the Sanguine's high-level officials as soon as possible and let them find a way to get you out. Klein, who was listening, wanted to laugh a little, but he held back. These 2 guys have caused an accident with a simple, protective detention. Emlyn's expression was a little gloomy. Is it useful to find our Sanguine's high-level officials? The goddess is the Lady of Crimson, and is relatively fond of you guys who belong to the Moon domain, Leonard casually perfunctorily said, although you don't believe in her. What he really meant was, the Sanguine, an ancient race that has lived for several epochs, must have more or less connections with the major churches, especially since the Sanguine Queen was the Empress of the Trunsoist Empire, and the Church of the Evernight Goddess supported the Trunsoist Empire at that time. Emlyn probably understood the meaning of star, I will entrust Mr. Emperor. After all, the Creator's forces and the Sanguine are allies, but what is frustrating is that this time, the contact person between the 2 organizations was arrested. I don't know if the Emperor can find other Sanguine members. As soon as Emlyn finished speaking, he and Leonard said almost at the same time, no. Moon, Emlyn glanced at Mr. Star next to him, did you think of it too? Leonard, Ed, such a simple question. Emlyn retorted with a sneer, but you just suggested that I contact the Sanguine's high-level officials. I have been locked in the Chinese gate for several days. They must have known it for a long time. The fact that they haven't tried to rescue me should be because they want to observe who will help me. After all, in the eyes of the Sanguine's high-level officials, there are still many doubts about Emlyn, and they will definitely do some investigation if they have the opportunity. Leonard seemed not to have heard Emlyn's sneer and looked elsewhere. That's probably the case, so you can only continue to stay behind the Chinese gate. Perhaps after waiting a few more days, they will lose patience and get you out. Emlyn sighed with some amusement. For him, the very quiet environment behind the Chinese gate was still bearable, but what he couldn't bear was that the internal guards gave him cow's blood, which was very difficult to drink. The second round of private conversations ended, but Emlyn thought of the taste of cow's blood again and suddenly felt hopeless. He looked at the head of the bronze long table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I hope to ask you for some inspiration alone." The Sanguine's face is still very important. Emlyn didn't want other members to know that he was still being held behind the Chinese gate. Klein nodded and established a space for private communication between Fool and Emlyn again. Emlyn pleaded, "Can you give me a hint on how to get rid of protective custody?" Klein, shrouded in grey-white mist, replied concisely, "This week." His answer was very confident, but it did not come from prophecy, but from his judgment of current affairs. The Faesak Empire and Intis are attacking Lone, Fainapotter is attacking Lone's ally Rumberg, and the three major churches in the Kingdom of Lone certainly do not want to be enemies with the Sanguine in addition to the existing enemies, so Emlyn will be released soon, and Father Utravsky will have to be detained for a while. At the same time, the Sanguine's focus must have shifted to the world situation, and they are less motivated to continue to test the doubts about Emlyn. Combining these two factors, it is not difficult to conclude that Emlyn will be free soon. The only exception is that this guy is really forgotten. Whether it is the Church of the Evernight Goddess or the Sanguine, they have forgotten that there is such a guy locked behind the Chinese gate. If so, Klein will have Leonard remind the Church of the Evernight Goddess at the appropriate time. Emlyn breathed a complete sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. After the private prayer, the hall fell silent again, which meant that the transaction session was over, and this tarot club entered the free communication session. Hobert first said, "Please note, Trunsoist has been resurrected." The hall was quiet for a few seconds before Alger asked, "Who?" Hobert said again, "Knight Emperor, Trunsoist." The hall was quiet again for a few seconds, and then everyone asked questions in rapid succession, one after another. Katlia asked, "How did he resurrect?" Before today, she had not heard any news about this. In her opinion, the Knight Emperor's resurrection was very sudden. Klein manipulated World and asked, "Did your plan fail?" When Hobert advanced, Klein had to be careful to guard against Amon's avatar's encirclement and suppression of him, so he did not dare to stay in the Sefirah castle for long. After seeing Hobert's successful advancement, he withdrew his gaze and returned to the forsaken land of the gods. So Klein still does not know the news of Trunsoist's resurrection. He probably knew that Hobert's plan was to use the method of grafting blood to trick Trunsoist into a refined body. Theoretically, it would take a certain amount of time for Trunsoist to restore his status, and Hobert should be able to kill him easily. Klein could not be sure at this time whether Trunsoist was resurrected in that body or in Hobert's body. Audrey asked, "Is his resurrection related to your family's curse?" Hobert mentioned his family's curse when he first joined the Tarot Club, but only that once, and never again. Even Alger had forgotten about it, but Audrey remembered it very clearly. Furs asked, "Will you be in danger?" Hobert had talked to her about his family's curse, and she immediately realized that it might be related to the Trunsoist family's curse. After everyone had asked their questions, Hobert replied, "It is indeed related to the family's curse." But he didn't elaborate, planning to discuss it with Audrey in detail when he had time. Then Hobert answered Fur's question, "Because of the Creator's protection, I'm not in too much danger, but I have one more very troublesome competitor." Katlia, Alger, and the others all heard the concern for Emperor in Justice and Magician's tones. They reaffirmed that these three knew each other in the real world. Then Hobert answered Klein's question, "The plan was basically successful, but I didn't expect Trunsoist's resurrection plan to be more complicated than expected." After tricking him into that body, he summoned a sealed artifact at the Hand of Order level, and within a few seconds, he possessed the level of Sequence 1. Not only was Klein stunned, but the other members were also stunned. The Knight Emperor not only resurrected, but also had the strength of Sequence 1. This was definitely a major event. The Beyonder world suddenly had another Sequence 1. Katlia thought to herself, no wonder Miss Magician would ask if Emperor would be in danger. Even if he is an angel now, it is still quite dangerous to have a Sequence 1 as an enemy and competitor. Immediately, Audrey and Furs realized that Hobert's advancement plan had been helped by Mr. World, so World probably knew his plan as well. Finally, Hobert answered Katlia's question. Trunsoist began to arrange some resurrection methods not long after becoming a god in the fourth epoch. Later, with the help of Blood Moon Queen Aurania, he perfected the corresponding arrangements and finally resurrected last week. Because the specific resurrection process was very important to him and required confidential information, he didn't explain it to Katlia in detail. Katlia immediately realized that this must be a secret history from the fourth epoch, but Emperor didn't intend to explain it in detail. Emlyn immediately reacted, "Mr. Emperor, are you saying that the Knight Emperor's resurrection was helped by our queen?" Hobert nodded, yes. Trunsoist had admitted this himself. Emlyn asked again, what about the Blood Moon Queen? Did she resurrect together? She should. Hobert was about to say she should not have resurrected, but then he thought that Trunsoist's resurrection arrangements were all done by Orania. With such a good opportunity in front of her, wouldn't she leave a way out for herself? So Hobert immediately changed his words, I don't know about this. He paused and added, I will do some corresponding research. Theoretically, if Orania really had resurrection arrangements, then her resurrection should be very similar to Trunsoist's, also in a member of the Balk family, and could be resurrected after certain conditions were met. Emlyn said excitedly, please be sure to tell me the results of the investigation. Hobert nodded, I will. The other members were stunned by their conversation, not only the Night Emperor resurrected, but also the Night Emperor's queen. Katlia couldn't help but say, is it really almost the doomsday in the prophecy? So many ancient gods are waking up and resurrecting one after another. Except for Hobert and Klein, the other members were slightly stunned. Audrey asked, Ms. Hermit, what is the doomsday in the prophecy? Katlia paused for a few seconds before explaining, the Moses ascetics have a prophecy that in the near future, doomsday will come to our world. After being said by Hermit, the other members recalled that they seemed to have heard rumors about doomsday, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, in the extraordinary world or occultism, there are often some vague or overinterpreted prophecies. However, prophecies confirmed by the Moses ascetic order are different. After all, the seer demigod has certain prophetic abilities. Alger considered for a moment and asked, could what this prophecy describes be the transition of epochs? Answering Hanged Man was Klein, who had communicated with the seven lights of the spirit world. He manipulated world and said, as far as I know, it shouldn't be as simple as the transition of epochs, but the specific meaning of doomsday is still very vague in the current interpretations. The doomsday spoken by the seven lights of the spirit world is the invasion of outer gods, but such information is obviously not suitable for current communication. World's answer stunned even Katlia, because the Moses ascetics only have the prophecy of doomsday, without any substantial revelations. And World seemed to have obtained some clear revelations from Mr. Fool. Seeing that everyone was a little depressed, Hobert smiled and said, everyone, we all know a very simple truth, people are born to move towards death. Does anyone feel depressed about this and lack the motivation to live? He paused and said, on the contrary, right. People have stronger motivation to live, and those with corresponding knowledge are working hard to become gods and avoid the threat of death. Finally, Hobert said, the apocalypse hasn't come yet, has it? Everyone was slightly stunned. Just as Mr. Emperor said, there is no need to worry about things that cannot be changed. Just know that it exists and prepare in advance. Leonard suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Emperor, you have become an angel and don't have to worry about the problem of death, so you say it so easily. Everyone smiled knowingly, and the haze in their hearts was swept away by this well-timed joke. Immediately afterwards, their free exchange continued. Audrey shared her experience of persuading the natives in the southern continent, and Furs also shared that the vegetable base on Longtail Island had harvested the first batch of cabbages. After exchanging a few more topics, Klein announced the end of this tarot club. Hobert woke up in the study of the Duke's mansion. He stretched and prepared to enter Entaz City for the second time to continue trying to seal the uniqueness. This time, he was going to use the large-size creator to attack. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 671, Chapter 669 The Way to Obtain the Black Emperor Uniqueness. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After resting for a bit, Hobert further deduced the unique abilities of the Black Emperor pathway and recalled Klein's process of sealing the Trunsoist brass book as a reference, quickly formulating an action plan. This was also why Hobert didn't seek Klein's advice at the Tarot Club. He still had some ways to deal with this uniqueness. Using the method of distorting the real world and the spirit world, Hobert once again entered the spirit world, arriving at a deserted wilderness in the Hornassus Mountains. After setting up a spirituality wall around the area, Hobert prayed to the Creator and then summoned himself, with the Creator holding the sun scepter appearing in the wilderness. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, Hobert summoned a warhorse radiating holy light, as well as a golden sun god chariot, driving the chariot towards the small town of Entaz nearby. This time, his idea was that if he appeared as the Creator, he would also have the position of King of Angels. After descending on Entaz, he would quickly grab the uniqueness into the Nation of Disorder. However, the uniqueness was also likely to escape. After all, the power of the Nation of Disorder that Hobert could currently mobilize might not necessarily be able to make the uniqueness surrender. If that were the case, he would first retrieve a Sequence 1 characteristic and continue to pursue the uniqueness. In just 2 seconds, Hobert arrived in the sky above Entaz City. Without any hesitation, Hobert sensed with his spirituality that the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway was still behind the City Hall office building, and drove the chariot straight in. Whoosh! Ordinary walls couldn't stop the golden warhorses at all. They pulled Hobert and crashed into the City Hall. Hobert saw that the hall of the City Hall was arranged like a royal court, with a black dog wearing an exquisite crown sitting on a large wooden chair. When it saw Hobert driving the chariot in, a somewhat surprised expression appeared on the dog's face. Hobert reached out and pushed towards the black dog, and surging power rushed towards the crown on the black dog's head. The black dog's face showed some fear, and it immediately distorted its position, disappearing from the city hall. Hobert grinned. Although the uniqueness was a special existence, it was still half a level lower in front of the corresponding Sefirah. At this time, the surrounding guards reacted, shouting, "Protect the Emperor!" Originally, Hobert didn't take them seriously at all, and was about to drive the chariot to chase the uniqueness, but as he was about to leave the city hall, his spirituality sensed something, and he actually saw Trunsoist and Erebus among the guards. Although it was only a glance, Hobert's spirituality could confirm that it was indeed the resurrected Knight Emperor Trunsoist, and the outer god's avatar, Erebus. It seemed that they had also found this place through their respective methods. At this time, Hobert didn't have time to think too much. According to the guidance of his spirituality, he drove the chariot out of the city hall and continued to pursue the uniqueness. However, as soon as he left the city hall, Hobert immediately found that it was pitch black outside, the kind of absolute darkness. Even though the chariot emitted sun-like light, he couldn't see anything around him. Hobert immediately realized that this was the uniqueness tampering and distorting the light of the city. For the uniqueness, it couldn't directly confront the power of the nation of disorder, but the sun god chariot, and Hobert himself were only at the angel level. After realizing this, Hobert immediately drove the chariot into the sky. But it was still a step too late. The light of the sun god chariot was quickly absorbed by the surrounding, absolute darkness, and the horses and chariot quickly became illusory, turning into light spots and disappearing before they could climb to a high altitude. Damn it! Hobert realized that the enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light, and now he was very dangerous. Hobert didn't expect the uniqueness to have such high intelligence, actually setting up such a clever trap. At this time, his spirituality only knew that the uniqueness was not far away, but his own spirituality seemed to be distorted, and he couldn't determine the specific location of the uniqueness at all. While he was aware of the danger, he suddenly understood, perhaps the uniqueness didn't have much intelligence, finding the target's weaknesses and using them might be its nature. The danger was already in front of him, but Hobert's eyes were still pitch black, and his spiritual senses were very dull. Hobert hurriedly followed the conclusion he had just thought of, using the surrounding, absolute darkness, to assimilate himself with the surrounding environment, temporarily joining the absolute darkness. The extremely dangerous source stopped not far from Hobert. This made Hobert breathe a long sigh of relief. His guess was correct. The uniqueness didn't have much intelligence. The reason why it was so difficult to deal with was because of its own abilities. A few seconds later, the surrounding, absolute darkness, disappeared instantly, and the entire city was bathed in the winter sun again. Hobert saw that the black dog with the crown was standing on the roof of a residential building, staring at himself with two scarlet eyes. Hobert's legs went weak, and he knelt down towards the black dog again. The exquisite crown suddenly flashed with brilliant light, making Hobert very fascinated. At this moment, a picture suddenly flashed in his mind of himself ascending the throne, becoming the emperor of this world, and everyone worshipping him. Hobert stared at the crown with a somewhat obsessed smile. As long as he got that crown, he could have supreme power, and he could ascend to the throne of God. But in the next second, Hobert's chest was pierced by a black long sword. His brain immediately regained clarity, and his neck rotated 180 degrees, looking behind him. Just when Hobert was being influenced by the uniqueness, the group of guards had already poured out. Erebus, one of the guards, held a somewhat illusory black long sword, piercing Hobert's chest. However, Hobert was currently in a spirit body state, and this sword would only cause slight damage to his spirit body, and would not cause him too serious harm. Erebus showed a hideous smile. Your plan has failed. Hobert glanced at Erebus, and then at Trunsoist. The Knight Emperor was helping them resist the influence of the uniqueness. Hobert probably understood. Obviously, your plan has also failed, and you have been taken in by the uniqueness as dogs. Obviously, Trunsoist and Erebus were affected by the uniqueness, unable to obtain the uniqueness, and unable to escape from the city. Like Trunsoist, he could only temporarily resist the influence of the uniqueness, but he couldn't leave here. And the uniqueness couldn't kill these two angels for a while, so the two sides formed a stalemate. Hobert's intrusion gave Trunsoist and Erebus a chance to escape. Erebus sneered, we don't have the protection of the nation of disorder. Trunsoist's resistance seemed to be a bit difficult, and he almost fell to the ground several times. Hobert no longer waited, and immediately mobilized the power of the nation of disorder, forming a towering tree of order in front of him. He also thought about using the power of the nation of disorder again to try to control the uniqueness. Although the power of the nation of disorder was half a level higher, it couldn't form an overwhelming advantage in an instant, and the uniqueness had a chance to escape. And Hobert was currently only at the sequence 2 level. This was the place that the uniqueness could use. It would avoid the nation of disorder, avoid Hobert's level as king of angels, and attack Hobert at sequence 2. After all, Hobert was not a true king of angels. At this level, the uniqueness of the lawyer Pathway, who was good at finding loopholes, had ways to attack Hobert. Using the cover of the Tree of Order, Hobert and the 3 angels entered the spirit world almost simultaneously. They were wary of the other 2 angels, and none of them were confident in killing the other in a short time, so none of them took the initiative to attack. Just as Erebus and Trunsoist were about to flee separately, Hobert suddenly stopped them. "We can discuss a method to seal the uniqueness." The reason why Hobert didn't leave by ending the summoning but entered the spirit world with them was to observe whether he could use them. Trunsoist looked at Hobert in his spirit body state, and then at Erebus with a distorted face. He smiled coldly. "You continue, I won't participate." For him, it would be best to get the uniqueness of the Black Emperor Pathway, but there was no need to take risks for it. After all, this was just a move to contain Hobert's actions. At the same time, he felt that the connection between Hobert and the uniqueness of the Black Emperor Pathway was closer, so he simply planned to watch the show from the sidelines and take action if there was a chance, otherwise he would just let it go. After Trunsoist left, Erebus, with a somewhat distorted expression, asked, "How should we divide the spoils after we succeed?" On this matter, Erebus was not as free and easy as Trunsoist. If he didn't get the uniqueness and didn't get the sequence 1 characteristic, then he would completely fail in this competition. "I will hold the uniqueness, and you take the characteristic of Prince of Abolition." Hobert smiled. Erebus nodded seriously. "This is a more reasonable distribution method." The 2 people smiled at each other, each with their own ulterior motives. Although Erebus seemed to have a strong desire to cooperate, the fact that Tamara hadn't appeared all along was already very telling. And Hobert not only had no intention of sharing the spoils, but if he had the opportunity, he also wanted to avenge his student and obtain another Duke of Entropy characteristic. The 2 angels left the spirit world and discussed a method to seal the uniqueness under a snow mountain in the Hornassus Mountains. Erebus first described his experience of failure. "Originally, I was observing the situation in Antaz City from a safe distance, but the uniqueness noticed me. It magnified its own sphere of influence, and I had no choice but to submit to it. After entering its sphere of influence, as long as you constantly express your submission to it, it will no longer launch direct attacks, but all order and rules can become its means of attack. For example, if my mental state is not good, it will find all the lunatics within its sphere of influence and use their chaotic mental bodies to affect my spirit. At the same time, some seemingly distorted and illogical decrees issued daily also have a certain degree of targeting, and are difficult to prevent." He paused and then said, "Trunsoist's process of entering Antaz City should be similar to mine. He has tried more than once to influence the uniqueness's use and alteration of rules. Sometimes he succeeded, and sometimes he didn't. If he continues to influence the rules there, he will be able to escape on his own by night at the latest." Speaking of this, he suddenly grinned. "Archangels are different after all." Hobert noticed that Erebus's condition seemed to be worse than before, and his expression seemed to be beyond his control. But Hobert didn't care about these things, but briefly described his 2 failures. The first failure was very similar to Erebus's experience. If Hobert hadn't summoned a Tree of Order, he would have been forced to submit to the uniqueness. Erebus concluded, "Currently, with our abilities, don't even think about directly resolving the uniqueness. As long as it's not a true king of angels, in the uniqueness's eyes, it's a leaky opponent." Hobert asked, "What are the consequences of not following the uniqueness's decrees?" "I've seen some people turn into fish, some into chickens, and some into dogs," Erebus guessed. It is estimated that the dog wearing the uniqueness was originally a person, but the uniqueness issued a decree targeting the emperor, so he turned into a black dog. Hobert slowly nodded and asked again, "How did you and Trunsoist become guards?" Erebus said, "I used the selection rules for the guards. In order to get close to the uniqueness, Trunsoist should have also stipulated that all his conditions met the requirements to become a guard." Hobert seemed to be questioning, but also questioning himself. If the relevant rules are used well, can one become the emperor? As long as he can get close to the uniqueness, as long as the uniqueness doesn't guard against him for 1 or 2 seconds, he can use the power of the nation of disorder to completely control the uniqueness. Ha ha ha. Erebus laughed wildly a few times. "This idea is very lawyerly." He thought for a while before asking, "But how can one become an emperor recognized by the uniqueness?" Precisely because there are no relevant rules, this is where it can be used. Hobert also did some thinking. "I have a plan, but I need your help." Hobert's general plan was that they would both submit to the uniqueness, and at the same time as submitting, Hobert would resist the rule of the emperor. Erebus said just now that the emperor is also within the scope of the uniqueness's punishment. Hobert believes that the uniqueness has the authority of the emperor, but is not the emperor himself, that is to say, there is a difference between the emperor and the uniqueness. Then Hobert can aim the spearhead at the emperor, not at the uniqueness. Hobert's purpose is to use some distorted rules to approach the emperor and approach the uniqueness. What Erebus has to do is to get as close to the emperor as possible and cooperate with Hobert. After the two people discussed an action plan, it was already evening. The two angels, who didn't need to rest, prepared to enter Entaz City again. Erebus reminded Hobert, "You'd better act with your main body. In the state of a spirit body, it looks too conspicuous and is easily attacked by the uniqueness from the spiritual level." Hobert also had this plan. "Okay, let's act separately." After speaking, he ended his summoning and returned to his body. After deducing the plan again, Hobert entered the spirit world again and came outside Entaz City. Winter nights come quickly. This tourist city is now brightly lit, and the streets are still like daytime, with many pedestrians, looking very lively. Because the place where Hobert entered the real world from the spirit world was close enough to the city, he immediately saw a pair of illusory scarlet eyes in front of him. Feeling his legs weaken again, Hobert immediately knelt on one knee. "Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor." The pair of scarlet eyes looked at Hobert for a while, and then disappeared from Hobert's eyes. The pressure that made people's legs weak disappeared immediately, and Hobert stood up and walked into the city. Because it is not daytime now, there is no need to hold a torch when walking on the street. When he came to the gate of the city, Hobert's spirituality felt something, and he heard the voice of an eunuch coming from the city. "The Emperor orders that only people under 1.5 meters can live in the city." The bustling streets just now immediately became chaotic, and adults fled from the city gate one after another. Hobert, however, used a way to distort space to cross the crowd and came to the city, and then he tampered with his height, making himself 1.49 meters tall. Walking on the empty street, Hobert smiled and said to himself, "This is to experience Zio's perspective." Soon the streets became empty, and only children and dwarves were left in the entire city, as well as people with crippled legs who could not stand up. After waiting for a few minutes, Hobert saw that he had not been punished. He entered the city to verify whether Erebus's words were credible. After expressing his submission, the uniqueness did not directly attack Hobert anymore, but some seemingly absurd and illogical decrees appeared, trying to punish Hobert. Just as Hobert was conducting a preliminary test and preparing to leave the city, two teenagers dressed as guards, both under 1.5 meters tall, came to Hobert. One of them opened a document and announced, "The Emperor orders that because you tampered with your height and violated the relevant regulations." Hobert interrupted and questioned, "What regulations did I violate?" After being interrupted by this guard, his eyes were blank, and he was slightly stunned before saying, "You violated the order issued by the Emperor 10 minutes ago." "That is an order, not a regulation." Hobert said, "A regulation is an order that has long-term binding force after it is announced to everyone, while an order is only temporarily binding on a specific target or group." "Okay." The guard was persuaded and immediately changed his words, "You violated the relevant order." Hobert interrupted him again, "Are you going to punish me?" The guard, whose face was still a little childish, looked blank again, but soon his eyes regained clarity. "Yes. Your punishment has no legal basis." Hobert seemed to have regained his feeling of being a lawyer. "You are the guards of His Majesty the Emperor, and your duty is to protect the Emperor, but you have no law enforcement power. Now you are not fulfilling your duty to protect the Emperor, but you are enforcing the law here. This is a serious dereliction of duty and overstepping of authority." The guard who read the document became blank for the third time. It took a full 7 or 8 seconds before he said, "His Majesty the Emperor has granted me temporary law enforcement power. In my opinion, the Emperor does not have such authority." Hobert continued, "Take the main political system of the North Continent as an example. The law enforcement power is in the hands of the court. The separation of law, politics, and imperial power is the national framework that conforms to the current political logic, and the law enforcement power is not in the imperial power. If you want to enforce the law, it will be contrary to the political structure of the North Continent, and I will question the legitimacy of the Emperor and the rationality of this country. This is a classic defense idea of seeing the big from the small. The core is to confuse concepts and use some seemingly correct conceptual things to make some of the opponent's ideas become illogical or unreasonable." The guard finally gave in, "You can leave." As Hobert left the city, he summarized in his mind, "The uniqueness must also follow certain logic and regulations as the basis for distortion and tampering, otherwise, when all logic and rules become abnormal, there is no meaning of distortion and tampering. This is an idea, but it is quite difficult to make the logic and rules abnormal, because once there is nothing to distort and tamper with, the uniqueness will lose its meaning of existence. The uniqueness seems to have a certain self-consistent ability and the final right of interpretation, so it should not allow this to happen." After Hobert came outside the city, he saw a large number of people pacing blankly outside the city. Some people who did not come in time to put on their coats had already frozen with purple lips. In the face of mystical items at the level of the uniqueness, ordinary people have no power to resist at all. But if he wants to seal the uniqueness, Hobert has to use these people. So he began to use the ability of incitement. "The Emperor's order is ridiculous. Does living in the city have anything to do with height? With this absurd order, it means that the Emperor is also very absurd. We must unite and resist the Emperor's absurd orders. Return to our own homes." The core of this remark is to question the Emperor's orders and question the Emperor himself. Hobert found the idea from the ritual of advancing to Black Emperor. The people believe that the advanced person is the emperor is a very important anchor point in the ritual. Then the emperor created by the uniqueness in this small city, although not a real Black Emperor, is more like a puppet of the uniqueness. However, if the public begins to widely question the emperor's words, it should have a significant impact on the uniqueness. The people's dissatisfaction with the decrees and their desire to return home made Hobert's incitement very successful. Under Hobert's influence, everyone began to shout slogans together outside the city, oppose the emperor's absurd orders. Let us into the city. Return our homes. Return our property. Because Hobert's ability can cover 20 kilometers, almost all the people who had just been driven out of the city were within his range. Gradually, the slogans became, oppose the emperor's dictatorship. An assembly must be formed. Hobert successfully guided everyone's opposition into questioning the emperor. At this time, everyone heard the new decree announced by the eunuch in the city. The emperor orders, those who speak loudly will turn into a loach. Hobert said softly, the person announcing the order is speaking loudly. Although his voice was not loud, because he tampered with the transmission path of the sound, people within dozens of kilometers around could hear his voice. As a result, the person dressed as a eunuch who conveyed the order immediately turned into a loach. Hobert continued to tamper with the transmission distance of the sound waves, so although everyone's voice was not loud, people in different directions of the city could hear the sound of slogans from another direction. So the slogans continued to resound around the city. Before long, several people dressed as guards, less than 1.5 meters tall, came out of the city. After finding Hobert, they asked softly, "Are you loyal to the emperor?" Hobert also replied softly, "Of course I am loyal to the emperor." "Then why do you question the emperor?" "It is precisely because I am loyal to the emperor that I question him." Hobert said unhurriedly, "In order to prevent the emperor from making irreparable mistakes, I must question his orders. This is my way of being loyal." He paused and added, "In my opinion, questioning the emperor and advising him is true loyalty." The surrounding people said one after another, "We are also questioning the emperor because we are loyal to the emperor." This line of thinking obviously exceeded the scope of the uniqueness's wisdom. The guards became dazed again. After a while, one of the guards asked, "How can we dispel your doubts?" Hobert immediately understood that his plan had hit the nail on the head. Although the uniqueness had some wisdom, it seemed to have no concept of deception. The fact that the guard asked this question meant that the uniqueness valued the people's questioning of the emperor very much. So Hobert said, "The emperor should abolish the previous order and let everyone return to the city." Immediately, the eunuch's voice sounded in the city, "The emperor orders, abolish the order that only those under 1.5 meters can live in the city. Abolish the order that those who speak loudly will turn into a loach." The people immediately applauded and shouted, "Hail to His Majesty the Emperor! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" The guards were about to breathe a sigh of relief, but they heard Hobert say, "The emperor has withdrawn the order," which means that the emperor is also very clear that his order is absurd. "I still want to question the emperor," questioning whether he considered the people when he issued the order. For a time, both inside and outside the city were silent. The uniqueness in the city hall was also very strange. Why was the questioning of the emperor even more intense than before? The guard stared at Hobert, "You are not an honest person. The emperor has already withdrawn the order, why do you still question him? I seriously doubt your loyalty to the emperor." Hobert immediately felt the danger. If he was judged to be disloyal, the uniqueness would directly attack Hobert again. But Hobert, who had made many attempts and had some understanding of the uniqueness, said calmly and solemnly, "It is precisely because I am loyal to the emperor that I question him. I suggest that in order to avoid the people from questioning the emperor again, an assembly should be established to review the orders issued by the emperor. If the people question the emperor again, the responsibility can be pushed to the assembly." The guard shook his head, "This will affect the emperor's authority." "It won't." Hobert said, "The people support the emperor, and the emperor has authority. Only those of us who think about the emperor and are truly loyal to the emperor will think about the emperor's future reputation." The guard was silent again. He seemed to be judging the logic and truth of Hobert's words. Hobert smiled slightly. If he were inside the city hall at this time, it might be a good opportunity to control the uniqueness. Immediately afterwards, Hobert's seductive voice sounded again, "Let me form the assembly. The assembly will still be loyal to the emperor, and the power formed by the assembly will ultimately belong to the emperor." The guard remained silent. After a while, a person dressed as a eunuch came out and announced, "The emperor agrees to form an assembly." At the same time, the emperor orders, "The people's anger and questioning have therefore turned into trust and loyalty to the emperor, and the assembly members' desire for power has been magnified." Hobert suddenly felt that he was very impressive as the speaker of the assembly and began to ponder how to manipulate the other councillors. At the same time, a rational voice in his heart said, "The uniqueness is using the ability of bribery, first agreeing to form an assembly, and then taking the opportunity to weaken and tamper with everyone's thoughts and thinking." He also realized, especially that weakening of me is very obvious. In the next period of time, I will definitely be targeted. Finally, Hobert judged, although the uniqueness can arbitrarily decide the life and death of the people, the basis of all this is that the people recognize the emperor it supports and support the emperor's rule. When a large number of people begin to question the emperor, the uniqueness's control over the people will be weakened, and it may not even be able to directly distort or tamper with the people's thoughts, and can only use bribery to regain control of the people. Thinking of this, he smiled. This is very similar to the real power relationship. That's right, what the uniqueness represents is the abstract representation of certain aspects, which should represent the abstraction and conceptualization of power. Theoretically, power represents not only rule, but also the shadow of order. Power can build a ruling system, which is reflected in the trial and legislation, which is the positive side of power. Similarly, power can also be used to create some bizarre or irrational regulations, which is the negative side of power. This understanding of the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway made Hobert's spirituality very active for a while, and the uniqueness's weakening of him was somewhat reduced. At this time, the guard said, "Assembly members, please come with me." Hobert and a dozen or so people who received special care from the uniqueness followed the guard into the city. Other people also followed into the city to continue eating or sleeping in their homes. Because of the influence of the uniqueness, the councillors had a very bad attitude towards Hobert, the Speaker of the Assembly. As ordinary people, their desire for power was far greater than Hobert's, so they hoped to replace Hobert as the Speaker of the Assembly. The guard led them to the outside of the city hall, prepared to meet the emperor. Hobert could still see the big hole that had been smashed into the wall when he rushed into the city hall last time. Following the guard into the door, the hall was still the original structure like a royal court. The Dog Emperor sat on the throne, looking at Hobert and others in a human-like manner. The gorgeous crown and light ball ornaments were still worn on his head and neck. In addition to the guards, there were also a dozen or so ministers in 2 rows. Because of the previous order of 1.5 meters, these ministers were generally 11 or 12-year-old teenagers. Among them, Erebus, with a somewhat hideous smile, was very conspicuous. He should have also tampered with his height just now to be able to become a minister according to the relevant rules. Hobert and other assembly members knelt on one knee to the Dog Emperor. After everyone got up, a eunuch standing next to the throne asked, "Why does the assembly want to question the emperor's authority?" The assembly was ordered to be established by the emperor. Hobert said with a smile, "If we question the emperor's authority, wouldn't we also be questioning our own legitimacy? If the emperor questions us, he is questioning the previous order to form an assembly. So we will never question the emperor's authority, and the emperor should not question us." Erebus's mouth twitched a few times on the side, and he sighed in his heart, "This line of reasoning is too bastard. Isn't this bullying the uniqueness for not having a brain?" Immediately afterwards, he seemed to understand why his Entrunsoist's previous actions had failed, because their ability to argue was far inferior to Hobert's. At the same time, he also knew why the Dog Emperor was so obedient just now, and actually agreed to let Hobert form an assembly. It was obvious that his wisdom was not enough under the pressure of Hobert's verbal attacks, and he agreed in a daze. The eunuch next to the throne paused for a few seconds before saying, "The assembly must also obey the emperor's orders." "That's for sure," Hobert said with a smile, "but we must also clarify the power of the assembly." The eunuch said, "You have no power to review the emperor's orders." "Then we won't review them, but we have legislative power." "You can no longer incite the people to question the emperor." Hobert nodded, "Then we won't incite the people, but we have judicial power." The two people clarified their respective powers like bargaining. The eunuch smiled sinisterly, "The emperor orders, the assembly members are relatively special in the national system, so they must live in the water like fish. This is a very typical tampering. Highlighting their specialness, and then tampering with their form." Immediately, water flowed under the feet of Hobert and the dozen or so others, but only under their feet, while the feet of the others were still very dry, as if they were standing in a glass fish tank. Apart from Hobert, the other councillors were like fish, swimming in the water. The reason Hobert didn't swim along was because he distorted the order, twisting members of the council into councillors. He was the speaker, so of course, he wasn't included. This is also why Hobert waited until sequence 2 before attempting to control the uniqueness. If he were at sequence 3, his distortion wouldn't have any effect. Hobert said loudly, "I impeach the emperor." Disrespecting the council, actually making councillors live in the water. And the most crucial point is that the emperor is a dog. Has anyone ever heard of a dog being an emperor? The eunuch beside the throne said grimly, "The emperor's authority is unquestionable, no one can impeach him. I seriously doubt your loyalty to the emperor. Others may not have the power to impeach the emperor, but I do." Hobert smiled, "The council has legislative power, so the first law is that the people of the kingdom must abide by the constitution, including the emperor. The emperor has no power to control the life forms of others, no power to judge others, these powers belong to the judicial assembly. At the same time, the judicial assembly have the right to judge the emperor, because the emperor must also follow the constitution. The person dressed as a eunuch paused for a moment before saying, "The emperor is the most authoritative person, no one can judge the emperor." "I admit that the emperor is the most authoritative person." Hobert still maintained his smile. "This doesn't contradict the rule that the emperor must also abide by the constitution. As long as he follows the constitution, he is the most authoritative person, but if he violates the constitution, he must accept impeachment and judgment." Erebus looked at Hobert expressionlessly. "This guy is a good lawyer. Fortunately, the struggle between me and him is not a debate, but a life-and-death battle." Then, he looked at the uniqueness with some sympathy. Whether it was the dog emperor or the eunuch, they both had confused expressions. A dozen seconds later, the person dressed as a eunuch said, "Your argument is not valid. If you can judge the emperor, you are the most powerful person in this country." Hobert mmed, "The moment I became the speaker, I was the most powerful person in this country. This is the power the emperor bestowed upon me, a reward for my loyalty to the emperor." Erebus also said, "Your Majesty, this is indeed the power you just granted to the council. The ministers can all testify to this." The uniqueness was obviously confused by the current complex power structure, and the eunuch beside the throne directly asked, "Since you are the most powerful person in this country, why aren't you the emperor? Why aren't you sitting on the throne?" Hobert said, "I can be the emperor and also the speaker, so I have both the emperor's authority and the power to impeach the emperor." He ordered, "Let that dog leave, I will be the emperor." A few seconds later, the eunuch said, "You are indeed the most powerful person, please ascend the throne to become the emperor." Hobert left the area with flowing water and walked slowly towards the throne. And the dog also jumped down from the throne at the same time. Hobert sat on the throne, and the gorgeous crown on the dog's head floated towards Hobert. Hobert remained calm, sitting upright, as if waiting for the uniqueness's coronation. When the crown reached the top of his head, he suddenly raised his hand, firmly grasped the crown, and used the power of the nation of disorder to seal this uniqueness as quickly as possible. At the same time, Erebus also took action, but his target was the sequence 1, Prince of Abolition, characteristic still worn on the dog's neck. He pounced over like a beast, holding down the dog's head with one hand and snatching the ball of light with the other. But the moment he got the sequence 1 characteristic, he felt something was wrong. Glancing at it, he found that the light emitted by the light cluster in his hand seemed to be deeper. Erebus seemed to understand something. He looked up at Hobert and saw him holding the struggling uniqueness in one hand and pointing at the sequence 1 characteristic in his other hand. After Hobert initially controlled the uniqueness, he immediately used the power of the nation of disorder to mark the beyonder characteristic in Erebus's hand. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.